Section 1 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. First Annual Report, 1838. Part 1. First Annual Report of the Board of Education, March 1838. The Board of Education, created by an act of the legislature, approved 20th April 1887, ask permission to submit their first annual report. The Board held its first meeting in the Council Chamber in Boston on the 29th June, 1837. Authority having been given, by the law creating the Board, to appoint a secretary, the Honorable Horace Mann, late President of the Senate of the Commonwealth, was elected by ballot to that office. It being provided that the secretary should receive a reasonable compensation for his services, not exceeding $1,000 per annum, it was unanimously agreed by the Board that this sum should be allowed as his salary, it being understood that he should devote himself exclusively to the duties of his office. On this subject, the Board will ask permission to make a few observations in the sequel of their report. The duties of the Board, as prescribed by the statute, are, first, to prepare and lay before the legislature, in a printed form, on or before the second Wednesday in January, annually, an abstract of the school returns received by the Secretary of the Commonwealth, and second, to make a detailed report to the legislature of all their doings, with such observations as their experience and reflection may suggest, upon the condition and efficiency of our system of popular education, and the most practicable means of improving and extending it. The first duty has been discharged. The Board, at an early day, confided to their secretary the duty of preparing an abstract of the school returns. This abstract has been duly submitted to the legislature in a highly convenient form. The recapitulation at its close supersedes the necessity of presenting in this place any summary of its contents. Imperfect as such a document must necessarily be, it comprises a great amount of valuable information. The Board are of opinion that by such improvements as experience may suggest, it will be in their power, if authority is granted to them, to render it still more instructive and useful. It is respectfully recommended that power be granted to the Board by the legislature to direct such amendments in the mode and time of making the returns and in the mode of keeping the school register as will more effectually answer the purposes for which the returns are directed to be made. It is made the duty of the Secretary, under the direction of the Board, to collect information of the actual condition and efficiency of the common schools and other means of popular education, and to diffuse as widely as possible throughout every part of the Commonwealth information of the most approved and successful methods of arranging the studies and conducting the education of the young. The limited powers conferred on the Board left them scarce any discretion in the choice of the means by which they could enable their secretary to discharge his duty as thus prescribed. It was necessary to depend almost exclusively on the voluntary cooperation of the people, and no way suggested itself in which this cooperation could be given so effectually as through the medium of conventions, called in each county of the Commonwealth, to be composed of teachers, school committee men, and the friends of education generally, deputed from the several towns to attend these conventions. The conventions were so arranged as to time as to be held successively at convenient intervals throughout the state, in order that the presence of the Secretary of the Board might be given at each county convention. It was the purpose of the Board that these meetings should also be attended by such members of their own body as from their place of residence were able conveniently to be present, and this, when other engagements permitted, has been done. In pursuance of these views, an address was issued by the Board to the people of the Commonwealth, a copy of which will be found subjoined to the report of the Secretary herewith presented. By way of preparation for the county conventions, a series of questions was prepared by the Secretary and widely circulated throughout the Commonwealth for the purpose of drawing forth and concentrating information on the most important points connected with the subject of education. A copy of these questions is also subjoined. At the appointed time, the circuit of the county conventions was commenced by their Secretary, and the Board feel warranted in saying that his attendance and public addresses at these meetings were productive of the happiest effects. Seconded by an enlightened zeal for the improvement of education on the part of those by whom these conventions were attended, it is believed that his services and efforts have been highly instrumental in awakening a new interest in the cause of school education. At the semi-annual meeting of the Board, on the first day of the present month, a detailed report of his proceedings was submitted by the Secretary, with various observations on the leading topics which had engaged his attention in the discharge of his duty. This document will be found appended to the present report, and the Board refer to it with great satisfaction as a result of the organization of the Board of Education for the first year of its existence in the highest degree creditable to its author, and likely to prove equally beneficial to the cause of education and acceptable to the people of the Commonwealth. It is not the province of the Board of Education to submit to the legislature, in the form of specific projects of law, those measures which they may deem advisable for the improvement of the schools and the promotion of the cause of education. That duty is respectfully left by the Board with the wisdom of the legislature and its committees, on whom it is by usage devolved. Neither will it be expected of the Board on the present occasion to engage in a lengthened discussion of topics fully treated in the Secretary's report, to which they beg leave to refer as embodying a great amount of fact, and the result of extensive observation skillfully generalized. The Board ask permission only to submit a few remarks on some of the more important topics connected with the general subject. 1. As the comfort and progress of children at school depend, to a very considerable degree, on the proper and commodious construction of schoolhouses, the Board ask leave to invite the particular attention of the legislature to their Secretary's remarks on this subject. As a general observation, it is no doubt too true that the schoolhouses in most of the districts of the Commonwealth are of an imperfect construction. It is apprehended that sometimes at less expense than is now incurred, and in other cases by a small additional expense, schoolhouses much more conducive to the health and comfort and consequently to the happiness and progress of children might be erected. Nor would it be necessary in most cases, in order to introduce the desired improvements, that new buildings be constructed. Perhaps in a majority of cases the end might be attained to a considerable degree by alterations and additions to the present buildings. It is the purpose of the Secretary of the Board, as early as practicable, to prepare and submit a special report on the construction of schoolhouses. When this document shall be laid before them, it will be for the legislature to judge whether any encouragement can with good effect be offered from the school fund, with a view to induce the towns of the Commonwealth to adopt those improvements in the construction of schoolhouses which experience and reason show to be of great practical importance in carrying on the business of education. 2. Very much of the efficiency of the best system of school education depends upon the fidelity and zeal with which the office of a school committee man is performed. The Board deem it unnecessary to dilate upon a subject so ably treated by their Secretary. The difficulties to be surmounted before the services of able and faithful school committee men can be obtained, in perhaps a majority of the towns of the Commonwealth, are confessedly great and various. They can be thoroughly overcome only by the spirit of true patriotism, generously exerting itself toward the great end of promoting the intellectual improvement of fellow men. But it is in the power of the legislature to remove some of the obstacles. among which not the least considerable is the pecuniary sacrifice involved in the faithful and laborious discharge of the duties of the school committee. The board have understood, with great satisfaction, that the subject has been brought before the House of Representatives. They know of no reason why the members of school committees should not receive a reasonable compensation, as well as other municipal officers, of whom it is not usually expected that they should serve the public gratuitously. There are none whose labors, faithfully performed, are of greater moment to the general well-being. The duties of a member of a school committee, if conscientiously discharged, are onerous, and ought not to be rendered more so by being productive of a heavy pecuniary loss in the wholly unrequited devotion of time and labor to the public good. 3. The subject of the education of teachers has been more than once brought before the legislature, and is of the very highest importance in connection with the improvement of our schools. That there are all degrees of skill and success on the part of teachers is a matter of too familiar observation to need repetition, and that these must depend in no small degree on the experience of the teacher and in his formation under a good discipline and method of instruction in early life may be admitted, without derogating in any measure from the importance of natural gifts and aptitude in fitting men for this as for other duties of society. Nor can it be deemed unsafe to insist that, while occupations requiring a very humble degree of intellectual effort and attainment demand a long-continued training, it cannot be that the arduous and manifold duties of the instructor of youth should be as well performed without as with a specific preparation for them. In fact, it must be admitted, as the voice of reason and experience, that institutions for the formation of teachers must be established among us before the all-important work of forming the minds of our children can be performed in the best possible manner and with the greatest attainable success. No one who has been the witness of the ease and effect with which instruction is imparted by one teacher, and the tedious, painstaking, and unsatisfactory progress which mark the labors of another, of equal ability and knowledge, and operating on materials equally good, can entertain a doubt that there is a mastery in teaching as in every other art. Nor is it less obvious that, within reasonable limits, this skill and this mastery may themselves be made the subject of instruction and be communicated to others. We are not left to the deductions of reason on this subject. In those foreign countries where the greatest attention has been paid to the work of education, schools for teachers have formed an important feature in their systems, and with the happiest result. The art of imparting instruction has been found, like every other art, to improve by cultivation in institutions established for that specific object. New importance has been attached to the calling of the instructor by public opinion, from the circumstance that his vocation has been deemed one requiring systematic preparation and culture. Whatever tends to degrade the profession of the teacher, in his own mind or that of the public, of course impairs his usefulness, and this result must follow from regarding instruction as a business which in itself requires no previous training. The duties which devolve upon the teachers, even of our common schools, particularly when attended by large numbers of both sexes and of advanced years for learners, as is often the case, are various and difficult of performance. For their faithful execution, no degree of talent and qualification is too great, and when we reflect that in the nature of things only a moderate portion of both can in ordinary cases be expected for the slender compensation afforded the teacher, we gain a new view of the necessity of bringing to his duties the advantage of previous training in the best mode of discharging them. A very considerable part of the benefit which those who attend our schools might derive from them is unquestionably lost for want of mere skill in the business of instruction on the part of the teacher. This falls with especial hardship on that part of our youthful population who are able to enjoy but for a small portion of the year the advantage of the schools. For them it is of peculiar importance that from the moment of entering the school every hour should be employed to the greatest advantage, and every facility in imparting knowledge, and every means of awakening and guiding the mind, be put into instant operation. And where this is done, 2 months of schooling would be as valuable as a year passed under a teacher destitute of experience and skill. The Board cannot but express the sanguine hope that the time is not far distant when the resources of public or private liberality will be applied in Massachusetts for the foundation of an institution for the formation of teachers, in which the present existing defect will be amply supplied. 4. The subject of district school libraries is deemed of very great importance by the Board. A foundation was made for the formation of such libraries by the Act of 12th April, 1837, authorizing an expenditure by each district of $30 for this purpose the first year, and $10 each succeeding year. Such economy has been introduced into the business of printing that even these small sums judiciously applied for a term of years will amply suffice for the desired object. To the attainment of this end, it is in the power of booksellers and publishers to render the most material aid. There is no reason to doubt that if neat editions of books suitable for common school libraries were published and sold at a very moderate rate, plainly and substantially bound, and placed in cases well adapted for convenient transportation, and afterwards to serve as the permanent place of deposit, it would induce many of the districts in the Commonwealth to exercise the power of raising money for school libraries. A beginning once made, steady progress would in many cases be sure to follow. Where circumstances did not admit the establishment of a library in each district, it might very conveniently be deposited a proportionate part of the year in each district successively. But it would be highly desirable that each schoolhouse should be furnished with a case and shelves suitable for the proper arrangement and safe keeping of books. The want of such a provision makes it almost impossible to begin the collection of a library, and where such provision is made, the library would be nearly sure to receive a steady increase. Although the Board are of opinion that nothing would more promote the cause of education among us than the introduction of libraries into our district schools, they have not deemed it advisable to recommend any measure looking to the preparation of a series of volumes of which such a library should be composed, and their distribution at public expense. Whatever advantages would belong to a library consisting of books expressly written for the purpose, obvious difficulties and dangers would attend such an undertaking. The Board deem it far more advisable to leave this work to the enterprise and judgment of publishers, who would no doubt find it for their interest to make preparations to satisfy a demand for district school libraries in the way above indicated. In this connection, the Board would observe that much good might unquestionably be effected by the publication of a periodical journal or paper, of which the exclusive object should be to promote the cause of education, especially of common school education. Such a journal, conducted on the pure principles of Christian philanthropy, of rigid abstinence from party and sect, sacredly devoted to the one object of education, to collecting and diffusing information on this subject, to the discussion of the numerous important questions which belong to it, to the formation of a sound and intelligent public opinion, and the excitement of a warm and energetic public sentiment in favor of our schools, might render incalculable service. The Board are decidedly of the opinion that a journal of this description would be the most valuable auxiliary which could be devised to carry into execution the enlightened policy of the government in legislating for the improvement of schools, and they indulge a sanguine hope that its establishment will shortly be witnessed. 5. The subject of school books is perhaps one of the more immediate and pressing interest. The multiplicity of school books, and the imperfection of many of them, is one of the greatest evils at present felt in our common schools. The Board know of no way in which this evil could be more effectually remedied than by the selection of the best of each class now in use, and a formal recommendation of them by the Board of Education. Such a recommendation would probably cause them to be generally adopted, but should this not prove effectual, and the evil be found to continue, it might hereafter be deemed expedient to require the use of the books thus recommended as a condition of receiving a share of the benefit of the school fund. The foregoing observations are all that now occur to the Board of Education, as proper to be made to the legislature, in connection with the improvement of our common schools. They beg leave to submit an additional remark on the subject of their own sphere of operations. It is evident from the nature of the case that much of the efficiency and usefulness of the Board must depend on the zeal and fidelity of its secretary, and that it is all important to command in this office the services of an individual of distinguished talent and unquestioned character. No other qualifications will inspire the confidence generally of the people, and without that confidence it is impossible that his labors or those of the Board should be crowned with success. The Board ask permission to state that they deem themselves very fortunate in having engaged the services of a gentleman so highly qualified as their secretary to discharge the interesting duties of his trust, and they respectfully submit to the legislature the expediency of raising his compensation to an amount which could more fairly be regarded as a satisfactory equivalent for the employment of all of his time. The Board also think that a small allowance should be made for the contingent expenses of the secretary in the discharge of his duties, such as postage, stationery, and occasional clerk hire. It is just, however, to add that this proposal for an increase of salary is made wholly without suggestion on the part of the secretary. In conclusion, the Board would tender their acknowledgments to their fellow citizens, who, by attending on the meetings of the county conventions, or in any other way, have afforded their cooperation in the promotion of the great cause of popular education. At most of these meetings, permanent county conventions for the improvement of education have been organized. Spirited addresses have in almost every case emanated from the county meetings, well calculated to impart vigor and warmth to the public sentiment in reference to the cause of education. On the whole, the Board have reason to hope that an impulse has been given to the public mind on the subject of education, from which valuable effects may be anticipated. It will be their strenuous effort, under the auspices of the legislature, and as far as the powers vested in them extend, to encourage and augment the interest which has been excited, and they hope, as they shall acquire experience, that their labors will become more efficient. They do not flatter themselves that great and momentous reforms are to be effected at once. Where the means employed are those of calm appeal to the understanding and the heart, a gradual and steady progress is all that should be desired. The schools of Massachusetts are not everything that we could wish, but public opinion is sound in reference to their improvement. The voice of reason will not be uttered in vain. Experience, clearly stated in its results, will command respect, and the Board entertain a confident opinion that the increased attention given to the subject will result in making our system of common school education fully worthy of the intelligence of the present day and of the ancient renown of Massachusetts. All which is respectfully submitted by Edward Everett, George Hull, James G. Carter, Edmund Dwight, George Putnam, E. A. Newton, Robert Rantoul, Jr., Jared Sparks. Boston, February 1st, 1838. Note: the Reverend Messrs. Emmixon Davis of Westfield and Thomas Robbins of Rochester, members of the Board, were prevented by the distance of their respective places of residence from Boston from being present at the adjourned meeting of the Board at which the foregoing report was adopted. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. First Annual Report, 1838, Part 2. First Annual Report of the Secretary of the Board of Education. To the Board of Education. Gentlemen, the Act of the Legislature, under which you were constituted, authorized the appointment of a secretary, and specifically prescribed his duties in the following words. The secretary shall, under the direction of the board, collect information of the actual condition and efficiency of the common schools and other means of popular education, and diffuse as widely as possible throughout every part of the Commonwealth information of the most approved and successful methods of arranging the studies and conducting the education of the young, to the end that all children in this Commonwealth who depend upon the common schools for instruction may have the best education which those schools can be made to impart. Having accepted the office of Secretary of the Board, I entered upon the public discharge of its duties about the close of the month of August last. But before devoting even the brief period of 3 months to a beginning of the work of collecting information of the actual condition and efficiency of about 3,000 different public schools and several hundred permanent private school and academies, I was obliged to return to this city in order to prepare the annual abstract of the school returns, which, by a law of the Commonwealth, was to be prepared and laid before the legislature in a printed form on or before the second Wednesday in January instant. The labor of that preparation having by a vote of the board been devolved upon me. This last work has supplied me with almost incessant occupation ever since my return. It soon became a question, therefore, in my own mind, whether I ought not to consider myself debarred by the briefness of the time and the magnitude of the labor from attempting at this early period to submit to the board any report relative to the condition and efficiency of our common schools and other means of popular education. But as I was perfectly satisfied that there were a few classes of facts and some important views pertaining to this subject, in regard to which a more thorough examination would only supply additional facts of the same kind, and corroborate the same views by additional arguments, I thought it clearly to be my duty not to delay their communications for the sake of presenting them in a less imperfect form, or of fortifying obvious conclusions with cumulative evidence and argument. I proceed, therefore, to state the principal sources of information consulted, together with some of the facts learned and of the conclusions formed. Between the 28th of August and the 15th of November last, I met conventions of the Friends of Education in every county in the state except Suffolk. With the exception of 2 counties, these conventions were very fully attended, almost all the towns in the respective counties being represented. The character of the conventions for intelligence and moral worth has probably never been surpassed. Selfish and illaudable motives do not tempt men to abandon business and incur expense to attend distant meetings when no emolument is to be secured, nor offices apportioned. A desire to promote a philanthropic object, whose full beneficence will not be realized until its authors shall have left the stage, must have been the honorable impulse which assembled them together. Statements uncontradicted and unquestioned, publicly made at these conventions by gentlemen worthy of entire confidence, respecting facts alleged to be within their own personal knowledge, I have considered as worthy of full reliance. Some weeks before commencing this tour of exploration, I addressed to the school committee of every town a circular letter, specifying a number of topics upon which information was sought. A copy of that circular, together with the address of the Board of Education referred to therein, is appended to this report. Direct written answers have been received from nearly half the towns in the state, together containing more than half its population. This information I regard as of an authentic and official character. Having, fortunately for this purpose, been so situated as to form a personal acquaintance with very many of these gentlemen, who for the last 10 years have been members of one or the other branch of our state legislature, I determined to avail myself as far as practicable of this advantage to extend into details and render more minute and particular my information upon the great subject entrusted to me. I think it not unworthy to be mentioned that for this purpose I adopted a mode of traveling which made me perfect master of my own movements, and rendered it always convenient for me to stop and make inquiries, and to turn off my nearest course whenever valuable information was supposed to lie on either side of my direct route. In this way I have traveled between 500 and 600 miles, besides going to Dukes County and Nantucket. I have been able by this means to inspect the condition of many schoolhouses, and I have personally examined or obtained exact and specific information regarding the relative size, construction, and condition of about 800 of those buildings, and general information concerning at least 1,000 more. These, together with the school returns, which have been received this year from 294 out of the 305 towns in the Commonwealth, and such limited correspondence as I have been able to conduct, have been the principal sources of information consulted. It would be depriving many persons of a most honorable tribute to which they are completely entitled, and it would withhold from the friends of the sacred cause of education one of the highest satisfactions, did I omit to declare that neither at the conventions which have been held in the several counties, nor in my intercourse or correspondence with anyone, has there been infused into this cause the slightest ingredient of partisan politics. In regard to this great subject, all have reverted to their natural relations as fellow men, discarding strifes about objects which are temporary, for interests which are enduring. In a spirit of harmony and unity, having brought the facts of individual experience and observation into common stock, they have regarded them as a fund from which the wisest results were to be wrought out by the aid of common counsels. The object of the common school system of Massachusetts is to give to every child in the Commonwealth a free, straight, solid pathway by which he could walk directly up from the ignorance of an infant to a knowledge of the primary duties of a man, and would acquire a power and an invincible will to discharge them. Have our children such a way? Are they walking in it? Why do so many who enter it falter therein? Are there not many who miss it altogether? What can be done to reclaim them? What can be done to rescue faculties, powers, divine endowments, graciously designed for individual and social good, from being perverted to individual and social calamity? These are the questions of deep and intense interest which I have proposed to myself, and upon which I have sought for information and counsel. Our institutions for the education of our children depend for their success not more upon the perfection of their individual parts than upon their just adaptation and concurrent working. The cooperation of many different agents is essential to their prosperity. In examining the causes of failure, therefore, in a system so extensive and complex, not only ought its several parts to be scrutinized and their details mastered, but the relation and fitness of each wheel to the whole machinery should be scanned, because parts individually perfect may counterwork each other from maladjustment, and thus impair or even wholly destroy the desired results. I shall make no apology, therefore, for discarding all speculation and theory, and for descending at once to more useful, though perhaps less interesting, particulars, because nothing, however minute, can be unimportant which will ultimately affect the value of the product. I am bound here to make a preliminary remark, to be steadily kept in view as a qualification of this entire report. In pointing out errors in our system, that they may be rectified, I wish at the same time to aver my belief in the vast preponderance of its excellences over its defects. A specification of the latter, therefore, however extensive, is not to be understood as questioning the manifold superiority of the former. So, too, in adverting to non-performances of duty in any one class or body of men, or to adverse influences exerted by any other class, I disclaim all personal implication whatever, believing that the defects are mainly chargeable on the system rather than on the individual, and that, in some points at least, the errors of the system have been rectified by the fidelity of its administrators. There are 4 cardinal topics under which all considerations relating to our common schools naturally arrange themselves. First in order is the situation, construction, condition, and number of the schoolhouses. I mention the number of the schoolhouses under this head, because in populous places there is a temptation to build too few, and to compact too many scholars into one house, while towns sparsely populated are beset with the opposite temptation of making too minute a subdivision of their territory into districts, and thus, in attempting to accommodate all with a schoolhouse nearby, the accommodation itself is substantially destroyed. In many cases, this pursuit of the incident works a forfeiture of the principle. A schoolhouse is erected nearby, but it is at the expense of having a school in it so short as to be of but little value. Secondly, the manner, whether intelligent and faithful, or inadequate and neglectful, in which school committee men discharge their duties. Thirdly, the interest felt by the community in the education of all its children, and the position in which a certain portion of that community stand in relation to the free schools. Fourthly, the competency of teachers. First, when it is considered that more than 5/6 of all the children in the state spend a considerable portion of the most impressionable period of their lives in our schoolhouses, the general condition of those buildings, and their influences upon the young, stand forth at once as topics of prominence and magnitude. The construction of schoolhouses connects itself closely with the love of study, with proficiency, health, anatomical formation, and length of life. These are great interests, and therefore suggest great duties. It is believed that in some important particulars their structure can be improved without the slightest additional expense, and that in other respects a small advance in cost would be returned 1,000-fold in the improvement of those habits, tastes, and sentiments of our children, which are so soon to be developed into public manners, institutions, and laws, and to become unchangeable history. But this topic of schoolhouse architecture is too extensive for present examination. It is my intention, as early as practicable, to prepare a separate report, which shall comprise under one view and in some detail the essentials of an edifice devoted to the improvement of the whole life by improving its beginning. Secondly, school committee men, both prudential and superintending, occupy a controlling position in relation to our common schools. They are the administrators of the system, and in proportion to the fidelity and intelligence exercised by them, the system will flourish or decline. Although it is not always in the power of school committees to introduce into the schools devoted and accomplished teachers, Yet it is in their power, and it is a most responsible and solemn part of their duty, not to inflict upon the children of a whole district the calamity of an ignorant, ill-tempered, or profane teacher. It is no trivial arbitrament to decide whether a school shall be a blessing or a nuisance, and therefore the question of a teacher's fitness is not to be guessed at, but solemnly pondered. If the husbandman, by any effort of body or of mind, by toil or supplication, could foredoom and predestinate what sort of seasons should spread mildew and barrenness over his fields, and leave him empty granaries, or what should make his pastures luxuriant and heap his garners, he surely would not be content with conjecture, with superficial and scanty inquiry, or with hasty decisions. And yet, what the seasons are to the crops and fields of the farmer, the teacher is to the children of the school. Nay, more, he is season and cultivation also. No part, therefore, of the examination of applicants for schools is form. It is all substance. It is all pregnant with good or evil, because the certificate of the committee is a commission to the teacher, under which he may usurp a place to do but little good, where another would do much, or under which perhaps he may do great and remediless harm, without any admixture of good. The law of 1826 required school committees to obtain evidence of the good moral character of all instructors, and to ascertain by personal examination or otherwise their literary qualifications and capacity for the government of schools. In the revised statutes, the words "or otherwise" were intentionally omitted. Hence the duty of personal examination became in all cases imperative. So great, however, is the tax imposed by this requirement upon the time of the committees, that from the best information I have been able to obtain, I am led to believe that in a majority of instances the examination is either wholly omitted or is formal and superficial rather than intent and thorough. The engagement of a teacher by the Prudential Committee, subject to the approval of the Committee of the Town, is itself a step of great importance, because there are intrinsic objections to the use of the veto power by the latter, and it can never be exercised without reluctance and hazard. The Prudential Committee ought not, therefore, to be compelled to close a bargain at the first offer, but he should have opportunity for full inquiries, or at least for availing himself of such information as might come in his way during the season. The law fixes no time for the election of Prudential Committee men, when chosen by the districts. In some large districts, through which I passed late in the autumn, that officer had not been chosen for the current year. When chosen, he could have no opportunity for extended inquiry or discriminating selection, but would be almost compelled to employ the first person whom chance should throw in his way. Again, the law expressly requires every teacher to obtain from the school committee of the town a certificate of his qualifications before he opens the school. This implies that it is a violation of duty on the part of a teacher to open a school previously to obtaining such a certificate, and also on the part of the town committee to examine a teacher after he has opened his school for the purpose of giving him a retroactive certificate. Magistrates and officers might as well enter upon the discharge of their duties with the expectation of being qualified sometime before or after the close of their official term. The reason for this prohibition upon teachers and committees is unanswerable. After the teacher has intruded into the school without a certificate, other considerations besides fitness come in, and strenuously urge, if they do not morally compel, the committee to give him one. Just before a school begins, parents generally make arrangements for dispensing with the personal services of their children. Some take them away from regular and profitable employment. During the first few weeks of a school, the children never study with the same facility, nor are they able to make the same progress as afterwards. Even men cannot rally and apply their whole mental forces on the first day of commencing an unaccustomed work. It is a subject of universal regret with good teachers of short schools that as soon as the school has gathered impetus, it is arrested. A change of teachers, when a school has just opened, is in itself a great misfortune, because different persons have different regulations and different modes of administering them. In all schools, the harness of good order and discipline will chafe a little at first, and some time must elapse before it will sit easy. At the opening of a school, a teacher ought to learn the proficiency of his scholars for the purpose of arranging classes and as a basis of judicious advice in regard to advanced studies. In the course of 2 or 3 weeks, a teacher of any discernment will get an insight respecting the peculiar temperament and disposition of each scholar, and he will find avenues, or open them, by which a readier access can be had to his pupils' minds. A school will but partially develop its powers of advancement until teacher and pupils become acquainted, until the standing relations between them are established, and their minds are so mutually fitted into each other as to work without friction. Suppose, at this moment, when the school ought to be under strong headway, the teacher is presented to the committee for examination and approval, and in addition to such considerations as those above suggested, the prudential committee enforces the demand of a certificate with the plea that it is now too late in the season to obtain any better substitute. Now the painful alternative may be directly presented, either to approve an incompetent teacher, or to reject him and break up the school. 2 modes about equally efficient in ruining the school for that season. Between these evils, however, there is a choice, a badly kept school being worse than none. Yet the first is the branch of the alternative far more likely to be accepted, because the evil of breaking up the school is instant and impending, while that of its continuance, though greater, is remote. And it is a rule, lamentably prevalent in the actions of men, that when a less but immediate evil comes in competition with one far greater, but more remote, the former prevails. The malignity of the case is that it enlists all the good motives of the committee on the bad side. From facts which have come to my knowledge, I am constrained to believe that in 2/3 at least of the towns in the Commonwealth, this provision of the law is more or less departed from, and in the great majority of the cases where an examination is had, previous to the opening of the school, it takes place on the very eve of its commencement, when the evils above enumerated must partially ensue from a rejection of the candidate, and therefore undue motives in favor of granting a certificate must have a proportionate force. Another evasion, of much rarer occurrence, though of a far more mischievous tendency, is that the school is kept for the stipulated period, and then the prudential committee gives the teacher an order on the town treasurer, and the town treasurer pays the money without any certificate ever having been obtained or applied for. Indeed, the relation between the prudential and the town committee in regard to the employment of teachers contains in itself an element of variance or hostility, which is oftentimes developed into open rupture, and more often, perhaps, suppressed by injurious yielding and acquiescence on the part of the latter. So manifest is this tendency, and so unhappy its consequences, that very many judicious men maintain the expediency of vesting the whole power of employing teachers in the town committee. End of section 2. Section 3 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. First Annual Report, 1838, Part 3. Another duty of the Town Committee is that of directing what books shall be used in the schools. There is a public evil of great magnitude in the multiplicity and diversity of elementary books. They crowd the market and infest the schools. One would suppose there might be uniformity in the rudiments at least, yet the greatest variety prevails. Some books claim superiority because they make learning easy, and others because they make it difficult. All decry their predecessors, or profess to have discovered new and better modes of teaching. By a change of books, a child is often obliged to unlearn what he had laboriously acquired before. In many important particulars, the pronunciation, the orthography, and the syntax of our language changes according to the authority consulted. Truth and philosophy, in regard to teaching, assume so many shapes that common minds begin to doubt whether there be truth or philosophy under any. The advantages of cheapness, resulting from improvements in the art of printing, are intercepted from the public, to whom they rightfully belong, and divided among compilers. Over this, as an expensive public mischief, as a general discouragement to learning, and as a misfortune of the Commonwealth, town committees have no control. But it is still in their power, and it is an important and substantial part of their duty, as enjoined by law, to direct what books shall be used in the several schools in their respective towns. When the committee fail in directing what books shall be used, a way is opened for the introduction of books which are expressly prohibited by law, as calculated to favor the tenets of particular sects of Christians. Under such omission also, the schoolhouse may cease to be neutral ground between those different portions of society, now so vehemently contending against each other on a variety of questions of social and national duty. Instances of both kinds have occurred, and were, under such circumstances, to be expected, because it is in the nature of extreme views to make all other truths bow down before the idolized truth. But the liability and the temptation should be cut off. Would the disciples of hostile doctrines look forward and foresee to what results a breach of the truce in regard to the schoolroom must infallibly lead, it seems scarcely credible that each should not agree in good faith to refrain from every attempt to preoccupy the minds of school children with his side of vexed and complicated questions, whether of state or of theology, and that all should not concur in regard to an evil so self-propagating and ruinous in enforcing measures which would bar out the possibility of its occurrence. The only reason urged by school committees for a non-compliance with the provision of law in relation to selecting books is that parents object to the expense of purchasing so many new books as would give uniform sets to the school. Hence the evil is endured with a self-perpetuating power, because as it increases, the obstacle to its removal increases also. Where a diversity of books prevails in a school, there will necessarily be unfitness and maladjustment in the classification of scholars. Those who ought to recite together are separated by a difference of books. If 8 or 10 scholars in geography, for instance, have 8 or 10 different books, as has sometimes happened, instead of one recitation for all, there must be 8 or 10 recitations. Thus the teacher's time is crumbled into dust and dissipated. Put a question to a class of 10 scholars, and wait a moment for each one to prepare an answer in his own mind, and then name the one to give the answer. And there are 10 mental operations going on simultaneously, and each one of the 10 scholars will profit more by this social recitation than he would by a solitary one of the same length. But if there must be 10 recitations instead of one, the teacher is, as it were, divided by 10, and reduced to the 10th part of a teacher. 9/10 of his usefulness is destroyed. The same would be true in regard to most other studies. This irretrievable loss is incurred merely because parents will not agree to procure the best books. It would seem beforehand that no duty of school committees could be more acceptable to parents than that of enforcing a uniformity of books in all the schools of a town. Every school where there are no regulations upon this subject holds out a standing invitation to every book peddler and speculator to foist in his books, which may be new, or they be books whose sheets may have been printed for years, but garnished with a new title page bearing a recent date. The diversity may be aggravated through the intervention of the teacher, who often desires to introduce the books from which he himself learned or has been accustomed to teach. But if the books are prescribed, all applications for a change must be made directly to the committee, and imposition becomes impracticable, or at least the chances of it are very much reduced. While the diversity continues, each succeeding teacher will urge the children to procure his favorite books. The children will importune their parents, and enough of them will prevail to perpetuate the mischief. There cannot be a doubt that the aggregate expense of books for any given number of years will be much greater in towns where the committee are thwarted by the parents in the discharge of this duty than in towns where it is duly performed. In this, as in any other operation or business whatever, the absence of system and prearrangement doubles the cost and halves the profits. Families can rarely remove from one town to another, and very often they cannot even from one district to another in the same town, without incurring the expense of a new set of books for their children. This bears in every respect most hardly upon the poor. Notwithstanding the manifest advantages of a performance of this branch of duty, and the grievous mischiefs resulting from its neglect, it is neglected in about 100 towns, or 1/3 part of the towns in the Commonwealth. The law further provides that in case any scholar shall not be furnished by his parent, master, or guardian with the requisite books, he shall be supplied therewith at the expense of the town. Few things seem more preposterous than to send children to school or to keep them there for the purpose of not studying. 6 children stationed in different parts of a school, with nothing to do for want of books, will soon enlist 3 times their number in the same service. In not less than 40 towns is this duty wholly omitted. Children attend school surrounded by temptations to mischief, and without any means of occupation. An inquiry into the regulation and discipline of the schools is another of the duties enjoined upon the town committee. And so important is this duty in the judgment of the law, that its performance is commanded not only at the opening and close of the schools, but at each of the monthly visitations. Under this head many points are embraced, vital to the cause of common school education. I will give but a single example. The regulation of a school comprises the means of ensuring as much punctuality and regularity as possible in the attendance of all the children in the district. Absences and tardiness are great obstructions to progress. The punctual are injured by them hardly less than the delinquent. In some towns, the excellent practice of keeping daily registers by the teachers, to be exhibited to the committee at each visitation, of holding the scholars to a strict account for all absences, and of discouraging desertion from the school by all other practicable means, has obviated almost all delinquencies of this kind. In other towns, where the attendance upon school is prompted by no motive, nor enforced by any salutary regulation, habits of idleness and truantship in the present children are laying the foundations of vagrancy, poverty, and vice in the future men. In connection with this topic of the regulation of a school, as one of the means of securing punctuality in the attendance of scholars, it is material to advert to another provision of the law, which makes it the joint and several duty of school committees, resident ministers of the gospel, and select men, in their several towns, to exert their influence and use their best endeavors, that the youth of their towns shall regularly attend the schools established for their instruction. The success attendant upon the exertions of these officers to secure a regular attendance upon schools will appear by the following statement. The whole number of children in the 294 towns which have made returns, who are between 4 and 16 years of age, is 177,053. If from this number we deduct 12,000 as the number of children who attend private schools and academies and do not attend the public schools at all, there will remain 165,053. The whole number of scholars of all ages attending school in winter, 141,837. The whole number of scholars of all ages attending school in the summer, 122,889. The average attendance in winter is 111,520. The average attendance in summer is 94,956. So that the average attendance in winter of children of all ages falls below the whole number of children in the state between 4 and 16 years of age who depend wholly upon the common schools by 53,533. And in summer, it falls below that number 70,097. That is, a portion of the children dependent wholly upon the common schools absent themselves from the winter school, either permanently or occasionally, equal to a permanent absence of about 1/3 of their whole number, and a portion absent themselves from the summer schools, either permanently or occasionally, equal to a permanent absence of considerably more than 2/5 of their whole number. The average length of all the schools in the 294 towns heard from is 6 months and 25 days each, for the whole year. Were the winter and summer terms equal in length, this average would give 3 months and 12 days and a half to each. But on account of the voluntary absences from school, the winter term is reduced to the scholars on an average to about 2 months and 1 week, and the summer term to 2 months and an inconsiderable fraction, or taking both winter and summer terms to about 4 months and 1 week in a year. And so much as some scholars dependent upon the common school actually attend school more, just so much do others actually attend less. Were it certain that the number 177,053 was not an overestimate of the children between 4 and 16 years of age, and did the returns embrace all the children of all ages attending in all the public schools, it would appear that 42,164 children, wholly dependent upon the common schools, have not in the past year attended school at all in the summer, and 23,216 neither in summer nor winter. There is some reason to believe that from omissions in the returns, and perhaps from other causes, the total of the children of all ages attending all the schools is rather too low. After making every possible allowance, however, the returns exhibit frightful evidence of the number of children who either do not go to school at all, or go so little as not to be reckoned among the scholars. In this state, where the traditional habits and usages of the people exact some term of apprenticeship for all arts, except for the most difficult of all, the art of teaching, an intelligent and assiduous committee can do much by way of counsel and sympathy to encourage teachers, if not to capacitate them for the discharge of their delicate and arduous work. No person fitted by nature even for a temporary guardianship of the young, if not specially taught and skilled for his office, can remain in school a single week without a deep consciousness of incapacity for interesting, guiding, and elevating the beings entrusted to his tutelage. In this condition of things, the committee are his only resource, and if they also are incompetent to counsel and enlighten, Accident and darkness must preside over the education of our youth. Another important duty enjoined upon school committees is the visitation of the schools. Such visitations may be a moral incitement to the scholars of great efficacy. Advice, encouragement, affectionate persuasion, coming from such of their townsmen as the children have been accustomed to regard with respect or veneration, will sink deep and remain long in their hearts. Wise counsel from acknowledged superiors makes a deep impress. It comes with the momentum of a heavy body falling from a great height. The same counsel, if the same could be had, from men whom the children hold in no respect or esteem, might be remembered only to be ridiculed. The visitations of the committee break in upon the monotony of the school. They spur the slothful and reward the emulous and aspiring. To suppose that the children in a school will ever feel a keen, impulsive interest in learning, while their parents and neighbors are disregarded of it, is to suppose the children to be wiser than the men. The stimulus of acting under the public eye, though an inferior motive, is still an allowable one amongst adults. To the mind of the sworn officer, is it not more pleasant than his oath? Do not much of the uprightness and thoroughness brought to the discharge of public duties depend upon their being performed under public inspection? And why, in regard to children, may we not avail ourselves of this innate sentiment as an auxiliary in the attainment of knowledge, always holding it subordinate to the supreme sentiment of duty? I have heard hundreds of teachers with one voice attest to its utility. Such visitations by the committee are not less useful to teachers than to pupils. While all due respect should be accorded to teachers, and certainly no class in the community are more deserving both of emolument and of social consideration than they, yet as our school system is now administered, we are not authorized to anticipate any more fidelity and strenuousness in the fulfillment of duty from them than from the same number of persons engaged in any reputable employment. This state employs annually in the common schools more than 3,000 teachers, at an expense of more than $465,000 raised by direct taxation. But they have not 1,000th part of the supervision which watches the same number of persons having the care of cattle or spindles, or of the retail of shop goods. Who would retain his reputation, not for prudence but for sanity, if he employed men on his farm, or in his factory, or clerks in his counting room, month after month, without oversight and even without inquiry? In regard to what other service are we so indifferent, where the remuneration swells to such an aggregate? Being deeply impressed with these views, I inserted in the circular an interrogatory upon this subject, and wherever I have been I have made constant inquiries whether this duty of visitation were performed agreeably to law. I have heard from nearly all the towns in the state. The result is that not in more than 50 or 60 towns out of the 305 has there been any pretense of a compliance with the law, and in regard to some of these towns, after a reference to the requisitions of the statute, the allegation of a compliance has been withdrawn as having been made in ignorance of the extent of its provisions. It would be unjust to attribute the omission even of this important duty to any peculiar deadness or dormancy on the part of committees towards the great interest of our common schools. No body of men in the community have performed services for the public at all comparable to theirs for so little of the common inducements of honor and emolument. In not more than about 1/5 part of the towns do the committee receive either compensation or reimbursement for devoting from 6 to 60 days of time to the duties of their office, and for incurring expenses of horse and carriage hire amounting to $10 or $20 and sometimes even to $30 per annum. Where anything is given, it rarely exceeds a quarter of the lowest wages of day labor. The towns paying most liberally, I believe, are Falmouth and Sandwich in the county of Barnstable, where $1 a day and 6 pence a mile for travel are given. In a very few other towns, the compensation is fixed at 75 cents for each visit, understood to occupy a full half day. In a few more, 50 cents a visit is paid. But in most other cases, it is a small fixed sum to be given to the chairman or the secretary of the committee, or to be divided between the members of the board, as in Lincoln, $10 to the chairman, in Haverhill and Hingham, $10 to the clerk or secretary, in East Hampton, $8 for the whole board, in Cummington and Wareham, $5 for each member, in Franklin, $3 for each, in Williamsburg, once, $9 for all, and so forth. To the inquiry, whether paid or not, the letter of the answer in some cases, and in many others the spirit of it, has been neither paid nor thanked. In many cases, where gentlemen have served gratuitously in the office for several years, and have then presented a bill for expenses merely, they have been dropped from the board for the ensuing year. In others, where, after having served for years in succession and having been re-elected, they have offered to accept on condition of receiving half as much as was allowed for working upon the highways as a means of defraying their expenses, the offer has been rejected by a vote of the town, and the vacancy more cheaply filled. Neither does there seem to be any social consideration attached to the station. While the office of selectman and of representative to the general court is often an object of avidity, the more useful, responsible, and intrinsically honorable office of school committee man is shunned as thankless and burdensome. It is not to be disguised that in many places it encounters opposition and reproach just in proportion to the fidelity with which its obligations are observed. In many of the principal towns in the Commonwealth, committee men have been chosen year after year by not more than 10 or 20 votes, and upon their declining, the vacancies have been filled by as small a number. In one town containing 300 voters, they were once chosen by 3 votes. In many places it is strikingly observable that persons desirous of certain other offices are especially wary of this. In others, again, it has been necessary to resort to the expedient of electing persons not present at the meeting in order that the office might be nominally filled. Other towns, again, have chosen them in order to avoid the penalty of the law and to obtain their distributive share of the school fund, with an express understanding that they should discharge none of their duties except making their return to the Secretary of State. Dormancy and deadness, therefore, in regard to this plastic institution, now molding and fashioning the beings upon whom all the interests of society are so soon to devolve, seem chargeable upon the people, who not only deny all remuneration for the loss of time, and even all reimbursement for expenses incurred, but many of whom thwart and baffle the due administration of the office, and render the duties they impose onerous and unwelcome. Hence it often happens that the citizens best qualified for the station decline its acceptance, or, having accepted it, they abridge its labors and thereby curtail its usefulness. Clergymen allege that their relation to the schools has been modified by recent legislation. Their parishes were once territorial, now they are poll, and thus the special relation they once sustained to all the schools within their territory is dissolved. Once they owed a special debt to society for their immunity from taxation. Now that obligation is cancelled. From this or some other cause, it has happened that a public school, kept the whole 12 months, in a place where several clergymen were constantly resident, has never been visited by any of them for a succession of years. Public men and professional men decline the service on account of their various engagements. The industrious aver that time is money, thus alleging a maxim designed only to enforce a lower duty as a justification for disregarding a higher, and forgetting that it is no more true that time is money than it is that time is knowledge or wisdom or virtue, because it may be converted into the latter as easily and certainly as into the former. But I repeat, the fault is in the system more than in the individuals. At every convention I have attended, from every intelligent individual with whom I have conversed, no opinion has been so universal and emphatic as that our institution of common schools will continue to languish and cannot be revived until wise boards of school committee men shall themselves be a living exposition of the law, and shall make all its provisions in regard to the examination of teachers, the selection and supply of books, the visitation and the regulation and discipline of the schools, and the habits and proficiency of the scholars, as legible in their actions as on the pages of the statute book. The law exacts a performance of duty from other municipal officers under the sanction of a penalty, because, as they receive something by way of fee or per diem allowance, they may well be held amenable for any official delinquency. But the trainers of the law prescribing the duties of committee men must have felt the flagrant injustice of denouncing any penalty for derelictions when the demands upon their time and money were so ample and their requital nothing. Hence, an entire abandonment of duty involves no forfeiture and subjects to no animadversion. Such abandonment has occurred and been tolerated and acquiesced in, if not demanded, by public sentiment. At one convention it was stated openly and without contradiction by a gentleman of high respectability, in the presence of his colleagues and others, who must have known the case, that in his town, containing about 40 school districts, the school committee, for 8 or more successive years, had never examined a teacher nor visited a school. During this long intermission of duty, the children in the public schools passed through 2/3 of the whole of their school-going life. Many other cases have come to my knowledge calculated to excite the deepest alarm in every mind which sees the character of the next generation of men foreshadowed and prophesied in the direction which is given to the children of this. I feel it my duty, therefore, to submit to the Board of Education the expediency of recommending to the General Court the appropriation of some portion of the income of the school fund, when divided among the towns, as a compensation to the school committees for the discharge of duties so laborious and influential. Were this done, there would then be justice and propriety, certainly in cases of gross delinquency, in subjecting them to legal animadversion or withholding from their respective towns their share of the annual apportionment. This course would relieve the towns from the burden of taxing themselves to pay the committee. The single fact of being obliged to render a written account to the town of their services at the end of each year would prompt to punctuality and fidelity, and create another impulse to duty. It may be said that in some towns the money would be paid without much valuable consideration in services rendered, but this, it is believed, would happen in but few cases, even at first, and would not be lastingly true anywhere. Such a provision might require some slight modification in the constitution of the Board of Town Committees. Indeed, is it not worthy of consideration whether some plan may not be adopted in distributing the income of the school fund, which would assist towns or districts in purchasing apparatus or school libraries, or in doing some other thing for the benefit of the schools, which they cannot conveniently or will not ordinarily do without such assistance. The fund would then be a stimulant instead of an opiate. Could the complement of service be secured from committees as well without compensation as with it, undoubtedly such unbought efforts would infuse into the system a quicker life and a higher energy, because work is always better done, just in proportion as it is done from a higher motive. But in this case I am satisfied that the only alternative presented us is between a groping and dilatory performance on the one hand, and such faithful, though not wholly disinterested efforts on the other as may be commanded for a moderate requital. It is obvious that neglectful school committees, incompetent teachers, and an indifferent public may go on degrading each other until the noble system of free schools shall be abandoned by a people so self-abased as to be unconscious of their abasement. End of Section 3. Section 4 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. First Annual Report, 1838, Part 4. Thirdly, another topic, in some respects kindred to the last, is the apathy of the people themselves towards our common schools. The wide usefulness of which this institution is capable is shorn away on both sides by two causes diametrically opposite. On one side, there is a portion of the community who do not attach sufficient value to the system to do the things necessary to its healthful and energetic working. They may say excellent things about it, they may have a conviction of its general utility, but they do not understand that the wisest conversation, not embodied in action, that convictions too gentle and quiet to coerce performance, are little better than worthless. The prosperity of the system always requires some labor. It requires a conciliatory disposition, and oftentimes a little sacrifice of personal preferences. A disagreement about the location of a schoolhouse, for instance, may occasion the division of a district, and thus inflict permanent impotency on each of its parts. In such cases, a spirit of forbearance and compromise, averting the evil, would double the common fund of knowledge for every child in the territory. Except in those cases where it is made necessary by the number of the scholars, the dismemberment of a district, though it may leave the body, drains out its life-blood. So, through remissness or ignorance on the part of parent and teacher, the minds of children may never be awakened to a consciousness of having within themselves blessed treasures of innate and noble faculties, far richer than any outward possessions can be. They may never be supplied with any foretaste of the enduring satisfactions of knowledge, and hence they may attend school for the allotted period, merely as so many male and female automata between 4 and 16 years of age. As the progenitor of the human race, after being perfectly fashioned in every limb and organ and feature, might have lain till this time a motionless body in the midst of the beautiful Garden of Eden, had not the Creator breathed into him a living soul, so children, without some favoring influences to woo out and cheer their faculties, may remain mere inanimate forms, while surrounded by the paradise of knowledge. It is generally believed that there is an increasing class of people amongst us who are losing sight of the necessity of securing ample opportunities for the education of their children. And thus, on one side, the institution of common schools is losing its natural support, if it be not incurring actual opposition. Opposite to this class, who tolerate from apathy a depression in the common schools, there is another class, who affix so high a value upon the culture of their children, and understand so well the necessity of a skillful preparation of means for its bestowment, that they turn away from the common schools in their depressed state, and seek elsewhere the helps of a more enlarged and thorough education. Thus the standard, in descending to a point corresponding with the views and wants of one portion of society, falls below the demands and the regards of another. Out of different feelings grow different plans, and while one remains fully content with the common school, the other builds up the private school or the academy. The education fund is thus divided into two parts. Neither of the halves does a quarter of the good which might be accomplished by a union of the whole. One party pays an adequate price, but has a poor school. The other has a good school, but at more than fourfold cost. Were their funds and their interest combined, the poorer school might be as good as the best, and the dearest almost as low as the cheapest. This last mentioned class embraces a considerable portion, perhaps a majority, of the wealthy persons in the state, but it also includes another portion, numerically much greater, who, whether rich or poor, have a true perception of the sources of their children's individual and domestic well-being, and who consider the common necessaries of their life, their food and fuel and clothes, and all their bodily comforts, as superfluities compared with the paramount necessity of a proper mental and moral culture of their offspring. The maintenance of free schools rests wholly upon the social principle. It is emphatically a case where men individually powerless are collectively strong. The population of Massachusetts being more than 80 to the square mile gives it the power of maintaining common schools. Take the whole range of the western and southwestern states, and their population probably does not exceed a dozen or 15 to the square mile. Hence, except in favorable localities, common schools are impossible, as the population upon a territory of convenient size for a district is too small to sustain a school. Here, nothing is easier. But by dividing our funds, we cast away our natural advantages. We voluntarily reduce ourselves to the feebleness of a state having but half our density of population. It is generally supposed that this severance of interests, and consequent diminution of power, have increased much of late, and are now increasing in an accelerated ratio. This is probable, for it is a self-aggravating evil. Its origin and progress are simple and uniform. Some few persons in a village or town, finding the advantages of the common school inadequate to their wants, unite to establish a private one. They transfer their children from the former to the latter. The heart goes with the treasure. The common school ceases to be visited by those whose children are in the private. Such parents decline serving as committee men. They have now no personal motive to vote for or advocate any increase of the town's annual appropriation for schools, to say nothing of the temptation to discourage such increase in indirect ways, or even to vote directly against it. If by this means some of the best scholars happen to be taken from the common school, the standard of that school is lowered. The lower classes in a school have no abstract standard of excellence, and seldom aim at higher attainments than such as they daily witness. All children, like all men, rise easily to the common level. There the mass stop. Strong minds only ascend higher. But raise the standard, and by a spontaneous movement the mass will rise again and reach it. Hence the removal of the most forward scholars from a school is not a small misfortune. Again, the teacher of the common school rarely visits or associates, except where the scholars of his own school are the origin of the acquaintance and the bond of attachment. All this inevitably depresses and degrades the common school. In this depressed and degraded state, another portion of the parents find it, in fitness and adequacy, inferior to their wants, and as there is now a private school in the neighborhood, the strength of the inducement and the facility of the transfer overbalance the objection of increased expense, and the doors of the common school close at once upon their children, and upon their interest in its welfare. Thus another blow is dealt. Then others escape. Action and reaction alternate, until the common school is left to the management of those who have not the desire or the power either to improve it or to command a better. Under this silent but rapid corrosion, it recently happened in one of the most flourishing towns of the state, having a population of more than 3,000 persons, that the principal district school actually ran down and was not kept for 2 years. I have been repeatedly assured, where every bias of my informants would lead them to extenuate and not to magnify the facts, that in populous villages and central districts, where there is naturally a concentration of wealth and intelligence, and a juster appreciation of the blessings of a good education, and where, therefore, the common school ought to be the best in the town, it was the poorest. Believing that this subject bears very nearly the same relation to the healthfulness of our republican institutions that air does to animal life, I must solicit for it, in some detail, the consideration of the Board. Our law enacts that every town containing 500 families, or householders, taken here to be equivalent to 3,000 inhabitants, or 6 persons to a family on an average, shall maintain a school, to be kept by a master of competent ability and good morals, for the benefit of all the inhabitants of the town, 10 months at least, exclusive of vacations, in each year, who, in addition to the branches of learning to be taught in the district schools, shall give instruction in the history of the United States, bookkeeping, surveying, geometry, and algebra, and in towns of 4,000 inhabitants, the master of such school shall be competent to instruct in the Latin and Greek languages, and general history, rhetoric, and logic. In this Commonwealth there are 43 towns, exclusive of the city of Boston, coming within the provisions above recited. I leave this city out of the computation, because the considerations appertaining to it in connection with this subject are peculiar to itself. I need only mention that common schools in Boston, valuable as they are, bear no proportion to the whole means of education and improvement which they do in the country. These 43 towns contain an aggregate of about 2/5 of all the population of the state, exclusive of the metropolis. Of these 43 towns, only 14 maintain those schools for the benefit of all the inhabitants of the town, which the law requires. The other 29 towns, in which this provision of the law is wholly disregarded, contain a very large fraction, over 1/5 part of the whole population of the state out of Boston. These 29 delinquent towns, if we leave out the 3 cities of Boston, Lowell, and Salem, stand in the very front rank of wealth and population. They contain 33,566 persons between the ages of 4 and 16 years. And while the 294 towns heard from raise by taxes for the support of common schools a sum equal to $2.81 for each of the 165,053 persons supposed to be wholly dependent upon the common schools, these 29 rich and populous towns raise but $2.21 for each of the 33,566 children they contain between the ages of 4 and 16 years. And so much as these wealthy towns fall short of their contributive share of the $2.81, so much must the other towns overrun theirs. In these 29 towns which do not keep the town school required by law, the sum of $47,776 is expended on private schools and academies, while only $74,313 is expended for the support of public schools. The average expense for tuition of all those attending private schools and academies, inclusive of those small and short private schools which are kept in the districts between the winter and summer terms, and which comprise probably more than 1/2 of the scholars attending the whole number, is more than 4-fold the average expense of those attending the public schools. In the above computation, respecting towns obliged by law to maintain a school for the benefit of all the inhabitants, I have included in the class observant of the law one town where no such school is yet established, but preparations only are making to open one the ensuing season, and 2 other towns where, though such schools exist, yet their accommodations for room and their provisions for instruction are so limited as to render the adoption of arbitrary rules absolutely indispensable for the exclusion of many children desirous of attending them. The results would have been far more incriminating had I not adopted this most exculpatory construction. The refusal of the town to maintain the free town school drives a portion of its inhabitants to establish the private school or academy. When established, these institutions tend strongly to diminish the annual appropriations of the town. They draw their ablest recruits from the common schools, and by being able to offer higher compensation, they have a preemptive right to the best qualified teachers, while simultaneously the district schools are reduced in length, deteriorated in quality, and to some extent bereft of talents competent for instruction. Some objections are urged on both sides to a restitution of our system to its original design, but as they are antisocial in their nature, they must be dissipated by a more enlarged view of the subject. Citizens living remote from the place where the town school would probably be kept allege the difference in the distances of residence and the consequent inequality of advantages derivable from it as arguments against its maintenance. They therefore resist its establishment, and thus extinguish all chances of a better education for a vast majority of the children in the town, whatever may be their talents or genius. They debar some, perhaps their own offspring, from the means of reaching a higher sphere of usefulness and honor. They forbid their taking the first steps, which are as necessary as the last, in the ascension to excellence. They surrender every vantage ground to those who can and will, in any event, command the means of a higher education for their children. Because the balance of advantages cannot be mathematically adjusted, as in the nature of things it cannot be, they cast their own shares into the adverse scale, as though it were some compensation, when there is not an absolute equality, to make the inequality absolute. The cost of education is nothing to the rich, while the means of it are everything to the poor. Even if the argument against the town school, thus broadly stated, had validity, its force is essentially impaired by the consideration that this class of schools need not be confined to one fixed place, as the statute expressly provides that they may be kept alternately at such places in the town as the inhabitants at their annual meeting shall determine. On the other hand, the patrons of the private school plead the moral necessity of sustaining it, because they say some of the children in the public school are so addicted to profanity or obscenity, so prone to trickishness, or to vulgar and mischievous habits, as to render a removal of their own children from such contaminating influences an obligatory precaution. But would such objectors bestow that guardian care, their parental watchfulness, upon the common schools, which an institution so wide and deep-reaching in its influences demands of all intelligent men? Might not these repellent causes be mainly abolished? Reforms ought to be originated and carried forward by the most intelligent portion of society, by those who can see the most links in the chain of causes and effects, and that intelligence is false to its high trust, which stands aloof from the labor of enlightening the ignorant and ameliorating the condition of the unfortunate. And what a vision must arise before the minds of all men endued with the least glimmer of foresight, in the reflection that after a few swift years, those children whose welfare they now discard and whose association they deprecate will constitute more than 5/6 of the whole body of their community, of which their own children will be only a feeble minority, vulnerable at every point, and utterly incapable of finding a hiding place for any earthly treasure, where the witness, the juror, and the voter cannot reach and annihilate it. The theory of our laws and institutions undoubtedly is, first, that in every district of every town in the Commonwealth there should be a free district school, sufficiently safe and sufficiently good for all the children within its territory, where they may be well instructed in the rudiments of knowledge, formed to propriety of demeanor, and imbued with the principles of duty. And secondly, in regard to every town having such an increased population as implies the possession of sufficient wealth, that there should be a school of an advanced character, offering an equal welcome to each one of the same children whom a peculiar destination or an impelling spirit of genius shall send to its open doors, especially to the children of the poor, who cannot incur the expenses of a residence away from home in order to attend such a school. It is on this common platform that a general acquaintanceship should be formed between the children of the same neighborhood. It is here that the affinities of a common nature should unite them together, so as to give the advantages of preoccupancy and a stable possession to fraternal feelings against the alienating competitions of subsequent life. After the state shall have secured to all its children that basis of knowledge and morality which is indispensable to its own security, after it shall have supplied them with the instruments of that individual prosperity, whose aggregate will constitute its own social prosperity, then they may be emancipated from its tutelage, each one to go whithersoever his well-instructed mind shall determine. At this point, seminaries for higher learning, academies and universities should stand ready to receive at private cost all whose path to any ultimate destination may lie through their halls. Subject, of course, to many exceptions, all, however, inconsiderable compared with the generality of the rule, this is the paternal and comprehensive theory of our institutions. And is it possible that a practical contradiction of this theory can be wise until another shall be devised offering some chances at least of equally valuable results? Amongst any people sufficiently advanced in intelligence to perceive that hereditary opinions on religious subjects are not always coincident with truth, it cannot be overlooked that the tendency of the private school system is to assimilate our modes of education to those of England, where churchmen and dissenters, each sect according to its own creed, maintain separate schools, in which children are taught from their tenderest years to wield the sword of polemics with fatal dexterity, and where the gospel, instead of being a temple of peace, is converted into an armory of deadly weapons for social interminable warfare. Of such disastrous consequences there is but one remedy and one preventive. It is the elevation of the common schools. Until that is accomplished, for which, however, they ought to cooperate, those who are able not only will, but they are bound by the highest obligations to provide surer and better means for the education of their children. It ought not to be omitted that it is urged in defense of the private school system that it is preparing a class of better teachers for the common schools than they could otherwise obtain. Suppose, however, that the common schools were what they should be, could they not prepare the teachers as well? I trust I shall not be deemed to have given an undue importance to the different interests involved in this topic, when it is considered that more than 5/6 of the children in the state are dependent upon the common schools for instruction, and would have no substitute if they became valueless, while less than 1/6 are educated in the private schools and academies, and these would be educated even if the common schools were abolished. To hold 1/6 of the children to be equal to 5/6 I should deem to be as great an error in morals as it would be in arithmetic. The number of scholars attending private schools and academies, if we allow 4,000 for Boston, which omitted to make any return respecting that fact the present year, but which returned 4,000 as the number last year, is 27,266, and the aggregate paid for their tuition $328,026.75, while the sum raised by taxation for all the children in the state is only $465,228.04. End of section 4. Section 5 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann, First Annual Report, 1838, Part 5. Fourthly, another component element in the prosperity of schools is the competency of teachers. Teaching is the most difficult of all arts, and the profoundest of all sciences. In its absolute perfection, it would involve a complete knowledge of the whole being to be taught, and of the precise manner in which every possible application would affect it. That is, a complete knowledge of all the powers and capacities of the individual, with their exact proportions and relations to each other, and a knowledge how, at any hour or moment, to select and apply from a universe of means the one then exactly opposite to its ever-changing condition. But in a far more limited and practical sense, it involves a knowledge of the principal laws of physical, mental, and moral growth, and of the tendency of means not more to immediate than to remote results. Hence, to value schools by length instead of quality is a matchless absurdity. Arithmetic, grammar, and the other rudiments, as they are called, comprise but a small part of the teachings in a school. The rudiments of feeling are taught not less than the rudiments of thinking. The sentiments and passions get more lessons than the intellect. Though their open recitations may be less, their secret rehearsals are more. And even in training the intellect, much of its chance of arriving in after life at what we call sound judgment or common sense, much of its power of perceiving ideas as distinctly as though they were colored diagrams, depends upon the tact and philosophic sagacity of the teacher. He has a far deeper duty to perform than to correct the erroneous results of intellectual processes. The error, in the individual case, is of little consequence. It is the false projecting power in the mind, the power which sends out the error, that is to be discovered and rectified. Otherwise the error will be repeated as often as opportunities recur. It is no part of a teacher's vocation to spend day after day in moving the hands on the dial plate backwards and forwards in order to adjust them to the true time. But he is to adjust the machinery and the regulator so that they may indicate the true time, so that they may be a standard and measure for other things, instead of needing other things as a standard and measure for them. Yet how can a teacher do this if he be alike ignorant of the mechanism and the propelling power of the machinery he superintends? The law lays its weighty injunctions upon teachers in the following solemn and impressive language: "It shall be the duty of all instructors of youth to exert their best endeavors to impress on the minds of children and youth committed to their care and instruction the principles of piety, justice, and a sacred regard to truth, love to their country, humanity, and universal benevolence, sobriety, industry, and frugality, chastity, moderation, and temperance, and those other virtues which are the ornament of human society, and the basis upon which a republican constitution is founded. And it shall be the duty of such instructors to endeavor to lead their pupils, as their ages and capacities will admit, into a clear understanding of the tendency of the above-mentioned virtues to preserve and perfect a republican constitution, and secure the blessings of liberty, as well as to promote their future happiness, and also to point out to them the evil tendency of the opposite vices. Is it not worthy of the most solemn deliberation, whether under our present system, or rather our present want of system, in regard to the qualifications and appointment of teachers, we are in any way realizing to a reasonable and practicable extent a fulfillment of the elevated purposes contemplated by the law? And will not an impartial posterity inquire what measures had been adopted by the lawgiver to ensure the execution of the duties which he had himself so earnestly and solemnly enjoined? Wherever the discharge of my duties has led me through the state, and with whatever intelligent men I have conversed, the conviction has been expressed with entire unanimity that there is an extensive want of competent teachers for the common schools. This opinion casts no reproach upon that most worthy class of persons engaged in the sacred cause of education, and I should be unjust to those whose views I am here reporting, should I state the fact more distinctly than the qualification. The teachers are as good as public opinion has demanded. Their attainments have corresponded with their opportunities. and the supply has answered the demand as well in quality as in number. Yet in numerous instances, school committees have alleged, in justification of their approval of incompetent persons, the utter impossibility of obtaining better for the compensation offered. It was stated publicly by a member of the school committee of a town containing 30 or more school districts that 1/2 at least of the teachers approved by them would be rejected, only that it would be in vain to expect better teachers for the present remuneration. And without a change in prices, is it reasonable to expect a change in competency, while talent is invited through so many other avenues to emolument and distinction? From the abstract of the school returns of this Commonwealth, which I have this day submitted to the Board, including Boston, Salem, Lowell, Charlestown, and other towns, with their liberal salaries, it appears that the average wages per month paid to male teachers throughout the state, inclusive of board, is $25.44, and to female teachers, $11.38. Considering that many more than half of the whole number of teachers are employed in counties bordering on the sea, it is supposed that $2.50 a week for males and $1.50 a week for females would be a very low estimate of the average price of their board, respectively, throughout the state. In the country, there would not be this difference between males and females, but in the populous towns and cities it would probably be greater. That of females is purposely put rather low, because there were several towns where it was not included by the returns in the wages. On this basis of computation, the average wages of male teachers throughout the state is $15.44 a month, exclusive of board, or at the rate of $185.28 by the year, and the average wages of female teachers, exclusive of board, is $5.38 a month, or at the rate of $64.56 by the year. In regard to moral instruction, the condition of our public schools presents a singular, and to some extent at least an alarming phenomenon. To prevent the school from being converted into an engine of religious proselytism, to debar successive teachers in the same school from successively inculcating hostile religious creeds, until the children, in their simple-mindedness, should be alienated not only from creeds but from religion itself, the statute of 1826 specifically provided that no school books should be used in any of the public schools calculated to favor any particular religious sect or tenet. The language of the revised statutes is slightly altered, but the sense remains the same. Probably no one would desire a repeal of this law, while the danger impends which it was designed to repel. The consequence of the enactment, however, has been that among the vast libraries of books expository of the doctrines of revealed religion, none have been found free from that advocacy of particular tenets or sects, which includes them within the scope of the legal prohibition, or at least no such books have been approved by committees and introduced into the schools. Independently, therefore, of the immeasurable importance of moral teaching, in itself considered, this entire exclusion of religious teaching, though justifiable under the circumstances, enhances and magnifies 1,000-fold the indispensableness of moral instruction and training. Entirely to discard the inculcation of the great doctrines of morality and of natural theology has a vehement tendency to drive mankind into opposite extremes, to make them devotees on one side or profligates on the other, each about equally regardless of the true constituents of human welfare. Against a tendency to these fatal extremes, the beautiful and sublime truths of ethics and of natural religion have a poising power. Hence it will be learnt with sorrow that of the multiplicity of books used in our schools, only 3 have this object in view, and these 3 are used in only 6 of the 2,918 schools from which returns have been received. I have adverted to this topic in this connection, not only on account of its intrinsic importance, but on account of its relationship to the last one considered, Under our present system, indeed, this is only a branch of the preceding topic. If children are not systematically instructed in the duties they now owe as sons and daughters, as brothers and sisters, as schoolfellows and associates, in the duties also which they will so soon owe when, emerging from parental restraint and becoming part of the sovereignty of the state, they will be enrolled among the arbiters of a nation's destiny, is not the importance immeasurably augmented of employing teachers who will themselves be a living lesson to their pupils of decorous behavior, of order, of magnanimity, of justice, of affection, and who, if they do not directly teach the principles, will still by their example transfuse and instill something of the sentiment of virtue. Engaged in the common schools of this state, there are now, out of the city of Boston, but few more than 100 male teachers who devote themselves to teaching as a regular employment or profession. The number of females is a little, though not materially, larger. Very few even of these have ever had any special training for their vocation. The rest are generally young persons taken from agricultural or mechanical employments, which have no tendency to qualify them for the difficult station. Or they are undergraduates of our colleges, some of whom, there is reason to suspect, think more of what they are to receive at the end of the stipulated term than what they are to impart during its continuance. To the great majority of them all, however, I concede, because I sincerely believe it is their due, higher motives of action than those which govern men in the ordinary callings of life. Yet still, are they not, inevitably, too inexperienced to understand and to act upon the idea that the great secret of ensuring a voluntary obedience to duty consists in a skillful preparation of motives beforehand? Can they be expected, as a body, to be able to present to their older pupils a visible scale, as it were, upon which the objects of life, so far forth as this world is concerned, are marked down according to their relative values? Among the pagan Greeks, the men most venerated for their wisdom, their Platos and Socrates, were the educators of their youth. And after such teachers as we employ are introduced into the schools, they address themselves to the culture of the intellect mainly. The fact that children have moral natures and social affections, then in the most rapid state of development, is scarcely recognized. One page of the daily manual teaches the power of commas, another the spelling of words, another the rules of cadence and emphasis. But the pages are missing which teach the laws of forbearance under injury, of sympathy with misfortune, of impartiality in our judgments of men, of love and fidelity to truth, of the ever-enduring relations of men in the domestic circle, in the organized government, and of stranger to stranger. How can it be expected that such cultivation will scatter seeds, so that, in the language of Scripture, instead of the thorn shall come up the fir tree, and instead of the briar shall come up the myrtle tree? If such be the general condition of the schools, is it a matter of surprise that we see lads and young men thickly springing up in the midst of us, who startle at the mispronunciation of a word, as though they were personally injured, but can hear volleys of profanity unmoved, who put on arrogant airs of superior breeding or sneer with contempt at a case of false spelling or grammar, but can witness spectacles of drunkenness in the streets with entire composure? Such elevation of the subordinate, such casting down of the supreme, in the education of children, is incompatible with all that is worthy to be called the prosperity of their manhood. The moral universe is constructed upon principles not admissive of welfare under such an administration of its laws. In such early habits there is a gravitation and proclivity to ultimate downfall and ruin. If persevered in, the consummation of a people's destiny may still be a question of time, but it ceases to be one of certainty. To avert the catastrophe, we must look to a change in our own measures, not to any repeal or suspension in the ordinances of nature. These, as they were originally framed in wisdom, need no amendment. Whoever wishes for a change in effects without a corresponding change in causes wishes for a violation of nature's laws. He proposes, as a remedy for the folly of men, an abrogation of the wisdom of Providence. One of the greatest and most exigent wants of our schools at the present time is a book portraying, with attractive illustration and with a simplicity adapted to the simplicity of childhood, the obligations arising from social relationships, making them stand out with the altitude of mountains above the level of the engrossments of life. Not a book written for the copyright's sake, but one emanating from some comprehension of the benefits of supplying children at an early age with simple and elementary notions of right and wrong in feeling and in conduct, so that the appetites and passions as they spring up in the mind may by a natural process be conformed to the principles, instead of the principles being made to conform to the passions and the appetites. It is said by a late writer on the present condition of France to have been ascertained, after an examination of great extent and minuteness, that most crimes are perpetrated in those provinces where most of the inhabitants can read and write. Nor is this a mere general fact, but the ratio is preserved with mathematical exactness, the proportion of those who can read and write directly representing the proportion of criminals, and conversely. Their morals have been neglected, and the cultivated intellect presents to the uncultivated feelings not only a larger circle of temptations, but better instruments for their gratification. It is thought by some that the state cannot afford any advance upon the present salaries of teachers, which we have seen to be on an average, exclusive of board, $15.44 per month for males, and $5.38 for females. The valuation of the state, according to the census of 1830, was $208,360,407.54. During the past season, it has been repeatedly stated in several of the public papers, and so far as I have seen without contradiction or question, that it is now equal to 300 millions. The amount raised by taxes the current year for the support of common schools in the towns heard from is $465,228.04, which, if we assume the correctness of the above estimate representing the whole property of the state, is less than 1 mill and 6/10 of a mill on the dollar. Would it not seem as though the question were put not in sobriety but in derision, if it were asked whether something more than 1/600th part of the welfare of the state might not come from the enlightenment of its intellect and the soundness of its morals? And yet this would, to some extent certainly, involve the question whether the state could afford any increase of its annual appropriations for schools. There are other topics connected with this subject worthy of exposition, did time permit. I can enumerate but one or two of them in closing this report. The law of 1836, respecting children employed in factories, is believed to have been already most salutary in its operation. I have undoubted authority for saying that in one place 400 children went to school last winter who never had been before, and whose attendance then was solely attributable to that law. Sufficient time has not yet elapsed, as the law took effect April 1st, 1837, to determine whether there is a general disposition to comply with its requirements. So far as I have learned, the accounts hold out an encouraging prospect of compliance on the part of the owners and agents of manufacturing establishments, notwithstanding attempts to evade it by some parents, who hold their children to be articles of property, and value them by no higher standard than the money they can earn. From the best information I have been able to obtain, I am led to believe that there are not more than 50 towns in the state where anything worthy the name of apparatus is used in schools. With few exceptions, Holbrook's Common School apparatus, and occasionally a globe, conclude the list. Thus, the natural superiority of the eye over all the other senses, in quickness, in precision, in the vastness of its field of operations, in its power of penetrating into any interstices where light can go and come, and of perceiving in their just collocations the different parts of complex objects, is foregone. Children get dim and imperfect notions about many things, where with visible illustrations they might acquire living and perfect ones at a glance. This great defect will undoubtedly be to a considerable extent supplied by the law of April 12, 1837, which authorizes school districts to raise money by taxation to be expended for the purchase of apparatus and common school libraries, in sums not exceeding $30 the first year and $10 for any succeeding year. In every county where I have been, excepting 2, county associations for the improvement of common schools have been formed. In the 2 excepted counties, there were teachers' associations previously existing. Measures were taken to make these associations auxiliary to the Board of Education in the general plan of state operations. These county associations will open a channel of communication in both directions, between the Board as a central body and the several towns and school districts in the state, and through the Board between all the different parts of the state, so that improvements devised or discovered in any place, instead of being wholly lost, may be universally diffused, and sound views upon this great subject may be multiplied by the number of minds capable of understanding them. Several excellent addresses have already emanated from committees appointed by these associations, or by the conventions which originated them. If, in addition to these county associations, town associations could be formed, consisting of teachers, school committee men, and the friends of education generally, who should meet to discuss the relative merits of different modes of teaching, thus discarding the worst and improving even the best, but little, perhaps nothing more, could be desired in the way of systematic organization. It should be a special duty of all the members of the town associations to secure, as far as possible, a regular and punctual attendance of the children upon the schools. Some means of obtaining more precise information respecting the number of scholars attending the public schools and the regularity of their attendance is most desirable. The practice of keeping registers in the schools, indispensable as it is to statistical accuracy, seems to be very often neglected. In preparing the abstract, evidence has been constantly occurring of the want of information which such registers would have supplied. Sometimes the committee resort to conjecture, sometimes they frankly avow their ignorance of the desired fact, and sometimes all the sums, set down in several columns of considerable length, have a common multiple, which is incompatible with the diversity of actual occurrences. On the whole, there is undoubtedly a very close approximation to truth, and where particulars are so numerous, errors on one side will often balance and cancel errors on the other, excepting where there is some standing bias, when the errors will all be on the gravitating side. Still, exactness should be aimed at, as statistics are every day becoming more and more the basis of legislation and economical science. While the state, in the administration of its military functions, establishes a separate department, fills the statute books with pages of minute regulations and formidable penalties, commissions varying grades of officers so that the fact of every missing gun flint and priming wire may be detected, transmitted, and recorded among its archives, it prescribes no means of ascertaining how many of its children are deserters from what should be the nurseries of intelligence and morality. This is mentioned here with no view of disparaging what is done, but only to contrast it with what is omitted. Not a little inconvenience results from the fact that school committees are elected at the annual town meetings in the spring, and are obliged to make their returns in October following. Their returns, therefore, cover but half the time of their own continuance in office, while they cover half the time of the official existence of their predecessors. It is for the legislature to say whether there is any good reason why the time covered by these returns should not be coincident with their duration in office. In closing this report, I wish to observe that should it ever fall under the notice either of individuals or of classes, who may suspect that some imputation is cast upon them by any of its statements, I wish to assure them that no word of it has been dictated by a feeling of unkindness to anyone. The object of whatever has been said was to expose defects in a system so substantially excellent as to require any labor for its reformation, and all the remarks which may seem accusatory of persons connected with it have caused one more pain to write than they can anyone to read. To have spoken in universal commendation of the system and of its administrators would have been most grateful, could it have been also true. But in the discharge of a duty respecting one of the most valuable and enduring of human interests, I have felt that it would be unworthy to the sacred character of the cause, if, to purchase the temporary gratification for others or for myself, I could have sacrificed one particle of the permanent utility of truth. Horace Mann, Secretary of the Board of Education, Boston, January 1st, 1838. End of Section 5. Section 6 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. First Annual Report, 1838, Part 6. Supplement. Report of the Secretary of the Board of Education on the subject of schoolhouses. Supplementary to his first annual report. To the Board of Education. Gentlemen, in the report which I lately submitted to you on the subject of our common schools and other means of popular education, I mentioned schoolhouse architecture as one of the cardinal points in the system, and I reserved the consideration of that topic for a special communication. In my late tour of exploration, made into every county in the state, I personally examined or obtained exact and specific information regarding the relative size, construction, and condition of about 800 schoolhouses, and in various ways, principally by correspondence, I have obtained general information respecting at least 1,000 more. As long ago as 1832, it was said by the Board of Censors of the American Institute of Instruction that if we were called upon to name the most prominent defects in the schools of our country, that which contributes most directly and indirectly to retard the progress of public education, and which most loudly calls for a prompt and thorough reform, it would be the want of spacious and convenient schoolhouses. As a general fact, I do not think the common district schoolhouses are better now than when the above remark was written. I have therefore thought that I could at this time in no other way more efficiently subserve the interests of the cause in which we are engaged than in bringing together and presenting under one view the most essential points respecting the structure and location of a class of buildings which may be said to constitute the household of education. I do not propose to describe a perfect model, and to urge a universal conformity. It is obvious that some difference in construction is necessary, according to the different kind of school to be kept. In each case it must be considered whether the schoolroom be that of an academy or of an infant school, whether it be in the city or in the country, for males or for females or for both, whether designed to accommodate many scholars or only a few, or whether the range of studies to be pursued is extensive or elementary only. The essentials being understood, the plan can be modified for adaptation to each particular case. The schoolhouses in this state have a few common characteristics. They are almost universally contracted in size. They are situated immediately on the roadside and are without any proper means of ventilation. In most other respects, the greatest diversity prevails. The floors of some are horizontal, those of others rise in the form of an amphitheater, on 2 or sometimes on 3 sides, from an open area in the center. On the horizontal floors, the seats and desks are sometimes designed only for a single scholar, allowing the teacher room to approach on either side, and giving an opportunity to go out or into the seat without disturbance of anyone. In others, 10 scholars are seated on one seat and at one desk, so that the middle ones can neither go out nor in without disturbing at least 4 of their neighbors. In others, again, long tables are prepared, at which the scholars sit face to face like large companies at dinner. In others, the seats are arranged on the sides of the room, the walls of the house forming the backs of the seats, and the scholars, as they sit at their desks, facing inwards, while in others the desks are attached to the walls and the scholars face outwards. The form of schoolhouses is, with very few exceptions, that of a square or oblong. Some, however, are round, with an open circular area in the center of the room for the teacher's desk and a stove, with seats and desks around the wall facing outwards, separated from each other by high partitions, which project some distance into the room, so that the scholars may be turned into these separate compartments as into so many separate stalls. In no particular does chance seem to have had so much sway as in regard to light. In many, so much of the walls is occupied by windows that there is but little difference between the intensity and the changes of light within and without the schoolroom, while in some others there is but one small window on each of the 3 sides of the house and none on the 4th. Without specifying further particulars, however, it seems clear that some plan may be devised combining the substantial advantages and avoiding the principal defects of all. In the report above referred to, it was observed that when it is considered that more than 5/6 of all the children in the state spend a considerable portion of the most impressionable period of their lives in the schoolhouse, the general condition of those buildings and their influences upon the young stand forth at once as topics of prominence and magnitude. The construction of schoolhouses connects itself closely with the love of study, with proficiency, health, anatomical formation, and length of life. These are great interests and therefore suggest great duties. It is believed that in some important particulars their structure can be improved without the slightest additional expense, and that in other respects a small advance in cost would be returned 1,000-fold in the improvement of those habits, tastes, and sentiments of our children, which are so soon to be developed into public manners, institutions, and laws, and to become unchangeable history. The subject of schoolhouse architecture will be best covered under distinct heads. Ventilation and warming. Ventilation and warming are considered together because they may easily be made to cooperate with each other in the production of health and comfort. It seems generally to have been forgotten that a room designed to accommodate 50, 100, and in some cases 200 persons should be differently constructed from one intended for a common family of 8 or 10 only. In no other particular is this difference so essential as in regard to ventilation. There is no such immediate, indispensable necessary of life as fresh air. A man may live for days, endure great hardships, and even perform great labors, without food, without drink, or without sleep. But deprive him of air for only 1 minute, and all power of thought is extinct. He becomes as incapable of any intellectual operation as a dead man, and in a few minutes more he is gone beyond resuscitation. Nor is this all, but just in proportion as the stimulus of air is withheld, the whole system loses vigor, as the machinery in a water-mill slackens when the head of water is drawn down, as a locomotive loses speed if the fire be not seasonably replenished. Just so do muscle, nerve, and faculty faint and expire if a sufficiency of vital air be not supplied to the lungs. As this report is designed to produce actual results for the benefit of our children, and as it is said to be characteristic of our people that they cannot be roused to action until they see the reasons for it, nor restrained from action when they do, I shall proceed to state the facts, whether popular or scientific, which bear upon this important subject. The common or atmospheric air consists mainly of two ingredients, one only of which is endued by the Creator with the power of sustaining animal life. The same part of the air supports life and sustains combustion, so that in wells or cellars where a candle will go out, a man will die. The vital ingredient, which is called oxygen, constitutes only about 21 parts in 100 of the air. The other principal ingredient, called azote, will not sustain life. This proportion is adapted by omniscient wisdom with perfect exactness to the necessities of the world. Were there any material diminution of the oxygen, other things remaining the same, every breathing thing would languish and waste and perish. Were there much more of it, it would stimulate the system, accelerating every bodily and mental operation so that the most vigorous man would wear out in a few weeks or days. This will be readily understood by all who have witnessed the effects of breathing exhilarating gas, which is nothing but this oxygen or vital portion of the air, sorted out and existing in a pure state. Besides, this oxygen is the supporter of combustion, and were its quantity greatly increased, fire would hardly be extinguishable even by water. But the vital and non-vital parts of the air are wisely mingled in the exact proportions best fitted for human utility and enjoyment, and all our duty is not to disturb these proportions. About 4 parts of the 21 of vital air are destroyed at every breath, so that if one were to breathe the same air 4 or 5 times over, he would substantially exhaust the life-giving principle in it, and his bodily functions would convulse for a moment and then stop. As the blood and the air meet each other in the lungs, not only is part of the vital air destroyed, but a poisonous ingredient is generated. This poison constitutes about 3 parts in 100 of the breath thrown out from the lungs. Nor is it a weak, slow poison, but one of fatal virulence and sudden action. If the poisonous parts be not regularly removed, and they can be removed only by inhaling fresh air, the blood absorbs them and carries them back into the system. Just according to the quantity of poison forced back into the blood, follow the consequences of lassitude, faintness, or death. The poisonous parts are called carbonic acid. They are heavier than the common air, and as the lungs throw them out at the lips, their tendency is to fall towards the ground or the floor of a room, and if there were no currents of air, they would do so. But the other parts of the air, being warmed in the lungs and rarefied, are lighter than the common air, and the moment they pass from the lips, their tendency is to rise upward towards the sky. Were these different portions of the air, as they come from the lungs, of different colors, we should, if in a perfectly still atmosphere, see the stream divided, part of it falling and part ascending. A circulation of the air, however, produced out of doors by differences of temperature, and in our apartments by the motion of their occupants and by other causes, keeps the poisonous parts of the air to some extent mingled with the rest of it, and creates the necessity of occasionally changing the whole. Though the different portions of the air have the same color to the bodily eye, yet in the eye of reason their qualities are diametrically opposite. Although there is but the slightest interval between one act of breathing and another, yet in a natural state of things, before we can draw a second breath, the air of the first is far beyond our reach, and never returns until it has gone the circuit of nature and been renovated. Such are the silent and sublime operations, going on day and night without intermission, all round the globe, for all the myriads of breathing creatures that inhabit it, without their notice or consciousness. But perhaps some will suppose that in this way the vital portion of the air, in the process of time, will be wholly consumed or used up, or that the poisonous portion thrown off from the lungs will settle and accumulate upon the earth's surface and rise around us like a flood of water, so high as eventually to flow back into the lungs and inflict death. All this may be done, not, however, in the course of nature, but only by suicidal or murderous contrivances. In the Black Hole of Calcutta, in the year 1756, 146 persons were confined to a room only 18 feet square for 10 hours, and although there was one aperture for the admission of air and light, 123 had perished at the end of that time. Only 23 survived, and several of these were immediately seized with the typhus fever. In the Dublin hospital, during the 4 years preceding 1785, out of 7,650 children, 2,944 died within a fortnight after their birth. That is 38 out of every 100. The cause of this almost unexampled mortality was suspected by Dr. Clark, the physician, who caused fresh air to be introduced by means of pipes, and during the 3 following years, the deaths were only 165 out of 4,243, or less than 4 in 100. That is a diminution in the proportion of deaths of more than 34%. Hence it appears that through a deficiency of pure air in one hospital, during the space of 4 years, there perished more than 2,600 children. In Naples, Italy, there is a grotto where carbonic acid issues from the earth and flows along the bottom in a shallow stream. Dogs are kept by the guides who conduct travelers to see this natural curiosity, and for a small fee they thrust the noses of the dogs into the gas. The consequence is that the dogs are immediately seized with convulsions, and if they are not released, they die in 5 minutes. But let us not cry shame too soon on those who are guilty of this sordidness and cruelty. We are repeating every day, though in rather a milder fashion, the same experiment, except that we use children instead of dogs. But why, in the process of time, it may still be asked, is not the vital principle of the air wholly exhausted, and the valleys and plains of the earth, at least, filled with the fatal one? Again, divine wisdom has met the exigency in a manner fitted to excite our admiration and wonder. The vegetable world requires for its growth the very substance which the animal world rejects as its death, and in its turn, all vegetable growth yields a portion of oxygen for the support of animal life. One flourishes upon that which is fatal to the other. Thus the equilibrium is forever restored, or rather it is never disturbed. They exchange poison for aliment, death for life, and the elements of a healthful existence flow round in a circle forever. The deadly poison thrown from the lungs of the inhabitants of our latitudes in the depths of winter is borne in the great circuit of the atmosphere to the tropical regions, and there is converted into vegetable growth, while the oxygen exhaled in the processes of tropical vegetation mounts the same car of the winds, and in its appointed time revisits the higher latitudes. Why should we violently invade this beautiful arrangement of Providence? There is another fact impossible to be overlooked in considering this subject. Who can form any just conception of the quantity of air which has been created? Science has demonstrated that it is poured out between 40 and 50 miles deep all around the globe. It was to prevent the necessity of our using it second-hand that it was given us by skyfuls. Then again, it is more liquid than water. It rushes into every nook and crevice and fills every unoccupied place upon the earth's surface. All the powers of art fail in wholly excluding it from any given space. We cannot put our organs of breathing where some of it will not reach them. All we can do is corrupt it, so that none but the fatal or noxious air shall reach them. This we do. Now, if the air were a product of human painstaking, if laborers sweated or slaves groaned to prepare it, if it were transported by human toil from clime to clime, like articles of export and import, between foreign countries, at a risk of property and life, if there were ever any dearth or scarcity of it, if its whole mass could be monopolized or were subject to accident or conquest, then economy might be commendable. But ours is a parsimony of the inexhaustible. We are prodigals of health, of which we have so little, and niggards of air, of which we have so much. In the State Lunatic Hospital at Worcester, there are 800 feet cubic measure to each apartment, for one patient only. In the prison at Charlestown, 171.5 cubic feet are allowed to each prisoner's cell. In addition to this, free ingress and egress of the air is allowed by means of apertures and flues in the walls. In the penitentiary, erected at Philadelphia a few years since, 1,300 cubic feet were allowed to each prisoner solitarily confined, while in some of our schoolrooms less than 40 cubic feet is allowed to a scholar, without any proper means of ventilation. And in one case, a school has been constantly kept for 13 years in a room which allows less than 30 feet of air to the average number of scholars now attending it, and even this schoolroom, contracted as it is besieged by such offensive effluvia from without that the windows are scarcely opened even in summer. I know of but 3 causes which can have led to these opprobrious results. In populous and crowded places, the price of land may have been thought to justify the use of small rooms for many scholars. But this can never have been even a pecuniary argument of any weight with a financial mind, for the ultimate public expense of the sickness and poverty engendered would overbalance 1,000-fold the requisite original outlay. Besides, even if there were limit and constraint horizontally, there can have been none perpendicularly. A motive of some efficacy may have been felt in the increased expense of erecting a house of adequate size. This is a tangible motive, but how feeble is it when compared with the health and comfort of children, their love of study, and their consequent proficiency in it. Should a case of necessity actually arise where children were obliged to undergo some privation, far better would it be to stint them in their clothes, their food, or their fuel, than in their air. But in regard to schoolhouses which are built at the public expense, such a necessity never can occur. Besides, these considerations affect size only, not ventilation. An economy of the air which has once been warmed is the only remaining motive for using foul air. But if the warm air is saved, the foul air must be breathed, for they are the same. For several years past, high ceilings have been strenuously recommended as a compromise of this difficulty. But when a room is high, it is necessary, in the first place, to warm a much greater quantity of air than is required for breathing, and when it has all been once breathed, it becomes as necessary to remove it and supply its place with pure air as though the quantity had been small. Besides, pure air at a lower temperature will warm the human system more than impure air at a higher. In our climate, a moderately low ceiling is preferable to a high one, because with such a much larger portion of the air which we have been at the expense to heat can be used. But it is believed that in the vast majority of cases, this habitual use of foul air is not the result of calculation, but of oversight. And it is worthy of especial attention that many of our schoolrooms where the greatest privation of healthful air is now suffered were constructed originally with a large open fireplace, which was of itself a sufficient ventilator, and that afterwards closed stoves were introduced to overcome the coldness of the rooms, without any reflection that what was gained in warmth and comfort was lost in the purity of the atmosphere, and consequently in bodily health and mental vigor. In regard to this most immediate of all the necessaries of life, that arrangement would be perfect which should introduce the life-sustaining air just as fast as it should be wanted for breathing, and when breathed should carry it off, not to be breathed again until it should be renovated and purified in the laboratory of nature. If one washes himself in a running water, he will never dip up the same water a second time. So should it be with the air we respire. An arrangement producing this effect is perfectly practicable and easy. By examining a most valuable communication, placed at the end of this report, From Dr. Woodward, the superintendent of the lunatic hospital at Worcester, it will appear that 50 persons will consume the entire body of air in a room 30 feet square and 9 feet high in about 40 minutes. If, however, the room be perfectly tight, the air, once respired, will be partially mingled with the whole mass of air in the room, and will offer itself to be breathed again. What is wanted, therefore, is a current of fresh air flowing into the room, while a current of the respired air flows out of it, both to be equal to the quantity required for the occupants. Under such circumstances, if there be but little motion in the room, the poisonous part of the air will settle towards the floor as soon as it is cast from the lungs, while the other part of it, being raised almost to a blood heat in the lungs, will rise to the ceiling. In the ceiling, therefore, should be an aperture for its escape. The carbonic acid will tend to flow out under the door or when it is opened. If the ceiling be concave or dome-shaped, only one aperture will be necessary. If horizontal, and the room be large, several may be required. The number will depend upon the manner in which the room is heated. If the house be of 1 story only, the apertures will open into the attic. On the upper side of the aperture, let a trapdoor be hung, to be raised by a cord running over a pulley and coming down into the room, or, which is more simple, by wires after the manner of house bells. This door should be prevented from opening to a greater angle than 80 degrees, so that when the cord is loosened it will fall by its own weight and close the orifice. The door will be opened more or less according to the temperature of the weather and the degree of wind prevailing without, so as always to carry off the impure air just as fast as it is fouled by the lungs. Any person, by stepping into the open air and inhaling it for half a minute, can, on returning into the room, determine the state of the air within it. If the apertures through the ceiling open into the attic, the air can be let off either through fan windows at the ends or through skylights, or an opening can be made into the chimney, and a flue carried up to its top. In the last case, the floor of the attic, immediately under the flue, should be plastered or covered with something incombustible, to make it perfectly secure against cinders coming down through the flue. If the building be 2 stories high, the apertures for ventilation in the lower story, instead of being in the upper ceiling of the room, should be in the side walls, next to the ceiling, and so ascend by flues through the walls of the 2nd story until they open into the attic. Sliding dampers can be used in order to open or close these lower orifices, so as to regulate the escape of air from the room. Where a schoolhouse 2 stories in height has been built in disregard of the laws of health and life, the lower room may be ventilated by making apertures in its upper ceiling next to the walls of the room, and carrying up flues through the 2nd story in tight boxes attached to the walls, and opening into the attic through similar apertures in the upper ceiling of the 2nd story. These boxes will appear in the 2nd story to be only casings of posts or pilasters, and will not materially disfigure the room. The best apparatus for expelling foul air from a room consists in the proper means of introducing a supply of fresh, warm air. Undoubtedly, the best mode of warming a room is to have a cellar under it and to place a furnace in the cellar. Some place of storing wood seems indispensable for every schoolhouse, and a cellar could ordinarily be dug and stoned as cheaply as a wood house could be built. I suppose also that a schoolhouse would be much less exposed to take fire from a furnace well set than from a common fireplace or stove. But the great advantage of warming by a furnace is that all parts of the room are kept at the same temperature. The air presses outward instead of inward through every crack and crevice in door or window. No scholars are injured by being forced to sit in the vicinity of a stove or fireplace, nor is any part of the room encumbered by either. When the latter are used, many scholars who sit in exposed situations will spend half an hour a day and often more in going to the fire to warm themselves, and in addition to those whose comfort requires them to go, Idlers from all sides of the house will make it a rendezvous or halfway place for visiting. With an unequal diffusion of heat in a school warmed by a stove or fireplace, I believe it is always true that diligent scholars will stay in their seats and suffer, while the lazy will go to the fire to drone. Some other advantages of setting a furnace in a cellar to warm a school are mentioned in the excellent communication of Dr. Woodward referred to. Feet can be warmed or dried at the orifices for admitting the heated air from a furnace, as well as at a stove. There may be 2 of these orifices, one for the boys and one for the girls. The setting of a furnace requires some skill and science. We often meet with a prejudice against furnaces, which belongs not to the furnaces themselves, but to the ignorance of those who set them. There seems to be no objection, except it be that of appearance, against setting the furnace so high in the cellar as that its brick or soapstone top shall be on a level with the floor of the room and constitute a part of it. If a common stove must be used for warming the room, then let it be enclosed in a case of sheet iron, rising from the floor on 3 sides of the stove and bending over it, not, however, so as to close over its top, but leaving an opening in the case, greater or less according to the size of the stove and of the room. The sides of the case should be 2 or 3 inches from the sides of the stove. The stove should stand on legs a few inches from the floor, and air should be introduced from the out-of-doors and conducted under the stove in a tube or trough, which as it rises around the stove will be warmed and enter the room through the opening in the case at the top. A slide in the tube or trough will regulate the quantity of air to be admitted. The sensations experienced in a room into which the external air is directly introduced and warmed in its passage belong to a class entirely distinct from those engendered by air warmed in the ordinary way. They will be grateful to the pupils, and will promote elasticity and vigor of mind. It would be well to place the stove directly in the current of air caused by opening the door. A common expedient of letting down the windows from the top so that the noxious air may escape and the vacuum be filled with the pure accomplishes the object in a very imperfect and at the same time an objectionable manner. If there be any wind abroad, or if there be a great difference in temperature between the external air and the air of the room, the former rushes in with great violence and mingles with the heated and corrupted air, so that, unless several roomfuls of air be admitted, a portion of that which has been rendered unfit for use will still remain, while some that has been partially warmed will escape. But the greatest objection is that the cold air drops like a shower bath upon the scholars' heads, a mode which all agree in pronouncing unhealthful and sometimes dangerous. Some schoolrooms are heated by a common closed stove, the front part of which is placed in the wall, so that the door, where the stove is filled, is in an entry, while the body of the stove is in the schoolroom. It depends on other circumstances whether this arrangement is beneficial or injurious. Where the air which keeps up the fire in the stove is taken from an entry, it passes through the funnel and chimney, and leaves the body of air in the room unchanged. This is no objection, provided the air in the room is changed otherwise. But if no other provision is made for changing the air in the room, the draught of the stove becomes important for that purpose. And although this may involve the evil of drawing in just as much air through the crevices and openings as is carried off through the stove, yet it is a less evil than that of stagnant air in the room. If, however, the room is warmed by introducing a current of air from without, which is heated in its passage, then the arrangement of feeding the stove in an entry is unobjectionable and may often be very commodious. If the room be so warmed that the air presses from within outwards, the doors should be hung so as to open inwards. If, on the other hand, the room be warmed by a common stove or fireplace, the external air will press inwards, and therefore the doors should be hung so as to open outwards. Where the schoolroom has been so faultily constructed
that a current of air blows directly upon a row of scholars every time the door is opened, the door should be rehung, or have a spring to prevent of its being left open. A thermometer should be kept in every schoolroom, and hung on the coolest side of it. The proper temperature should be determined by unchangeable laws, not by the variable feelings or caprice of any individual. Without a thermometer, if the teacher be habituated to live in the open air, if he be healthy, vigorous, and young, if he walk a mile or several miles to school, and especially if he keep upon his feet during school hours, the scholars will be drilled and scolded into a resignation to great suffering from cold. If, on the other hand, the teacher lead a sedentary life, if his health be feeble, if he step into the schoolroom from a neighboring door, he will perhaps unconsciously create an artificial summer about himself, and subject the children to a perilous transition in temperature whenever they leave his tropical regions. In this way a child's lungs may get a wound in early life which neither Cuba nor the south of France can ever afterwards heal. A selfish or inconsiderate master will burn a whole roomful of children during the chill, and freeze them during the fever of his own ague fits. They must parch or congeal as he shivers or glows. It should be remembered also that even the thermometer ceases to be a guide except in pure air. When pure air enters the lungs, it evolves heat. Its oxygen carries on the process, supposed to be combustion, necessary for that purpose. This keeps our bodies warm. It is the reason why the blood remains regularly at a temperature of 98 degrees, though the air by which we are surrounded rises to that heat but a few times a year. The air constantly supplies to the body, through the medium of the lungs, the heat which it is constantly abstracting by contact with its surface. But it is only through the agency of the oxygen, or life-sustaining portion of the air, that this heat is supplied. A thermometer, however, is insensible to this difference. It will indicate the same degree of heat in azote, that is, that portion of the air which will not sustain life, as in oxygen, although a man immersed in azote at 70 or 80 degrees would die of cold if he did not of suffocation. I reiterate the first position, therefore, that even a thermometer ceases to be a guide except in pure air. Ordinarily, we can undergo a change of a few degrees in temperature without danger or serious inconvenience, but there is a limit beyond which the change becomes perilous and even fatal. Suppose in a school, having a winter term of only 4 months, and consisting of but 50 scholars, 1/4 of an hour in a day, on an average, is lost for all purposes of study, in consequence of the too great heat or cold of the room. The aggregate loss, allowing 6 hours to a day, will be 200 days, or more than 8 months. And yet in many of our schools, half the day, for all purposes of improvement, is by this cause alone substantially lost. Every keeper of a greenhouse regulates its heat by a thermometer. The northern blasts which come down upon the blossoms of a farmer's orchard or garden chill him as much as them. When shall we apply the same measure of wisdom to the welfare of children as to that of fruits and vegetables? I am told by physicians that from 65 to 70 degrees is a proper temperature for a room. Something, however, must depend upon the habits of the children. In cities there is generally less exposure to cold than in the country, and factory children would suffer from cold when those employed in the outdoor occupations of agriculture would be comfortably warm. End of Section 6. Section 7 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. First Annual Report, 1838, Part 7, Supplement Continued. Size. The next thing in point of importance in regard to a schoolhouse is its dimensions. In almost everything heretofore written on this subject, the size of the schoolroom in proportion to the number of scholars has been a very leading topic, and certainly, if there be no special means provided for changing the air in the room, the importance of liberal dimensions cannot be exaggerated. But if, instead of forcing foul air back again and again into the children's lungs, we permit nature to perform her gratuitous and beneficent labor by carrying it beyond their reach as soon as it has once been respired, then one main object of increasing the size of the room is already accomplished. The great end of a supply of healthful air being secured, the dimensions of the room are left to be determined by other considerations. These are the convenient arrangement of the seats, so that the teacher can survey the whole school with a single look, so that each scholar can have an easy access to his own seat without disturbing or being disturbed by any other, and so as to remove the temptations to communicate, to play, or to aggress. In regard to the size of the rooms, it may be observed generally that in addition to the room requisite for seats and desks, as described below, there should be an open space all round the walls, at least 2.5 feet in width, besides room for common recitations and for the teacher's desk. Seats may be attached to the walls for the accommodation of visitors or for the scholars, should it ever be desirable for any purpose to arrange them in a continuous line. Movable benches may be provided, instead of seats fastened to the wall, to be taken away when not wanted for use, and so to leave that space entirely unoccupied. Joseph Lancaster, in making arrangements for great numbers of the children of the poor, where cheapness was a main object, allows 9 feet area on the floor to each scholar. His rooms were 15 or 20 feet high. If only 15 feet high, an area of 9 feet would give 135 cubic feet of space to each scholar, and 135 cubic feet in a room 10 feet high would give to each scholar an area 4 feet in length and almost 3.5 feet in width. Even at this rate, a family of 6 persons would have a room only about 8 feet by 10. Desks, seats, etc. It seems to be a very prevalent opinion, at the present day, amongst all professional teachers, that seats on a horizontal floor are preferable to those which rise on the sides or at the end of a room, or both, in the form of an amphitheater. And it is obviously a great fault in the construction of a room, if, when a class is brought upon the floor to recite, the teacher is obliged to turn his back upon the school when he looks at the class, or upon the class when he looks at the school. A level floor also increases the space for air, and as the room is warmed downwards, it makes the temperature more equable. The seats with desks should be arranged in parallel lines, lengthwise of the room, with aisles between, each seat to accommodate 1 scholar only. Although it would be better that they should be movable, yet as this cannot perhaps ordinarily be done for district schools, the front side of one seat may be the back of the next in the row. 18 inches is perhaps a suitable width for the aisles. Each desk should be 2 feet long and not less than 1 foot and 6 inches wide. A width of 1 foot and 9 inches would be better. In some houses, the seats connected with single desks are 1 foot square and are placed behind the middle of the desks. In others, the seats are 1 foot wide and as long as the desks. It may sometimes be desirable to place 2 scholars temporarily on the same seat, as for the purpose of reading from the same book. The former arrangement would make this impracticable. The children will sit more easily and more upright if the back of the seats slope a little from them at the shoulder blades, and also if the seats themselves incline a little, the front part being a little the highest. The forward part of the desk should be level for about 3 or 4 inches. The residue should have a slight inclination. A slope of 1.5 inches in a foot would probably be sufficient. It should not be so great as that books and slates would slide off. For the deposit of books and so forth, there may be a shelf under the desk, or the desk may be a box with a cover hung upon hinges for a lid. The first method supersedes the necessity of raising a lid, by which books, pencils, and so forth are sometimes thrown upon the floor or upon the front neighbor. The shelf, however, is far less convenient, and the contents are liable to be perpetually dropped out. The box and lid, on the whole, seem much preferable, the sloping part of the cover to constitute the lid. For the security of the desks, locks and keys are sometimes used, but keys will occasionally be lost by accident, and sometimes by bad scholars on purpose. Besides, what appalling images throng the mind at the reflection that the earliest associations of children in regard to the security of property amongst themselves must be of locks and hiding places, instead of honesty and justice. The board which makes the front of one seat and the back of the next should rise perhaps a couple of inches above the level of the horizontal part of the desk, to prevent things from sliding off forwards. Into this horizontal part of the desk the inkstands may be let, so loosely, however, as to allow of their being taken out to be filled, and so deep that their tops will be on a level with the desks. They may be covered either with a metallic lid resembling a butt hinge to rise and fall, or, which is better, with a common slide, or with a flat circular piece of pewter having a stem projecting on one side, like the stem of a watch, through which a nail or screw may be driven, not tightly, but so that the cover may be made to slide over or off the orifice of the inkstand on the nail or screw as a hinge. Instead of the form of desks above described, I have seen some, constructed after the plan of Mr. Alcott's prize essay, in which the box or case for the books and so forth is in the front part of the desk, that is, in the horizontal and not the sloping part of the desk above described. They are made about 8 inches in width, and deep enough to receive the largest atlases, slates, and writing books when placed edgewise, for which purpose an inch or two on one side of the box is partitioned off. The lid is hung on hinges, as above described, and when shut forms a part of the desk. Note: Mr. Alcott's prize essay may be found at the end of the 2nd volume of the lectures, published by the American Institute of Instruction in 1831, and is a very valuable paper. End note. Last year, a gentleman in Hartford, Connecticut, offered a handsome premium for the best form of a desk for schools. Several plans were submitted to the judges selected to award the premium. They decided in favor of a desk designed to accommodate 2 scholars upon one seat. The desk was a tight box without any lid, but having an oblong opening at each end large enough to admit books, slates, etc. In this way, whatever was put in or taken out of the desk would be exposed to the view of the teachers and scholars. The edge of the desk and of the seat would be in the same perpendicular line. This will not allow the scholar to stand up in front of his seat, but if the seats and desks are single, he can stand on one side of the seat. If the seats and desks are designed for 2 scholars, then the corner of each scholar's seat may be cut off, as in the representation below. Here each scholar can stand up in the corner A or sit upon the seat B. In regard to the height of the seats, it is common to give exact measurements, but inflexible rules will never fit varying circumstances. Some schoolrooms are for females, others for boys only. In factory villages, usually a great portion of the scholars are young, while in one county in the state, great numbers of the males attending school during the winter term are more than 16 years of age. To follow unvarying rules, therefore, would aggrieve as many as it would accommodate. But the principles to be observed are few and capable of a definite exposition. A live child cannot be expected to sit still unless he has a support to his back, and a firm resting place for his feet. As a scholar sits upright in his seat, the knee joint forming a right angle, and the feet being planted horizontally on the floor, no pressure whatever should come upon the thigh bone where it crosses the edge of the seat. If obliged to sit upon too high a seat, a footboard or block should always be provided for the feet to rest upon. Children sometimes go to school at an age when many of their bones are almost as limber as a green withe, when almost any one of the numerous joints in the body may be loosened or distorted. They go almost as early as when the Chinese turn their children's feet into the shape of horses' hoofs, or when some tribes of Indians make their children's heads as square as a joiner's box. And at this period of life, when portions of the bones are but little more than cartilage, and the muscles will stretch like sheep's leather, the question is whether the seats shall be conformed to the children, or the children shall be deformed to the seats. I wish to fortify myself on this subject by making a few extracts from a lecture on physical education by that celebrated surgeon, Dr. John C. Warren. Quote, "When children are sent to school, care should be taken that they are not confined too long. Children under 14 should not be kept in school more than 6 or 7 hours in a day, and this period should be shortened for females. It is expedient that it should be broken into many parts, so as to avoid a long confinement at one time. Young persons, however well disposed, cannot support a restriction to one place and one posture. Nature resists such restrictions, and if enforced, they are apt to create disgust with the means and the object. Thus, children learn to hate studies that might be rendered agreeable, and they take an aversion to instructors who would otherwise be interesting to them. The postures they assume while seated at their studies are not indifferent. They should be frequently warned against the practice of maintaining the head and neck too long in a stooping position, and the disposition to it should be lessened by giving a proper elevation and slope to the desk, and the seat should have a support or back. The influence of an upright form and open breast has been sufficiently explained, and what may be done to acquire these qualities is shown by many remarkable facts, one of which I will mention. For a great number of years it has been the custom in France to give to young females of the earliest age the habit of holding back the shoulders and thus expanding the chest. From the observation of anatomists lately made, it appears that the clavicle or collar bone is actually longer in females of the French nation than in those of the English. The French have succeeded in the development of a part in a way that adds to health and beauty and increases a characteristic that distinguishes the human being from the brute. While all of us are desirous of possessing the excellent qualities of strength, hardiness, and beauty, how defective are our own systems of education in the means of acquiring them? In the course of my observations, I have been able to satisfy myself that about half the young females brought up as they are at present undergo some visible and obvious change of structure, that a considerable number are the subjects of great and permanent deviations, and that not a few entirely lose their health from the manner in which they are reared. I feel warranted in the assertion that of the well-educated females within my sphere of experience, about 1/2 are affected with some degree of distortion of the spine. The lateral distortion of the spine is almost wholly confined to females, and is scarcely ever found existing in the other sex. The difference results from a difference of habits during the school education. The immediate cause of the lateral curve of the spine to the right is the elevation and action of the right arm in drawing and writing." End quote. Much more might be quoted opposite to this important subject. It seems only necessary to add that nothing so essentially tends to aggravate these evils as the want of a proper resting place for the feet. Let any man try the experiment and see how long he can sit in an upright posture on a narrow bench or seat without being able to reach the floor with his feet, and consequently with the whole weight of his feet, boots, and the lower parts of his limbs, acting with the power of a lever across the middle of his thigh bones. Yet to this position hundreds of children in this state are regularly confined, month after month, and while condemned to this unnatural posture, nature inflicts her punishments of insupportable uneasiness and distress on every joint and muscle if they do sit still, and the teacher inflicts his punishments if they do not. A gentleman extensively known to the citizens of this state for the benevolence of his character and the candor of his statements, who for the last 20 years has probably visited more of our common schools than any other person in the state, writes to me as follows: "I have no hesitation in repeating what I have often publicly declared, that from the bad construction of our schoolhouses there is more physical suffering endured by our children in them than by prisoners in our jails and prisons." The Reverend Gardner B. Perry of Bradford. The following is an extract of a letter addressed to a common school convention held at Northampton in February 1837 by Dr. Joseph H. Flint of that place. For want of attention to the subject of the construction of schoolhouses, I have the means of knowing that there has been annually loss of life, destruction of health, and in numberless instances anatomical deformities that render life hardly worth having. In the construction of schoolhouses there are many considerations involving the comfort and health and life of the young, etc. I am informed by surgeons and physicians that a pupil, when writing, should face the writing desk squarely. This position avoids all unequal lateral pressure upon the spinal column, and of course all unequal tension of the muscles on either side of it. It also interferes the least with the free play of the thoracic viscera, which is a point of great importance. The edge of the desk should then be an inch or two above the bend of the elbow, as the arm hangs nearly by the side. Any slight want of exact adjustment can be corrected by extending the elbow farther from or bringing it nearer to the body. The height of the seats and desks should of course be graduated to fit the different sizes of the scholars, the smallest scholars sitting nearest to the teacher's desk. The arrangement of seats without desks for small scholars when needed is too obvious to require any explanation. Their proper position will depend upon the other arrangements of the schoolroom. Long benches, having separate chair-shaped seats but with a continuous back, are sometimes used. The place for hanging hats, bonnets, and so forth will also depend upon the general construction of the house. It should be such as to encourage habits of neatness and order. The instructor's desk should be upon a platform raised so high as to give him a view of the persons of the pupils above their desks. When the school is not large, it should be at the end of the room. It should overlook the playground. Cases for the deposit and preservation of the apparatus and library should be near the desk, except where a separate apartment is provided. A teacher without apparatus, however numerous may be his books, is like a mechanic with but half a set of tools. The average number of scholars in the schools in Massachusetts is about 50. When the school is large, there should be a separation of the older from the younger children, and the latter, at least, placed under the care of a female teacher. The opinion is almost universal in this state that female teaching for young children is in every respect superior to male. If the number of older scholars be large, there should be a separate recitation room, and a door and an entry for the entrance and accommodation of each sex. In very large schools, it may be thought expedient to have desks sufficiently long to accommodate 6 or more scholars, with chairs fastened to the floor for seats, and a space between the chairs and the next tier of desks for passing in and out. In such cases, the desks may be placed longitudinally, and the teacher's platform for himself and assistants extend the whole length of the room in front of them. I now come to a subject which I think of primary importance. It is the almost universal practice of teachers to call their classes out upon the floor for reading and recitation. If there were no other reason, the change of position it gives them is a sufficient one. The seats in schoolrooms are, almost without exception, so arranged that these proceedings take place in full view of all the scholars, and they are often so that when the teacher turns his face towards the class, he must turn his back upon the school. The idle and the disorderly seize upon such occasions to violate the rules of the school. This they can generally do with perfect impunity. They can screen themselves from observation by moving the head so that an intermediate scholar shall intercept the teacher's view, or by holding up a book, slate, or atlas before themselves, and under such a shield they can whisper, eat, or grimace. But the effect upon the attentive is worse than upon the idle, and its tendency is to turn the former into the latter. The eye is the quickest of all the senses, and the minds of children always yield instant obedience to it, and follow wherever it leads. Everyone must have observed that when a class is reciting in presence of a school, if anything unusual or incongruous transpires, such as the falling of a book or a slate, or the ludicrous pronunciation of a word, the attention of every scholar is broken off from his study. The blunder or stammering of a 4-year-old child learning letters will strike every hand in the school off its work. While the senses, and especially the eye, are bringing vivid images to the mind, it is almost impossible for men, and quite so for children, to deny them access. Much of what the world admires as talent is only the power of fixing attention upon an object, and of looking steadily at it until the whole of it is seen. The power of concentration is one of the most valuable of intellectual attainments, because it is the principal means of achieving any other, and the pupil, with but little positive knowledge, in whom this has become a habit of mind, has a far higher chance of success in any walk of life than one with 1,000 times the knowledge but without the habit. This power is an acquired one as much as any other, and as susceptible as any other of improvement. But overtasking it destroys it, just as overloading the limbs crushes instead of strengthening them. Reference must be had, therefore, to the ordinary powers of children's minds, or we shall have distraction instead of abstraction. Much fixedness of thought ought not to be expected from the giddiness and volatility of children. In rooms of the common construction, I do not believe that more than 1/2 of the time is available for study. Not only, therefore, ought the desire of strengthening this power be inspired, but the arrangement of the room and the tactics of the school should be made to contribute, unconsciously to the children, to the same effect. Although the habits of the mind are the main thing to be regarded in education, yet it cannot be denied that 1 hour of concentrated attention on any subject is worth more than a week's listless hovering and floating around it. Hence, when there is no separate recitation room, which, however, every large school ought to have, the area for that purpose should be behind the scholars who remain in their seats. The teacher can then take such a position at the end of the room, opposite his desk, as to command at once a view of the reciting class and the rest of the school. He will then see without being seen. The scholars can interpose nothing between themselves and him. Every scholar would be convinced by strict vigilance on the part of the teacher during the first week of school that he had no power of violating rules without detection. They would therefore yield to the necessity of the case. The temptation would die with the opportunity to gratify it. The ear only of the scholars would be solicited to notice the voices behind them, while the stronger attraction of visible objects, the book, the slate, the map, would rivet eye and mind upon the objects of study. The slight interruption in the rear, while the mind enjoyed such advantages for overcoming it, would increase its power of continuous attention, and enable it in afterlife to carry on processes of thought in the midst of conversation or other disturbing occurrences. Still, it is thought that the teacher's desk should always face those of the scholars, so that when a class recites in the seats, when the whole school joins in any exercise, or when they are to be addressed, each party should be able to see the other face to face. The social principle will never otherwise flow freely. Location of schoolhouses. All philosophers agree that external objects affect temper and character. If their influences are imperceptible, the results will be so much the surer, because imperceptible influences are never resisted. Because children cannot analyze and state in propositions the feelings which outward circumstances breathe into their susceptible minds, it is no proof that they are not undergoing insensible changes. Everybody recognizes the silent influences of external nature, if exerted only for a few days, in the case of those religious sects who use the forest for a temple. Fatal contagions enter through the skin or lungs without sending forward any herald. Subtle influences upon such delicate tissues as the nerves and brain are not seen in the process, but only in the result. But experience and reason enable us to foresee such consequences, and foreseeing to control them. Adults alone can perform such a duty. If they neglect it, the children must suffer. It has often been objected to the people of our state that they insist upon having the schoolhouse in the geographical center of the district. And other things being equal, surely it ought to be in the center. But the house is erected for the children and not for the acres, and the inconvenience of going 50 or even 80 rods farther is not to be compared to the benefit of spending a whole day in a healthful, comfortable, pleasing spot, one full of salutary influences upon the feelings and temper. Place a schoolhouse in a bleak and unsheltered situation, and the difficulty of attaining and preserving a proper degree of warmth is much increased. Put it upon a sandy plain, without shade or shelter from the sun, and the whole school is subjected to the evils of heat and dust. Plant it in low, marshy grounds, and it exposes to colds, or to more permanent diseases of the lungs, and impairs habits of cleanliness both in dress and person. Make one side of it the boundary of a public road, and the persons of the children are endangered by the travel when out, and their attention when in called off the lesson by every passer-by. Place it on a little remnant or delta of land where roads encircle it on all sides, without any place of seclusion from the public gaze, and the modesty of nature will be overlaid with habits of indecorum, and a want of decency enforced upon boys and girls will become physical and moral turpitude in men and women. But build it where some sheltering hill or wood mitigates the inclemency of winter, where a neighboring grove tempers the summer heat, furnishing cool and shady walks. Remove it a little from the public highway, and from buildings where noisy and clattering trades are carried on, and above all rescue it from sound and sight of all resorts for license and dissipation, and a sensibility to beauty, a purity of mind, a sentiment of decency and propriety will be developed and fostered, and the chances of elevated feelings and correct conduct in after life will be increased manifold. Habits of mental order and propriety are best cherished amidst external order and propriety. It is a most beautiful trait in the character of children that they take the keenest delight in the simplest pleasures. Their desires do not tax commerce for its luxuries, nor exhaust wealth for its embellishments. Such pleasures as are imparted by the cheerful light and the quickening air, by the wayside flowers, the running stream, or the music of birds, are sufficient for the more gentle and pensive, and the impetuous and exuberant of spirit only want a place to let off the redundant activity of their arms and legs. And how cheaply can these sources of gratification be purchased? sometimes a little of the spirit of compromise, sometimes a little forgetfulness of strifes among the parents, engendered on other subjects, would secure to the children the double boon of utility and enjoyment. Yet how often are the unoffending children ground between the collisions of their parents? It seems not unconnected with this subject to inquire whether in many places out of our cities a plan may not be adopted to give greater efficiency to the means now devoted to common school education. The population of many towns is so situated as to conveniently allow a gradation of the schools. For children under the age of 8 or 10 years, about a mile seems the proper limit beyond which they should not be required to travel to school. On this supposition, one house, as centrally situated as circumstances will permit, would accommodate the population upon a territory of 4 square miles, or, which is the same thing, 2 miles square. But a child above that age can go 2 miles to school, or even rather more, without serious inconvenience. There are many persons whose experience attests that they never enjoyed better health or made greater progress than when they went 2.5 miles or 3 miles daily to school. Supposing, however, the most remote scholars to live only at about the distance of 2 miles from the school, one house will then accommodate all the older children upon a territory of about 16 square miles or 4 miles square. Under such an arrangement, while there were 4 schools in a territory of 4 miles square, that is 16 square miles, for the younger children, there would be 1 central school for the older. Suppose there is $600 to be divided amongst the inhabitants of this territory of 16 square miles, or $150 for each of 4 districts. Suppose further that the average wages for male teachers is $25 and for female $12.50 per month. If, according to the present system, 4 male teachers are employed for the winter term and 4 female for the summer, each of the summer and winter schools may be kept 4 months. The money would then be exhausted. That is, 4 months summer at $12.50 equals $50, and 4 months winter at $25 equals $100, both equals $150. But according to the plan suggested, the same money would pay for 6 months summer school instead of 4 in each of the 4 districts, and for a male teacher's school 8 months at $35 a month instead of 4 months at $25 a month, and would then leave $20 in the treasury. By this plan, the great superiority of female over male training for children under 8, 10, or 12 years of age would be secured, the larger scholars would be separated from the smaller, and thus the great diversity of studies and of classes in the same school, which now crumbles the teacher's time into dust, would be avoided. The female schools would be lengthened 1/2, the length of the male schools would be doubled, and for the increased compensation, a teacher of 4-fold qualification could be employed. Undoubtedly, in many towns upon the Cape or among the mountains, the course of the roads and the face of the territory would present insuperable obstacles to the full reduction of this scheme to practice. But it is as unquestionable that in many others no physical impediments exist to its immediate adoption, especially if we consider the legal power of different towns to unite portions of their territory for the joint maintenance of schools. We have not yet brought the power of united action to bear with half its force upon the end or the means of education. I think it will yet be found more emphatically true in this department of human action than in any other, that adding individual means multiplies social power. If 4 districts cannot be united, 3 may. If the central point of the territory happens to be populous, a schoolhouse may be built consisting of 2 rooms, one for the large, the other for the small scholars, both upon the same floor or one above the other. It ought to be remarked that where there are 2 schoolrooms under the same roof, Care should be taken to have the walls well deadened, so that neither should ever be incommoded by any noises in the other. The above enumeration of requisites in a schoolhouse is considered absolutely essential and indispensable. Just so far as they are disregarded, that nursery for the rearing of vigorous, intelligent, and upright men must fail of its object. If the children's lungs are fed only with noxious and corrupted air, which has once performed its office and is therefore incapable of performing it again without renovation, it may generate positive and incurable disease, and impair the energies both of body and mind for the residue of life. In looking back upon the languor of 50 years of labor as a teacher, said the venerable Mr. Woodbridge, reiterated with many a weary day, I attribute a great proportion of it to mephitic air, nor can I doubt that it has compelled many worthy and promising teachers to quit the employment. Neither can I doubt that it has been the great cause of their subsequent sickly habits and untimely decease. People who shudder at a flesh wound and a trickle of blood will confine their children like convicts and compel them month after month to breathe quantities of poison. It would less impair the mental and physical constitutions of our children gradually to draw an ounce of blood from their veins during the same length of time than to send them to breathe for 6 hours a day the lifeless and poisoned air of some of our schoolrooms. Let any man who votes for confining children in small rooms and keeping them on stagnant air try the experiment of breathing his own breath only 4 times over, and if medical aid be not at hand, the children will never be endangered by his vote afterwards. Such darkening and benumbing of the mind accustoms it in its first beginnings to look at objects, as it were, through a haze, and to seize them with a feeble grasp, and robs it of the pleasure of seeing things in a bright light. Children always feel a keen delight in the consciousness of overcoming difficulties and of fully comprehending any subject. This pleasure is the most legitimate of all rewards, and one which nature always pays down upon the spot. But instead of this, after filling their brains with bird-lime, we taunt or chastise them if they stick or get posed. If a child suffer from heat or cold, from a constrained or unnatural position, if his attention be perpetually broken off by causes beyond his control, it tends to make his temper fretful and irritable, and compels him to go back again and again to the beginning of his problem or exercise, like a traveler obliged to return home and commence his journey anew after having completed half its distance. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. First Annual Report, 1838, Part 8, Supplement Continued. Light. Windows. The manner in which a schoolhouse is lighted is of no inconsiderable consequence. The additional cost of obeying philosophical principles is at most trivial. We ought also to remember that the laws of nature are never violated with impunity. In modern times the eye is much more used than it formerly was. Civilization has imposed multiplied and difficult labors upon that organ. Perhaps the eye gives fewer monitions of being overworked than any other bodily power. It seems more to exhaust its strength and then fail irrecoverably. If so, it should be protected by the foresight of reason. When provision is not made for admitting into a schoolroom a good deal more light than is ordinarily wanted, there will frequently be too little, and no remedy. Hence the windows should be such as to furnish sufficient light at all times, and means should be provided for excluding any excess. Window blinds and curtains, therefore, are essential. The transitions of light in the open air are very great.
but it is to be observed that there is no out-of-door occupation which severely tasks the eye. But in a schoolroom, without blinds or curtains, when the sun is allowed to shine directly upon a child's head, book, and desk, the transition is greater and more sudden than in the open air, while at the same time the eye, being intensely engaged in looking at minute objects, has its pupil widely distended, so that the greatest quantity of light falls upon the optic nerve. The following is extracted from a lecture delivered by Dr. Edward Reynolds of Boston before the American Institute of Instruction in 1833. How much talent lies dormant by the morbidly sensitive eyesight occasioned by inordinate and untimely use of the eyes. This last mentioned evil is increasing to a fearful amount among the young. Accurate inquiries have convinced me that a large number of these individuals must go back to the schoolroom to find the source of their infirmities. No persons going with their eyes unprotected ever cross the Andes without losing their sight. The glare of light from the snow destroys it. Such facts admonish us to beware of exposing the eyes of the young either to very intense light or to great transitions while engaged in looking at small letters or in making fine marks upon white paper. To say that the loss or impairing of sight is an evil too contingent and uncertain to demand precaution is neither philosophical nor humane. Admit that it is a contingent and uncertain evil in regard to any particular individual so exposed, as it is uncertain which of the children in Egypt shall be blind men. Yet that someone out of a given number subjected to the danger shall be blind is as certain as any law of nature. Laws applicable to classes of men are just as infallible in their operation as those applicable to individuals, though we cannot foresee upon which of the individuals in the class the law is to be verified. In a multitude of cases, each tendency, however slight, will have its quota of results. Hence the necessity of meeting tendencies with prevention. In order that passing outdoor objects and events may not draw off the attention of the scholars, it is usually recommended to insert the windows so high that such objects and events will be invisible in the schoolroom. It cannot, however, be denied that this gives to the room a prison or cellar-like appearance. May not such interruptions be better avoided by selecting a retired situation, and by arranging the seats so that the scholars shall sit facing from the road? Nor can there be any necessity for having the windows very high for this purpose. As scholars sit in their seats, the eyes of but few will be more than 3.5 feet from the floor. This would allow of windows 6 feet deep in a room 10 feet high. So, too, it would be a perfect security against the evil if the lower sash, or the lowest part of it, were glazed with ground glass. The windows should be made so that the upper sash can be lowered. This may be very desirable in summer, independently of the considerations above urged, in regard to ventilation. Yards or playgrounds. On this subject, I have never seen, nor am I able to prepare, anything so judicious and opposite to the condition of the districts in Massachusetts as the following paragraphs taken from a report published in 1833 by order of the directors of the Essex County Teachers' Association. As the situation should be pleasant and healthful, so there should be sufficient space around the building. With the number who ordinarily attend these institutions, not less than 1/4 acre should ever be thought of as a space for their accommodation, and this should be enclosed from the public highway, so as to secure it from cattle, that the children may have a safe and clean place for exercise at recess and at other times. We believe it no uncommon thing for a district to meet with difficulty in procuring a place for a house, for while most wish it to be near, they are unwilling to have it stand on a notch taken out of their own field. This reluctance to accommodate the district may have been carried too far. The actual may be less than the imagined evils. Yet it is not without foundation, for in most instances
from the scanty and niggardly provision made by the district, the man knows that his own cultivated fields must and will be made the place of the scholar's recreation. We do not overstate when we say that more than half of the inconveniences which persons thus experience in their property from the contiguity of a schoolhouse arises from the insufficient provision made for the children by the district. While all the district may think that a neighbor is unaccommodating because he is unwilling to let them have just land enough to set their house upon, the real truth is that the smallness of the lot is the very thing which justifies his reluctance. For whether he theorize or not on the subject, he well understands that he will have to afford accommodations which the district are unwilling on their part to purchase. Every schoolhouse lot should be large enough for the rational exercise which the children ought to have and will take. It would be well to have it large enough to contain some ornamental and fruit trees with flower borders which we know children may be taught to cultivate and enjoy, and by an attention to which their ideas of property and common rights and obligations would become more distinct. By attention to what belonged to themselves, they would be kept from many of those wanton injuries too often done to the possessions of those near them. In regard to space, no one can be ignorant of the general practice. We believe it would be difficult in this county to find a score of these buildings where the lot is as large as the most inexperienced on the subject would judge necessary. In by far the greater number of instances, there is no more ground than that which is occupied by the building, while many of them actually stand partly or wholly in the highway. The children, therefore, have no resort but to the public highway or to the private property of their neighbors for amusement. Healthful and vigorous exercise is restrained, the modesty of nature is often outraged, and not unfrequently a permanent and extensive injury done to the finer and better feelings, which ought at that age to be cultivated and confirmed by the most careful attention, not only as a great security from sin, but as a most lovely ornament through life. Besides this, there being no place for pleasant exercise for the boys out of doors, the schoolroom during the intermission at noon becomes the place of noise and tumult, where, not from any real intention, but in the forgetfulness of general excitement, gentlemanly and ladylike feelings are turned into ridicule, and an attempt to behave in an orderly and becoming manner subjects the individual to no small degree of persecution. We have often witnessed such instances, and known those who refused to engage in these rude exercises forced out of the room and kept out during the greater part of an intermission, because their example cast a damp upon a course of rude and boisterous conduct in which they could not take a part. Whatever others may think, it is our belief that this noise and tumult are in a great measure the natural overflowing of youthful buoyancy, which, were it allowed to spend itself in outdoor amusements, would hardly ever betray itself improperly in the house. There is another topic of primary importance, the merits of which are so well developed in a portion of the report above referred to, that I shall need no apology for transferring it to these pages. It regards the duty of instructors in relation to schoolhouses. Though instructors may ordinarily have no direct agency in erecting and repairing the buildings where they are employed to keep school, yet by a little carefulness, ingenuity, and enterprise, they can do much to avoid some of the evils connected with them. When about to open a school, they can look at the house as a mechanic at his shop, and adapt their system to the building, and not carry into a house, ill adapted to its development, a system of operations, however speculatively just it may appear in their own minds. The buildings are already constructed, and of materials not over plastic, and often as incapable of accommodating a system got up in some other place, as the house of the Vicar of Wakefield was for the family painting. Instructors should make the most of what is comfortable and convenient, and remedy as far as possible what is bad. If the pupils are uncomfortably seated, they can allow them occasionally to change their seats or alter their position, which, though attended with some inconvenience, cannot be compared with the evils growing out of pain and restlessness,
and the effects which are likely to be produced upon the health, the disposition, morals, and progress in learning, from a long confinement in an uneasy position. Instructors can and ought to use their influence and authority to preserve the buildings from injuries, such as cutting the tables, loosening and splitting the seats, breaking the doors and windows, by which most houses of this class are shamefully mutilated, and their inconveniences, great enough at first, are increased. The extent to which injuries of this kind are done, and the inconveniences arising from them in respect of writing books and clothes, are great beyond what is ordinarily thought, and as it is possible in a considerable degree to prevent them, they should not be tolerated. So far as the scholars are concerned, they may arise from a mixture of causes: thoughtlessness, idleness, a restless disposition, or real intent to do injury. But whatever may be the cause, it argues an imperfection in the moral principle, which, were it in wholesome exercise, would teach them that it is equally iniquitous to damage public as private property. The practice we refer to is actual injustice, a real trespass, for which in almost all other cases the offender would be called to an account. And we must confess that it is a matter of just surprise that more efforts have not been made to prevent it. A high responsibility relative to this concern rests on the instructors. The power of preventing this lies principally with them. It is obvious, then, to remark, if they have much reason to complain for want of better accommodations, they have some reason to reform, and in measuring out the blame which justly rests somewhere, to take a little portion to themselves. We are persuaded that schoolhouses will be more readily built and repaired when instructors shall use more exertions to save them from the folly and indiscretion of children. The injuries complained of, we are persuaded, if not wholly, yet to a great extent can be prevented, and it is high time that parents and teachers should bring together their fixed and operative determination to suffer them no longer. Separate from inconveniences which scholars themselves experience from them, a licentious and irresponsible feeling in regard to public property is encouraged. If the well-known loose sense of obligation in respect to public interests, and the wanton injuries which are so frequently done to institutions of a public nature of every description, so preeminently common throughout this country, do not spring up in the habits referred to, they are certainly most powerfully fostered by them, and there is great reason to apprehend that a principle so loose in respect to public property must extend itself by easy transitions to private. In every view the practice is wrong, and the effect corrupting, and it is high time that the attention of the community was directed to it, the obligations of men on this subject more fully taught, and, when necessary, enforced in all our institutions of learning, from the infant school to the professional hall, not excepting our theological seminaries, where, if in any place we should expect regard would be paid to public rights and the bestowments of private munificence, and we could wish the evil complained of stopped here. But truth constrains us to say that the tables and seats of the bench and bar in our courthouses, the pews and even the pulpits in our places of religious worship, bear evident marks that neither the ermine nor the lawn is sufficient to restrain this most shameful, deforming, and mischievous practice. Teachers should take the management of the fire entirely under their own control, for though their own feelings may not be the thermometer of the room, yet, if they are at all qualified to teach, they must possess more discretion on the subject than those under them. They should see that the room is in a comfortable condition by the time the exercises commence. Many a half day is nearly wasted, and sometimes, from the disorder consequent upon the state of things, worse than lost, because, when the children collect, the room is still so cold that they cannot study, nor can they be still. Nothing short of the masters being in the house a half hour before the school commences can ordinarily secure the object referred to. It may be objected that instructors are not employed to build fires. We do not ask them to do it, but we ask them to see that fires are seasonably built, and we must think those who can define so nicely the limits of their obligations as to excuse themselves from this care have not the spirit of high-minded and enterprising teachers, and that, however worthy they may be, and however well qualified for other employments, they should never offer themselves for that of school-keeping. Instructors should see also that the schoolroom be in all its parts kept in a clean and comfortable condition. Cleanliness is not ordinarily ranked so high, nor is the contrary habit ranked so low in the scale of moral worth and sinful defilement as they should be, nor do they, as we fear, enter so fully into the account when men are estimating their own moral state, or when others are estimating it for them as they ought. We will not say, as a very able and careful observer of men once said, that he did not believe any person could be a true Christian who was not becomingly neat in his person and in his business. Yet we are free to say that every additional year's intercourse with the world in moral and religious concerns deepens the conviction that cleanliness is inseparable from any considerable advancement in a religious life, and that where its requirements are disregarded, there is much reason to apprehend that other and important defects of a moral nature do most probably exist. Cleanliness in one's person and the various occupations is intimately connected with manly and upright conduct, chaste and pure thoughts, and sensible comfort in any situation, and as a service exacted or a habit established, would go far to secure good order and agreeable conduct in any school. We are persuaded that one of the most powerful helps towards good government and consequent orderly conduct among the pupils is overlooked through inattention or ignorance where this principle is not called in, and where an exertion to establish a principle and habit of neatness has not been put forth, one of the strong bonds to a future worthy moral conduct is lost, and a most important and legitimate object of instruction and education neglected. Great exertions should be used to cultivate among the pupils a taste for cleanliness, decency, and elegance in all things, and their particular responsibility in respect to the proper state of the house and all its outward connections. This is their home, for the good and decent state of which their character is at stake, and their comfort involved. They should firmly and perseveringly resolve that the schoolroom should be kept clean, not simply swept, but often washed, and every day dusted. Without this attention, it is impossible their own persons, their clothes or books can be preserved in a decent and comfortable state. The room they should consider as their parlor, and those that occupy it, company to one another. The room must therefore always be in a visiting condition. And what should prevent this? Cannot a number of young people, all of whom, it must be presumed, are trained to order and neatness at home, bring the principles of order and neatness into an apartment where they are to spend so much time together, and where any one who knows much of the business of common families must know there is less excuse for any disorder or dirt than there is in most of our houses? We know it is practicable to have a schoolroom kept in a comfortable condition, and that youth instructed and encouraged to do this, and having their attention sufficiently directed to it, will soon become interested in the subject, and manifest a commendable disposition to have things as they ought to be, and a willingness to make all the personal efforts which are required to accomplish it. And we are persuaded that when this is attempted, it will be found, perhaps to the surprise of many, that from the less injury done to the clothes of scholars and to the books, as well as from the better conduct which will invariably ensue, many of the evils connected with our common schools would be removed. It is a fact susceptible of as perfect demonstration as any moral proposition, that filth and dirt, if they be in part the effect, are at the same time among the most efficient causes of corrupt morals and debased conduct. Gisborne, in one of his works, has a remark of this kind. We do not pretend to quote his words, that in a part of London, more young families, who, at setting out in life, promise well, are made corrupt and led into wretched and destructive habits from the unhappy location of houses, which renders all attempts to keep them in a pure and comfortable condition ineffectual, than from any other single cause. Ineffectual efforts to keep things neat lead to neglect to filthy habits, and filthy habits to low and degraded vice.
If such be the operation of a want of neatness in families, and we apprehend the justness of the remark will find support in instances which must have fallen within the knowledge of every attentive observer, are there not reasons to fear that the same effects will follow the same course in school? There can be no doubt that in many instances a sense of propriety is destroyed, in more greatly weakened, by the state of things in and about the houses of education. A disregard to this subject, too common among scholars, often settles down into a confirmed habit, and gradually spreads itself over the whole surface of action and through life. The individual becomes less interesting in his appearance, less agreeable in his manners, less honorable in his conduct, and less moral and upright in his principles. Instructors should also guard against the bad influence upon the dispositions and manners of scholars, which the inconveniences they experience are apt to produce. The pain and uneasiness which a child experiences from an uncomfortable situation in school, he will very likely associate with his books and studies, or with the instructor and regulations of school. He may connect them with those who sit near him, and who may be just as uneasy as himself, and be ready to hate the whole and quarrel with all, because he feels pain and cannot or does not rightly understand the occasion of it. The local situation of children in school has a most obvious bearing upon their conduct and temper. Place them a little out of the observation of the instructor, and they will play. Put them where they are crowded, or sit with inconvenience, and they will quarrel. It has often been a subject of interest to me, says one of the committee, when visiting schools, to observe the operations of local circumstances upon the mind and conduct of children, and the more I have observed, the more importance I am constrained to attach to these things. In one house where I have many times called, I do not recollect ever passing a half hour without seeing contention among those placed in a particular part of the room, and play in another. I distinctly recollect the same thing in the seminary where I pursued my preparatory studies. It was as obvious in the lecture room in college. In the seminary, which I had the care of for some years, it was so apparent that I often changed the situation of those who were unfavorably placed, to prevent the feelings and conduct likely to be produced from settling down into confirmed habits. For permanent bad effects may and have in fact grown out of these circumstances. Quarrels also, which have sprung up between children, and which had no other legitimate cause than their being placed together in school on uncomfortable seats, have led to a state of unkind feelings and unfriendly conduct through life. The influence has sometimes extended beyond the individuals. Families and neighborhoods have been drawn into the contention, and in not a few instances whole districts thrown into disorder, only because at first some little twig of humanity had become restless and quarrelsome in consequence of his uneasy position in school. But if the effect be confined to the individual, yet it may be sufficiently unhappy. Suppose from one of the causes above named, the child acquire a habit of loose and foolish playfulness, or of restless discontent. Suppose he acquire a disrelish for schools, his books, or unkind feelings towards his instructor, or his fellows. Will there not be much personal loss, and is there no danger of future consequences? Is there no danger that these feelings will go into future life, and the individual prove less comfortable to himself and less comfortable to others? Youth is the season when the character is formed, and direction given to the feelings and the conduct. It is a matter of no small interest to the man himself, or those with whom he is to act in future life, that these be of a gentle and accommodating character. Since, therefore, from the construction of many of our schoolhouses, it is not possible for the scholars to be altogether free from suffering, it is a subject well worth the special attention of instructors, carefully to guard against the consequences which it is like to produce upon their temper and conduct. This may be done in some degree by allowing the children occasionally to change their situation, to rise and stand up for a few minutes, or at convenient seasons giving them a short additional recess. To remove in some degree the gloom and deformities of the house, and at the same time to draw off the attention from their bodily pains,
Scholars should be allowed to ornament it with greens and flowers and other things of an innocent nature attracting to the minds of youth. Agreeable objects originate agreeable feelings, and pleasant feelings lead to good conduct. We would also recommend to instructors to encourage the children, in places where there is the least prospect of security, to cultivate flower borders upon the schoolhouse grounds, and certainly in boxes set in the house. Should it be objected that their attention would in this way be withdrawn from their books, we must reply that we doubt the fact, and would in turn ask whether the feelings, the taste, and the understanding would not be most essentially improved by attention to the works of nature, and efforts to bring to the highest perfection those things which a wise Providence, who knows by what means the character of man is to be formed, has made beautiful to the eye. Our own feelings have often been hurt, and our views of expediency entirely crossed, when we have seen, as we have on many occasions, a handsome branch or beautiful flower or well-arranged nosegay torn in a censorious and ruthless manner from the hand of a child, or the place where his love for ornament and beauty had placed it. We would encourage the children to make the room of confinement as pleasant to them as they can, consistently with other duties, and if at any time it be observed that these things are gaining an undue influence over them, to check it as any other practice, not evil in itself, but only in excess, should be corrected. It should be done in such a manner that the child should be left free to enjoy as far as it is safe to enjoy, and feel, too, that he does it with the full approbation and goodwill of his instructor. There is one subject more to which we must be permitted to refer, one with which the morals of the young are intimately connected, one in which parents, instructors, and scholars should unite their efforts to produce a reform. There should be nothing in or about the schoolhouses calculated to defile the mind, corrupt the heart, or excite unholy and forbidden appetites. Yet, considering the various character of those brought together in our public schools, and considering also how inventive are corrupt minds in exhibiting openly the defilement which reigns within, we do not know but we must expect that schoolhouses, as well as other public buildings, and even fences, will continue to bear occasional marks both of lust and profaneness. But we must confess that the general apathy which apparently exists on this subject does appear strange to us. It is an humbling fact that in many of these houses there are highly indecent, profane, and libidinous marks, images, and expressions, some of which are spread out in broad characters on the walls, where they unavoidably meet the eyes of all who come into the house, or, being on the outside, salute the traveler as he passes by, wounding the delicate and annoying the moral sensibilities of the heart, while there is still a much greater number, in smaller character, upon the tables and seats of the students, and even in some instances of the instructors, constantly before the eyes of those who happen to occupy them. How contaminating these must be, no one can be entirely insensible, and yet how unalarmed, or if not entirely unalarmed, how little is the mind of the community directed to the subject, and how little effort put forth to stay this fountain of corruption. Such things ought not to be. They can to a considerable extent be prevented. The community are therefore altogether clear in this matter. When we regard the deleterious effect which the want of accommodation and other imperfections in and about these buildings must have upon the growth, health, and perfectness of the bodily system, upon the mental and moral powers, upon the tender and delicate feelings of the heart, we must suppose there is as pressing a call for the direct interference of the wise and benevolent to produce an improvement, as there is for the efforts of the Prison Discipline Society or for many of the benevolent exertions of the day. And we do most solemnly and affectionately call upon all, according to their situation in life, to direct their attention to the subject, for the bodies, the minds, the hearts of the young and rising generation require this. It is a service due to the present and future generation, a service due to their bodies and souls. I will now bring this long statement to a close by enumeration of a few further particulars which could not well be arranged under any of the preceding heads, and shall omit such things only as no civilized people can ever forget. Where the expense can be afforded, every schoolhouse should be provided with a bell. If not the only mode, it is probably the best one for ensuring punctuality, and the importance of punctuality can hardly be overstated, either as it regards the progress of the school collectively or the habits of the individual pupils. If morals were to be divided into the greater and the less, the virtue of punctuality should be set down in the first class. Probably there are few districts which would not obtain a full equivalent every year for the price of a bell in the improved habits and increased progress of the children. It is also very desirable to have a timepiece placed in some part of the schoolroom where it can be seen by all the scholars. It is both encouragement and relief to them. It has an effect upon pupils just like that of milestones upon travelers. Men and children have a wonderful power of adapting themselves to circumstances, but with all their flexibility, neither child nor man can ever adapt himself to a state of suspense or uncertainty. All the large schools in the city of Lowell are provided with a clock, which strikes after stated intervals. This is a signal for classes to take their places for recitation and for reciting classes to return to their seats. Many schoolhouses in the country are situated 100 rods or more from any dwelling house. In all cases it is desirable, but in such cases it seems almost indispensable, to have a pump or well where water for drink and so forth can be obtained. In the summer, children usually require drink once in half a day. 100 rods is too far for them to run in a brief intermission, or for water conveniently to be carried, to say nothing of the inconvenience to the neighbor of having his premises invaded year after year, and perhaps his gardens and fruit trees thereby subjected to petty depredations. No children or teacher ought ever to be blamed for having a mud-plastered floor if mats and scrapers are not provided at the doors of the house. If there be not a cellar for wood when that species of fuel is used, a shed in which to house it is indispensable. In the year 1831, the censors of the American Institute of Instruction submitted to that body a plan of a village schoolhouse. As the object of this report is not so much to present a model for universal adoption as to explain the great principles which should be observed, whatever model may be selected, I have thought it might be acceptable to accompany this report with the plan which was submitted by the censors as above stated, together with all the material parts of their explanation of it. They are therefore appended. It will be perceived that the plan of the censors exhibits a Doric portico in front of the house. Such an ornament would be highly creditable to the district which should supply it. It would be a visible and enduring manifestation of the interest they felt in the education of their children. And what citizen of Massachusetts would not feel an ingenuous and honorable pride if, in whatever direction he should have occasion to travel through the state, he could go upon no highway, nor towards any point of the compass, without seeing, after every interval of 3 or 4 miles, a beautiful temple, planned according to some tasteful model in architecture, dedicated to the noble purpose of improving the rising generation, and bearing evidence in all its outward aspects and circumstances of fulfilling the sacred object of its erection. What external appearance could impress strangers from other states or countries as they passed through our borders with such high and demonstrative proofs that they were in the midst of a people who, by forecasting the truest welfare of their children, meant nobly to seek for honor in the character of their posterity rather than meanly to be satisfied with that of their ancestors? And how different would be the feelings of all the children towards the schools, and through the schools towards all other means of elevation and improvement, if from their earliest days of observation they were accustomed always to look at the schoolhouse and to hear it spoken of as among the most attractive objects in their neighborhood. In the preceding remarks I have suggested defects in the construction of our schoolhouses only for the purpose of more specifically pointing out improvements. I would not be understood as detracting from, but as attesting to their usefulness as they are. Although often injudiciously located, unsightly without and uncomfortable within,
Yet more than anything else, they tend to convert the hope of the philanthropist into faith, and they fill him with a gratification 1,000 times nobler and more rational than the sight of all the palaces in the old world. Horace Mann, Secretary of the Board of Education, Boston, March 27, 1838. End of Section 8. Section 9 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. Second Annual Report, 1838, Part 1. Second Annual Report of the Secretary of the Board of Education, December 1838. To the Board of Education. Gentlemen, I hereby respectfully submit some account of my proceedings during the last year, in discharging the duties of the office you have confided to me. I should deem it an encroachment upon the province of the Board to advert to such topics in the administration of the school law as are equally well known to the Board as to myself, such, for instance, as the measures they have taken for establishing normal schools, for causing school libraries to be prepared, and the designation of the form and time for making the school returns. I shall, therefore, confine myself to such facts as have come more immediately within my own knowledge and to the considerations suggested by them. During the past season, after having given seasonable notice by sending circulars to the school committee of each town in the Commonwealth, I visited the 14 counties in the state, and at convenient and central places have met such of the friends of education as chose to attend. At a majority of these meetings I have been aided by the presence and cooperation of one or more of the members of the Board. Other distinguished citizens, who for many years have received the fullest testimonials of the people's confidence, have been present, and have taken an active and most useful part in the proceedings. Except in the 3 counties of Hampden, Berkshire, and Essex, the conventions have been well attended by school committees, teachers, and other friends of education. The time of the meetings has been occupied by statements respecting the condition of the public schools, by discussions in regard to the processes of teaching, and by the delivery of one or more addresses. It appeared from facts ascertained during the last part of the year 1837, and communicated by me to the Board in the report of January 1st, 1838, that the common school system of Massachusetts had fallen into a state of general unsoundness and debility, that a great majority of the schoolhouses were not only ill adapted to encourage mental effort, but in many cases were absolutely perilous to the health and symmetrical growth of the children, that the schools were under a sleepy supervision, that many of the most intelligent and wealthy of our citizens had become estranged from their welfare, and that the teachers of the schools, although, with very few exceptions, persons of estimable character and of great private worth, yet in the absence of all opportunities to qualify themselves for the performance of the most difficult and delicate task, which in the arrangements of Providence is committed to human hands, were necessarily, and therefore without fault of their own, deeply and widely deficient in the 2 indispensable prerequisites for their office, namely, a knowledge of the human mind as the subject of improvement, and a knowledge of the means best adapted wisely to unfold and direct its growing faculties. To expect that a system, animated only by a feeble principle of life, and that life in irregular action, could be restored at once to health and vigor, would be a sure preparation for disappointment. It is now 20 years since the absolute government of Prussia, under the impulse of self-preservation, entered upon the work of entirely remodeling their common schools so as to give them a comprehensiveness and an efficacy which would embrace and educate every child in the kingdom. In this undertaking, high intelligence has been aided at every step by unlimited power,
and yet the work is but just completed, in some places and in some circumstances of detail, I believe, not yet completed. Their engine of reform is the command of the sovereign, enforced by penalties. Ours is the intelligence of the people, stimulated by duty. Their plan has the advantage of efficiency and dispatch, but it has this disadvantage, that what the ruler may decree today, his successor may revoke tomorrow. Ours has the disadvantage of slowness in execution, but the compensatory advantage of permanency when accomplished. Besides, if our schools are voluntarily advanced through the intelligence of the people, the agents themselves will be benefited almost as much as the objects. These considerations ought to satisfy those persons who seem impatient of delay, and who think that any Board of Education could reanimate our system in 1 or even in a few years. Considering, then, the description of the means to be employed for raising our schools to a reasonable and practicable point of usefulness, it may be confidently stated that the efforts which have been made in different places have accomplished something already, and have given sure auguries of a speedier progression hereafter. In my circuit this year, Nantucket was the first place visited. This town contains almost 10,000 inhabitants. When there, the previous season, there was but one set of public schools for all the children. To them, only children over the age of 6 years were admitted, and no public provision existed for the education of those below. During the last year, that town has established 2 primary schools for small children, and also a school, as it is denominated in the statute, for the benefit of all the inhabitants of the town. To the last, pupils are admitted on passing an examination in the branches required to be taught in the middle or secondary schools. The organization, therefore, is now perfect. The small children are provided for by themselves. This is an advantage which can hardly be overestimated. For the purpose of preserving order and silence in schools composed of scholars of all ages, it becomes almost necessary to practice a rigor of restraint and a severity of discipline upon the small children, which is always injurious and often cruel. The youngest scholars are constitutionally the most active. Their proportion of brain and nervous system, compared with the whole body, is much the greatest. Their restlessness does not proceed from volition, but from the involuntary impulses of nature. They vibrate at the slightest touch, and they can no more help a responsive impulse at every sight and sound than they can help seeing and hearing with open eyes and ears. What aggravates the difficulty is that they have nothing to do. At a time when nature designs they shall be more active than at any other period of their life, a stagnation of all the powers of mind and body is enforced. But while the heart beats and the blood flows, the signs of life cannot be wholly suppressed, and therefore the steady working of nature's laws is sure to furnish the teacher with occasions for discipline. If it would be intolerably irksome for any of the large scholars to sit still for half a day in a constrained posture, with hands unoccupied, arid eyes looking straight into vacancy, how much more intolerable it is for the small ones. Hence the importance of having such a gradation of schools in every place where it is practicable, as has lately been established in Nantucket. Another invaluable advantage of having 3 grades of schools is that, while it diminishes at least 1/2 the number of classes in each school, it increases the number in each class, and thus allows the teacher to devote more time to the recitations and to the oral instruction of his enlarged classes. Another point of great importance to the schools was well illustrated in the change at Nantucket. When I was there in 1837, a private school was in operation, kept by one of the most accomplished instructors in the state, and sustained at great expense to its patrons. When the arrangement above referred to was made, this gentleman was employed by the town to keep the town school. The private school was, of course, given up, but he carried with him into the town school most of his former pupils, and he now educates many others who could not afford the expense of the private school. Although in such cases the compensation of the teacher may not be quite as great nominally, yet it will probably be worth as much, as he will receive it directly from the town in regular installments, and will have none of the trouble of collecting bills. Within the last year, also, every schoolhouse in Nantucket has been provided with a good ventilator and with new and comfortable seats. This leaves little to be desired in that town in regard to the places where the processes of education are carried on. Competent teachers, fidelity in the committee, suitable school books, libraries, and a good apparatus, and bringing all the children within the beneficent influences of the school, will complete the work. For the town school, an extensive and valuable apparatus has been provided, and also some of a less costly description for the primary schools. To accomplish these praiseworthy purposes, the town last year almost doubled its former appropriation. Another highly gratifying indication of increased attention to the welfare of the schools has been given by the city of Salem. A year ago, the schoolhouses in that city were without ventilation, and many of them with such seats as excited vivid ideas of corporal punishment, and almost prompted one to ask the children for what offense they had been committed. At an expense of about $2,000, the seats in all the schoolhouses except one have been reconstructed, and provisions for ventilation have been made. I am told that the effect in the quiet, attention, and proficiency of the pupils was immediately manifested. In many other places, improvements of the same kind have been made, though to a less extent, and in only a part of the houses. It would be a great mistake, however, to suppose that nothing remains to be done in this important department of the system of public instruction. The cases mentioned are the slightest exceptions compared with the generality of the neglect. The urgent reasons for making the report on schoolhouses last year still continue. In the important point of ventilation, so essential to the health, composure, and mental elasticity of the pupils, most of the houses remain without change, except, indeed, that very undesirable change which has been wrought by time and the elements, or such change as has been effected by stripping off the external covering of the house on some emergency for fuel. The children must continue to breathe poisonous air, and to sit upon seats threatening structural derangement, until parents become satisfied that a little money may well be expended to secure to their offspring the blessings of sound health, a good conformation, and a strong, quick-working mind. A highly respectable physician, who for several years has attended to the actual results of bad internal arrangements and bad locations for schoolhouses upon the health of the pupils, took measures during the past summer to ascertain with exactness the relative amount of sickness suffered by the children in a given period of time in 2 annual schools. The schools were selected on account of their proximity, being but a short distance from each other. They consisted of very nearly the same number of children, belonging to families in the same condition of life, and no general physical causes were known to exist which should have distinguished them from each other in regard to the health of the pupils. But one house was dry and well ventilated, the other damp and so situated as to render ventilation impracticable. In the former, during a period of 45 days, 5 scholars were absent from sickness, to the amount in the whole of 20 days. In the latter, during the same period of time and for the same cause, 19 children were absent, to an amount in the whole of 145 days. That is almost 4 times the number of children, and more than 7 times the amount of sickness. And the appearances of the children, not thus detained by sickness, indicated a marked difference in their condition as to health. On such a subject, where all the causes in operation may not be known, it would be unphilosophical to draw general conclusions from a particular observation. No reason, however, can be divined why this single result should not fairly represent the average of any given number of years. Similar results for successive years must satisfy anyone respecting the true cause of such calamities.
if indeed anyone can remain skeptical in regard to the connection between good health and pure air. The committee who take charge of the primary schools in the city of Boston established in the month of September last a model school. To this school it is intended to devote an unusual share of attention. It is under the immediate supervision of gentlemen intelligent and highly interested in its success. Their object is to select the best books, to learn as far as possible the true periods of alternation between study and exercise for young children, and to improve upon existing processes for moral and intellectual training. When their plans are somewhat matured by observation and experience, it is their intention to bring the teachers of the other primary schools, of which there are more than 80 in the city, in regular succession into this school to familiarize them with whatever upon experiment shall be found to succeed well. Although it cannot be doubted that this enterprise, under the judicious management of the committee, will prove very beneficial, yet it is hardly rational to anticipate that it will supersede the necessity of a normal school for the city. I cannot doubt that the board will hear with lively gratification other evidence of an increased interest in this subject. Considering how inadequate to the wants of the whole community a county meeting annual only on the subject of education must necessarily be, several of the county conventions appointed large and most respectable committees to prepare and deliver, or cause to be prepared and delivered, a lecture in the different towns of the respective counties, or, where the towns were large, in different places in the same town. In pursuance of this excellent plan, such lectures have already been delivered, or lecturers are now engaged in delivering them, in the counties of Nantucket, Hampden, Hampshire, Franklin, Worcester, and to some extent in Essex. During the last summer, too, a few gentlemen in the city of Boston adopted measures to procure the delivery of a course of weekly lectures for the benefit of teachers in the city. This course commenced about the middle of October last and still continues. Engaged in country and city in this voluntary and gratuitous labor are gentlemen who have been or are members of the state and national legislatures, counselors at law, physicians, clergymen of all denominations, experienced and long-approved teachers, and some of the most popular writers in the state. All these intelligent and forecasting men, who see that future consequences can alone be regulated by attention to present causes, are profoundly convinced that unless juvenile feelings in this state and country are assiduously trained to an observance of law and a reverence for justice, it will be impossible to restrain adult passions from individual debasement and public commotion. The course of a stream, which 1,000 men cannot obstruct as it flows into the ocean, may be turned by a child at the fountain. Above, it will yield to the guidance of a hand. Below, its flood will sweep works and workmen away. There are other indications that public opinion on this subject is advancing in the right direction. More committees are inquiring into the qualifications of candidates for teaching, instead of taking such qualifications for granted. Persons who had taught school a dozen winters have been set aside for incompetency in the elementary branches. The law requiring committees to visit the schools has been better observed than ever before, and teachers are realizing the benefit of such visitations in the encouragement and stimulus they have supplied to the pupils. Many teachers are more justly appreciating the true elevation and responsibleness of their vocation, and are animated by those high motives whose prerogative it is to convert toil into pleasure. On the reverse side of this picture, however, it is my duty to present that of the 29 rich and populous towns bound by law to keep a school at least 10 months in each year for the benefit of all the inhabitants of the town, and which were reported last year as violating this law by non-compliance, only 2, namely Nantucket and Taunton, have since established the schools required. It will be recollected that this class of towns takes precedence of almost all others in wealth.
that they expend a far less proportion of their money per scholar for the support of public schools than the poorer and more sparsely populated towns, while at the same time they expend a far greater proportion of money for the private schools. At the rate of 2 in a year, it will take about 15 years for all the towns in this class to comply with the law, a length of probation, it is to be feared, which will tend to harden rather than reform the delinquents. Sufficient time has not yet elapsed to allow the practical results of last winter's legislation to be developed. The law for the compensation of school committees was not enacted until after the committees for the current year had been elected. The reasons which in former years had deterred so many competent men from accepting that meritorious office still existed. The ensuing annual elections will show how far the public will consent that any man incompetent for or heartless in the performance of this responsible duty shall be entrusted with it and receive its compensation. Nor has the time yet arrived at which all school committees are to make to their respective towns a report designating particular improvements and defects in the methods or means of education, and stating such facts and suggestions in relation thereto as in their opinion will best promote the interests and increase the usefulness of the schools. Great good will unquestionably result from each of these provisions. The register prescribed by the law of last winter to be faithfully kept in all the town and district schools in the Commonwealth has been almost universally, 1 or 2 places only, so far as I have learned, undertaking to absolve themselves from a compliance with the law, introduced into the schools with excellent effect. Skillful teachers find it a valuable auxiliary in securing greater regularity in the attendance of their scholars. By the report of last year, it appeared that a portion of the children, dependent wholly upon the common schools, absented themselves from the winter school, either permanently or occasionally, equal to a permanent absence of about 1/3 part of their whole number, and a portion absented themselves from the summer schools, either permanently or occasionally, equal to a permanent absence of considerably more than 2/5 of their whole number. Thus, after all the labor and expense of establishing, maintaining, and supervising the schools have been incurred, after the schools have been brought to the very doors of the children, the school itself is made to suffer in all its departments by the inconstant attendance of the children, and the children suffer, in habits and character, from inconstant attendance upon the school. Whatever diminishes this evil is cheaply bought, though at much cost. The keeping of a daily register is also the only means by which the committees can be enabled to make accurate instead of conjectural returns for the annual abstracts. The register and the annual abstract are so far parts of a whole that both should be continued or both abolished. The abstracts are prepared as statistics for legislative action and economical science. If true, they will evince philosophical principles to be the basis of wise measures. But if false, they lead to practical errors with scientific certainty, and they annul the chance which ignorance enjoys of being sometimes right by accident or mistake. The Board are already aware that the form of the register prepared this year was sent out in single sheets, and for 1 year only, so that its fitness might be tested, and that in order to establish a more perfect and permanent register, all persons were invited to suggest improvements. In the circulars sent to the school committees, this invitation was repeated. Verbally or in writing, I have received a variety of suggestions for modifying the form. Some of these suggestions are diametrically opposite to each other. Everywhere they come from towns lying side by side, and whose general circumstances, except in the amount of attention bestowed upon their schools, are similar. The number of towns in the country is precisely equal which on one side declare it to be too complicated and particular, and on the other suggest as improvements the addition of a number of new items. I mention these particulars that the towns may know how impossible is a conformity to views so conflicting. As some teachers and school committees do not seem to be aware of the advantages of keeping so full a register as has been proposed,
perhaps it may be expedient to prepare a form embracing those facts only of which a record should be kept in every school, and then to leave it to those who more fully appreciate its uses to keep such a supplementary register as they may think best. The report on schoolhouses, made by me to the board in March last, detailing, among other things, a plan for a union of school districts and a gradation of schools in places where the compactness of the population would allow, was followed by an act of the legislature on April 25th, authorizing a union of school districts for the important purposes specified. A few towns have already acted upon that plan, and the public mind is earnestly called to it by the Friends of Education in other places. Wherever it can be adopted, it will tend to diminish the evils and to increase the efficiency of our educational system. But were all the territory of the state judiciously divided into districts, were there a just gradation in the schools, were every schoolhouse good, had every school the best teacher that could be found, and the guidance and encouragement of the most wise and assiduous school committee, still all these would be only preliminary steps in the numerous and complicated processes of education. The true medium in the government of schools between austere demeanor and severity on the one hand, and on the other a facile temper yielding to every pressure and just according to the pressure, the great questions of rewards and punishments, whose influence spreads out over such wide tracts of feeling and character in after life, the selection of motives to enkindle the ardor of children in their studies, together with the precedence of these motives in regard to each other, that is, whether the minds of children should be forever turned outwards to the worldly advantages of wealth, office, rank, display, as incitements to duty, or inwards towards the perception of right and wrong in their own hearts, and to the noiseless, boundless rewards which nature gives for conscientious conduct, in spite of the laws or power or hate of men. The one course setting the applause of the world before rectitude, the other reversing their position. And in regard to processes, more intellectual in their character, such as the succession of studies best tending to cultivate the mental powers in the order of their natural development, the question of a more or less rapid alternation from one study to another, the degrees in which either the instruction or government of a school should be modified so as to be adapted to the peculiarities of individual character, all these and many more points would remain to be settled before the outlines were filled up of anything worthy to be called a philosophical plan of education. Surveying the subject, therefore, in the extent and diversity of its parts, the only practicable and useful course seemed to be to select some particular topic, and as far as possible to collect facts, educe principles, and offer hints for practice. Science must grow out of observation, art out of science. From the earliest observations made on visiting schools, and such as I have visited were probably above the average of schools in the state, I have been impressed with the obvious want of intelligence in the reading classes, respecting the subject matter of the lessons. With some exceptions, I regret to say that the eyes, features, and motions of the readers have indicated only bodily sensations, not mental activity, while the volume of voice emitted has too closely resembled those mechanical contrivances for the transmission of fluids, which, with admirable precision, discharge equal quantities in equal times. At the same time, I was sure that had the subject matter of the reading lesson been understood, it would have opened a fountain of pleasurable emotions within, whose streams would have flowed out through every channel of expression. And on examination, I have often found that the black and white page of the book was the outer boundary of the reader's thoughts, and a barrier to arrest their progress, instead of being a vehicle to carry them onward or upward into whatever region the author might have expatiated. When the pupils were directed to the subject matter of the reading lesson, to the orderly unfolding of its parts as branches proceeding from a common trunk, I have found them committing mistakes which, though ludicrous as facts, were most lamentable as indications. Deeming the mode, and the degree of success found to attend it, of teaching our children the orthography and significance of their mother tongue to be the most important question which could be put in regard to their intellectual culture, I determined to make these points the main objects of inquiry in my annual visit into the different counties. For distinctness' sake, I proposed, among others, the 2 following questions to the school committees of the several towns in the state. First, are scholars in your schools kept in spelling classes from the time of their earliest combination of letters up to the time of their leaving school, or what is the course ordinarily pursued in regard to teaching orthography, and how long is it continued? Second, are there defects in teaching scholars to read? This inquiry is not made in regard to the pronunciation of words and the modulation of the voice. But do the scholars fail to understand the meaning of the words they read? Do they fail to master the sense of the reading lessons? Is there a presence in the minds of the scholars when reading of the ideas and feelings intended to be conveyed and excited by the author? In answer to another question, not here quoted, relative to the ages within which children attend our public schools, I have learnt that exclusive regulations founded on age exist in but very few towns, probably in not more than 15 or 20 in the state. And although the great majority of the children in the schools are between the ages of 4 and 16, yet in almost all the towns they are allowed to attend both earlier and later. They are found from 3 and sometimes from 2 years of age up to 21 years very frequently, and sometimes to 24 or 25. I learn also that with scarcely a single exception in the whole state, the scholars are kept in spelling classes, or they spell daily from their reading lessons, from the time of their earliest combination of letters up to the time of their leaving school. And yet, if testimony derived from 1,000 sources and absolutely uniform can be relied on, there is a Babel-like diversity in the spelling of our language. It is impossible to ascertain with any considerable degree of precision the percentage of words in ordinary use which the children are unable to spell, but it seems to be the general opinion of the most competent observers that the schools have retrograded within the last generation or half-generation in regard to orthography, nor is the condition of the schools better in regard to reading, as will hereafter be shown. The evil of incorrect spelling and unintelligent reading is by no means wholly imputable to teachers. It springs in part from the use of books ill adapted to the different stages of growth in youthful minds. Another cause consists in a most pernicious error on the part of parents in regard to the true object of reading. Many teachers have assured me that they are perfectly aware that the time spent in reading is mainly lost, but that the usages of the school and the demands of the district prohibit them, perhaps under penalty of dismissal, from adopting a better mode. It is said that the first and only inquiry made by parents of their children is, "How many times and how much have you read?" not, "What have you read about?" A question like the last presupposes some judgment and some ability to follow it up with further inquiries. But anybody can put the first, for it is an easy problem which solves the ratio of mental progress by the number of pages mechanically gone over. The children's minds are not looked into to see what new operations they can accurately perform, but the inquiry relates only to the amount of labor done by the organs of speech, as though so many turns of the bodily machine would yield perforce a corresponding amount of mental product. It is characteristic of the learned professions that the person employed directs the employer, and it is earnestly to be hoped that teachers will soon deservedly win so much of the confidence of the community that they will no longer feel constrained to practice methods they know to be valueless in order to harmonize with opinions they know to be pernicious. It is probable also that this mischief may have been aggravated in those places where there is a gradation of schools by conditions prescribed in their regulations, for advancing from one school to another. One important fact I have learned is that in places containing in the aggregate not less than 100,000 inhabitants, about 1/7 of the population of the state, a condition for rising from one school to another is, either in express words or in substance, that the candidate shall be able to read fluently. Under such a rule, should a strong desire exist to advance children to a higher school, there is great danger that the value of intelligent reading will be sacrificed to the worthlessness of mere fluent reading. In this state, where the schools are open to all, an inability to spell the commonly used words in our language justly stamps the deficient mind with the stigma of illiteracy. Notwithstanding the intrinsic difficulty of mastering our orthography, there must be some defect in the manner of teaching it. Otherwise, this daily attention of the children to the subject, from the commencement to the end of their school-going life, should make them adepts in the mystery of spelling, except in cases of mental incapacity. Anomalous, arbitrary, contradictory, as is the formation of the words of our language from its letters, yet it is the blessing of the children that they know not what they undertake when they begin the labor. End of Section 9. Section 10 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. Second Annual Report, 1838, Part 2. However deeply we may be mortified at the general inability of our youth to spell well, it is the lightest of all regrets, compared with the calamity of their pretending to read what they fail to understand. Language is not merely a necessary instrument of civilization, past or prospective, but it is an indispensable condition of our existence as rational beings. We are accustomed to speak with admiration of those assemblages of things we call the necessaries, the comforts, the blessings of life, without thinking that language is a pre-necessary to them all. It requires a union of two things entirely distinct in themselves to confer the highest attribute of human greatness. In the first place, a creative mind, revolving, searching, reforming, perfecting within its own silent recesses, and then such power over the energy and copiousness of language as can bring into life whatever was prepared in darkness, and can transfer it to the present or the absent, to contemporaries or posterity. Thucydides makes Pericles say that one who forms a judgment upon any point, but cannot explain himself clearly to the people, might as well have never thought at all on the subject. The highest strength of understanding and justness of feeling, without fitting language to make themselves manifest, are but as the miser's hoard, without even the reversion of benefit we may ultimately expect from the latter. And for all social purposes, thought and expression are dependent each upon the other. Ideas without words are valueless to the public, and words without ideas have this mischievous attribute, that they inflict the severest pains and penalties on those who are most innocent of thus abusing them. This is not a place to speak of the nature and utility of language, any further than is rigidly necessary to an exposition of the best mode of acquiring and the true object in using it. Within this limit, it may be observed that we arrive at knowledge in two ways. First, by our own observation of phenomena without, and our own consciousness of what passes within us. And we seek words aptly to designate whatever has been observed, whether material or mental. In this case, the objects and events are known to us before the names or phrases which describe them. Or secondly, we see or hear words, and through a knowledge of their diversified applications, We become acquainted with objects and phenomena of which we should otherwise have remained forever ignorant. In this case, the words precede a knowledge of the things they designate. In one case, we are introduced to words through things, in the other, to things through words. But when once both have been strongly associated together, the presence of either will suggest its correlative. The limited fund of knowledge laid open to us by the former mode bears no assignable proportion to the immense resources proffered us by the latter. Without language, we should know something of the more obtrusive phenomena within reach of our senses, but an impenetrable wall of darkness would lie beyond their narrow horizon. With language, that horizon recedes until the expanse of the globe, with its continents, its air, its oceans, and all that are therein, lies under our eye, like an adjacent landscape. Without language, our own memory dates the beginning of time, and the record of our own momentary existence contains all that we can know of universal history. But with language, antiquity relives. We are spectators at the world's creation. We are present with our first progenitors, when the glory of a new life beamed from their inanimate frames. The long train of historic events passes in review before us. We behold the multiplication and expansion of our race, from individuals to nations, from patriarchs to dynasties. We see their temporal vicissitudes and moral transformations, the billowy rise and fall of empires, the subsidence of races whose power and numbers once overshadowed the earth, the emergence of feeble and despised tribes into wide-extended dominion. We see the dealings of God with men and of men with each other, all, in fine, which has been done and suffered by our kindred nature in arms, arts, science, philosophy, judicature, government, and we see them not by their own light only, but by the clearer light reflected upon them from subsequent times. What contrast could be more striking than that between an unlettered savage and a philosopher, the one imprisoned, the other privileged, in the halls of the same library, the one compelled by fear to gaze upon the pages of a book, the other impatient for the pleasure of doing it? As the former moves his reluctant eye downwards over successive lines, he sees nothing but ink and paper. Beyond it is vacancy. But to the eye of the philosopher, the somber pages are magically illuminated. By their light he sees other lands and times. All that filled his senses before he opened the revealing page is only an atom of the world in which he now expatiates. He is made free of the universe. A sentiment uttered thousands of years ago, if touched by the spirit of humanity, falls freshly upon his responsive bosom. The fathers of the world come out of the past and stand around him and hold converse with him, as it were, face to face. Old eloquence and poetry are again heard and sung. Sages imbue him with their wisdom, martyrs inspire him with their example, and the authors of discoveries, each one of whom won immortality by the boon he conferred upon the race, become his teachers. Truths which it took ages to perfect and establish, sciences elaborated by the world's intellect, are passed over to him finished and whole. This presents but the faintest contrast between the savage and the philosopher looking at the same books, and to a superficial observer occupied alike. To prepare children for resembling the philosopher rather than the savage, it is well to begin early, but it is far more important to begin right, and the school is the place for children to form an invincible habit of never using the organs of speech by themselves and as an apparatus, detached from and independent of the mind. The school is the place to form a habit of observing distinctions between words and phrases, and of adjusting the language used to various extents of meaning. It is the place where they are to commence the great art of adapting words to ideas and feelings, just as we apply a measuring instrument to objects to be measured. Then, in after life, they will never venture upon the use of words which they do not understand, and they will be enabled to use language coextensive with their thoughts and feelings, language which shall mark off so much of any subject as they wish to exhibit, as plainly as though they could have walked round it and set up landmarks. There is time enough devoted to exercises on language in our schools to have enabled every one of that numerous class of citizens whose attainments and good sense entitle them to be elected to municipal offices or to some station in the government, to prepare written documents, to draft petitions, reports, and so forth, upon all ordinary subjects not professional or technical. Yet how many men of excellent judgment find themselves unable to express their thoughts clearly and forcibly, in speech or writing, because they have never been accustomed to apply language to mental operations. Every man conversant with the profession of the law knows that no inconsiderable portion of those litigated cases which burden courts and embroil neighborhoods arises from some misapprehension of the meaning of the language used by the parties in oral or written contracts. The time spent by the scholars in reading, from the age of 8 or 10 to 16 years, is amply sufficient to enrich their minds with a great amount of various and useful knowledge, without encroaching 1 hour upon other accustomed studies. There is another fact most pertinent to this part of the subject. It is well known that science itself, among scientific men, can never advance far beyond a scientific language in which to record its laws and principles. An unscientific language, like the Chinese, will keep a people unscientific forever. So the knowledge of a people on any subject cannot far exceed the compass of the language which they fully comprehend. If what are called the exact sciences do not depend upon the exactness of the language they use, all exactness in other sciences does. Nor is it a fact of less importance that language reacts upon the mind that uses it. It is like the garments in which some nations clothe themselves, which shape the very limbs that draw them on. Men are generally very willing to modify or change their opinions and views while they exist in thought merely, but when once formally expressed, the language chosen often becomes the mold of the opinion. The opinion fills the mold, but cannot break it and assume a new form. Thus errors of thought and of life originate in impotence of language. The English language has been estimated to contain 70 or 80,000 words in reputable use. A knowledge of so many of these words as are in common use, with a power of summoning them, like trained bands, to come at the bidding of thought, arises from the smallest beginnings. The distance is so immense between the first rude articulation of an infant and the splendid and law-giving utterance of an eloquent man, that we could hardly believe beforehand that the two extremes had reference to the same individual. To gain time by shortening the distance between these extremes, or by removing obstacles and thus accelerating progress from the former to the latter, is one of the most appropriate labors of education. The hints which follow are offered with diffidence, in the hope, however, that they may prove useful themselves, or be suggestive to other minds of that which is better. The process of learning to spell our language is so imperceptibly lost in that of learning to read it, that the two can best be considered together. One preliminary truth is to be kept steadily in view in all the processes of teaching, and in the preparation of all its instruments, namely, that though much may be done by others to aid, yet the effective labor must be performed by the learner himself. Knowledge cannot be poured into a child's mind like fluid from one vessel into another. The pupil may do something by intuition, but generally there must be a conscious effort on his part. He is not a passive recipient, but an active, voluntary agent. He must do more than admit or welcome. He must reach out and grasp and bring home. It is the duty of the teacher to bring knowledge within arm's length of the learner, and he must break down its masses into portions so minute that they can be taken up and appropriated one by one. But the final appropriating act must be the learner's. Knowledge is not annexed to the mind like a foreign substance. but the mind assimilates it by its own vital powers. It is far less true that each one must earn his own bread by the sweat of his own brow, than it is that each one must earn his own knowledge by the labor of his own brain. For strictly speaking, nature recognizes no title to it by inheritance, gift, or finding. Development of the mind is by growth and organization, not by external accretion. Hence, all effective teaching must have reference to this indispensable, consummating act and effort of the learner. The feelings may undoubtedly be modified by external impressions, and therefore the mind is sometimes spoken of as passive recipient, adoptive, and the objects around us have a fitness and adaptation to awaken mental activity. But the acquisition of positive knowledge is not effected by a process of involuntary absorption. Such a notion belongs to the philosophy by which, a few years ago, a grammatical chart was published and pretty extensively sold in some of the states, whose peculiar virtue it was that, if hung up somewhere in the house, the whole family would shortly become good grammarians by mysteriously imbibing, as it were, certain grammatical effluvia. The distinction should become broader and broader between the theory of education which deals with the mind as living spirit and that which deals with it as a lifeless substance. Every scholar in a school must think with his own mind, as every singer in a choir must sing with his own voice. If, then, in learning, all wills and desires, all costs, labors, efforts of others are dependent at last upon the will of the learner, the first requisite is the existence in his mind of a desire to learn. Children who spend 6 months in learning the alphabet will, on the playground, in a single half-day or moonlight evening, learn the intricacies of a game or sport, where to stand, when to run, what to say, how to count, and what are the laws and the ethics of the game, the whole requiring more intellectual effort than would suffice to learn 6 alphabets. So of the recitation of verses mingled with action in juvenile games played in the chimney corner. And the reason is that for the one there is desire, while against the other there is repugnance. The teacher in one case is rolling a weight uphill, in the other down, for gravitation is not more to the motions of a heavy body than desire is to the efficiency of the intellect. Until a desire to learn exists within the child, some foreign force must constantly be supplied to keep him a-going. But from the moment that a desire is excited, he is self-motive and goes alone. Perhaps the best way of inspiring a young child with the desire of learning to read is to read to him, with proper intervals, some interesting story, perfectly intelligible, yet as full of suggestion as of communication, for the pleasure of discovering is always greater than that of perceiving. Care should be taken, however, to leave off before the ardor of curiosity cools. He should go away longing, not loathing. After the appetite has become keen, and nature supplies the zest, the child can be made to understand how he can procure this enjoyment for himself. The motive of affection also may be properly appealed to, that is, a request to learn in order to please the teacher, but this should never be pressed so far as to jeopard its existence, for it is a feeling more precious than all knowledge. The process of learning words and letters is toilsome, and progress will be slow unless a motive is inspired before instruction is attempted. And if 3 months are allowed to teach a child his letters, there is greater probability that the work will be done at the end of the time, even though 10 weeks of it should be spent in gaining his voluntary cooperation during the residue of that time. A desire of learning is better than all external opportunities, because it will find or make opportunities and then improve them. Such are the difficulties in acquiring the orthography of our language that it is said we have but 2 or 3 classes of uniformly correct spellers. Almost all, except publishers or printers and proofreaders, are more or less deficient in this acquisition.
while some other languages, as the Italian, French, and German, assign to individual letters a power which is scarcely varied whenever they recur, the power given to the letters in the English alphabet bears little resemblance to their power when combined in words. In a vast number of words there is a uniformity of pronunciation with diversity in spelling, or a diversity in pronunciation with similar spelling. The same letter has many different sounds, while different letters have the same sound, so that the learner, after learning the sound of a letter in one place, has no assurance of being right in giving it the same sound in another. The letters seem to change work with each other. Added to this, many words have silent letters, and in words otherwise of a formation exactly similar, some have silent letters, others none. Were it not for our familiarity with it, no fact would be more striking than that which always presents itself to the eye upon opening an English dictionary, namely, the double column of words for the same language, one for a guide in spelling, the other in pronunciation. But it is no part of this report to analyze our language and expose its unscientific structure and anomalous composition. It is either very much too late or too early to reform its arbitrary constitution. To adapt the pronunciation to the orthography would be to make a new spoken language. To adapt its orthography to its pronunciation would be to make a new written one. When a motive to learn exists, the first practical question respects the order in which letters and words are to be taught. That is, whether letters, taken separately, as in the alphabet, shall be taught before words, or whether monosyllabic familiar words shall be taught before letters. In those who learnt and have since taught in the former mode and have never heard of any other, this suggestion may excite surprise. The mode of teaching words first, however, is not mere theory, nor is it new. It has now been practiced for some time in the primary schools of the city of Boston, in which there are 4,000 or 5,000 children, and it is found to succeed better than the old mode. In other places in this country, and in some parts of Europe, where education is successfully conducted, the practice of teaching words first and letters subsequently is now established. Having no personal experience, I shall venture no affirmation upon this point, but will only submit a few remarks for the consideration of those who wish, before countenancing the plan, to examine the reasons on which it is founded. During the first year of a child's life, he perceives, thinks, and acquires something of a store of ideas, without any reference to words or letters. After this, the wonderful faculty of language begins to develop itself. Children then utter words, the names of objects around them, as whole sounds, and without any conception of the letters of which those words are composed. In speaking the word apple, for instance, young children think no more of the Roman letters which spell it, than in eating the fruit they think of the chemical ingredients, the oxygen, hydrogen, and carbon, which compose it. Hence, presenting them with the alphabet is giving them what they never saw, heard, or thought of before. It is as new as algebra, and to the eye not very unlike it. But printed names of known things are the signs of sounds which their ears have been accustomed to hear, and their organs of speech to utter, and which may excite agreeable feelings and associations by reminding them of the objects named. When put to learning the letters of the alphabet first, the child has no acquaintance with them, either with the eye, the ear, the tongue, or the mind. But if put to learning familiar words first, he already knows them by the ear, the tongue, and the mind, while his eye only is unacquainted with them. He is thus introduced to a stranger through the medium of old acquaintances. It can hardly be doubted, therefore, that a child would learn to name any 26 familiar words much sooner than the 26 unknown, unheard, and unthought of letters of the alphabet. For another reason, the rapidity of acquisition will be greater if words are taught before letters. To learn the words signifying objects, qualities, actions with which the child is familiar turns his attention to those objects if present, or revives the idea of them if absent, and thus they may be made the source of great interest and pleasure. We all know that the ease with which anything is learned, and the length of time it is remembered, are in the direct ratio of the vividness of the pleasurable emotions which enliven the acquisition. But there is another consideration far more forcible than the preceding. The general practice is founded upon the notion that the learning of letters facilitates the correct combination of them into words. Hence, children are drilled on the alphabet until they pronounce the name of each letter at sight. And yet, when we combine letters into words, we forthwith discard the sounds which belonged to them as letters. The child is taught to sound the letter A until he becomes so familiar with it that the sound is uttered as soon as the character is seen. But the first time this letter is found, even in the most familiar words, as in father, papa, mama, apple, peach, walnut, hat, cap, bat, rat, slap, pan, etc., etc., it no longer has the sound he was before taught to give it, but one entirely different. And so of the other vowels. In words, they all seem in masquerade. Where is the alphabetic sound of O in the words word, dove, plow, enough, other, and in innumerable others? Any person may verify this by taking any succession of words at random in any English book. The consequence is that whenever the child meets his old friends in new company, like rogues, they have all changed their names. Thus, the knowledge of the sounds of letters in the alphabet becomes an obstacle to the right pronunciation of words. And the more perfect the knowledge, the greater the obstacle. The reward of the child for having thoroughly mastered his letters is to have his knowledge of them cut up in detail by a regular series of contradictions, just as fast as he brings it forward. How different, for instance, is the sound of the word is from the two alphabetic sounds I and S, of the word we from the two sounds W and E, of the word to from the three sounds T, W, and O. We teach an honest child to sound the letters E-Y-E singly until he utters them at sight, and then, with a grave face, we ask him what E-Y-E spells, and if he does not give the long sound of I, he is lucky if he escapes a rebuke or a frown. Nothing can more clearly prove the delightful confidence and trustfulness of a child's nature than his not boldly charging us under such circumstances with imposition and fraud. There is a fact, however, which may perhaps in part cancel the differences here pointed out. The alphabet must be learned at some time, because there are various occasions, besides those of consulting dictionaries or cyclopedias, where the regular sequence of the letters must be known, and possibly it may be thought that it will be as difficult to learn the letters after learning the words as before. But the fact which deprives this consideration of some part at least of its validity is that it always greatly facilitates an acquisition of the names of objects or persons to have been conversant with their forms and appearances beforehand. The learning of words is an introduction to an acquaintance with the letters composing them. To obviate the inconsistency of teaching children the names of letters which are to be untaught as soon as they are combined into words, some persons instruct them in the vocal elements of the letters only. That is, to utter for each letter that part of the sound of a whole word which belongs to the letters respectively, as to give a single breathing for the letter H, instead of the sound of H. This practice is very limited. The next step in the acquisition of our language is the spelling of its words. The arbitrary and capricious formation of words from letters is undoubtedly one great cause that with all our attention to the subject we have so few good spellers. One fact has often been remarked, that if children do not learn to spell pretty correctly before the age of 10 or 12 years, they rarely become good spellers afterwards.
This fact supplies us with a useful hint in regard to making other studies give place a little to this before the favorable season is past. Another consideration derived from the order in which the intellectual powers are developed strongly corroborates the same position. Language is an early developed intellectual power. Reason is one of the latest. The spelling of a tongue so anomalous as ours depends upon a verbal memory. It is not a subject to be reasoned about. The more one relies upon his reason to determine the true spelling of English words, the oftener he will mistake. The discovery and correct application of principles and analogies would generally exclude correctness. I presume it has happened to many persons, when writing, that if they could write one of the less common words without thinking how it should be spelt, they would write it correctly. But if by any chance the inquiry how it should be spelt arose in their minds, they would immediately be involved in doubts, which no reasoning could solve, and be obliged to turn to a dictionary. These facts indicate also that spelling should be pursued at an age when more is learned by perception and imitation than by reflection. But one thing should be insisted upon from the beginning, and especially at the beginning. No word should be taught whose meaning is not understood. The teacher should not count out words faster than ideas. The foundation of the habit should be laid in the reading of the very first lesson, of regarding words as the names of things, as belonging to something else and as nothing by themselves. They should be looked at as a medium and not as an end. It is as senseless for a child to stop at the sign of the printed word in reading as it would be to stop at the sound of the spoken word in conversation. What child would not repel the intercourse of a person who spoke to him only words of which he knew nothing? No personal charms would be long sufficient to compensate for speaking to a child in an unknown tongue. How is it possible, then, that an active-minded child should not disdain the dreary pages of a book which awaken no thought or emotion within him, which are neither beauty to the eye, nor music to the ear, nor sense to the understanding? As reading is usually taught, the child does not come into communication with his lesson by any one of all his faculties. When a child looks into a mirror or at a picture where the perspective is strikingly marked, he will reach around to look behind the mirror or behind the picture in hope of finding the objects in the place where they appear to be. He cares nothing for the mirror nor for the canvas. His mind is with the things presented to his senses. In reading, the page should be only as the mirror or picture through which objects are beheld. Thus there would be far more delight in looking at the former than at the latter, because words can present more circumstances of variety, beauty, life, amplitude, than any reflecting surface or dead picture. Should we not revolt at the tyranny of being obliged to pore day after day upon the outer darkness of a Chinese manuscript? But if the words are not understood, the more regular formation of the Chinese characters gives them a decided advantage over our own letters. Give a child 2 glasses, precisely similar in every respect, except that one shall be opaque, the other a magnifier. Through the former, nothing can be seen, and it therefore degenerates into a bauble. But the latter seems to create 1,000 new and brilliant objects, and he is enamored of its quality. There is precisely the same difference in the presentation of words. Yet we punish children because they do not master words without any regard to their being understood. But how can this plan be executed? In this way. During the first year of a child's life, before the faculty of speech is developed, before he has ever uttered a word, he has obtained a considerable stock of ideas respecting objects, qualities, and motions. During the next year or 2, and before it is usual to teach letters, he is employed through every waking hour both in learning the words expressive of known phenomena, and also in acquiring a knowledge of new things and events, so that before the age of 4 or even 3 years, the items of his inventory of elementary knowledge swell to thousands. in his memory are not merely playthings, but catalogues of furniture, food, dress, insects, animals, vehicles, objects in the natural scenery, divisions of time, and so forth, with various motions and appearances belonging to them all. Numbers, sounds, events, feelings also come into the list. This is a stock not readily exhausted. By first teaching the names or phrases expressive of these, the substance is always present to his mind, and the words are mere signs or incidents, and a habit is formed of always keeping the mind in after life intent upon things and their relations, a habit of inestimable value and the only foundation of intellectual greatness. I am not unaware of what is said by Locke, Burke, and others, of our using words and phrases without at all summoning into the mind the particular ideas signified. This is undoubtedly true to some extent, but it belongs to a later period in life. It is only after having used words times almost innumerable, with an accompanying conception of the thing signified, that we at last transfer to the words a general conception of what originally belonged to the ideas. If comparisons may be allowed to illustrate a point somewhat obscure, the words have been so long used as a vehicle of the things that at last when we see the vehicle we presume the contents, or, as in the case of those persons who are accustomed to count large masses of specie over and over again in branded boxes or labeled bags, having opened them many times and found them to contain the quantity stamped, they afterwards count by the mark. So it is with words in relation to ideas. But if the ideas have never been compared with the words, that is, if the specie has never been counted and compared with the stamp, then the latter has no signification. Hence, the comparisons are the very first steps in the operation, and it is only by virtue of having made them that we can afterwards venture to facilitate the operation by relying upon the index. And an early habit of associating every word with an idea is rendered so much the more necessary because words are only arbitrary and artificial signs of thoughts and feelings. Were they natural signs, then the whole stress of observation and experience through life would serve to connect and bind together more and more closely the signs and the things signified. There would be a perpetual and strong tendency to coalesce between them. But as the relation is wholly conventional, if the habit is not formed of uniting the sound to the sense, an opposite habit of separating them is necessarily established. For an obvious reason, therefore, a correct habit is more easily formed at the commencement than ever afterwards. Were this process observed, it would reduce almost to nothing two classes of men amongst us, one of whom are greatly impaired in their usefulness, because although they think much, they can never speak. The other absolutely noxious, because although speaking much, they never think. The latter class, indeed, seem to be retaliating upon that early period of their life when they thought without speaking, by speaking without thinking during the residue. When it is said, however, that a child should not be put to reading what he cannot understand, it is to be taken with that reasonable qualification which springs from the nature of the case, and which every candid mind will supply. There are certain words in everyday use, of whose comprehension all finite intellect must fall almost infinitely short. Such are the words immensity, infinity, absolute, perfection, and so forth. These are used as mathematicians use algebraic signs, to express unknown quantities. There are other words, also, of whose meaning no man has anything more than approximate apprehension. But a child of 3 years may perfectly understand what is meant if he reads the word newspaper, and he may know many things respecting it, such as title, outside, inside, columns, margin, top, bottom, size, length, breadth, etc., and these constitute a palpable idea of a newspaper, without knowing that it is a microcosm, and that for its production there may have been required an effort of all the human faculties working on the three kingdoms, mineral, vegetable, and animal. So a child may have a clear conception of the meaning of such words as home, parent, affection, guilt, conscience, without penetrating one line's length into their unfathomable depth of meaning. What is insisted upon, that the child should have a clear conception of what is meant, that such conception should be correct as far as it goes, and that it should be as extensive as his ability will allow. Were a child skillfully taught, with only a due alternation between physical and mental exercise, and with an inspection of as many of the objects of nature and art as common opportunity would allow, it is believed that he might acquire a knowledge of the spelling and of the primary meanings of substantially all the unscientific and untechnical words in ordinary use, before passing the age when orthography becomes more difficult of attainment. If, however, owing to early neglect in education, or to mental inefficiency, the most favorable season for learning to spell is passing away, and it is deemed advisable to hasten this acquisition at the expense of other studies, or, if anyone so prefers, even the meaning of the words, then it is believed that the words may be so classified in the spelling book as greatly to facilitate the labor. For this purpose, let words be arranged together whose difficult syllables agree in formation, as for instance, syllable, sycophant, sylvan, symbol, synagogue, syntax, in which the Y has the sound of I short, or in words where CH has the sound of K, as in machination, chronological, bacchanalian, or in words where QU has the sound of K, as in mosque, opaque, liquor, or where EI has the sound of A, as in eight, weight, inveigh, etc. This list might be almost indefinitely extended. The above are given as specimens merely. The great advantage of this system is that when the true formation of the difficult syllable is known for one word, it is known for the whole table, and frequent repetitions of the table will fix the order of the letters in the memory, which by the law of association will afterwards involuntarily recur, like products in the multiplication table or successive notes in a well-learned piece of music. Habit, founded on this association, will command the successive letters in writing as unconsciously as it does the successive steps in walking. An excellent spelling book has lately been published in this city, in which words are arranged with reference to their intelligibleness to children, and Webster and Fowle have made close approximation, certainly, to arrangements of words in conformity with the law of mental association above referred to. It is believed that a spelling book may be prepared which shall combine the first, greatest, and most indispensable of all requisites, that of addressing the innate and universal love of learning new things, with such a philosophical adaptation to the successive periods of mental development as shall, as a general rule, present what is to be learned during the epoch in which it can be most easily and pleasurably acquired. Would my limits permit, I should be glad to enter into some detail with regard to the modes now practiced in our schools of teaching orthography. I will, however, only observe that spelling by writing, when the pupil can write, appears to have great advantages over spelling orally. In the business of life, we have no occasion to spell orally, and thousands of cases have made it certain that the same person may be a good speller with the lips who is an indifferent one with the pen. Nor is this any more strange than that a man should not be able to do dexterously with his left hand what he has always been accustomed to do with his right. End of section 10. Section 11 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. Second Annual Report, 1838, Part 3.
It is obvious that even in regard to orthography, the bookmaker is the great auxiliary of the teacher. It is not less emphatically true of reading, that the bookmaker and the teacher are performing different parts of one work. In this division of labor, the bookmaker's part is the first to be performed, and it is impossible for the best teacher wholly to make amends for what is untoward or preposterous on the author's part, because clumsy and defective implements will baffle the ingenuity of the most perfect workman. While measures are in progress, therefore, to increase the competency of teachers through the medium of normal schools, the principles on which school books should be prepared should receive careful attention, that good agents may have good instruments. I avail myself of this occasion to make a few suggestions upon the subject of reading books. Reading is divisible into two parts. It consists of the mechanical and the mental. The mechanical part is the utterance of the articulate sounds of a language on inspecting its written or printed signs. It is called mechanical because the operation closely resembles that of a machine, which may receive the best of materials and run through 1,000 parcels of them every year, the machine itself remaining just as bare and naked at the end of the year as it was at the beginning. On the other hand, one portion of the mental part of reading consists in a reproduction in the mind of the reader of whatever was in the mind of the author, so that whether the author describes atoms or worlds, narrates the history of individuals or nations, kindles into sublimity or melts in pathos, whatever was in the author's mind starts into sudden existence in the reader's mind as nearly as their different mental constitutions will allow. An example of the purely mechanical part will be exhibited in reading a foreign language, no word of which is understood, as in the case of Milton's daughters who read the dead languages to their blind father, they, with eyes, seeing nothing but black marks upon white paper, he, without eyes, surveying material and spiritual worlds, at once charmed by their beauties and instructed by their wisdom. With the mental part, then, reading becomes the noblest instrument of wisdom. Without it, it is the most despicable part of folly and worthlessness. Beforehand, it would seem quite as incredible that any person should compel children to go through with the barren forms of reading without ideas, as to make them perform all the motions of eating without food. The body would not dwindle under the latter more certainly than the mind under the former. The inevitable consequences are that all the delight of acquisition is foregone. The reward which nature bestows upon the activity of the faculties is forfeited, a reward which is richer than all prizes, and more efficient than all chastisement, and an inveterate habit is formed of dissociating thought and language. Understandest thou what thou readest, therefore, is a question quite as appropriate when put by a teacher to a child in his horn-book, as when asked by an apostle of the ambassador of a queen. Entertaining views of the importance of this subject, of which the above is only the feeblest expression, I have devoted especial pains to learn with some degree of numerical accuracy how far the reading in our schools is an exercise of the mind in thinking and feeling, and how far it is a barren action of the organs of speech upon the atmosphere. My information is derived principally from the written statements of the school committees of the respective towns, gentlemen who are certainly exempt from all temptation to disparage the schools they superintend. The result is that more than 11/12 of all the children in the reading classes in our schools do not understand the meaning of the words they read, that they do not master the sense of the reading lessons, and that the ideas and feelings intended by the author to be conveyed to and excited in the reader's mind still rest in the author's intention, never having yet reached the place of their destination. And by this it is not meant that the scholars do not obtain such a full comprehension of the subject of the reading lessons in its various relations and bearings, as a scientific or erudite reader would do, but that they do not acquire a reasonable and practicable understanding of them. It would hardly seem that the combined efforts of all persons engaged could have accomplished more in defeating the true objects of reading. How the cause of this deficiency is to be apportioned among the legal supervisors of the schools, parents, teachers, or authors of school books, it is impossible to say, but surely it is an evil, gratuitous, widely prevalent, and threatening the most alarming consequences. But it is not a remediless one. There is intelligence enough in this community to search out the cause, and wisdom enough to find and apply a remedy. It has already been stated that we may acquire a knowledge of a very few things, such as are placed within the range of our senses, without the use of language, but that language is the only medium by which anything prior to our own memory and experience, or beyond our own vision, can be made known to us. Although, therefore, the words which our language is said to contain seem to be many, yet when we think of all the relations of human life, domestic, business, and social, of the countless objects in the different kingdoms of nature, with their connections and dependencies, of the sciences which have been founded upon them, and of the arts to which they have been made subservient, of all, in fine, external to ourselves, within the circle of time and beneath the arch of heaven, and of our own conscious hopes, fears, desires, to which that arch is no boundary, we shall see at once that the words of our language, numerous as they are only as 1 to infinity, compared with the number of the objects to which they are daily applied. And yet these words are sufficient not only to present us with an image and a record of past and present existences, but they are capable of outrunning the course of time, and describing the possibilities of the future, and of transcending the limits of reality, and portraying the fancy-peopled worlds created by the imagination. And what is still more wonderful is that with the aid of these comparatively few words, we can designate and touch, as it were with the finger, any one fact or event in this universe of facts and events, or parcel out any groups of them from tens to tens of myriads, or we can note any period on the dial plate of bygone centuries, just as easily as we refer to the hours of the passing day. Now, to accomplish this, it is obvious that language must be susceptible of combinations indefinitely numerous, that most of its single words must assume different meanings in different collocations, and that phrases capable of expressing any one or any millions of these facts, vicissitudes, relations, must be absolutely inexhaustible. Then again, language has various strongly marked forms, as colloquial, philosophical, poetical, devotional, and in each of these divisions, whatever subject we wish to separate from the rest, language can carve it out and display it distinctly and by itself for our examination. It handles the most abstruse relations and affinities, and traces the most subtle analogies to their vanishing point, or, with equal ease, it condenses the most universal principles into brief sentences, or, if we please, into single words. Hence, in using it, to express any greater or smaller part of what is perceived by the senses, by intellect or by genius, the two conditions are, that we must discern mentally what individual object or quality, or what combinations of objects and qualities, we wish to specify, and then we must select the words and form the phrases, or volumes if need be, which will depict and designate by name the individual objects we mean, or will draw a line round the combination of objects we wish to exhibit and describe. All true use of language, therefore, necessarily involves a mental act of adjustment, measure, precision, pertinency. Otherwise, it cannot fix the extent or gauge the depth of any subject. Language is to be selected and applied to the subject matter, whether that subject matter be business, history, art, or consciousness, just as a surveyor applies his chain to the measurement of areas, or as an artist selects his colors to portray the original. But what must be the result if the surveyor knows nothing of the length of the chain he uses, and if the artist selects his colors by chance, and knows not to what parts he applies them? Hence, the acquisition of language consists far less in mastering words as individuals than it does in adjusting their applications to things in sentences and phrases. And one great object, there are others not less important, of teaching the children in our schools to read, is that they may there commence this habit of adjustment, of specifying and delineating with precision whatever is within the range of their knowledge and experience. All attempts, therefore, to teach language to children are vain which have not this constant reference to the subject matter intended to be specified and described. If the thing signified is not present to the mind, it is impossible that the language should be a measure, for by the supposition there is nothing to be measured. It becomes a mere hollow sound, and with this disadvantage, that from the parade which is made in administering the nothingness, the child is led to believe he has received something. The uselessness of such a process would seem to be enough without the falsity. The fact that many children may not be able to make great progress in this adjustment of words to things, so far from being any reply to this view of the subject, only renders it so much the more important that what is done should be done rightly. Notwithstanding the immense treasures of knowledge accumulated in the past 6,000 years, and the immense difference between the learned men of our own and of ancient times, yet no one denies that children are now brought into the world in the same state of ignorance as they were before the flood. When born, only a single instinct is developed, that of appetite for food. Weeks pass before the quickest of all the senses, the sight, takes note of any object. At about the age of a year, the faculty of language dimly appears. One after another, other powers bud forth. But it seems to be the opinion of the best metaphysicians that the highest faculties of the intellect, those which in their full development and energy make the lawgivers of the race and the founders of moral dynasties, hardly dawn before the age of 12 or 14 years. And yet, in many of the reading books now in use in the schools, the most pithy sayings of learned men, the aphorisms in which moralists have deposited a life of observation and experience, the maxims of philosophers embodying the highest forms of intellectual truth, are set down as first lessons for children, as though, because a child was born after Bacon and Franklin, he could understand them, of course. While a child is still engrossed with visible and palpable objects, while his juvenile playthings are yet a mystery to him, he is presented with some abstraction or generalization, just discovered after the profoundest study of men and things by some master intellect. But it matters not to children how much knowledge or wisdom there may be in the world on subjects foreign to themselves, until they have acquired strength of mind sufficient to receive and appropriate them. The only interest which a child has in the attainments of the age in which he is born is that they may be kept from him until he has been prepared to receive them. Erudite and scientific men, for their own convenience, have formed summaries, digests, abstracts of their knowledge, each sentence of which contains 1,000 elements of truth that have been mastered in detail, and on inspection of these abbreviated forms, they are reminded of, not taught, the individual truths they contain. Yet these are given to children as though they would call up in their minds the same ideas which they suggest to their authors. But while children are subjected to the law of their Creator, that of being born in ignorance, their growth is the desideratum which education should supply, and their intellect cannot thrive upon what it does not understand. Nay, more, the intellect carries as a burden whatever it does not assimilate as nourishment. An indispensable quality of a school book, then, is its adjustment to the power of the learner. No matter how far or how little advanced from the starting point of ignorance a child may be, The teacher and the book must go to him, and this is only saying that he cannot proceed upon his journey from a point he has not yet reached, but must first go through the intermediate stages. A child must know individual objects of a species before he can understand a name descriptive of the species itself. He must know particulars before he can understand the relations of analogy or contrast between them. He must be accustomed to ideas of visible and tangible extension before it is of any use to tell him of the height of the Alps or the length of the Amazon. He must have definite notions of weight before he can understand the force of gravitating planets. He must be acquainted with phenomena before he can be instructed in the laws which harmonize their conflicting appearances. And he must know something of the relations of men before he is qualified to infer the duties that spring from them. Nor should the first lessons be simple and elementary in regard to the subject only, but the language of the earliest ones should be literal. All figurative or metaphorical expression is based upon the literal, and can have no intelligible existence without it. After a clear apprehension of the literal meaning of words, there is a charm in their figurative applications, because a comparison is silently made between the figurative and the literal meanings, and the resemblance perceived awakens a delightful emotion. And this pleasure is proportioned to the distinctness of the related ideas. But how can a child understand those figures of speech, where a part is put for the whole, or the whole for a part, when he knows nothing either of the whole or part, where sensible objects are put for intelligible, or animate things for inanimate, when he is wholly ignorant of the subjects likened or contrasted? How can there be any such thing as tautology to a child who is unacquainted with what went before? And how can he perceive antithesis if both extremes are invisible? In writings beautiful from the richness of their suggestion, the tacit reference to collateral ideas is wholly lost. And yet it is the highest proof of a master to interweave ideas with which pleasurable emotions have become associated. Hence, a child, put into reading lessons which are beyond his ability, not only reads with a dormant understanding, but all the faculties productive of taste, refinement, elegance, beauty, are torpid also. The faculties being unemployed, the reading, which otherwise would have been a pleasure, becomes irksome and repulsive. There is another pernicious consequence, inseparable from the practice of depositing in the memory of children those general and synoptical views which they do not understand. It leads to an opposite extreme in instruction. For when children, whose memory only has been cultivated, are really to be taught any subject with thoroughness, and for practical application, it then becomes necessary to simplify and degrade it to the level of their feeble apprehension. But why cannot the faculties be strengthened by exercise, so that in process of time they can master more difficult subjects, as well as to degrade subjects to the level of weak faculties? In communicating the elements of knowledge to children, there is at first but little danger of being too minute and particular. Expansion, explanation, illustration, circumlocution, all are necessary. But as the child advances, less diffuseness is requisite. The prolix becomes concise. Different and more comprehensive words are used, or the same in an enlarged signification. What was pulverized and examined in atoms is now collected and handled in masses. Care, however, is to be taken at every step, in the first place, that what is presented to the learner should demand a conscious effort on his part, for without such an effort there will be no increase of strength, and in the next place, that what is presented should be attainable by an effort, for without success discouragement and despair will ensue. School books, however, are made for classes and not for individual minds, and hence the best books will be more precisely adapted to some minds than to others. This difference it is the duty of the teacher to equalize, by giving more copious explanations to the dull and unintelligent, and by taking the strong and apprehensive with more difficult questions connected with the text. Every sentence will have related ideas of cause and effect, of what is antecedent, consequent, or collateral, which may be explored to the precise extent indicated by different abilities. The old Balearic islanders of the Mediterranean, famed among the ancients for being the best bowmen and slingsmen in the then known world, had in this respect a true idea of education. They placed the food of their children upon the branches of trees, at different heights from the ground according to age and proficiency, and when the children had dislodged it by bow or sling, they had their meals, but not before. Tested by this criterion, are not many of the reading books in our schools too elevated for the scholars? It seems generally to have been the object of the compilers of these books to cull the most profound and brilliant passages contained in a language, in which the highest efforts of learning, talent, and genius have been embalmed. Had there been a rivalry like that at the ancient Olympic games, where emulous nations, instead of individuals, had entered the classic lists as competitors for renown, and our fame as a people had been staked upon our eloquent school-book miscellanies, we should have questioned the integrity of the umpire had we not won the prize. Certainly from no ancient, probably from no other modern language, could such a selection of literary excellence be made, as some of them exhibit, demonstrative arguments on the most abstruse and recondite subjects, tasking the acuteness of practised logicians, and appreciable only by them, brilliant passages of parliamentary debates, whose force would be irresistible, provided only that one were familiar with all the contemporary institutions and events, scenes from dramas, beautiful if understood, but unintelligible without an acquaintance with heathen mythology, wit, poetry, eloquence, whose shafts to the vision of educated minds are quick and refulgent as lightning, but giving out to the ignorant only an empty rumbling of words. Everything, in fine, may be found in their pages which can make them at once worthy of the highest admiration of the learned, and wholly unintelligible to children. If I may recur to the illustration of the Balearic islanders given above, the prize of the young slingers and archers is invaluable, if it can be obtained, but it is placed so high as to be wholly invisible. Children can advance from the proposition that 1 and 1 make 2 up to a measurement of planetary distances, but an immense number of steps must be taken in traversing the intermediate spaces, and it is only by a similar gradation and progressiveness that a child can advance from understanding such nursery talk as the ball rolls, the dog barks, the horse trots, until his mind acquires such compass and velocity of movement that when he reads the brief declaration of the psalmist, "Lord, how manifold are thy works! In wisdom hast thou made them all," his swift conception will sweep over all known parts of the universe in an instant, and return glowing with adoration of their Creator. Using incomprehensible reading books draws after it the inevitable consequence of bad reading. Except the mental part is well done, it is impossible to read with any rhetorical grace or propriety. Could anyone ignorant of the Latin and French languages expect to read a Latin or French author with just modulations and expressiveness of voice at the first or at the 10,000th trial? And it matters not what language we read, provided the mechanical process is animated by no vitality of thought. Something, doubtless, depends upon the flexibility and pliancy of physical organs, but should they be ever so perfect, a fitting style of delivery is born of intelligence and feeling only, and can have no other parentage. Without these there will be no perception of impropriety, though epitaphs and epigrams are read in the same manner. If the pieces of which the reading books consist are among the most difficult in the English language, is it not absurd to expect that the least instructed portion of the people speaking English, the very children, should be able to display their meaning with grace and fullness? To encourage children to strive after a supposed natural way of expressing emotions and sentiments they do not feel encourages deception, not sincerity, a discord, not a harmony, between the movements of mind and tongue. No rules in regard to reading can supply a defect in understanding what is read. Rhetorical directions, though they should equal the variety of musical notation, would not suffice to indicate the slower or swifter enunciation of emphatic or unemphatic words, or those modulations of the human voice which are said to amount to hundreds of thousands in number. Inflections and the rate of utterance are too volatile and changeful to be guided by rules. Though perceptible, they are indescribable. All good reading of dramatic or poetic works springs from emotion. Nothing but the greatest histrionic power can express an emotion without feeling it. But once let the subject matter of the reading lesson be understood, and almost universally nature will supply the proper variations of voice. A child makes no mistakes in talking, for the simple reason that he never undertakes to say what he does not understand. Nature is the only master of rhetoric on the playground. Yet there, earnestness gives a quick and emphatic utterance. The voice is roughened by combative feelings. It is softened by all joyous and grateful emotions. And it is projected as by the accuracy of an engineer to strike the ear of a distant playfellow. Nay, so perfect are undrilled children in this matter, that if any one of a group of 20 makes a false cadence or emphasis, or utters interrogatively what he meant to affirm, a simultaneous shout proclaims an observance of the blunder. Yet if the same group were immediately put to reading from some of our school books, their many-sounding voices would shrink from their wide compass into a one-tone instrument. Or, what is far worse, if they affected an expression of sentiment, they would cast it so promiscuously over the sentences as to make good taste shudder. Occasionally, in some of the reading books, there are lessons which the scholars fully understand, and I presume it is within the observation of every person conversant with schools that the classes learn more from those lessons than from the residue of the book. The moment such lessons are reached, the dull machinery quickens into life. The moment they are past, it becomes droning machinery again. Even the mechanical part of reading, therefore, is dependent for all its force, gracefulness, and variety upon the mental. There are other features of our reading books too important to be unnoticed, even in a brief discussion of their merits. Two prominent characteristics are the incompleteness of the subjects of the reading lessons, considered each by itself, and the discordance between them when viewed in succession. Lord Kames maintains in substance that there is an original instinctive propensity or faculty of the mind which demands the completion or finishing of what has been begun, and is displeased by an untimely or abrupt termination. Other metaphysicians attest the same doctrine. Whether such mental tendency be native or superinduced, its practical value can hardly be overestimated, and whatever conduces to establish or confirm it should be sedulously fostered. In our state of civilization, all questions have become complex. Hence, an earnest desire to learn all the facts, to consider all the principles, which rightfully go to modify conclusions, is a copious and unfailing source of practical wisdom. Error often comes, not from any mistake in our judgments upon the premises given, but from omitting views as much belonging to the subject as those which are considered. We often see men who will develop one part of a case with signal ability, and yet are always in the wrong because they overlook other parts equally essential to a sound result. Thus, error becomes the consequence of seeing only parts of truth. Often, the want of the 100th part to make a whole renders the possession of the other 99 valueless. If one planet were left out of our astronomical computations, the motions of the solar system could not be explained, though all about the others were perfectly known. Children, therefore, should not only be taught, but habituated, as far as possible, to compass the subject of inquiry, to explore its less obvious parts, and, if I may so speak, to circumnavigate it, so that their minds will be impatient with a want of completeness and thoroughness, and will resent one-sided views and half-presentations. Merely a habit of mind in a child, of seeking for well-connected, well-proportioned views, would give the surest augury of a great man. Now, if there be such a tendency in the human mind, urging it to search out the totality of any subject, and rewarding success not only with utility but with a lively pleasure, is not the reading pupil defrauded both of the benefit and the enjoyment by having his mind forcibly transferred in rapid succession from a few glimpses of one subject to a few glimpses of another? On looking into a majority of the reading books in our schools, I believe it will be found that they contain more separate pieces than leaves. Often these pieces are antipodal to each other in style, treatment, and subject. There is a solemn inculcation of a doctrine of universal peace on one page, and a martial slaughter-breathing poem on the next. I have a reading book in which a catalogue of the names of all the books of the Old and New Testaments is followed immediately and on the same page by a receipt to make good red ink. But what is worst of all is that the lessons generally have not, in any logical sense, either a beginning or an end. They are splendid passages, carved out of an eloquent oration or sermon, without premises or conclusion. A page of compressed thought taken from a didactic poem, without the slightest indication of the system of doctrines embodied in the whole. Extracts from forensic arguments, without any statement of the facts of the case, so that the imagination of the young reader is inflamed, while those faculties which would determine the fitness and relevancy of the advocate's appeal are wholly unexercised. 40 or 50 lines of the tenderest pathos, unaccompanied by any circumstances tending to awaken sympathy, and leaving the children to guess at both the cause and consolation. And while no dramatist dares violate an absurd rule that every tragedy written for the stage shall have 5 acts, a single isolated scene taken from the middle of one of them seems to be considered a fair proportion for a child. Probably, in a school of an average number of scholars, 3 or 4 of these pieces would be read at each exercise, so that even if the pieces were intelligible by themselves, the contradictory impressions will effectually neutralize each other. Surely, if, according to Lord Kames, there be an innate desire or propensity to finish, we should expect that the children would manifest it in such cases by desiring to have done with the book forever. What the ancient rhetoricians said of a literary work, that it should always have a beginning, a middle, and an end, is more emphatically true of reading lessons for children. Each piece should have the completeness of a fable or an allegory. Were a single figure cut from a historic canvas of some master painter and presented to us by itself, we should suffer vexation from the blankness of the mutilated part, instead of enjoying the pleasure of a perfect whole. But perhaps it will be said that children like variety, and therefore a diversity of subjects is demanded. But there is a wide distinction between what is variegated and what is heterogeneous or conflicting. Quite as well it may be said that children like continuity not less than variety. Agencies working to a common end, elements expanding and evolving into a full and symmetrical development, present a variety more accordant to nature than that of patchwork. An easy and gliding transition from topic to topic is far preferable to a sudden revulsion, which seems, as it were, to arrest the mental machinery and work it backwards. Besides, all needful variety is as attainable in long pieces as it is in short ones. An author may pass from grave to humorous, from description to narration, from philosophizing to moralizing, or even from prose to poetry, without shocking the mind by precipitous leaps from one subject to another. Another mental exercise of the highest value is not only overlooked, but rendered wholly impossible by this violent transference of the mind through a series of repugnant subjects. The true order of mental advancement is, from the primitive meaning of words to their modified meaning in particular connections, and then to a clear apprehension of the import of sentences and paragraphs. After these come two other mental processes, which are the crowning constituents of intellectual greatness. The first process is a comparison with each other of all the parts presented, in order to discern their agreement or repugnance, and to form a judgment of their conduciveness to a proposed result. For this purpose, the mind must summon the whole train of thought into its presence, and see for itself whether the conclusion is authorized to which its assent is demanded. Here the reader must see whether the part he now reads, as compared with the preceding, is consistent or contradictory. Otherwise he may be marched and countermarched through all regions of belief, and even be made to tread backwards in his own footsteps without knowing it. How can a juror judge of the soundness or fallacy of an advocate's argument if he cannot reproduce it and compare its different points? If he cannot, if a military phrase may be used, bring up the long column of arguments and deploy them into a line, so as to survey them all at a glance? Such a habit of mind confers a wonderful superiority on its possessor, and therefore it should be cultivated by all practicable means. Great as it is in some men, it has grown up under favoring circumstances from the feeblest beginnings, and the minds of children may be so managed as to stifle or strengthen it. Of course, all consecutiveness of thought is dispersed by a scrapbook. I will take a few examples from a reading book now in use in some of our schools. A most humorous disquisition on the headdress of ladies is immediately followed by another disquisition on a future state of eternal happiness or perdition. A passage from Milton's Creation of the World leads to the facetious history of John Gilpin. Thomson's Hymn to the Deity ushers in Merrick's Chameleon, and 2 minutes reading from Blair's sermon on the death of Christ precedes Lord Chesterfield's speech on pensions. Surely the habit of mind I have endeavored to describe is here impossible. There is no continuity in the subject matter for the mind to act on. The preceding remarks contemplate the reader or hearer as engaged in fixing the whole train of the author's thought in his own mind for the purpose of comparing its different parts. But to make reading in the highest degree valuable, another mental process still is necessary. It is not enough merely to discern the agreement or disagreement of the associated parts heard or read, but in the progress of the exercise we ought to look to the right and left, and compare the positions of the speaker or writer with our own observation, experience, and former judgment, so as to obtain new arguments for our own opinions where there is a coincidence, or be led to re-examine them with conscientious impartiality when opposed. In this way only can we modify and correct our own views by the help of other minds. In this way only can we give permanence to our acquisitions. And what is rapidity in acquisition without durability in retention? It is the absence of these two mental exercises which makes so vast a portion of the reading of our community utterly barren. Of course, only the older scholars can fairly realize this degree of intelligent reading, but after a little practice all children are capable of reading with such an open and inquiring mind, that if anything occurs in the lesson which is connected with their own recent experience or observation, the two things will immediately be associated. This will grow into a habit of thinking not only of what they read, but of associating and comparing their previous knowledge upon the same subject with it, and it will be the best possible stimulant to the inventive powers. It will also prevent them from blindly adopting whatever is communicated to them by others. They will acquire such a power at once of expanded views and of thorough investigation, that if afterwards, in the practical business of life, any plan or course of policy is presented to them, and there be a difficulty in it, they will see it, and if there be any way of obviating that difficulty, they will see that also. End of section 11. Section 12 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann, Second Annual Report, 1838, Part 4. To mitigate the calamity of unintelligent reading, various inventions have been sought out, by some of which it may have been slightly relieved, while others seem wholly elusive. Spelling books have been prepared, purporting to give synonymous words arranged in parallel columns. On some pages 2 columns, on others 3 columns are found, where the words which are placed horizontally in regard to each other are alleged to be synonymous. Thus, single words are supposed to be defined by single words, as in the following example, which is taken from one of them: comedy, tragedy, drama. It is a remark of Dr. Blair that hardly in any language are there 2 words that convey the same idea. Dr. Campbell also, the author of that able work, The Philosophy of Rhetoric, observes that there are few words in any language, particularly such as relate to operations and feelings of the mind, which are strictly univocal. To teach children that any considerable number, even of the primitive words in the English language, can be reduced to doublets and triplets of synonyms, or that there are many cases where words can be interchangeably used, would subject them to the certainty both of being mistaken by others and of mistaking whatever they might hear or read. And it would destroy the power of aptness in the selection of words, upon which all the accuracy, elegance, and force of diction depend. Surely, if a large majority of the words of our language have each 1 or 2 synonymous words, it would seem advisable for the government of the Republic of Letters at once to reduce it to 1/2 or 1/3 of its present bulk, by discarding the superfluous parts, and thus save the young the labor of learning, and the old the trouble of writing and reading a double or treble-sized vocabulary. But if, as is further observed by Dr. Blair, any person conversant with the propriety of the language will always be able to observe something that distinguishes any 2 of its words, then a book would be greatly preferred which should show that it has no synonyms. Even if our language furnished synonyms, and these were carefully collated according to the above plan, it would seem quite as possible for the learner, with a little additional labor, to get 2 or 3 words, without any glimmer of meaning, as to get 1. It is rarely possible to explain any word of unknown meaning by any other single word. Our most common words are susceptible, probably, of 100 significations, according to the connection in which they are used. Their value is constantly changing according to the context. It is like the value of pieces upon a chessboard, the same piece, in one position, being almost worthless, in another position commanding the game. It is this fact which makes it such vanity and uselessness to read words without reference to their significations. Another method for teaching significations consists in the use of the dictionary. This is far less fallacious than the former, because no dictionary ever defines by a single word. It usually gives a number of words and short sentences, from a comparison of which the principal idea common to them all can be separated from the accessory ideas peculiar to each. Although, therefore, it is a meager resource for a learner, it is far better than any definition by a single inflexible word can be. There are, however, very serious objections to this mode. Should the pupil take the words of the dictionary in course, he would study double the number which he will have occasion to use in after life, and it seems a misfortune that scholars who do not go to school half long enough to learn what is needful should spend half their time while there in learning what is superfluous. Nor do dictionaries indicate what words are in reputable use, what are more appropriate to poetical, what to prose writings, and so forth. But should the words to be studied or omitted be marked for the learner, or a dictionary be prepared containing the former only, still an insuperable objection would remain in consequence of the order, or rather the entire want of order, in regard to meaning, in which the words are presented. For while the words come alphabetically, the ideas come chaotically. The learner is whirled backwards and forwards, carried through time and space, presented with matter and mind, principle and incident, action and passion, all in a single column. Nothing can be conceived more heterogeneous than the ideas necessarily resulting from an alphabetical arrangement of the words, and were children to be drilled at much length on such exercises, it would argue great soundness of mind if their intellects were not a little unsettled. Suppose a professor in the natural sciences, instead of teaching his sciences in a natural order, should go into the fields, and halting anywhere at random, should take a spot no larger than is sufficient for the growth of a single blade of grass, and should proceed to lecture upon whatever was found at that single point. He would be obliged to run over the subjects of geology, mineralogy, chemistry, botany, and perhaps entomology, without leaving the spot. Nor would this be a course half so devious and erratic as that of studying definitions through the columns of a dictionary. Another device to fill vacuity by pouring in vacuity is this. A book is prepared in which the spelling and reading lessons alternate. First come a few columns of words, then a page of apothegms and synopses of universal truths, not occupying perhaps more than a line each, some one word in the spelling columns being incorporated into each of these short sentences. The force of the reasons against the preceding mode is but little abated when applied to this. This motley company of sentences repels all interest on the part of the learner. Topics more alien from each other and more bewildering to the mind could not be found if one were to stick a pin through all the leaves of a book, and then to read continuously all the sentences through which the puncture was made. As many-colored and diverse-shaped objects, flitting swiftly before the eye, will make no stable impression upon the retina, so a multitude of incongruous ideas and feelings, trooping hurriedly before the mental vision, can leave no enduring traces of outline, aspect, or quality upon the mind. A rapid succession of discordant images will inflict distraction upon the mind of an adult. How much more certain are they to do it upon that of a child? The power of passing abruptly from one subject of thought to another without mental disturbance requires long habit and familiarity with the matters presented. Children have neither. But I will not occupy further time in exposing empirical plans for acquiring a ready and apposite use of our language. After experimenting with every scheme, I believe we shall be driven back to a single resource, and not reluctantly, for that resource is sure and adequate. Language is to be learned where it is used, as skill in handling the implements of an art is acquired by practicing with them upon their appropriate objects. It is to be learned by conversation and by the daily reading of such books as, with the aid of free questioning on the part of the pupil and full explanations on that of the teacher, can be thoroughly mastered. The ideas of the learner are to be brought out and set objectively before his own eye like a picture. Any error can then be pointed out. The boundary line can be traced between his knowledge and his ignorance. A pupil may recite a lesson with literal correctness respecting the boundaries of the different states in the Union,
and it may be impossible for the teacher to determine whether this is done by a mental reference to divisional lines and adjacent territory, or whether it is done by remembering the words as they stand in the geography. But if the pupil can delineate a correct map of the United States on a blackboard, it is then certain that he has the prototype of it in his mind. So, if the pupil applies language to something known to both parties, the teacher can then perceive whether the language is adjusted to the thing, and if it is not, he can ascertain whether the error arises from a misconception of the thing or from an unskillful use of the words in describing it. Oral instruction, therefore, to some extent, respecting known objects and such as can be graphically described, should precede reading, and should accompany it ever afterwards, though perhaps with diminishing frequency. Early practice in noting the real distinctions in the qualities of sensible substances will give accuracy to language, and when the child passes from present and sensible objects to unseen or mental ones, a previously acquired accuracy of language will impart accuracy to the new ideas. Hence, too, the scenes of the first reading lessons should be laid in the household, the playground, among the occupations of men and the surrounding objects of nature, so that the child's notions can be rectified at every step in the progress. This rectification will be impossible if the notions of the pupil can be brought to no common and intelligible standard. We must believe, too, that the Creator of the human mind and of the material world in which it is placed established a harmony and correspondence between them, so that the objects of nature are pre-adapted to the development of the intellect, as the tempers, dispositions, and manners of the family are to develop the moral powers. The objects of natural history, descriptions of beasts, birds, fishes, insects, trees, flowers, and unorganized substances, should form the subjects of the earliest intellectual lessons. A knowledge of these facts lays the foundation for a knowledge of the principles or sciences which grow respectively out of them. We are physically connected with earth, air, water, light. We are dependent for health and comfort upon a knowledge of their properties and uses, and many of the vastest structures of the intellect are reared upon these foundations. Lineally related to these is the whole family of the useful arts. These classes of subjects are not only best calculated to foster the early growth of the perceptive, inventive, and reasoning powers, but the language appropriate to them excludes vagueness and ambiguity, and compels every mistake to betray itself. Voyages and travels also, accompanied as they always should be with geography, present definite materials both for thought and for expression. Just as early as a habit of exactness is formed in using words to express things, all the subjects of consciousness may be successively brought within the domain of instruction. The ideal world can then be entered, as it were, with a lamp in the hand, and all its wonders portrayed. Affection, justice, veracity, impartiality, self-sacrifice, love to man and love to God, all carried out into action, can be illustrated by examples after the learner has acquired a medium through which he can see all the circumstances which make deeds magnanimous, heroic, godlike. Here the biography of great and good men belongs. This is a department of literature equally vivifying to the intellect and the morals, bestowing useful knowledge and inspiring noble sentiments. And much of the language appropriate to it almost belongs to another dialect, fervid, electric, radiant. At the earliest practicable period, let composition or translation be commenced. By composition, I do not mean an essay on friendship or on honor, nor that a young miss of 12 years should write a homily on the duties of a queen, or a lad impatient of his nonage on the shortness of human life, but that the learner should apply on familiar subjects the language he thinks best to the ideas and emotions he perceives clearest and feels strongest,
to see how well he can make them fit each other, first in sentences or short paragraphs, then in more extended productions. If the pupil's knowledge outruns his language, as is often the case with the most promising, then a more copious diction is to be sought. But if the language outgrows ideas, it is to be reduced, though it be by knife and cautery. It is only in this way, by reading or translating good authors, aided by oral instruction and by lexicographers, but most of all by early habit, that anyone can acquire such easy mastery over the copiousness and flexibility of our mother tongue, as to body forth definitely and at will any thought or thing, or any combination of thoughts and things, found in the consciousness of men or in the amplitude of nature. In no other way can anyone acquire that terseness and condensing force of expression, which is a constituent in the highest oratory, which clusters weightiest thoughts into briefest spaces, reminding without repeating, each sentence speeding straight onward to the end, while every salient epithet opens deep vistas to the right and left. And in this way alone can anyone ever learn the picture words of that tongue wherewith the poet repays nature fourfold for all her beauties, giving her back brighter landscapes and clearer waters and sweeter melodies than any she had ever lent to him. By such processes alone can one of the most wonderful gifts of God, the faculty of speech, be dutifully cultivated and enlarged. It would be rendering a useful service to follow out, rightly and in detail, the natural consequences of this imperfect manner of teaching our language, after the children have passed from the enforced routine of the schoolroom to a free choice of their own intellectual amusements and recreations. I can here only hint at them. The mere language of sensation and of appetite is common to all. Even the most illiterate are familiar with it. Every one, too, either from his own experience or from the observation of others, is made acquainted with the emotions of fear, hope, jealousy, anger, revenge, and with the explosive phraseology in which these passions are vented. Now the diction, appropriate and almost peculiar to the manifestation of the coarser and more animal part of our nature, is almost as distinct as though it were a separate language, from the style in which questions of social right and duty, questions of morals, and even of philosophy, when properly treated, are discussed. Young minds love excitement, and to very many of those who are just entering upon the stage of life, books furnish the readiest and most reputable means for mental stimulus. What else, then, can reasonably be expected than that the graduates of our schoolrooms, who, by acquiring a knowledge of the coarser and more sensual parts of our language, possess a key to that kind of reading which is mainly conversant with the lower propensities of human nature, should use the key with which they have been furnished, to satisfy desires which nature has imparted. But having no key wherewith to open the treasures of intellect, of taste, of that humane literature which is purified from the dross of base passions, they turn away from these elevating themes in weariness and disgust, and thus stifle the better aspirations of their nature. These treasures are locked up in a language they do not understand, and no person will long endure the weariness of reading without thought or emotion. May this not explain, in part at least, why our youth of both sexes, who wish to know something, or to appear to know something, of what is called the literature of the day, spend months and years over the despicable love and murder books, by which the reading portion of mankind is so sorely afflicted, books which inflame passions and appetites that are strong enough by nature, while they blind and stupefy every faculty and sentiment which exalt the character into wisdom and excellence. The most limited fund of words, and a mere intellectual pauperism in powers of thought, are abundantly sufficient to enable one to understand a buccaneer's history, and all its intoxicating incidents of piracies, murders, and scuttled ships, or to get vivid notions of loathsome crimes perpetrated by the unfortunate victims of ignorance and of vicious institutions. For the readers of such books, the best minds in the world might as well never have been created. By a different course of training, many of our youth, whose imaginations are now reveling over these flagitious works, might have been prepared for high enjoyment, won from companionship with noble characters, from a study of their own spiritual natures, or from an investigation of the sublime laws of the material universe and the operation of its beneficent physical agencies. Another large class of our citizens scarcely consult any oracle, either for their literature or for their politics, but the daily newspaper, wholly ignorant of the language in which argumentative and profound disquisitions on subjects of policy or questions of government are carried on. Why should we wonder that so many of them feel less interest in dispassionate, instructive appeals to reason than in the savage idioms of party warfare? The states of mind thus excited are wholly incompatible with discriminating judgment, with impartiality, with that deliberation and truth-seeking anxiety which are indispensable to the formation of correct opinions, and which lead to conduct worthy of free citizens. I would not attribute too efficient an agency to this cause, but if it only tends to such disastrous results by the slightest approximation, it furnishes another powerful argument for a thorough reform in our practice. During the first year of my officiating as Secretary of the Board, very numerous applications were made to me from all parts of the state to recommend class books for the schools, or to state what books were considered best by the Board or by myself. As the Board had adopted no order, nor were invested with any express authority by law upon the subject, I uniformly abstained even from expressing my opinion. But for the purpose of learning authentically what were the prevalent views of the community, I inserted in my last circular to the school communities the following question: would it be generally acceptable to the friends of education in your town to have the Board of Education recommend books for the use of the schools? This gave to school committees ample opportunity to consult with the friends of education in their respective towns, and opened the way to obtain a full and fair representation of the wishes of the public. From this, as the principal source of information, somewhat corroborated and extended by other means, it appears that the Friends of Education in 20 towns, containing in the aggregate a population of about 35,000 inhabitants, declare that such a recommendation would not be acceptable. In one, containing 18,000 inhabitants, they say, "We feel so well satisfied with our own selection of books as to have no wish further than to see how far the views of different practical men agree." 10 towns wished to have the Board recommend, but not prescribe. 2 towns to have the Board recommend and prescribe, and 1 that the Board may be directed to prescribe by an act of the legislature. It also appears that the Friends of Education in towns containing more than 7/8 of the population of the state are in favor of having the Board of Education recommend books for the use of the schools. The expediency of a recommendation by the Board of class books for the schools, leaving it optional with the committees to adopt such recommendation or not, is a question so exclusively within the competency of the Board that I shall not presume to express any opinion concerning it. Considerations for and against such recommendation may be supposed to bear with different degrees of force in regard to different species of books, as geographies, grammars, and spelling or reading books. In my report of last year, I set forth some of the very serious inconveniences resulting from the multiplicity of books now in use. I will here only add that if the Board should assume the labor of examining and recommending any kind of school books, I trust they will not allow so favorable an opportunity to pass without securing a better quality of materials and workmanship than go to the formation of some books now in use. It is too obvious to be mentioned that in case of a uniformity of books, they would be furnished much cheaper than at present, as measures would of course be taken to prevent monopoly. As the law now stands, in order to entitle a town to receive its distributive share of the income of the school fund, the committee must make oath that the town, at their last annual meeting, raised the sum of money to pay the wages of instructors solely. In preparing the last annual abstract, I found this certificate the subject of frequent alteration. Although the law prescribed a certain form of the oath as a condition precedent, the school committees altered the form, and then made oath to a form unknown to the law. The reason was that very few towns raised money to pay the wages of instructors solely, and therefore, though they had raised a sufficient sum for schools to entitle them to a share of the fund, they had not raised it in the particular form contemplated by the certificate. I endeavored this year to ascertain the form of the vote adopted by the towns in raising school money. Owing, however, to a non-compliance on the part of many school committees with my request, I have obtained a copy of the form used in the current year from only 110 towns. But 6 of these 110 towns raised money to pay the wages of instructors solely. In almost all the others, the terms used are "for the support of schools" or some equivalent expression. It is very desirable that the certificate should be conformed to the vote or the vote to the certificate. In my report of last year, I exposed the alarming deficiency of moral and religious instruction then found to exist in our schools. That deficiency, in regard to religious instruction, could only be explained by supposing that school committees, whose duty it is to prescribe school books, had not found any books at once expository of the doctrines of revealed religion, and also free from such advocacy of the tenets of particular sects of Christians as brought them, in their opinion, within the scope of the legal prohibition. And hence they felt obliged to exclude books which, but for their denominational views, they would have been glad to introduce. No candid mind could ever for a moment accept this as evidence of an indifference to moral and religious instruction in the schools, but only as proof that proper manuals had not been found, by which the great object of moral and religious instruction could be secured, without any infringement of the statutory regulation. The time for the committees to make another return not having yet arrived, it is impossible to say whether books having the above object in view have been since introduced into any more of the schools. I am happy, however, to say that a knowledge of that deficiency, then for the first time exposed to the public, has turned the attention of some of the friends of education to the subject, and that efforts are now making to supply the desideratum. Of course, I shall not be here understood as referring to the Scriptures, as it is well known that they are used in almost all the schools, either as a devotional or as a reading book. I close this second report, inspired by opposite reasons to renewed exertions in this sacred cause, being not more encouraged by what has already been accomplished than stimulated by what remains to be done. Boston, December 26, 1838. Horace Mann, Secretary of the Board of Education. End of Section 12.
Section 13 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann, Second Annual Report, 1838, Part 5. Appendix A. The detailed reports made to the Board of Education in compliance with this provision proved to be the most important act of the movement that created it. The Secretary was occupied 3 months of every alternate year in collating from these reports such extracts as were necessary to show the condition of the schools, and these were published in a book called Abstract of School Returns, which were distributed to each town and enabled all to see what improvements or what deficiencies existed. This work has gone over the world and has been considered the most valuable educational document ever printed. From it was subsequently gathered a statistical pamphlet called the Graduated Tables, which Mr. Mann used to say was the only stroke of genius that characterized the administration of his office. It recorded the towns in the order of the appropriations of money for education made by each, and such was the stimulating effect that from year to year the towns changed places in a very striking manner. It was found that many small towns appropriated far more money in proportion to the population than even some of the large cities. The transformation of the list was sometimes so great as to show the name of a town that stood at the foot of the list one year, at the head of it the next. So eloquent are figures. Appendix B. Letter from Dr. Samuel B. Woodward, Superintendent of the State Lunatic Hospital at Worcester. Worcester, March 14, 1838. Honorable Horace Mann, Secretary of the Board of Education. Dear Sir, your note and queries respecting the construction of schoolhouses came to hand yesterday. I improve the earliest opportunity to reply. First, as to the ill effects of high and narrow benches and seats without backs. High and narrow seats are not only extremely uncomfortable for the young scholar, tending constantly to make him restless and noisy, disturbing his temper and preventing his attention to his books, but they also have a direct tendency to produce deformity of the limbs. If the seat is too narrow, half of the thigh only rests upon it. If too high, the feet cannot reach the floor. The consequence is that the limbs are suspended on the center of the thigh. Now, as the limbs of children are pliable or flexible, they are easily made to grow out of shape and become crooked by such an awkward and unnatural position. Seats without backs have an equally unfavorable influence upon the spinal column. If no rest is afforded the backs of children while seated, they almost necessarily assume a bent and crooked position. Such a position, often assumed or long continued, tends to that deformity which has become extremely common with children in modern times, and leads to disease of the spine in innumerable instances, especially with delicate female children. The seats in schoolrooms should be so constructed that the whole thigh can rest upon them, and at the same time the foot stand firmly upon the floor. All seats should have backs high enough to reach the shoulder blades. Low backs, although better than none, are far less easy and useful than high ones, and will not prevent pain and uneasiness after sitting a considerable time. Young children should be permitted to change their position often, to stand on their feet, to march, and to visit the playground. 1 hour is as long as any child under 10 years of age should be confined at once, and 4 hours as long as he should be confined to his seat in one day. Second query. What general effects will be produced upon the health of children by stinting their supply of fresh air through defects in ventilation? An answer to this query will involve some chemical principles in connection with the animal economy, not extensively and fully understood. The blood, as it circulates through the vessels in our bodies, accumulates a deleterious principle called carbon, which is a poison itself and must be discharged frequently, or it becomes dangerous to life. In the process of respiration or breathing, this poisonous principle unites in the lungs with a proportion of the oxygen of the air and forms carbonic acid, which is expelled from the lungs at each expiration. The proportion of oxygen in the air received into the lungs is about 28 in the 100. In the air expelled, about 18 in the 100. The proportion of carbonic acid in the inhaled air is 1 part in the 100, in the exhaled air about 4 parts in the 100. By respiration, an adult person spoils or renders unfit for this vital process about 1 gallon of air in a minute. By this great consumption of pure air in a schoolroom made tight and filled with scholars, it will be easily seen that the whole air will soon be rendered impure and unfit for the purpose for which it is designed. If we continue to inhale this contaminated air, rendered constantly worse the longer we are confined in it, this process in the lungs will not be performed in a perfect manner. The carbon will not all escape from the blood, but will be circulated to the brain, and produce its deleterious effects upon that organ, to which it is a poison. If no opportunity be afforded for its regular escape, death will take place in a few minutes, as in strangulation by a cord, drowning, or immersion in irrespirable air. The cause of death is the retention and circulation of this poisonous principle in all these cases. If a smaller portion is allowed to circulate through the vessels than will prove fatal, it produces stupor, syncope, and other dangerous effects upon the brain and nerves. In still lesser quantity, it produces dullness, sleepiness, and incapacitates us for all mental efforts and physical activity. The dullness of a school, after having been long in session in a close room, or of a congregation during a protracted religious service, are often attributable to this cause, mainly, if not solely. Both teacher and scholar, preacher and hearer, are often greatly affected in this way, without being at all sensible of the cause. 50 scholars will very soon contaminate the air of a schoolroom at the rate of 1 gallon a minute. Suppose a schoolroom to be 30 feet square and 9 feet high. It will contain 13,900,000 cubic inches of atmospheric air. According to Davy and Thomson, 2 accurate and scientific chemists, 1 individual respires and contaminates 6,500 cubic inches of air in a minute. 50 scholars will respire 325,000 cubic inches in the same time. In about 40 minutes, all the air of such a room will have become contaminated if fresh supplies are not provided. The quantity of carbonic acid produced by the respiration of 50 scholars will be about 750 cubic inches in an hour. From these calculations, we must see how soon the air of a schoolroom becomes unfit to sustain the animal powers, and how unfavorable to vigorous mental effort such a contaminated atmosphere must prove to be. To avoid this most serious evil is a desideratum which has not yet been reached in the construction of schoolhouses. In my opinion, every house and room which is closed for any considerable time upon a concourse of people should be warmed by pure air from out of doors, heated by furnaces placed in a cellar, and every schoolhouse should have a cellar, or in some contiguous apartment, so that the supply of air for the fire should not be from the schoolroom. Furnaces for warming external air may be constructed cheaply, so as effectually to answer the purposes of warmth and ventilation. When a quantity of warm, fresh air is forced into a schoolroom by means of a furnace, the foul air is forced out at every crevice and at the ventilating passages. The currents are all warm, quite to these passages. But if the air is warmed by a stove or fireplace, the cold air from without rushes in at every passage and every crevice, and while the parts of the body nearest the fire are too warm, the currents of cold air rushing to the fire to sustain the combustion keep all the other parts cold and uncomfortable. This is a most direct way to produce disease. Nothing can affect the system more unfavorably than currents of cold air coming upon us when quite warm. I have said that schoolhouses should have cellars under them. The floor of a building without a cellar is always cold and often damp. This tends to keep the feet of the scholars cold, while the head, in a region of air much warmer, will be kept hot. This is both unnatural and unhealthful. The feet should always be kept warm and the head cool. No person can enjoy good health whose feet are habitually cold.
In schoolrooms heated by stoves, the feet are very liable to be cold, while the upper stratum of air, kept hot and dry by a long reach of pipe, produces a very unpleasant and unfavorable state of the head. Headache, vertigo, and syncope often take place in such a room. The human body is so constituted that it can bear almost any degree of heat or cold, if the change be not too sudden, and all parts of it be subjected to it alike. We find no particular inconvenience from respiring air at the temperature of 90 degrees on the one hand, or at 0 on the other, but inequalities of temperature at the same time affect us very differently, and can never be suffered for a long time without danger. There is one consideration in the preparation of furnaces for warming rooms that should not be overlooked. The object should be to force into the room a large quantity of air heated a few degrees above the temperature required, rather than a small quantity at a much higher temperature. The air chamber should be capacious, and the passages free. The air should always be taken from the out-of-doors, never from a cellar. The air of a cellar is often impure itself, and if pure, a cellar that is at all tight cannot furnish an adequate supply. The whole air of a schoolroom should be changed at least every hour. If oftener, it would be better. If a cellar is not much larger than the room above it, this supply will soon be exhausted also. The air of the cellar may be sufficient to supply the combustion of the fuel. This is all it should do, and for this purpose it is better than air from out of doors, as the coldness of this checks the heat and diminishes the temperature of the fire and its power of heating the furnace. In giving my views on this subject, I have been so desultory as to embrace nearly all that I can say on the other queries proposed to me. At any rate, my letter is already of an unreasonable length, and I must come to a close. Wishing you every success in the arduous duties of your present station, I remain truly and affectionately yours, S. B. Woodward. Appendix C. Extract of a letter from Benjamin Sullivan, Professor of Chemistry in Yale College, in reply to an inquiry similar to the second proposed to Dr. Woodward. Of our atmosphere, only 1/5 part by volume is fitted to sustain life. That portion is oxygen gas, the remaining 4/5 being azote or nitrogen gas, which, when breathed alone, kills by suffocation. The withdrawing of the oxygen gas, by respiration or otherwise, destroys the power of the atmosphere to sustain life, and this alone furnishes a decisive reason why fresh air must be constantly supplied, in order to support animal life. But this is not all. Every contact of the air with the lungs generates in the human subject from 6 to 8% of carbonic acid gas, the same gas that often destroys the lives of people who descend incautiously into wells, or who remain in close rooms with a charcoal fire not under a flue. This gas, the carbonic acid, kills, it is true, by suffocation, as azote does, and as water acts in drowning. But this is not all. It acts positively, with a peculiar and malignant energy, upon the vital powers, which, even when life is not instantly destroyed, it prostrates or paralyzes, probably through the nervous system. I find by numerous trials, made with my own lungs, that a confined portion of air, sufficient, however, to fill the lungs perfectly with a full inspiration, is so contaminated by a single contact that a candle will scarcely burn in it at all, and after 3 contacts, the candle will then go out, and an animal will die in it as quickly as if immersed in azote or even in water. It is evident, therefore, that a constant renewal of the air is indispensable to safety as regards life, and no person can be compelled to breathe again and again the same portions of air, without manifest injury to health, and, it may be, danger to life. It follows, then, that the air of apartments, and especially of those occupied by many persons at once, ought to be thrown off by a free ventilation, and when blown from the lungs, the same air ought not to be again inhaled until it has been purified from the carbonic acid gas, and its due proportion of oxygen gas restored. This is effected by the upper surface of the green leaves of trees and plants, when acted upon by the direct solar rays. The carbonic acid gas is then decomposed, the carbon is absorbed, to sustain in part the life of the plant, by affording it one element of its food, while the oxygen gas is liberated and restored to the atmosphere. Appendix D. Extract of a letter from Dr. Samuel G. Howe, Director of the Institution for the Education of the Blind, in Pearl Street, Boston. I take it for granted that the existence of blindness in the human race, like every other physical infirmity, is the consequence of departure from the natural laws of God, that the proportion of blind persons in every community is dependent upon the comparative degree of violation of the natural laws, and that scientific observation can in almost every case point to the kind and degree of violation. Imperfect vision, partial and total blindness are more common among men than animals, and in civilized than in savage or barbarous nations. It seems to be well ascertained that blindness is more common as we approach the equator, and that on the same parallel it is more frequent in dry, sandy soils than in humid ones. It is supposed by some that in very high latitudes blindness is more frequent than in the temperate zones, on account of the strong reflection of the sun's rays by the snow. But besides that we have no statistical returns to confirm this opinion, there are other causes which make it doubtful. The solar rays are much less powerful, the days are short, and the tendency to local or general inflammations and congestions of blood is much less in cold than in warm climates. Without, however, dwelling upon general rules, I will come at once to causes operating in our own climate. Anyone who has reflected that man was created with a perfect physical organization, that his eye, the noblest organ of sense, was fitted to reach to a distant star, or to examine the texture of the gossamer's web, will be struck by the fact that every 10th man he meets is either nearsighted, or far-sighted, or weak-eyed, or has some affection or other of the vision. Now, the frequency of this departure from the natural state of the vision is not a fortuitous circumstance. If there were but a single case, it might be referable to a particular cause, and, a fortiori, when it prevails in every section of the country and in every generation. Let us consider the greatest derangement of vision, blindness. There are very few cases where the eye is totally insensible to light. Let us call every person blind whose organ of vision is so permanently deranged that he cannot distinguish the nails upon his fingers, for many persons can see how many fingers are held up between the eye and a strong light, who cannot see the nails. Of persons blind to this degree, and of those totally blind, there are about 1 in 2,000 in the United States. This calculation is warranted by statistical returns, which are liable to error only in putting down too few. Of these 6,500 persons, but very few lose their vision by wounds, injuries, or acute inflammation. The great majority are blind in consequence of violation of the natural laws, either by themselves or their parents, for I hold it to be indisputable that almost every case of congenital blindness is the penalty paid by the sufferer for the fault of the parent or progenitor. The number of cases of hereditary blindness and of hereditary tendency to diseases of the eye, which have come under my observation, have established this beyond all doubt in my own mind. I have known many cases where a parent with defective vision has had half his children blind, and one case where both parents had defective vision and all their children, 7 in number, were blind. There are then causes at work in our own community which destroy the vision of 1/2000th part of our population and impair the vision of a much greater part. And although each individual thinks himself secure and attributes the blindness or defective vision of his neighbor to some accidental or peculiar circumstance from which he himself enjoys immunity, yet the cause will certainly have its effect. The violation of the natural laws must have their penalty and their victim, as a ball shot into a dense crowd must hit somebody. It is incumbent, then, upon each one, in his individual capacity, to avoid the remote and predisposing, as well as the immediate causes of impaired vision, and it is incumbent on those who have an influence upon the condition and regulations of society to use that influence for the same end. It would lead to tedious details to consider the various modes in which each individual or each parent should guard against the impairment of vision, but there are some obvious dangers to which children are exposed in schools, which may be pointed out in a few words. You will often see a class of children reading or writing with the sun shining on their books, or writing in a dark afternoon with their backs to the window and their bodies obstructing its little light. And if you tell the master he is periling the eyesight of his scholars, he thinks he gives you a complete discomfiture by saying that he has kept school so for 10 years and never knew a boy to become blind. Nevertheless, it is a cause of evil, and so surely as it exists, it will be followed by its effect. A boy reading by twilight, or by the blaze of a fire, or by moonlight even, will tell you he does not feel the effects. Nevertheless, they follow as closely as the shadow upon the substance, and if 10 years afterwards you see the boy selecting glasses at an optician's, and ask him what caused his imperfect vision, he will tell you that there was no particular cause. That is, the amount of evil done at any particular time was not perceptible, as a toper whose system is tottering to ruin cannot believe that any particular glass of brandy ever did him any harm. We should never read but in the erect posture. We should never read when the arterial system is in a state of high action. We should never read with too much or too little light. We should never read with a dazzling light of the sun or fire striking on our face. Schoolrooms should be arranged in such a manner that the light of the sun can be admitted in the right direction, not dazzling the eyes, but striking upon the books. There should be facilities for admitting the light fully in dark weather, and for excluding it partly when the sun shines brilliantly. I believe an attention to the physiology and laws of vision by parents and instructors would be of great benefit to children and diminish the number of opticians, for as surely as a stone thrown up will come down, so surely does exposure to causes of evil bring the evil at some time in some way upon somebody. Truly yours, Samuel G. Howe. To Horace Mann, Esquire, Secretary of the Board of Education. End of Section 13. Section 14 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. Third Annual Report, 1839, Part 1. Annual Reports. Secretary of the Board of Education. Report for 1839. Gentlemen, I feel fully justified in affirming that the prospects of the rising generation are daily growing brighter by means of the increasing light which is shed upon them from our common schools. I refer here, more particularly, to such proofs as are hardly susceptible of being condensed into statistical tables, or even of being presented as isolated facts. These speak for themselves. But I refer to such indications of returning health as prove to the watchful attendant that the crisis of the malady has passed. Stronger feelings and firmer convictions of the importance of our common schools are taking possession of the public mind, and where they have not yet manifested themselves in any outward and visible improvement, they are silently and gradually working toward that end. In determining the rate of annual advancement, however, which the friends of this cause are authorized reasonably to expect, It should not be forgotten that all improvements in the system depend ultimately upon the people themselves, and upon the school officers whom in their several towns and districts they see fit to elect. All improvements in the schools, therefore, suppose and require a simultaneous and corresponding improvement in public sentiment, and in the liberality of the citizens, who, by a major vote, from year to year, measure out the pecuniary means for their support, and elect the officers who are to superintend the application of those means. Progress which must be so thorough must necessarily be slow. But the thoroughness is a compensation for the slowness, for when a revolution is once wrought, it will be enduring. The legislature, having conferred upon the Board of Education no authority as to the amount of money to be raised, the teachers to be employed, the books, apparatus, or other instruments of instruction to be used, the condition of the houses in which the schools are taught, nor indeed as to any other subject which can in the slightest degree abridge the power or touch the property of towns or districts, the responsibility in all these respects continues to rest where it has always rested, and where it is to be hoped it always will rest, with the towns and districts themselves. On these points, encouragement may be highly beneficial. Compulsion would counterwork its own purposes. Hence it is obvious that if the board or the legislature should devise and promulgate the wisest system imaginable, and define the exact processes by which it could be executed, and all its fruits realized, the administration of that system must still be left with the local authorities. In the last stage of the process, and at the very point where the means are applied to the objects, they must pass through the hands of the town and district officers, and of the teachers whom they employ. In our system of public instruction, therefore, it is emphatically true that the influences flowing from the legislature, or from any advisory body, may have their quality entirely changed by being assimilated to the character and views of the men through whose hands they eventually pass. Just as the nutritious juices which ascend from the roots of a tree may lose their original properties and be made to produce fruits of various flavor, according to the nature of the engrafted scions through whose transforming pores they flow. Wherever, therefore, we find improvements in the schools, it is a gratifying proof that higher views are prevailing in the community in which those improvements originate. I advert to these facts respecting the authority, or rather the want of authority, in the board, and their entire dependence upon the efficient cooperation of the public, because I occasionally meet with misapprehensions respecting their office and powers and consequent duties. Some persons looking to the board for action in matters of which they have not the slightest official cognizance, and others deploring their possession of powers of which there is no trace nor indication to be found, either in the law which created them, or in any of their official or unofficial proceedings. To those whose views of public and private duty can never be satisfied by anything short of a universal education for the people, it will be gratifying to be informed that a new interest has been excited during the last year in behalf of the children of persons employed upon our public works. This class of children heretofore has not shared in the provisions for education made by our laws, and has rarely been embraced in any of the numerous plans for moral improvement devised and sustained by private charity, and hence they have been growing up in the midst of our institutions uninstructed even in those rudiments of knowledge without which self-education is hardly practicable. During the last year, a few inhabitants of the town of Middlefield, which is situated in the western part of Hampshire County, commiserating the destitute condition of the children along the line of the railroad in their vicinity, took active measures to supply them with the means of instruction. A gentleman of that town, Mr. Alexander Ingham, was the first to engage in, and has been the most active in carrying on, this Samaritan enterprise. The good example extended, and a considerable number of children along the line of work were soon gathered either into the public schools or, where that was impracticable, into schools established expressly for them at private expense. At the Common School Convention in the county of Hampden, held in the month of August last, the condition of these children and the necessity of some further measures in their behalf constituted one of the topics of inquiry and discussion. A committee was appointed, of which Mr. Ingham was chairman, to collect the facts of the case. From this committee, I have learned that there were, in the month of September last, more than 300 children between the ages of 4 and 16, belonging to the laborers on the railroad west of the Connecticut River, who were not considered as entitled to the privileges of the public schools, or were in such a local situation as not to be able to attend them. A pregnant fact also in relation to the subject is that in the enumeration of all the children of all ages belonging to that class of people, a large proportion of them are under the age of 4 years. Owing to efforts since made by private individuals, a very large majority of all these children, who are of a suitable age, are now enjoying the benefits of common school education. Another subject, respecting which I have sought for information from all authentic sources, and to which I have given especial attention in my circuit through the state, is the observance or non-observance of the law for the better instruction of youth employed in manufacturing establishments. This law was enacted in April 1836, and was to take effect on the first day of April 1837. The substance of its provisions is that no owner, agent, or superintendent of any manufacturing establishment shall employ any child under the age of 15 years to labor in such establishment, unless such child shall have attended some public or private day school where instruction is given by a legally qualified teacher at least 3 months of the 12 months next preceding any and every year in which such child shall be so employed. The penalty for each violation is $50. The law has now been in operation sufficiently long to make manifest the intentions of those to whom its provisions apply, and whether those humane provisions are likely to be observed or defeated. From the information obtained, I feel fully authorized to say that in the great majority of cases the law is obeyed, but it is my painful duty also to say that in some places it has been uniformly and systematically disregarded. The law is best observed in the largest manufacturing places. In several of the most extensive manufacturing villages and districts, all practicable measures are taken to prevent a single instance of violation. Some establishments have conducted most generously towards the schools, and in one case, at Waltham, a corporation, besides paying its proportion of taxes for the support of the public schools of the town, has gratuitously erected 3 schoolhouses, the last in 1837, a neat, handsome, modern stone building 2 stories in height, and maintained schools therein at a charge in the whole upon the corporate funds of a principal sum of more than $7,000. It would be improper for me here to be more particular than to say that these generous acts have been done by the Boston Manufacturing Company, though all will regret that the identity of the individual members who have performed these praiseworthy deeds should be lost in the generality of the corporate name. Comparatively speaking, there seems to have been far greater disregard of the law by private individuals and by small corporations, especially where the premises are rented from year to year or from term to term, than by the owners or agents of large establishments. Private individuals renting an establishment for 1 or for a few years, intending to realize from it what profits they can, and then to abandon it and remove from the neighborhood or town where it is situated, may be supposed to feel less permanent interest in the condition of the people who are growing up around them, and they are less under the control of public opinion in the vicinity. But without seeking an explanation of the cause, there cannot be a doubt as to the fact. It is obvious that the consent of 2 parties is necessary for the infraction of this law, and to the infliction of this highest species of injustice upon the children whom it was designed to protect. Not only must the employer pursue a course of action by which the godlike powers and capacities of the human soul are wrought into thorough-made products of ignorance and misery and vice, with as much certainty and celerity as his raw materials of wool or cotton are wrought into fabrics for the market by his own machinery, but the parent also must be willing to convert the holy relation of parent and child into the unholy one of master and slave, and to sell his child into ransomless bondage for the pittance of money he can earn. Yet, strange to say, there are many parents, not only of our immigrant but of our native population, so lost to the sacred nature of the relation they sustain towards the children whom they have brought into all the solemn realities of existence, that they go from town to town seeking opportunities to consign them to unbroken bodily toil, although it involves the deprivation of all the means of intellectual and moral growth, thus pandering to their own vicious appetites by adopting the most efficient measures to make their offspring as vicious as themselves. If, in a portion of the manufacturing districts of the state, a regular and systematic obedience is paid to the law, while in other places it is regularly and systematically disregarded, the inevitable consequences to the latter will be obvious upon a moment's reflection. The neighborhood or town where the law is broken will soon become the receptacle of the poorest, most vicious and abandoned parents, who are bringing up their children to be also as poor, vicious, and abandoned as themselves. The whole class of parents who cannot obtain employment for their children at one place, but are welcomed at another, will circulate through the body politic until at last they will settle down as permanent residents in the latter, like the vicious humors of the natural body, which, being thrown off by every healthy part, at last accumulate and settle upon a diseased spot. Every breach of this law, therefore, inflicts direct and positive injustice not only upon the children employed, but upon all the industrious and honest communities in which they are employed, because its effect will be to fill those communities with paupers and criminals, or at least with a class of persons who, without being absolute technical paupers, draw their subsistence in 1,000 indirect ways from the neighborhood where they reside, and without being absolute criminals in the eyes of the law, still commit 1,000 injurious predatory acts, more harassing and annoying to the peace and security of a village than many classes of positive crimes. While water power only is used for manufacturing purposes, a natural limit is affixed in every place to the extension of manufactories. The power being all taken up in any place, the further investment of capital and the employment of an increased number of operatives must cease. While we restrict ourselves to the propulsion of machinery by water, therefore, it is impossible that we should have such an extensive manufacturing district as, for instance, that of Manchester in England, because we have no streams of sufficient magnitude for the purpose. But Massachusetts is already the greatest manufacturing state in the Union. Her best sites are all taken up, and yet her disposition to manufacture appears not to be checked. Under such circumstances, it seems not improbable that steam power will be resorted to. Indeed, this is already done to some extent. Should such improvements be made in the use of steam, or such new markets be opened for the sale of manufactured products, that capitalists, by selecting sites where the expense of transportation, both of the raw material and of the finished article, may be so reduced as, on the whole, to make it profitable to manufacture by steam, then that agency will be forthwith employed. And if steam is employed, there is no assignable limit to the amount of a manufacturing population that may be gathered into a single manufacturing district. If, therefore, we would not have in any subsequent time a population like that of the immense city of Manchester, where great numbers of the laboring population live in the filthiest streets, and mostly in houses which are framed back to back, so that in no case is there any yard between them, but all ingress and egress for all purposes is between the front side of the house and the public street. If we would not have such a population, we must not only have preventative laws, But we must see that no cupidity, no contempt of the public welfare for the sake of private gain is allowed openly to violate or clandestinely to evade them. It would indeed be most lamentable and self-contradictory if, with all our institutions devised and prepared on the hypothesis of common intelligence and virtue, we should rear a class of children to be set apart and, as it were, dedicated to ignorance and vice. After presenting to the Board one further consideration, I will leave this subject. It is obvious that children of 10, 12, or 14 years of age may be steadily worked in our manufactories without any schooling, and that this cruel deprivation may be persevered in for 6, 8, or 10 years, and yet during all this period no very alarming outbreak shall occur to rouse the public mind from its guilty slumber. The children are in their years of minority, and they have no control over their own time or their own actions. The bell is to them what the water wheel and the main shaft are to the machinery which they superintend. The wheel revolves, and the machinery must go. The bell rings, and the children must assemble. In their hours of work, they are under the police of the establishment. At other times, they are under the police of the neighborhood. Hence this state of things may continue for years, and the peace of the neighborhood remain undisturbed, except perhaps by a few nocturnal or Sabbath-day depredations. The ordinary movements of society may go on without any shocks or collisions. As in the human system, a disease may work at the vitals and gain a fatal ascendancy there before it manifests itself on the surface. But the punishment for such an offense will not be remitted because its infliction is postponed. The retribution, indeed, is not postponed. It only awaits the full completion of the offense. For this is a crime of such magnitude that it requires years for the criminal to penetrate it in and to finish it off thoroughly in all its parts. But when the children pass from the condition of restraint to that of freedom, from years of enforced but impatient servitude to that independence for which they have secretly pined, and to which they have looked forward, not merely as the period of emancipation, but of long-delayed indulgence, when they become strong in the passions and propensities that grow up spontaneously, but are weak in the moral powers that control them, and blind in the intellect which foresees their tendencies, when, according to the course of our political institutions, they go by one bound from the political nothingness of a child to the political sovereignty of a man, then, for that people who so cruelly neglected and injured them, there will assuredly come a day of retribution. It scarcely needs to be added, on the other hand, that if the wants of the spiritual nature of a child, in the successive stages of its growth, are duly supplied, then a regularity in manual employment is converted from a servitude into a useful habit of diligence, and the child grows up in a daily perception of the wonder-working power of industry and in the daily realization of the trophies of victorious labor. A majority of the most useful men who have ever lived were formed under the happy necessity of mingling bodily with mental exertion. But by far the most important subject respecting which I have sought for information during the year remains to be noticed. While we are in little danger of overestimating the value of common schools, yet we shall err egregiously if we regard them as the ends and not as means. A forgetfulness of this distinction would send the mass of our children of both sexes into the world scantily provided either with the ability or the disposition to perform even the most ordinary duties of life. Common schools derive their value from the fact that they are an instrument more extensively applicable to the whole mass of the children than any other instrument ever yet devised. They are an instrument by which the good men in society can send redeeming influences to those children who suffer under the calamity of vicious parentage and evil domestic associations. The world is full of lamentable proofs that the institution of the family may exist for an infinite number of generations without mitigating the horrors of barbarism. But the institution of common schools is the offspring of an advanced state of civilization, and is incapable of coexisting with barbarian life, because should barbarism prevail, it would destroy the schools, and should the schools prevail, they would destroy barbarism. They are the only civil institution capable of extending its beneficent arms to embrace and to cultivate, in all parts of its nature, every child that comes into the world. Nor can it be forgotten that there is no other instrumentality which has done or can do so much to inspire that universal reverence for knowledge which incites to its acquisition. Still, these schools are means and not ends. They confer instruments for the acquisition of an object, but they are not the object itself. As they now are, or indeed are ever likely to become, our young men and young women will be most insufficiently prepared to meet the various demands which life will make upon them, if they possess nothing but what these schools bestow. Libraries. After the rising generation have acquired habits of intelligent reading in our schools, what shall they read? For with no books to read, the power of reading will be useless, and with bad books to read, the consequences will be as much worse than ignorance as wisdom is better. What books, then, are there accessible to the great mass of the children in the state, adapted to their moral and intellectual wants, and fitted to nourish their minds with the elements of uprightness and wisdom? Let any person go into one of our country towns, or districts of an average size, consisting, as most of them do, of an agricultural population, interspersed with mechanics, and here and there a few manufacturers, and inquire from house to house what books are possessed, and he will probably find the Scriptures and a few school books in almost every family. These are protected by law even in the hands of an insolvent, so that the poor are as secure in their possession as the rich. In the houses of professional men, the minister, the lawyer, the physician, he would find small professional libraries, intermixed with some miscellaneous works not of a professional character. In the houses of religious persons, a few religious books of this or that class, according to the faith of the owner. In the houses of the more wealthy, where wealth is fortunately combined with intelligence and good taste, some really useful and instructive books. But where the wealth is unfortunately united with a love of display, or with feeble powers of thought, he would find a few elegantly bound annuals and novels of a recent emission. What he would find in other houses, and these the majority, would be few and of a most miscellaneous character, books which have found their way thither rather by chance than by design, and ranging in their character between very good and very bad. Rarely, in such a town as I have supposed, will a book be found which treats of the nature, object, and abuses of different kinds of governments, and of the basis and constitution and fabric of our own, or one on economical or statistical science, or a treatise on general ethics and the philosophy of the human mind, or popular and intelligible explanations of the applications of science to agriculture and the useful arts, or the processes by which the latter are made so eminently serviceable to man. Rarely will any book be found partaking of the character of an encyclopedia, by a reference to which thousands of interesting questions as they daily arise might be solved, and great accessions to the stock of valuable knowledge be imperceptibly made. Quite as rarely will any books containing the lives of eminent British or American statesmen be found, or books treating of our anti-revolutionary history, and most rarely of all will any book be found on education at home, physical, intellectual, and those rudiments of a moral and religious education in which all agree, the most important subject that can possibly be named to parent, patriot, philanthropist, or Christian. And in the almost total absence of books adapted to instruct parents how to educate their children, so there are quite as few which are adapted to the capacities of the children themselves, and might serve in some secondary degree to supply the place of the former. Some exceptions would, of course, be expected, where so many particulars are grouped under so few heads. But from all I have been able to learn, after improving every opportunity for inquiry and correspondence, I am led to believe that, as it regards the private ownership of books, the above may be taken as a fair medium for the state. In small towns, almost wholly rural in their occupation, the books, though fewer, may generally be better, while in cities and large towns, though more numerous, yet a larger proportion of them is worse. Whatever means exist, then, either for inspiring or for gratifying a love of reading in the great mass of the rising generation, are mainly to be found, if found at all, in public libraries. As the tastes and habits of the future men and women in regard to reading will be only an enlargement and expansion of the tastes and habits of the present children, it seemed to me one of the most desirable of all facts to learn, as far as practicable, under what general influences those tastes and habits are now daily forming. For who can think without emotion, and who can remain inactive under the conviction that every day which now passes is, by the immutable law of cause and effect, predestinating the condition of the community 20, 30, or 40 years hence, that the web of their character and fortunes is now going through the loom, to come out of it at that time of worthy or of worthless quality, beautified with colors and shapes of excellence, or deformed by hideousness, just according to the kind of woof which we are daily weaving into its texture. Every book which a child reads with intelligence is like a cast of the weaver's shuttle, adding another thread to the indestructible web of existence. In the general want of private libraries, therefore, I have endeavored to learn what number of public libraries exist, how many volumes they contain, and what are their general character, scope, and tendency, how many persons have access to them, or, which is the most material point, how many persons do not have access to them, and finally, how many of the books are adapted to prepare children to be free citizens and men, fathers and mothers, even in the most limited signification of those vastly comprehensive words. It seemed to me, therefore, that nothing could have greater interest or significance than an inventory of the means of knowledge and the encouragements to self-education possessed by the present and the rising generation. Simultaneously with this inquiry, I have pursued a collateral one, not so closely, although closely connected with the main object. A class of institutions has lately sprung up in this state, universally known by the name of lyceums or mechanics institutes, before some of which courses of popular lectures on literary or scientific subjects are annually delivered, while others possess libraries and reading rooms, and in a very few cases both of these objects are combined. These institutions have the same general purpose in view as public libraries, namely that of diffusing instructive and entertaining knowledge, and of exciting a curiosity to acquire it, though they are greatly inferior to libraries in point of efficiency. As the proportion of young persons who attend these lectures and frequent these reading rooms, compared with the whole number of attendants, is much greater than the proportion they bear to the whole people, the institutions may justly be regarded as one of the means now in operation for enlightening the youth of the state. At any rate, an inventory of the means of general intelligence, which did not include these institutions, would justly be regarded as incomplete. For the purpose of obtaining authentic information on the above-mentioned subjects, I addressed to school committees and other intelligent men, residing respectively in every town in the Commonwealth, a few inquiries by which I ascertained that, omitting the 10 circulating libraries, containing about 28,000 volumes, it appears that the aggregate of volumes in the public libraries of all kinds in the state is about 300,000. This is also exclusive of the Sabbath school libraries, which will be adverted to hereafter. To these 300,000 volumes, but little more than 100,000 persons, or 1/7 part of the population of the state, have any right of access, while more than 600,000 have no right therein. Of the towns heard from, there are 100, almost one-third of the whole number in the state, which have neither a town, social, nor district school library therein. What strikes us with amazement in looking at these facts is the inequality with which the means of knowledge are spread over the surface of the state. A few deep, capacious reservoirs, surrounded by broad wastes. It has long been a common remark that many persons read too much, but here we have proof of how many thousands read too little. For the poor man and the laboring man, the art of printing seems hardly yet to have been discovered. The next question respects the character of the books composing these libraries, and their adaptation to the capacities and mental condition of children and youth. In regard to this point, there is, as might be expected, but little diversity of statement. Almost all the answers concur in the opinion that the contents of the libraries are not adapted to the intellectual and moral wants of the young, an opinion which a reference to the titles in the catalogues will fully sustain. With very few exceptions, the books were written for adults, for persons of some maturity of mind, and possessed already of a considerable fund of information, and therefore they could not be adapted to children except through mistake. Of course, in the whole, collectively considered, there is every kind of books, but probably no other kind which can be deemed of a useful character occupies so much space upon the shelves of the libraries as the historical class. Some of the various histories of Greece and Rome, the history of modern Europe by Russell, of England by Hume and his successors, Robertson's Charles V, Mavor's Universal History, the numerous histories of Napoleon and similar works, constitute the staple of many libraries. And how little do these books contain which is suitable for children? How little do they record but the destruction of human life and the activity of those misguided energies of men which have hitherto almost baffled the beneficent intentions of nature for human happiness. Descriptions of battles, sackings of cities, and the captivity of nations follow each other with the quickest movement in an endless succession. Almost the only glimpses which we catch of the education of youth present them as engaged in martial sports and in mimic feats of arms, preparatory to the grand tragedies of battle, exercises and exhibitions which, both in the performer and the spectator, cultivate all the dissocial emotions and turn the whole current of the mental forces into the channel of destructiveness. The reader sees inventive genius not employed in perfecting the useful arts, but exhausting itself in the manufacture of implements of war. He sees rulers and legislators not engaged in devising comprehensive plans for universal welfare, but in levying and equipping armies and navies, and extorting taxes to maintain them, thus dividing the whole mass of the people into the two classes of slaves and soldiers, enforcing the degradation and servility of tame animals upon the former, and cultivating the ferocity and bloodthirstiness of wild animals in the latter. The highest honors are conferred upon men in whose rolls of slaughter the most thousands of victims are numbered, and seldom does woman emerge from her obscurity. Indeed, hardly should we know that she existed, but for her occasional appearance to grace the triumphs of the conqueror. What a series of facts would be indicated by an examination of all the treaties of peace which history records! They would appear like a grand index to universal plunder. The inference which children would legitimately draw from reading like this would be that the tribes and nations of men had been created only for mutual slaughter, and that they deserved the homage of posterity for the terrible fidelity with which their mission had been fulfilled. Rarely do these records administer any antidote against the inhumanity of the spirit they instill. In the immature minds of children, unaccustomed to consider events under the relation of cause and effect, they excite the conception of magnificent palaces or temples for bloody conquerors to dwell in, or in which to offer profane worship for inhuman triumphs, without a suggestion of the bondage and debasement of the myriads of slaves, who, through lives of privation and torture, were compelled to erect them. They present an exciting picture of long trains of plundered wealth going to enrich some city or hero, without an intimation that by industry and the arts of peace that same wealth could have been earned more cheaply than it was robbed. They exhibit the triumphal return of warriors to be crowned with honors worthy of a god, while they take the mind wholly away from the carnage of the battlefield, from desolated provinces and mourning people. In all this, it is true, there are many examples of the partial and limited virtue of patriotism, but few only of the complete virtue of philanthropy. The courage held up for admiration is generally of that animal nature which rushes into danger to inflict injury upon another, but not of that divine quality which braves peril for the sake of bestowing good, attributes than which there are scarcely any two in the souls of men more different, though the baseness of the former is so often mistaken for the nobleness of the latter. Indeed, if the past history of our race is to be much read by children, it should be rewritten, and while it records those events which have contravened all the principles of social policy and violated all the laws of morality and religion, there should at least be some recognition of the great truth that among nations, as among individuals, the highest welfare of all can only be effected by securing the individual welfare of each. There should be some parallel drawn between the historical and the natural relations of the race, so that the tender and immature mind of the youthful reader may have some opportunity of comparing the right with the wrong, and some option of admiring and emulating the former instead of the latter. As much of history now stands, the examples of right and wrong, whose nativity and residence are on opposite sides of the moral universe, are not merely brought and shuffled together so as to make it difficult to distinguish between them, but the latter are made to occupy almost the whole field of vision, while the existence of the former is scarcely noticed. It is as though children should be taken to behold from afar the light of a city on fire, and directed to admire the splendor of the conflagration, without a thought of the tumult and terror and death reigning beneath it. Another very considerable portion of these libraries, especially where they have been recently formed or replenished, consists of novels, and all that class of books which is comprehended under the familiar designations of fictions, light reading, trashy works, ephemeral, or bubble literature, etc. This kind of books has increased immeasurably within the last 20 years. It has insinuated itself into public libraries, and found the readiest welcome with people who are not dependent upon libraries for the books they peruse. Aside from newspapers, I am satisfied that the major part of the unprofessional reading of the community is of the class of books above designated. Amusement is the object, mere amusement, as contradistinguished from instruction in the practical concerns of life, as contradistinguished from those intellectual and moral impulses which turn the mind, both while reading and after the book is closed, to observation and comparison and reflection upon the great realities of existence. That reading merely for amusement has its fit occasions and its legitimate office, none will deny. The difficulty of the practical problem consists in adhering to that line of reasonable indulgence which lies between mental dissipation on the one hand and a denial of all relaxation on the other. Life is too full of solemn duties to be regarded as a long play day, while incessant toil lessens the ability for useful labor. In feeble health, or after sickness, or severe bodily or mental labor, an amusing, captivating, enlivening book, which levies no tax upon the powers of thought for the pleasure it gives, is a delightful resource. It is medicinal to the sick, and recuperative to the weary mind. Especially is this the case where only part of the faculties have been intensely exerted. Then, to stimulate those which have lain inactive brings the quickest relief to those which have been laboring. It is not repose to them merely, but repose, as it were, tranquilized by music. But the difference is altogether incalculable and immense between reading such books as an amusement only, and reading them as restorers from fatigue or as soothers in distress, between indulging in them as a relaxation or a change from deep mental engrossment, and making their perusal a common employment or business. One enervates, the other strengthens and restores. One disables from the performance of duty, the other is one of the readiest preparations for a return to it. In reading merely for amusement, the mind is passive, acquiescent, recipient merely. The subjects treated are not such as task its powers of thought. It has no occasion to bring forth and re-examine its own possessions, but it is wafted unresistingly along through whatever regions the author chooses to bear it. It is this passiveness, this surrendering of the mind, that constitutes the pernicious influence of reading for amusement when carried to excess, because a series, a reiteration of efforts is just as indispensable in order to strengthen any faculty of the intellect as a series of muscular exercises is to strengthen any limb of the body, and in reading for amusement these efforts are not made. Even when we read the most instructive books and transfer to our own minds the knowledge they contain, the work is but half done. Most of their value consists in the occasions they furnish to the reader to exert all his own vigor upon the subject, and through the law of mental association to bring all his own faculties to act upon it. A stream of thought from his own mind should mingle with the stream that comes from the book. Such reading creates ability while it communicates knowledge. The greatest accumulation of facts, until the comparing and the foreseeing faculties have acted upon them, is as useless as a telescope or a watch would be in the hands of a savage. Single ideas may be transferred from an author to a reader, but habits of thinking are intransferable. They must be formed within the reader's own mind if they are ever to exist there. Actual observation within its field is better than reading, but the advantage of reading consists in its presenting a field almost infinitely larger and richer than any actual observation can ever do. Yet if the reader does not take up the materials presented and examine them one by one, and learn their qualities and relations, he will not be able to work them into any productions of his own. He will be like a savage who has passed through the length of a civilized country and just looked at its machinery, its ships and houses, who, when he returns home, will not be able to make a better tool or build a better canoe or construct a better cabin than before. It is his own handwork on the materials of his art, which, after thousands of trials and experiments, at last turns the rude apprentice into such an accomplished artisan that his hand instantaneously obeys his will, and in executing the most ingenious works he loses the consciousness of volition. And so it is by energetic, long-continued mental application to the elements of thought that the crude and meager conceptions of a child are refined and expanded and multiplied into the sound judgment and good sense of a man of practical wisdom. Something, without doubt, is referable to the endowments of nature, but with the mass of men much more is attributable to that richest of all nature's endowments, the disposition to self-culture through patient, long-sustained effort. No man, therefore, who has not made these efforts times innumerable, and profited in each succeeding case by the error or imperfection of the preceding, has any more right to expect the possession of wisdom, discretion, foresight, than the novice in architecture or sculpture has to expect that on his first attempt he shall be able to equal the Church of St. Peter's or chisel a perfect statue of Apollo. Now, the bane of making amusement the sole object of one's reading, and the secret of its influence in weakening the mind, consists in its superseding or discarding all attendant exertion on the part of the reader. Without this exertion, the power of clear, orderly, coherent thought, the power of seeing whether means have been adapted to ends, becomes inactive, and at length withers away like a palsied limb, while at the same time, the attention being hurried over a variety of objects between which nature has established no relations, a sort of volatility or giddiness is inflicted upon the mind, so that the general result upon the whole faculties is that of weakness and faintness combined. What gives additional importance to this subject is the fact that by far the most extensive portion of this reading for amusement consists of the perusal of fictitious works. The number of books and articles which, under the names of romances, novels, tales, in verse or prose, from the elaborate work of 3 volumes to the hasty production of 3 chapters or 3 pages, is so widespread and ever renewing that any computation of them transcends the power of the human faculties. They gush from the printing press. Their authors are a nation. When speaking of the reading public, we must be understood with reference to the subject matter of the reading. In regard to scientific works on government, political economy, morals, philosophy, the reading public is very small. Hardly 1 in 50 amongst adults belongs to it. For works of biography, travel, history, it is considerably larger. But in reference to fictitious works, it is large and astonishingly active. It requires so little acquaintance with our language, and so little knowledge of sublunary things and their relations, to understand them, and the inconvenience of failing to understand a word, a sentence, or a page is so trivial, so exactly do they meet the case of minds that are ignorant, indolent, and a little flighty, that they are welcomed by vast numbers. Other books are read slowly, commenced, laid aside, resumed, and perused in intervals of leisure. These are run through with almost incredible velocity. Take a work on morals, of the same size with a novel. The reading of the former will occupy a month. The latter will be dispatched without intervening sleep. Of works unfolding to us the structure of our own bodies and the means of preserving health, and of the constitution of our own minds, and the infinite diversity of the spiritual paths which the mind can traverse, each bringing after it its own peculiar consequences, of works laying open the complicated relations of society, illustrative of the general duties belonging to all, and of the special duties arising from special positions, of works making us acquainted with the beneficent laws and properties of nature, and their adaptations to supply our needs and enhance our welfare. Of works of these descriptions, editions of a few hundred copies only are printed, and then the types are distributed in despair of any further demand, while of fictitious works, thousands of copies are thrown off at first, and they are stereotyped in confidence that the insatiable public will call for new supplies. It was but a few years after the publication of Sir Walter Scott's poems and novels that 50,000 copies of many of them had been sold in Great Britain alone. Under the stimulus which he applied to the public imagination, the practice of novel reading has grown to such extent that his imitators and copyists have overspread a still wider field and covered it to a greater depth. In this country, the reading of novels has been still more epidemic, because in most parts of it so great a portion of the people can read, and because, owing to the extensiveness of the demand, they have been afforded so cheaply that the price of a perusal has often been less than the value of the light by which they were read. To give some idea of the difference in the sales of different kinds of works, it may be stated that of some of Bulwer's and Marryat's novels, from 10 to 15,000 copies have been sold in this country, while of that highly valuable and instructive work, Sparks's American Biography, less than 2,000 copies on an average have been sold, and of Prescott's Ferdinand and Isabella only about 3,600. The latter is considered a remarkably large sale, and is owing in no inconsiderable degree to the superior manner in which that interesting history was written. No discerning person who has arrived at middle age, and has been at all conversant with society, can have failed to remark the effect upon mind and character of reading frivolous books when pursued as a regular mental employment and not as an occasional recreation. The lowered tone of the faculties, the irregular sallies of feeling, the want of a power of continuous thought on the same subject, and the imperfect views taken of all practical questions, an imperfection compounded by including things not belonging to the subject and by omitting things which do. Any such person will be able to give his attestation to the fact, and be willing to advance it into an axiom, that light reading makes light minds. End of section 14. Section 15 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. Third Annual Report, 1839, Part 2. So far as it respects fictitious writings, the explanation of their weakening and dispersive influence is palpable to the feeblest comprehension. All men must recognize the wide distinction between intellect and feeling, between ideas and emotions. These two classes of mental operations are inherently distinct from each other by their nature. They are called into activity by different classes of objects. They are cultivated by different processes, and as one or the other predominates in the mental constitution, widely different results follow, both in conduct and character. All sciences are the offspring of the intellect. On the other hand, there cannot be poetry or eloquence without emotion. From the intellect come order, demonstration, invention, discovery. From the feelings come enthusiasm, pathos, and sublime sentiments in morals and religion. The attainments of the greatest intellect are gathered with comparative slowness, but each addition is a permanent one. The process resembles that by which material structures are reared, which are laboriously built up brick by brick or stone by stone, but when once erected are steadfast and enduring. But the feelings, on the other hand, are like the unstable elements of the air or ocean, which are suddenly roused from a state of tranquillity into vehement commotion, and as suddenly subside into repose. When rhetoricians endeavor to excite more vivid conceptions of truth by means of sensible images, they liken the productions of the intellect to the solidity and stern repose of time-defying pyramid or temple, but they find symbols for the feelings and passions of men in the atmosphere, which obeys the slightest impulse and is ready to start into whirlwinds or tempest at once. To add to the stock of practical knowledge and to increase intellectual ability requires voluntary and long-sustained effort, but feelings and impulses are often spontaneous and always susceptible of being roused into action by a mere glance of the eye or a sound of the voice. To become master of an exact, coherent, full set or complement of ideas on any subject demands fixed attention, patience, study. But emotions or passions flash up suddenly, and while they blaze they are consumed. In the mechanical and useful arts, for instance, a knowledge of the structure and quality of materials, of the weight and motive power of fluids, of the laws of gravitation and their action upon bodies in a state of motion or rest, is acquired by the engineer, the artisan, the machinist, not by sudden intuition, but by months and years of steady application. Arithmetic, or the science of numbers, geometry, or the science of quantities, astronomy, and the uses of astronomical knowledge in navigation must all have been profoundly studied. The almost innumerable ideas which form these vast sciences must have been discovered and brought together one by one before any mariner could leave a port on this side of the globe and strike without failure the smallest town or river on the opposite side of it. And the same principle is no less true in regard to jurisprudence, to legislation, and to all parts of social economy, so far as they are worthy to be called sciences. But that part of the train of our mental operations, which we call the emotions or affections, those powers of our spiritual constitution denominated the propensities and sentiments, which give birth to appetite, hope, fear, grief, love, shame, pride, at the very first produce a feeling which is perfect or complete of its kind. An infant cannot reason, but may experience as perfect an emotion of fear as an adult. Mankind for thousands of years have been advancing in the attainments of intellect. But the fathers of the race had feelings as electric and impetuous as any of their latest descendants. In every intellectual department, therefore, there must be accurate observation in collecting the elementary ideas. These ideas must be compared, arranged, methodized in the mind, each faculty which has cognizance of the subject taking them up individually, and, as it were, handling, assorting, measuring, weighing them, until each one is marked at its true value and arranged in its right place, so that they may stand ready to be reproduced and to be embodied in any outward fabric or institution, in any work of legislation or philosophy, which their possessor may afterwards wish to construct. Such intellectual processes must have been performed by every man who has ever acquired eminence in the practical business of life, or who has ever made any great discovery in the arts or sciences, except perhaps in a very few cases where discovery has been the result of happy accident. It is this perseverance in studying into the nature of things, in unfolding their complicated tissues, discerning their minutest relations, penetrating to their centers, that has made such men as Lord Bacon, Sir Isaac Newton, Dr. Franklin, Watt, Fulton, Sir Humphrey Davy, and Dr. Bowditch, men the light of whose minds is now shed over all parts of the civilized world, as diffusively and universally as the light of the sun, and as enduring as that light. And so it is in all the other departments of life, whether higher or humbler, not more in the case of the diplomatist who is appointed an ambassador to manage a difficult negotiation at a foreign court, than in that of the agent who is chosen by a town because of his good sense and thorough knowledge of affairs to conduct a municipal controversy. It is to such habits of thought and reflection upon the actual relations of things as they exist, and as God has constituted them, that we are indebted for the men who know how to perform each day the duties of each day, and in any station the duties of that station. Men who, because of their clear-sightedness and wisdom, are nominated as arbitrators or umpires by contending parties, or whose appearance in the jury box is hailed by the counselors and suitors of the court. Men whose work has not to be done over again, and whose books or reports do not need errata as large as themselves. But the feelings or emotions, so far from being dependent on these intellectual habits for their vividness and energy, are even more vivid and energetic when freed from control and direction. The intellect hems in the feelings by boundaries of probability and naturalness. It opposes barriers of actual and scientific truth to their devious wanderings and flights. It shows what things can be and what things cannot be, and thus arrests the imagination when it would otherwise soar or plunge into the impossible and the preternatural. The savage, with his uncultivated intellect, has fields for the roamings of fancy which can have no existence to the philosopher, just as an idolater has an immensity for the creations of his superstition, which to the enlightened Christian is a nonentity. Now it is the feelings, and not the intellect, the excitable or spontaneously active powers of the mind, and not its steady day-laboring faculties, which the great body of fictitious work appeals to and exercises. Were the whole mass of these works analyzed and reduced to its component elements, 19 parts in every 20 would be found addressed to the emotions and feelings, and not to the reason and judgment. Their main staple and texture are a description of the passions of love, jealousy, hope, fear, remorse, revenge, rapture, despair, the whole constituting a dark ground of guilt and misery, occasionally illumined by a crossing beam of ecstatic joy or almost superhuman virtue. But the trials and temptations described are rarely such as any human being will fall into, and the virtues celebrated are such as few will ever have an opportunity to achieve. Hence, sympathy and aversion, desire and apprehension, are kept at the highest tension, but it is upon incidents and scenes outside of actual life, not in this world, and often not capable of being transferred to it. In the meantime, the understanding sleeps, the intellect is laid aside. Those faculties by which we comprehend our position in life and our relations to society, by which we discover what our duty is and the wisest way to perform it, have nothing to do. The mind surrenders itself to the interest and excitement of the story, while the powers by which we discern tendencies and balance probabilities are discarded. Nay, those sober thoughts are unwelcome intruders, which come to break the delusion and to repress an insane exhilaration of the feelings, until, at last, the diseased and infatuated mind echoes that pagan saying, so treasonable to truth, that it would prefer to go wrong with one guide rather than right with another, as though, in a universe which an all-wise being has formed, anything could be as well as to go right. In the reports of some of the French hospitals for lunatics, the reading of romances is set down as one of the standing causes of insanity. It is a perusal of this class of works as a regular or principal mental employment of which I am speaking, and it is easy for anyone acquainted with the laws of the human mind and with the causes which foster or stint its growth to predict the effect of such reading both upon the will and the capacity to perform the everyday duties and charities of life. Could all temporal duties be written down in a catalogue, we should find that private, domestic, indoor duties would constitute vastly the greatest number. The social duties, growing out of relationship, friendship, and neighborhood, would make up the next largest and most important class. For while all others only call upon us occasionally, the demands of these are perpetual. Now for the appropriate and punctual discharge of these numerous and ever-recurring duties, a knowledge of all the scenes and incidents, the loves and hates, the despairs and raptures contained in all the fictions ever written, is about as fit a preparation as a knowledge of all the castles in the air, ever built by visionaries and dreamers, would be to the father of a houseless family who wished to erect a dwelling for their shelter, but who was wholly ignorant both of the materials and the processes necessary for the work. And the reason is that in the region of fiction, the imagination can have everything its own way. It can arrange the course of events as it pleases and still bring out the desired result. But in actual life, where the law of cause and effect pervades all, links all, determines all, the appropriate consequences of good or evil follow from their antecedents with inevitable certainty. The premises of sound or false judgments, of right or wrong actions, being given, the course of nature and providence predestines the conclusions of happiness or misery from which we cannot escape. Hence the mind, which in the world of imagination has been relieved from all responsibility for consequences, being rigorously held to abide by consequences whenever it descends to sublunary affairs, and being ignorant of the connection between causes and effects, finds all its judgments turned into folly, and all its acts terminating in disaster or ruin. Nor are the moral effects of this kind of reading, when systematically pursued, less pernicious than the intellectual, for it will be found that those who squander their sympathies most prodigally over distresses that were never felt are the firmest stoics over calamities actually suffered. The inveterate novel reader will accompany heroes and heroines to the ends of the earth and in tears bewail their fancied misfortunes, while he can command the sternest equanimity over the sufferings in the next street or at the next door. The continued contemplation of pain, without any accompanying effort to relieve it, forms a habit of disassociating feeling from action, and presents the moral anomaly of one who professes to feel pity but withholds succor. In all healthy minds, judicious action follows virtuous impulse. Nor do the splendid heroes of romance ever earn their greatness and their honors by a youth of study and toil, by contemning the seductions of inglorious ease, and thus they never hold out to the young mind the example of industry and perseverance and self-denial as the indispensable prerequisites to greatness. Far more baneful are the effects when characters whose lives are immersed in secret profligacy are varnished to the eye of the world by wealth and elegance, or when audacious criminals are endowed with such shining attractions of wit, talent, and address as cause the sympathy of the reader to outweigh his abhorrence. But if it is unfortunate that so many people should addict themselves to the reading of fiction, because their minds are immature and unbalanced, and have no touchstone whereby they can distinguish between what is extravagant, marvelous, and supernatural, and what, from its accordance to the standards of nature, is simple, instructive, and elevating, it is doubly unfortunate that so many excellent young persons should be misled into the same practice, either from a laudable desire to maintain some acquaintance with what is called the literary world, and to furnish themselves with materials for conversation, or from a vague notion that such reading alone will give polish to the mind and adorn it with the graces of elegance and refinement. In endeavoring to elucidate the manner in which this indulgence entails weakness upon the understanding and unfits it for a wise, steady, beneficent course of life, in a world so abounding as this is in solemn realities and obligations, I would most sedulously refrain from uttering a word in disparagement of the proportionate and measured cultivation of what are called polite literature and the polite arts in all their branches. While we have sentiments and affections as well as thoughts and ideas, while in the very account of the creation of the world it is said that some things were made to be pleasant to the sight, and others good for sustenance, and while our spiritual natures are endowed with susceptibilities to enjoy the former as well as capacities to profit by the latter, any measures for the elevation of the common mind which do not recognize the existence and provide for the cultivation of the first class of powers as well as for the second, would form a community of men wholly uncouth and rugged in their strength and almost unamiable, however perfect might be their rectitude. The mind of every man is instinct with capacities above the demands of the workshop or the field, capacities which are susceptible of pure enjoyments from music and art and all the embellishments of civilized life, and whose indulgence would lighten the burden of daily toil. All have susceptibilities of feeling too subtle and evanescent to find any medium of utterance, except in the language of poetry and art, and too refined to be called into being but by the creations of genius. The culture of these sensibilities makes almost as important a distinction between savage and civilized man as the training of the intellect. And without such cultivation, though the form of humanity may remain, it will be disrobed of many of its choicest beauties. Still, in a world where by the ordinations of Providence utility outranks elegance, where harvest to sustain life must be cultivated before gardens are planted to gratify taste, where all the fascinations of regal courts are no atonement for the neglect of a single duty, in such a world no gentility or gracefulness of mind or manners, however exquisite and fascinating, is any substitute for practical wisdom and benevolence. Without copious resources of useful knowledge in our young men and young women, without available, applicable judgment and discretion, adequate to the common occasions and ready for the emergencies of life, the ability to quote poetic sentiments and expatiate upon passages of fine writing, or a connoisseurship in art, is but mockery. Hence it is to be regretted that so many excellent young persons, emulous of self-improvement, should commit the error of supposing that an acquaintance with the institutions of society, with the real wants and conditions of their fellow men, and with the means of relieving them, can be profitably exchanged for knowledge of the entire universe of fiction, or that it is wise in their hours of study to neglect the wonderful works of the Creator in order to become familiar with the fables of men. Intellect must lay a foundation and rear a superstructure before taste can adorn it. Without solid knowledge and good sense, there is no substance into which ornament or accomplishment can be wrought. It is impossible to polish vacuity or give a luster to the surface of emptiness. One other general remark is applicable to a large portion of this class of works. Most of them were written in Great Britain for British readers. Hence they suppose and represent a state of society where wealth outranks virtue and birth takes precedence of talent, except in extraordinary cases of mental endowment or attainment. They describe two classes of men which we never ought to have. One class whose distinction and elevation are founded on the adventitious circumstances of birth and fortune, and another class who are the ignorant, degraded dependents upon the former. But they do not describe any class of industrious, intelligent, exemplary, just, and benevolent men, so alive to the rights of others that under no temptation would they become lords, and so conscious of their own that under no force would they remain slaves. A class of men which we ought to have, and with a proper use of the blessings heaven has given us, we may have. Surely such books do not contain the models according to which the youth of a republic should be formed. I should have felt myself wholly unwarranted in thus commenting upon the prevalence of amusing and fictitious, compared with useful reading, and upon the pernicious consequences of indulgence in it, were it not that the children of the state are now growing up in this very condition of things, and under circumstances, too, which will lead them to commit the same error, and of course to suffer the same evil, except some new inducements can be found to win them from it. The number of these works, with the number of their readers, is now rapidly increasing, not absolutely only, but relatively in proportion to other and useful works. The materials of which they are composed have now been so often wrought over that moderately imitative powers are amply sufficient for recasting them in slightly modified forms. Originality and invention have ceased to be necessary. The cheapness, too, of this class of works gives them a preference not only for circulating but for town and social libraries. I have been surprised at finding such numbers of them in the catalogues of the latter. I have heard of but one town or social library from which they have been peremptorily excluded by an article in the Constitution. The bylaws of one other library set up a certain standard for books, and empower a committee to burn all the nonconformists, that is, the nonconforming books. In other places, authority to dispose by sale of trivial and pernicious books is given, and this leads me to another subject in regard to the reading of the community, not less important than the preceding. This subject is presented by the question, what do those persons read who have not yet risen to the point of appreciating and admiring the better class of fiction and of recent literary works? A taste for the better kinds of light reading presupposes a preference in the reader's mind of what belongs to the spiritual over what belongs to the merely animal part of our nature, of mental over sensual gratifications. A knowledge, too, of some of the more obvious phenomena of the material world and of the operations of the human mind has made many books ridiculous and contemptible, which once were consulted as oracles and filled their readers with terror and reverential awe. The fiction of the last century, whose texture consists of events monstrous and supernatural, whose machinery is ghosts, hobgoblins, demons, and demigods, written from one end to the other in defiance not merely of experience but of possibility, and adapted to the lowest ignorance, these in rare instances only have been republished. They have been driven from the shelves and tables upon which the feeblest ray of the light of science has been cast. Yet even within the last year, large editions of dream books and fortune-tellers have been published. But there is a kind of reading in the community wholly unknown to the publishers of fashionable novels and of the better sort of ephemeral literature. To those who have not been in the way of knowing, nor in the habit of reflecting, what kind of reading is most congenial and welcome to the least educated portion of the people, and through what channels they are supplied, the facts which have existed and still exist must be a source of alarm. Numerous itinerant booksellers are constantly on the circuit of the country, offering from door to door such books as, in the advancing knowledge and changing tastes of the times, are no longer saleable at the bookstore, nor inquired for at the circulating library. The precise extent of this traffic it is impossible to determine, yet from all I can learn I am satisfied it is carried on to a very considerable degree, especially in inland towns and in the purlieus of populous places. One gentleman informed me that in the vicinity of a manufacturing village where he lived, he had seen 6 of these book peddlers in a fortnight. In communications received on the subject of established libraries, mention of similar facts has occasionally been made, although that was not one of the subjects on which information was sought. During the last autumn I saw in a beautiful inland town the contents of a peddler's vehicle, unladen and arranged in a stall by the side of the street. I took occasion carefully to examine the books thus exposed for sale. Amongst the several hundred volumes, there were not more than 2 or 3 books which any judicious person would ever put into the hands of a child after he could read. The rest consisted of the absurdest novels of the last century, of stories of buccaneers, of pirates and murderers, of shipwrecks, of Newgate calendars, and accounts of other exciting and extraordinary trials, of different sizes and prices to meet the ability of purchasers. On a temporary counter were spread out bundles of songs in single sheets, some patriotic, some profane, and some obscene, to be sold for a cent apiece. Amongst the books were Volney's Ruins and Paine's Age of Reason. At the time of this exposition for sale, a literary festival, occupying 2 days, was held in the same village, on which occasion profound philosophical, literary, and religious discourses were delivered to intelligent and gratified audiences. The stall where the books were sold was within a stone's throw of the church where the anniversary was celebrated. Both exercises went on together. The thought, irrepressible on the occasion, was how much of that immense difference between those who listened with delight to the eloquence of the discourses and appreciated the instruction they gave, and those who purchased the moral venom to satisfy the cravings of a natural appetite, to which no entertainment of better things had ever been offered, how much of this immense difference was perfectly within the power, and therefore within the responsibility, of society. Surely such taste and such books, at once to gratify and aggravate it, are not the means wherewith the children in a free government and of a Christian people are to lay the ever-during foundations of conduct and character. How few parents there are who, in looking back to the days of their own childhood and minority, find no occasion to lament, now, when the injury is irreparable, the want of early opportunities for laying up a store of valuable knowledge, and the loss of time, now irrecoverable, consequent upon that want. How many feel daily that their power of thinking, and especially of expressing their thoughts in speech or in writing, has all their life long been obstructed and deadened from an absence of facilities for information and of incitements to study in early life. For the parents themselves, these regrets come too late. The losses belong to a class for which even repentance brings no remedy, and the question is whether these same parents shall suffer their own children to grow up under a similar privation, to be doomed in their turn, when they become men and women, to the same melancholy retrospect and to the same unavailing regrets. The people of this state are, and must of necessity continue to be, an industrious people, or they cannot subsist. Wealthy as the state is justly supposed to be, Yet if all the property in it, both real and personal, were equally divided amongst all its inhabitants, it would not amount to more than $400 apiece. How soon would all this be gone, even to the very soil we tread on, without the annual replenishings of industry? Our soil furnishes nothing of spontaneous growth, and its unrelenting ruggedness can be propitiated only by the offerings of industry. Our people, therefore, as a people, cannot go abroad for information, for that enlargement of mind and that acquaintance with affairs which comes from foreign travel, when pursued with an inquiring spirit and an open eye. If the necessity of their condition debars them from visiting other states or countries in quest of knowledge, then knowledge must be brought to them, to their own doors and firesides, or ignorance is the only alternative, the ignorance of childhood darkening into the deeper ignorance of manhood, with all its jealousies and its narrow-mindedness and its superstitions and its penury of enjoyments, poor amid the intellectual and moral riches of the universe, blind in the splendid temple which God has builded, and famishing amid the profusions of omnipotence. The minds, then, of our people should travel, though their bodies remain at home, and for these journeyings and voyages, books are an ever-ready and costless vehicle. With a rugged and unproductive soil, Massachusetts is also by far the most densely populated state in the Union. Hence, for the temporal and material prosperity of her people, for their subsistence even, they are obliged to form an alliance with the great agencies of nature as auxiliaries in their labor. But nature bestows her mighty forces of wind and water and steam only upon those who seek them through intelligence and skill. The same circumstances, therefore, which seem to have marked out this state as a place of great mechanical, manufacturing, and commercial industry, draw after them the necessity of such a wide range of knowledge as, though always valuable, would not otherwise be so indispensable. To fit the people for prosecuting these various branches of business with success, or even to rescue them from making shipwreck of their fortunes, they must become acquainted with those mechanical laws that pervade the material world. They must become intelligent machinists, millwrights, shipwrights, engineers, not craftsmen merely, but men who understand the principles upon which their work proceeds, so that by the skillful preparation and adjustment of machinery, the sleepless and gigantic forces of nature may perform their tasks. They must know the properties of the bodies used in their respective branches of business, and the processes by which rude materials can most cheaply be converted into polished fabrics. They must know the countries whence foreign products are imported, whither domestic products are exported, the course of trade, the laws of demand and supply, what articles depend on the permanent wants of mankind and therefore will always be in demand, and what depend upon caprice or fashion, and therefore are certain to be discarded soon, for the very reason that they are now in vogue. Now, all these lead out by imperceptible steps into mechanical philosophy, the applications of science to the useful arts, civil geography, navigation, commerce, political economy, and the relations which nations bear to each other. Although an individual might learn to perform a task or execute an agency in one of these departments empirically, that is, by a knowledge of the modes of proceeding, but in ignorance of the principles on which the process depends, yet such individuals never originate improvements or inventions. Like the Chinese, the end of 100 years or of 100 generations finds them in the spot they occupied at the beginning. Of those engaged in agriculture, an interest intrinsically important and elevated, it may be said that just in proportion as the soils they cultivate are more sterile, so should the minds of the cultivators be more fertile, for in a series of years the quantity of the harvests depends quite as much upon the knowledge and skill of the cultivator as upon the richness of the soil he tills. Take the year round, and the farmer has as many leisure hours as any class of men, and he has this advantage over many others, that his common round of occupation does not engross all his powers of thought, so that, were his mind previously supplied with a fund of facts, he might be meditating as he works, and growing wiser and richer together. In fine, there is not, and the constitution of things has made it impossible that there should be, any occupation or employment whatever, where an extended knowledge of its principles or of its kindred departments would not improve products, abridge processes, diminish cost, and impart dignity to the pursuit. And how, without books as the grand means of intellectual cultivation, are the daughters of the state to obtain that knowledge on 1,000 subjects which is so desirable in the character of a female, as well as so essential to the discharge of the duties to which she is destined? Young men, it may be said, have a larger circle of action. They can mingle more in promiscuous society, at least they have a far wider range of business occupations, all of which stimulate thought, suggest inquiry, and furnish means for improvement. But the sphere of females is domestic. Their life is comparatively secluded. The proper delicacy of the sex forbids them from appearing in the promiscuous marts of business, and even from mingling as actors in those less boisterous arenas where the mind is the acting agent as well as the object to be acted upon. If, then, she is precluded from these sources of information and these incitements to inquiry, if, by the unanimous and universal opinion of civilized nations, when she breaks away from comparative seclusion and retirement, she leaves her charms behind her, and if, at the same time, she is debarred from access to books, by what means, through what channels is she to obtain the knowledge so indispensable for the fit discharge of maternal and domestic duties, and for rendering herself an enlightened companion for intelligent men? Without books, except in cases of extraordinary natural endowment, she will be doomed to relative ignorance and incapacity. Nor can her daughters, in their turn, escape the same fate, for their minds will be weakened by the threefold cause of transmission, inculcation, and example. Steady results follow from steady causes. Under such influences, therefore, if not averted, the generations must deteriorate from the positive to the superlative in mental feebleness and imbecility. But far above and beyond all special qualifications for special pursuits is the importance of forming to usefulness and honor the capacities which are common to all mankind. The endowments that belong to all are of far greater consequence than the peculiarities of any. The practical farmer, the ingenious mechanic, the talented artist, the upright legislator or judge, the accomplished teacher, should be only modifications or varieties of the original man. The man is the trunk. Occupations and professions are only different qualities of the fruit it should yield. There are more of the same things to be taught to all and learned by all than there are of different things to be imparted distributively to classes consisting of a few. The development of the common nature, the cultivation of the germs of intelligence, uprightness, benevolence, truth, that belong to all, these are the principle, the aim, the end, while special preparations for the field or the shop, for the forum or the desk, for the land or the sea, are but incidents. In the first place, it is requisite that every man, considered merely as a man, and without reference to his station or occupation, should know something of his own bodily structure and organization, of whose marvelous workmanship it is said that it is fearfully and wonderfully made. Wonderfully, because the infinite wisdom and skill manifested in the adjustment and expansion of his frame tend to inspire the mind with devotion and a religious awe. And fearfully, because its exquisite mechanism is so constantly exposed to peril and destruction from all the objects and elements around him, that precaution or fear is the hourly condition of his existence. Did each individual know what with a few suitable books he might easily learn, on what observances and conditions the Creator of the body has made its health and strength to depend, did he know that his corporeal frame is a general system made up by the union of many particular systems, the nervous, the muscular, the bony, the arterial, the venous, the pulmonary, the digestive, that all these bear certain fixed relations to each other and to the objects and elements of the external world, it is inconceivable how much of disease and pain and premature death would be averted, from how much imposition he would be saved, and how much the powers of useful labor and the common length of life would be increased. Even from the extension of knowledge on these subjects within the last century, the average length of life has increased 1/4, and yet it now reaches to but little more than half of 60 years and 10. How many persons annually are killed by the carbonic gas of burning charcoal, when, did they know of its existence, or how it is formed, they would as soon swallow arsenic as inhale it? How much property is annually destroyed by spontaneous combustion through an ignorance of the circumstances that cause it? What a population of spectres and ghosts and apparitions has been driven from the abodes of all intelligent men, and might be annihilated with regard to all mankind, by a knowledge of the reflection and refraction of light and of a few other simple laws of nature. Those terrific races that once swarmed the earth have ceased their visits where a few of those principles of science are understood, which every child, if supplied with the means, might easily learn. How pertinaciously have the most diffusive blessings been resisted, such as the use of lightning conductors and vaccination, because devout but ignorant people supposed that to ward off death when it came under violent forms was an impious defiance of the will of heaven, as though it were not the primary will of heaven that we should use the means of self-preservation which it has graciously given us. It is not long since that in one of our most intelligent cities a splendid granite church took fire, and when it was found impossible to extinguish the flames in its interior, the chief engineer forbade the engine men to play upon the walls, because he well knew that water thrown upon heated granite would decompose it, and he wished to save the materials. But hundreds of others, ignorant of this fact, but only knowing that the engineer belonged to a different religious denomination from the worshippers at the church, attributed the prohibition to his spite against an opposing sect of Christians. And while he took the measure which alone could save the property, they supposed he was maliciously delighting himself with the sight of its destruction. In Scotland, during the last century, the introduction of mills for winnowing grain was violently opposed. The whole argument took a theological cast. It was urged on one side that the use of a winnowing mill was a resistance of the divine will, because it prevented the wind from blowing where it listeth. But on the other side, it was gravely answered that to prevent the wind from blowing where it listeth only contravened the will of the prince of the power of the air, and was therefore not only lawful but laudable. Profit and convenience coming to the support of the latter argument, it prevailed. These are specimens only of the most gross and sottish ignorance. Its less palpable forms are indefinitely more numerous, and their consequences, in the aggregate, indefinitely more disastrous. Let anyone read such a work as that of Dick on the diffusion of useful knowledge, and he will be able to form some idea how intimately the private, personal happiness of a people is connected with its intelligence. But these illustrations are endless. The real fact to be pondered is that without diffusing information amongst the people, we shall go on in the same way, smiling at the follies of the last generation and furnishing anecdotes for the next. There are innumerable ways in which a knowledge of the material world would gladden the obscurest dwelling in the land and disburden the heart of the humblest individual of fears, anxieties, and sorrows. There are innumerable ways in which an instructed and enlightened man turns the course of nature to his profit and delight and daily comfort, which an ignorant man would no more think of than a savage would think of burning anthracite coal in the winter to warm him, and of preserving ice over summer to cool him. All children might learn something of natural history. This department presents an immense variety of objects calculated to develop their observing and comparing faculties, at a period of life when these faculties are more active than ever afterwards, and to store the mind with an abundance of materials for the judging and reasoning powers to act upon. To portions of this class of objects, divines and moralists are perpetually referring in order to illustrate the power and wisdom and perfections of God. And yet, how nearly lost are all such illustrations upon minds that know nothing of those laws of vegetable life, which clothe the lilies of the field in a beauty beyond the regal glory of Solomon, nor of that animal mechanism that saves the sparrow from falling. The biography of great and good men is one of the most efficient of all influences in forming the character of children, for as they are prone to imitate what they admire, it unconsciously directs while it delights them. Let the mind be supplied with definite, exact ideas on any subject, and we all know by experience that when an analogous case arises, the related ideas with which we were familiar before will instantaneously spring up in the mind by the law of association. And when correct ideas present themselves spontaneously in this way, they are, to say the least, far more likely to be embodied in action than if they had first to be laboriously sought after. Especially is this true in emergencies, and how many of the follies and imprudences of men are first committed on emergencies so sudden as to exclude reflection. On such occasions, to have prototypes of moral excellence in the mind is something like having precedents or examples in the practical concerns or business of life. Although it is a great truth that all minds have the capacity of distinguishing between right and wrong, yet life presents innumerable instances where the application of these principles is attended with serious difficulty. In such cases, mere ignorance is always the source of error and often of ruin. And how many excellent men have lived, how many illustrious examples have been set, of which only a very few of the more favored children of this state have ever heard. All others, therefore, being not so much as invited to follow in the same radiant paths. Why should these examples of benevolence, of probity, of devotion to truth, be lost to so many of our children whom they might fire with a corresponding love of excellence? Here are real examples of real men, and are therefore possible and imitatable, and to the unsophisticated mind of a child there is as great a difference between real and fictitious personages as there is to a merchant between real and fictitious paper. There never was such an argument in favor of furnishing biographical and scientific truth for children, and against that mass of fictions which are given them for true stories, and not as illustrations merely, as the simple question which ingenuous children so often ask when reading or hearing a narrative, is it true? It ought to be remembered that in all the objects and operations of nature, and in the lives of genuine men, we converse with God, and with the course of his providence at first hand, and not with mock shows and counterfeits and hearsays. There is another kind of reading, which all must admit to be of the very highest importance to our citizens, and of which they are almost universally ignorant. I mean our ante-revolutionary history. Few, even of our educated men, can claim any familiarity with it. Yet there our free institutions germinated. Never in any other place, nor at any other time, have the great principles of civil and religious liberty been so ably discussed, or been sustained by such heroic trials and sacrifices, as between the first colonization of this country and the peace of 1783. Our country's independence, the birth of a free people, one of the greatest epochs in the history of the human race, was the result. Every boy who is not ruined by a false course of instruction passes through a state of mind between the ages of 16 and 21, when a study of the principles and deeds recorded in that history would give him some adequate idea what liberty and law are, what they have cost, and what they are worth. But when we turn from the outward and material world to the inward and spiritual life, a wider field for improvement opens before us. For out of the invisible recesses of the mind come all the mighty changes wrought by human power. When an uninstructed person looks upon the outward form of a man, he thinks nothing of the skillfully adjusted organs, nor of the mysterious functions of vitality within it. The vibrating nerves which convey sensation and volition, the contracting muscle, the flowing blood, the health and strength-giving processes of nutrition, the dilating lungs, with their adaptations to each other, are all hidden from his untaught gaze. So, when an ignorant man regards the operations of the mind, he discerns only a tumultuary, conflicting tide of wishes and terrors, of pleasures and pains, of doubts and purposes, rising, contending, and subsiding, without order or law. He takes no cognizance of the different powers and faculties with which he has been endowed, of their relative supremacy, of their different spheres of action, nor of their adaptations to his temporal condition, and hence, when he obeys their impulses, it is without the approval of conscience, and when he commands them, it is without the discriminations of reason. Every child, towards the close of his minority, has time and capacity enough, could he be furnished with the means, to acquire much of the knowledge enjoined in that ancient precept so universally celebrated and sanctioned, "Know thyself." But after all, those blessings of knowledge, combined with well-directed feelings which cannot be enumerated, are infinitely more than any language can express. The greater proportion of the stream of every man's life is hidden in the silent breast, and never emerges into utterance or action. Much as any one may be in the company of the world, he is much more in the company of his own consciousness only. It is the perpetual inflowing of his secret reflections and emotions that mingles sweet or bitter waters in the stream of every man's existence. Whatever reaches the fountains of this stream is, as far as possible, to be remembered in plans for human amelioration. Few men have battles to fight, or senates to persuade, or kingdoms to rule, but all have a spirit to be controlled and to be brought into subjection to the social and divine law. The intellect forces the great problems of existence and futurity and destiny upon all, and none will question that much depends upon human means, whether a man shall go through the world and out of it elated by delusive hopes, or tormented by causeless fears. Among the agencies that operate to these momentous ends, books, certainly, occupy a conspicuous place. Whoever has read modern biography with a philosophic eye to the causes of the extraordinary characters it records must have observed the frequent references that are made to some book as turning the stream of life at some critical point in its course. In one of Dr. Franklin's letters, he says that when a boy he met with a book entitled Essays to Do Good, which led to such a train of thinking as had an influence on his conduct through life. Sir Walter Scott, in his writings and letters, makes repeated mention of the fact that he owed his power of painting past times to the books which he read when young. The notorious Stephen Burrows, a native of a neighboring state, relates in his autobiography that he was inflamed with military ardor by the perusal of Guy, Earl of Warwick, that he ran away from his father 3 times, once before he was 14 years of age, and enlisted in a regiment of artillery. Twice he was reclaimed, but at last he succeeded in escaping, and in the camp, it has sometimes been said, commenced his life of ignominy. Whoever looks deeper sees that that ignominious life commenced when he was reading a pernicious book. It would be easy to fill pages with similar facts. When I see a house, says Dr. Franklin, well furnished with books and newspapers, of course he meant instructive and not mere partisan ones, there I see intelligent and well-informed children. But if there are no books nor papers, the children are ignorant, if not profligate. It has been frequently remarked by observing men that towns in which good libraries have been established show a population of intelligence superior to that of towns where none has existed. In a number of towns, recent attempts to establish libraries for grown people have utterly failed. The men and women, not having acquired a taste for useful reading when children, have lost it for life. Let the same course be followed in regard to the present children, and time is not more certain to bring the day when they shall be men and women than it is to bring the same feelings of indifference toward mental improvement. On the other hand, I have never heard of a well-selected library for children which has failed from their want of interest in it. And in what way, except by furnishing good libraries to the people at large, can the reading of frivolous and useless books, of novels of the baser sort, and of that contaminating and pestilential class of works which is now hawked around the country, creating moral diseases, or inflaming and aggravating where it finds them, be prevented? These books no law can destroy or reach. No power of persuasion can ever induce those who have acquired a love of reading them to abandon what gives them pleasure, without some equivalent of pleasure is proffered in its stead. But a supply of good books would confer far more than an equivalent. It would prove a remedy where the disease exists, and an antidote where it threatens. Let good books be read, and the taste for reading bad ones will slough off from the minds of the young, like gangrened flesh from a healing wound. Nor will any severity of legislative enactment, nor any vigilance in the administration of the law, ever succeed in the extirpation of gaming, shows, circuses, theatres, and many low and gross forms of indulgence, without the introduction of some moral and intellectual substitutes. End of section 15. Section 16 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann, Third Annual Report, 1839, Part 3. For the purpose of carrying out a plan of improvement, coextensive with the wants of the community and with the limits of the state, no system can be devised at all comparable with the existing arrangement of school districts. Here are corporate bodies, known to the law, already organized and in operation. The schoolhouses are central points of minute subdivisions of territory, which in the aggregate embrace every inch of ground in the state. There are but few districts in the state which comprise more than a space of 2 miles square. On the average, they include less than that extent of territory. Here, then, are central points at convenient distances, distributed with great uniformity all over the Commonwealth, each one with a little group of children, the hope and treasure of the state, dependent upon it for all the means of public instruction they are ever to enjoy. And these points, though now emitting so dim and feeble a light, may be made luminous and radiant, dispelling the darkness and filling the land with a glory infinitely above regal splendor. Could the children, who are so widely scattered over the surface of the state, laboring, even in their tender years, upon its hills and by its waterfalls, could they assemble and present themselves before their rulers, and be, for a moment, endued with a vision of their coming fortunes, and speak of the life of toil to which most of them have been born, of their poverty in the means of self-cultivation, or, what is worse than poverty, of their indifference to it? Could they proclaim that every passing day is uttering the irreversible oracles of their fate? Who could resist the appeal? And can the thought of such an appeal penetrate the heart with less electric swiftness because they cannot make it? Were any mode to be now devised or discovered, by which the soil of the state could be made to yield fourfold its present harvests, with no additional labor or expense, or by which, in some new mode of applying water or steam power, a given expenditure of time and money could return quadruple products in value or in quantity, could there be found a dissenting voice against its immediate adoption? Yet who will venture to say that 1/4, or even 1/40th part of the mental and moral energies of our children is now put forth and expended in the wisest direction or for the highest objects. Were the earth beneath us found to be a rich magazine of mineral treasures, how speedily would the spirit of enterprise invest its capital and ply its ingenuity in bringing those treasures to light, and in appropriating them to their uses. Why a more contented wastefulness of moral resources than of mineral wealth? Were there wide tracts of the richest soils in the state unreclaimed, how soon would the hand of skilful husbandry enter and till them, and make them teem with luxuriant harvests? Yet in the obscurest corners of the land, along the byways, and under the humblest roofs, there is buried talent, and the suppressed power of extended and godlike benevolence. Could a library containing popular, intelligible elucidations of the great subjects of art, of science, of duty, be carried home to all the children in the Commonwealth, it would be a magnet to reveal the varied elements of excellence now hidden in their souls. The state, in its sovereign capacity, has the deepest interest in this matter. If it would spread the means of intelligence and self-culture over its entire surface, making them diffusive as sunshine, causing them to penetrate into every hamlet and dwelling, and like the vernal sun, quickening into life the seeds of usefulness and worth, wherever the prodigal hand of nature may have scattered them, it would call into existence an order of men who would establish a broader basis for its prosperity, and give a brighter luster to its name, who would improve its arts, impart wisdom to its counsels, and extend the beneficent sphere of its charities. Yet not for its own sake only should it assume the work. It is a corollary, from the axioms of its constitution, that every child born within its borders shall be enlightened. In its paternal character, the government is bound, even to those who can make no requital. Sacredly is it bound to develop all the existing capacities, and to ensure the utmost attainable welfare of that vast crowd and throng of men who, without being known during life beyond their neighboring hills, without leaving any enduring name behind them after death, still by their lifelong industry fill up, as it were, drop by drop, the mighty stream of the country's prosperity. In the heart of this multitude dwell capacities of good and possibilities of evil, wholly transcending the power of finite imagination to conceive. Here are an inconceivable extent and magnitude of interests, sympathies, obligations. Here are all the great instincts of humanity, working out their way to a greater or less measure of good, according to the light they enjoy. And compared with this wide and deep mass of unrecorded life, all that emerges into history and is seen of a man is as nothing. To a superior being, to whom the world appears as it really is, whose eye can see through it and round it, the substance of its weal and woe lies here. And ought not the means of knowledge, and the incitements and aids to virtue, to be coextensive with this vast expanse and depth of wants and responsibilities? Again, it is believed that no barbarous nation has ever been known to history, amongst whom any form of government has been established, which had not adopted specific measures to educate the heir of sovereignty for the discharge of his regal duties. And can the obligation to prepare for the responsibilities attendant upon power be less when all the citizens, instead of one, are born to the inheritance of sovereignty? By our institutions, the political rights of the father descend to his sons in course of law. But the intellectual and moral qualifications necessary for the discreet use of those rights are intransmissible by virtue of any statute. These are personal, not hereditary, and are therefore to be taught anew and learned anew by each successive generation. Hence, as the work of education is never done, the means of education should never be withheld. As the former must be continually renewed, the latter must as continually be supplied. The instruction and pleasure which the parents themselves would experience from the establishment of a good library in their respective districts are too important to be forgotten, and yet are so obvious as to need only a passing reference. It seems to be the unanimous opinion of the teachers of all schools, whether public or private, that a school library would be a most valuable auxiliary in interesting children in their studies. It would inspire the young with the desire to learn, that they might prepare themselves to enjoy what they saw was prized by others. Several of the rudimental studies could be invested to the eye of the pupil with new interest and usefulness by this means. If the facts or sentiments contained in the reading lessons could be illustrated or enlivened by some explanation or anecdote from the library, it would often convert a mechanical routine into a living exercise. If, when the scholars come to the name of Socrates or Luther or Howard, they could turn to a biographical dictionary and find a summary of the lives and deeds of these men, and ascertain their place in chronology and in geography, it would give a sense of reality to the business of the school, while at the same time it would acquaint them with important facts, and so of ancient or foreign customs and manners, of memorable events, of remarkable phenomena in nature, etc. Pupils who in their reading pass by names, references, allusions, without searching at the time for the facts they imply, not only forego valuable information, which they may never afterwards acquire, but they contract a habit of being contented with ignorance. Under the influence of such a habit, the ardent desire for knowledge, which nature kindles in the breast of children, will soon be extinguished, and they will come to resemble the irrational creation, which, without thought or emotion, passes by objects of the greatest curiosity and wonder. Again, access to some library seems indispensable in all schools where any attention is paid to composition. The ability to express ideas in writing with vigor and perspicuity is now deemed so valuable that in many places composition has been added to the list of common school studies. But the earlier exercises of children in composing, however it may be with the later, can consist of little more than rendering other men's thoughts in their own language. If the most distinguished authors desire to consult books before they attempt the discussion of a great subject, then to require children to write compositions, without supplying them with some resources whence to draw their materials, is absurdly to suppose not only that they are masters of a select and appropriate diction in which to clothe their thoughts and feelings, but also that they possess a degree of originality which even the ablest writers do not claim. For these and other reasons, some of the most judicious and successful teachers have carried into school any little collection of books belonging to themselves, and have realized great benefit from it. Such collections, however, must generally be scanty, and can rarely, if ever, be the most appropriate and useful. Besides, such a practice is at least liable to misuse. But a well-selected library, such as that which is now in a course of preparation under the auspices of the Board, in which all possible respect is paid to the right of private judgment on questions concerning which an unhappy difference of opinion prevails amongst the best men in the community, such a library would avoid all danger and increase every benefit. Every legitimate excitement or encouragement brought to bear upon our children in the schools not only quickens progress, but diminishes the occasion for discipline. Finally, from all I have heard and learned, it is my belief that the legislature can do no one thing which shall be so acceptable to the friends of common school education in Massachusetts as to devise some plan by which a school library shall be placed in every district school in the state. By the accomplishment of an object so permanently useful, they will win not only a sincere but a lasting gratitude. Many of the districts are small, and without some assistance they may not for a long time, perhaps never, obtain a library by their own means. When we consider that the average number of all the scholars in all the public schools is less than 50 for each, and also how many large schools there are in Boston and other cities, and in the central districts of large towns, we shall at once perceive how many small schools there must be. In the majority of instances, the small schools are in the exterior districts of the towns. They draw but little money because of the small number of scholars which they contain. Hence, they have short schools and seldom give large compensation to teachers. The fact that the schools are small proves that the lands of the district are not very fertile, and also that it is not a place of much trade or business. Otherwise the population would be denser and the schools larger. Their means, therefore, cannot be very abundant, and hence the necessity for assistance. There is another consideration which must have great weight with all who desire, as far as practicable, to furnish equivalents for natural disadvantages. The project of libraries for schools has lately been so much discussed, and has found such general favor with the public, that rich and populous school districts will not long remain without them. This class of large and wealthy districts have much the largest schools. They are able to offer more liberal compensation to teachers, and if, in addition to these advantages, they possess libraries also, while the districts less favorably circumstanced in point of wealth and population are destitute of them, the inequality of condition and privileges already existing will be still further increased. Every well-wisher of his kind will more cordially cooperate in measures which bring forward those who are in the rear, than with measures which still carry further onward those already in the advance. Poverty ought never to be a bar against the attainment of that degree of knowledge which is necessary for the intelligent performance of every duty in life. After the munificent endowment by the state of 2 of its colleges and many of its academies, it is thought that the time has arrived when something should be done for the broader institution of the schools. Whatever claims may be made by the friends of colleges and academies in their behalf, they cannot deny that the common school is still more important, because on this basis the welfare of the whole people more immediately rests. When the state endowed its first university, and visited it from time to time for almost 2 centuries, with substantial proofs of its liberality, it surely did not mean to establish a law of primogeniture in its favor, and to disinherit the younger members of the family, that is, the common schools. It is expected, too, by the friends of the schools throughout the state, that those who have received benefits and enjoyed the honors of a university education, which is claimed to exert a harmonizing and liberalizing effect upon the mind and character, will not themselves refute the claim by a want of liberality towards the only institutions where the masses can be benefited. Amongst all the letters which I have received on the subject of libraries, not one man in his individual capacity, and but one board of school committee men, has questioned their desirableness and utility, and the reason assigned in the latter case was that the town to which the committee belonged already possessed a sufficient number of books accessible to all its inhabitants. The conventions held in the different counties have approved and recommended the plan, by votes which, with 2 exceptions, had not a dissenting voice, and in neither of the accepted cases were there more than half a dozen negative votes. Probably so entire a unanimity would not be found to exist on any other subject whatever. In view of these facts and considerations, I cannot close this report without suggesting to the Board the expediency of inviting the special attention of the legislature to this subject, as one which has an important bearing upon the welfare of the present age, and a bearing still more important upon the welfare of coming generations. On inspecting the laws of the Commonwealth which provide for public instruction, 2 grand features stand conspicuously forth, namely, that the benefits of a common school education shall be brought within the reach of every child in the state, however poor, and that the property of the state shall support a system of schools adequate to confer this universal education. These provisions are fundamental and organic. They have been in existence from the very infancy of the colony, a period of about 2 centuries, during all which time the statute book furnishes no instance of their repeal or modification. The mode of administration has been changed, but not the original basis of the system. The principles have reigned supreme throughout, that the property of the citizens, whether it represented children or not, should support the schools, and that all children, whether they represented property or not, should possess the means of education. The advantages of union schools may be briefly stated under the following heads. 1. Economy of the plan. 2. Management and discipline. The plan of union districts commends itself on the score of economy to every man who desires to make a given amount of money accomplish more good, or to derive an equal amount of good from less money. In my report on schoolhouses, pages 30 and 31, it was arithmetically proved that where 4 districts can be united for this purpose, a given sum of money, which now sustains 4 summer schools taught by females and 4 winter schools taught by males, only 4 months each, would, under the proposed arrangement, maintain the 4 summer schools 6 months each, and a winter school 8 months instead of 4, would give the master $35 a month instead of $25, and would still leave in the treasury an unexpended balance of $20. The demonstration as to the economy of the plan being there wrought out, and open to the inspection of anyone who will examine it, I leave this topic with a single statement illustrative of the necessity of adopting some immediate and efficient remedy. In my circuit last autumn, through a part of the state which I had not visited before, I saw 6 schoolhouses, all situated on the same road, the extreme ones of which were but 1.5 miles apart, and of course only 3/4 of a mile from a central point. In these the uniform practice had been to employ 6 females in summer and 6 males in winter, and thus, as it regards the winter schools, the wages and board of 6 men had been paid, and fuel for 6 fires provided, when 1 male principal, who might have received and been worthy of the most liberal salary, with suitable female assistance if necessary, might have accomplished 10 times the good at a greatly reduced expense. All this was acknowledged as soon as pointed out, and assurances of a change gratefully given. How great would be the gain if the spirit of economy, which is so often active at the town meeting when the money for schools is granted, could be transferred to its expenditure by a wiser mode of appropriation. In regard to management and discipline, a more trying situation to a person of judgment and good feelings cannot well be conceived than that of having the sole charge of a school of 60, 70, or 80 scholars of all ages, where he is equally exposed to censure for the indulgences that endanger good order and for the discipline that enforces it. One of the inquiries contained in the circular letter to the school committees in 1838 was respecting the ages of the children attending our public schools. By the answers, it appeared that in very many places the schools were attended by scholars of all ages between 4 years and 20, and in some places by those between 2 years and a half and 25. And thus the general regulations of the school, as to order, stillness, and the observance of a code of fixed laws, were the same for infants but just out of their cradles, and for men who had been enrolled 7 years in the militia. Now, nothing can be more obvious than that the kind of government appropriate and even indispensable for one portion of these scholars was flagrantly unsuitable for the other. The larger scholars, with a liberal recess, can keep their seats and apply their minds for 3 consecutive hours, but to make small children sit both dumb and motionless for 3 successive hours, with the exception of a brief recess and 2 short lessons, is an infraction of every law which the Creator has impressed upon both body and mind. There is but one motive by which this violence to every prompting of nature can be committed, and that is an overwhelming, stupefying sense of fear. If the world were offered to these children as a reward for this prolonged silence and inaction, they would spurn it. The deep instinct of self-preservation alone is sufficient for the purpose. The irreparable injury of making a child sit straight and silent and motionless for 3 continuous hours, with only 2 or 3 brief respites, cannot be conceived. Its effect upon the body is to inflict severe pain, to impair health, to check the free circulations in the system, all which lead to dwarfishness, and to misdirect the action of the vital organs, which leads to deformity. In regard to the intellect, it suppresses the activity of every faculty, and as it is a universal law in regard to them all that they acquire strength by exercise and lose tone and vigor by inaction, the inevitable consequence is both to diminish the number of things they will be competent to do and to disable them from doing this limited number so well as they otherwise might. In regard to the temper and morals, the results are still more deplorable. To command a child whose mind is furnished with no occupation to sit for a long time silent in regard to speech and dead in regard to motion, when every limb and organ aches for activity, to set a child down in the midst of others whose very presence acts upon his social nature as irresistibly as gravitation acts upon his body, and then to prohibit all recognition of or communication with his fellows, is subjecting him to a temptation to disobedience, which is alike physically and morally impossible he should wholly resist. What observing person who has ever visited a school where the laws of bodily and mental activity were thus violated has failed to see how keenly the children watch the motions of the teacher, how eagerly the first moment when his face is turned from them, or any person or object intervenes to screen them from his view, they seize upon the occasion to whisper, laugh, chaffer, make grimaces, or do some other thing against the known laws of the school. Every clandestine act of this kind cultivates a spirit of deception, trickery, and fraud. It leads to the formation, not of an open and ingenuous, but of a dissembling, wily, secretive character. The evil is only aggravated when the teacher adopts the practice of looking out under his eyebrows, as it is called, or of glancing at them obliquely, or of wheeling suddenly round in order to detect offenders in the act of transgression. Such a course is a practical lesson in artifice and stratagem set by the teacher, and the consequence is that to entrap on the one side and elude on the other soon becomes a matter of rivalry and competition between teacher and pupils. Probably it is within the recollection of most persons that after the close of some school terms both teacher and pupils have been heard to boast, the one how many he had ensnared, the others how often they had escaped, thus presenting the spectacle of the moral guide of our youth and the moral subjects of his charge, boasting of mutual circumvention and disingenuousness. Teachers who manage schools with a due observance of those laws with which the Creator has pervaded the human system are accustomed, when scholars have become restless and uneasy, to send them out to run, or in some way to take exercise, until the accumulation of muscular and nervous energy which prompted their uneasiness is expended. They will then return to the schoolroom to sit with composure or to study with diligence and vigor. I have deemed this matter of so much consequence, and have found in some places such inveterate false habits and modes of thinking respecting it, that I have desired to fortify my own views by those of gentlemen whose authority none will venture to question. Accordingly, I have obtained the opinions of some of the most eminent physicians and physiologists in the state, and have selected 3 from the number to be placed in the appendix. Note: the letters referred to are from Dr. S.B. Woodard, principal of the State Lunatic Hospital at Worcester, Dr. James Jackson of Boston, and Dr. S.G. Howe, principal of the Perkins Blind Institution, South Boston. They entirely confirm Mr. Mann's views. End note. The remedies for these various evils are the establishment of union schools wherever the combined circumstances of territory and population will allow, the consolidation of 2 or more districts into one where the union system is impractical, and where the population is so sparse as to prevent either of these courses, there to break in upon the routine of the school either by confining the young children for a less number of hours, or by giving to them 2 recesses each half-day. The health of the body must be preserved, because it is the only medium through which the brightest intellect and the purest morals can bless the world. If it were possible to measure or gauge the quantity and quality of instruction which the teacher could give under the Union system, compared with that which he can give in a school composed of scholars of all ages and in all stages of advancement, no further proof in favor of a classification of the children into divisions of older and younger would be needed. A teacher well versed in the better modes of instruction which are beginning to be adopted will, in most branches, teach each one of a class of 20 more in the same time than he could teach any one individual of the same class. What an accession to his usefulness, that is, to the improvement of the children, would thus be gained! And is it not an unpardonable waste of means, where it can possibly be avoided, to employ a man at $25 or $30 a month to teach the alphabet, when it can be done much better at half price by a female teacher? The Union School is found to improve all the schools in the constituent districts. The children in the lower schools look upward to the higher with ambition, and labor more earnestly that they may be prepared to enter it. So far as my knowledge extends, no districts which have adopted could be induced to abandon it. A brief consideration of a few of the qualifications essential to those who undertake the momentous task of training the children of the state will help us to decide the question whether the complaints of the committees in regard to the incompetency of teachers are captious and unfounded, or whether they proceed from enlightened conceptions of the nature of their duties and office, and therefore require measures to supply the deficiency. First, one requisite is a knowledge of common school studies. Teachers should have a perfect knowledge of the rudimental branches which are required by law to be taught in our schools. They should understand not only the rules, which have been prepared as guides for the unlearned, but also the principles on which the rules are founded, those principles which lie beneath the rules and supersede them in practice, and from which, should the rules be lost, they could be framed anew. Teachers should be able to teach subjects, not manuals merely. This knowledge should not only be thorough and critical, but it should be always ready at command for every exigency, familiar like the alphabet, so that as occasion requires, it will rise up in the mind instantaneously, and not need to be studied out with labor and delay. For instance, it is not enough that the teacher be able to solve and elucidate an arithmetical question by expending half an hour of school time in trying various ways to bring out the answer, for that half hour is an important part of the school session, and the regular exercises of the school must be shortened or slurred over to repair the loss. Again, in no school can a teacher devote his whole and undivided attention to the exercises as they successively recur. Numerous things will demand his simultaneous attention. While a class is spelling or reading, he may have occasion to recall the roving attention of one scholar, to admonish another by a word or look, to answer some question put by a third, or to require a fourth to execute some needed service. Now, if he is not so familiar with the true orthography of every word that his ear will instantaneously detect an error in the spelling, he will on all such occasions pass by mistakes without notice, and therefore without correction, and thus interweave wrong instruction with right through all the lessons of the school. If he is not so familiar, too, both with the rules of reading and with the standard of pronunciation for each word, that a wrong emphasis or cadence or a mispronounced word will jar his nerves and recall even a wandering attention, then innumerable errors will glide by his own ear unnoticed, while they are stamped upon the minds of his pupils. These remarks apply with equal force to recitations in grammar and geography. A critical knowledge respecting all these subjects should be so consciously present with him that his mind will gratefully respond to every right answer or sign made by the scholar, and shrink from every wrong one, with the quickness and certainty of electrical attraction and repulsion. In regard to the last named branch, geography, a study which in its civil or political department is constantly mutable and progressive, the teacher should understand and be able to explain any material changes which may have occurred since the last edition of his textbook, as, for instance, the erection of Iowa into a territorial government by the last Congress, or, during the last year, the restitution of Syria to the Turkish government through the intervention of the 4 European powers. This establishment of a link between past events and present times, this realization of things as lately done or now doing, sheds such a strong light upon a distant scene as makes it appear to be near us, and thus gives to all the scholars a new and inexpressible interest in their lessons. However much other knowledge a teacher may possess, it is no equivalent for a mastership in the rudiments. It is not more true in architecture than in education, that the value of the work in every upper layer depends upon the solidity of all beneath it. The leading, prevailing defect in the intellectual department of our schools is a want of thoroughness, a proneness to be satisfied with a verbal memory of the rules instead of a comprehension of principles, with a knowledge of the names of things instead of a knowledge of the things themselves. Or, if some knowledge of the things is gained, it is too apt to be a knowledge of them as isolated facts, and unaccompanied by a knowledge of the relations which subsist between them, and bind them into a scientific whole. That knowledge is hardly worthy of the name which stops with things as individuals, without understanding the relations existing between them. The latter constitutes indefinitely the greater part of all human knowledge. For instance, all the problems of plane geometry, by which heights and distances are measured, and the contents of areas and cubes ascertained, are based upon a few simple definitions which can be committed to memory by any child in half a day. With the exception of the comets, whose number is not known, there are but 30 bodies in the whole solar system. Yet on the relations which subsist between these 30 bodies is built the stupendous science of astronomy. How worthless is the astronomical knowledge which stops with committing to memory 30 names. At the normal school at Bar during the last term, the number of pupils was about 50. This number might have been doubled if the visitors would have consented to carry the applicants forward at once into algebra and chemistry and geometry and astronomy, instead of subjecting them to a thorough review of common school studies. One of the most cheering auguries in regard to our schools is the unanimity with which the committees have awarded sentence of condemnation against the practice of introducing into them the studies of the university to the exclusion or neglect of the rudimental branches. By such a practice, a pupil foregoes all the stock of real knowledge he might otherwise acquire, and he receives in its stead only a show or counterfeit of knowledge, which, with all intelligent persons, only renders his ignorance more conspicuous. A child's limbs are as well fitted in point of strength to play with the planets before he can toss a ball, as his mind is to get any conception of the laws which govern their stupendous motions before he is master of common arithmetic. For these and similar considerations, it seems that the first intellectual qualification of a teacher is a critical thoroughness, both in rules and principles, in regard to all the branches required by law to be taught in the common schools, and a power of recalling them in any of their parts with a promptitude and certainty hardly inferior to that with which he could tell his own name. Second, the next principal qualification in a teacher is the art of teaching. This is happily expressed in the common phrase, aptness to teach, which in a few words comprehends many particulars. The ability to acquire and the ability to impart are wholly different talents. The former may exist in the most liberal measure without the latter. It was a remark of Lord Bacon that the art of well delivering the knowledge we possess is among the secrets left to be discovered by future generations. Dr. Watts says, "There are some very learned men who know much themselves, but who have not the talent of communicating their knowledge. Indeed, this fact is not now questioned by any intelligent educationist. Hence, we account for the frequent complaints of the committees that those teachers who had sustained an examination in an acceptable manner failed in the schoolroom through a want of facility in communicating what they knew. The ability to acquire is the power of understanding the subject matter of investigation. Aptness to teach involves the power of perceiving how far a scholar understands the subject matter to be learned, and what, in the natural order, is the next step he is to take. It involves the power of discovering and of solving at the time the exact difficulty by which the learner is embarrassed. The removal of a slight impediment, the drawing aside of the thinnest veil which happens to divert his steps or obscure his vision, is worth more to him than volumes of lore on collateral subjects. How much does the pupil comprehend of the subject? What should his next step be? Is his mind looking towards a truth or an error? The answer to these questions must be intuitive in the person who is apt to teach. As a dramatic writer throws himself successively into the characters of the drama he is composing, that he may express the ideas and emotions peculiar to each, so the mind of a teacher should migrate, as it were, into those of his pupils, to discover what they know and feel and need, and then, supplying from his own stock what they require, he should reduce it to such a form and bring it within such a distance that they can reach out and seize and appropriate it. He should never forget that intellectual truths are naturally adapted to give intellectual pleasure, and that by leading the minds of his pupils onward to such a position in relation to these truths that they themselves can discover them, he secures to them the natural reward of a new pleasure with every new discovery, which is one of the strongest as well as most appropriate incitements to future exertion. Note: while writing this paragraph, I received the 5th report of the Glasgow Educational Society's Normal Seminary for 1830. It contains the following: there is perhaps no mistake so fatal to the proper education and training of youth as the practical error of imagining that because a man possesses knowledge, therefore he will be able to communicate it. The knowledge of a Newton or a Bacon would avail little without a proper mode of communication. End note. Aptness to teach includes the presentation of the different parts of the subject in a natural order. If a child is told that the globe is about 25,000 miles in circumference, before he has any conception of the length of a mile or of the number of units in 1,000, the statement is not only utterly useless as an act of instruction, but it will probably prevent him ever afterwards from gaining an adequate idea of the subject. The novelty will be gone, and yet the fact unknown. Besides, a systematic acquisition of a subject knits all parts of it together, so that they will be longer retained and more easily recalled. To acquire a few of the facts gives us fragments only, and even to master all the facts, but to obtain them promiscuously, leaves what is acquired so unconnected and loose that any part of it may be jostled out of its place and lost, or remain only to mislead. Aptness to teach, in fine, embraces a knowledge of methods and processes. These are indefinitely various. Some are adapted to accomplish their object in an easy and natural manner, others in a toilsome and circuitous one. Others, again, may accomplish the object at which they aim with certainty and dispatch, but secure it by inflicting deep and lasting injuries upon the social and moral sentiments. We are struck with surprise on learning that but a few centuries since, the feudal barons of Scotland, in running out the lines around their extensive domains, used to take a party of boys and whip them at the different posts and landmarks, in order to give them a retentive memory as witnesses in case of future litigation or dispute. Though this might give them a vivid recollection of localities, yet it would hardly improve their ideas of justice, or propitiate them to bear true testimony in favor of the chastiser. But do not those who have no aptness to teach sometimes accomplish their objects by a kindred method? He who is apt to teach is acquainted not only with common methods for common minds, but with peculiar methods for pupils of peculiar dispositions and temperaments, and he is acquainted with the principles of all the methods, whereby he can vary his plan according to any difference of circumstances. The statement has been sometimes made that it is the object of normal schools to subject all teachers to one inflexible, immutable course of instruction. Nothing could be more erroneous, for one of the great objects is to give them a knowledge of modes as various as the diversity of cases that may arise, that, like a skillful pilot, they may not only see the haven for which they are to steer, but know every bend in the channel that leads to it. No one is so poor in resources for difficult emergencies as they may arise, as he whose knowledge of methods is limited to the one in which he happened to be instructed. It is in this way that rude nations go on for indefinite periods, imitating what they have seen and teaching only as they were taught. Third, experience has also proved that there is no necessary connection between literary competency, aptness to teach, and the power to manage and govern a school successfully. They are independent qualifications. Yet a marked deficiency in any one of the three renders the others nearly valueless. In regard to the ordinary management or administration of a school, how much judgment is demanded in the organization of classes, so that no scholar shall either be clogged and retarded or hurried forward with injudicious speed by being matched with an unequal yoke-fellow. Great discretion is necessary in the assignment of lessons, in order to avoid, on the one hand, such shortness in the tasks as allows time to be idle, and on the other, such over-assignments as to render thoroughness and accuracy impracticable, and thereby so habituate the pupil to mistakes and imperfections that he cares little or nothing about committing them. Lessons, as far as it is possible, should be adjusted to the capacity of the scholar, so that there should be no failure in a recitation not occasioned by culpable neglect. The sense of shame or of regret for ignorance can never be made exquisitely keen if the lessons given are so long and so difficult as to make failure frequent. When bad marks, as they are called, against a scholar become common, they not only lose their salutary force, but every addition to them debases his character, and carries him through a regular course of training which prepares him to follow in the footsteps of those convicts who are so often condemned that at length they care nothing for the ignominy of the sentence. Yet all this may be the legitimate consequence of being unequally matched or injudiciously tasked. It is a sad sight in any school to see a pupil marked for a deficiency without any blush of shame or sign of guilt, and it is never done with impunity to his moral character. The preservation of order, together with the proper dispatch of business, requires a mean between the too much and the too little in all the evolutions of the school, which it is difficult to hit. When classes leave their seats for the recitation stand and return to them again, or when the different sexes have a recess, or the hour of intermission arrives, if there be not some order and succession of movement, the school will be temporarily converted into a promiscuous rabble, giving both the temptation and the opportunity for committing every species of indecorum and aggression. In order to prevent confusion, on the other hand, the operations of the school may be conducted with such military formality and procrastination, the second scholar not being allowed to leave his seat until the first has reached the door or the place of recitation, and each being made to walk on tiptoe to secure silence, that a substantial part of every school session will be wasted in the wearisome pursuit of an object worth nothing when obtained. When we reflect how many things are to be done each half-day, and how short a time is allotted for their performance, the necessity of system in regard to all the operations of the school will be apparent. System compacts labor, and when the hand is to be turned to an almost endless variety of particulars, if system does not preside over the whole series of movements, the time allotted to each will be spent in getting ready to perform it. With lessons to set, with so many classes to hear, with difficulties to explain, with the studious to be assisted, the idle to be spurred, the transgressors to be admonished and corrected, with the goers and comers to observe, with all these things to be done, no considerable progress can be made if one part of the wheel is not coming up to the work while another is going down. And if order do not pervade the school as a whole and in all its parts, all is lost. And this is a very difficult thing, for it seems as though the school were only a point rescued out of a chaos that still encompasses it, and is ready on the first opportunity to break in and reoccupy its ancient possession. As it is utterly impracticable for any committee to prepare a code of regulations coextensive with all the details which belong to the management of a school, it must be left with the teacher, and hence the necessity of skill in this item on the long list of his qualifications. The government and discipline of a school demands qualities still more rare because the consequences of error in these are still more disastrous. What caution, wisdom, uprightness, and sometimes even intrepidity are necessary in the administration of punishment. After all other means have been tried, and tried in vain, the chastisement of pupils found to be otherwise incorrigible is still upheld by law and sanctioned by public opinion. But it is the last resort, the ultimate resource, acknowledged on all hands to be a relic of barbarism, and yet authorized because the community, although they feel it to be a great evil, have not yet devised and applied an antidote. Through an ignorance of the laws of health, a parent may so corrupt the constitution of his child as to render poison a necessary medicine, and through an ignorance of the laws of the mind he may do the same thing in regard to punishment. When the arts of health and of education are understood, neither poison nor punishment will need to be used unless in the most extraordinary cases. The discipline of former times was inexorably stern and severe, and even if it were wished, it is impossible now to return to it. The question is, what can be substituted, which, without its severity, shall have its efficiency? But how important is the relation in which a teacher stands towards a supposed offender? If the grounds of suspicion are presumptive only, how nice the balance of judgment in which they should be weighed, lest, on the one hand, an injustice should be done by bringing a false accusation against the innocent, or lest, on the other, a real offender should escape through mistaken confidence and charity. If there be sufficient ground to put a pupil upon trial, the teacher in his own person combines the characters of the lawmaker, by whom the rule supposed to be transgressed was enacted, of the counsel who examines the witnesses, of the jury who decides upon the facts, and of the judge interpreting his own law and awarding sentence according to his own discretion. And after all this, he is the executive officer, inflicting the penalty himself has awarded, unless that penalty is remitted by the pardoning power which also resides in him. Often, too, this representative or depositary of so many functions is himself the person supposed to be offended, and thus he presents the spectacle of a party in interest trying his own cause and avenging his own insults against his own dignity. If he suffers the outdoor consequences of inflicting punishment to enter his mind, his fears will become his counselors, and they will be as false as his pride. This specification is not given for the purpose of excepting to that usage which makes the teacher the sovereign of the schoolroom, but only to show what danger of error there must be when teachers are employed who have had neither experience nor instruction, and whose judgment years have not yet begun to ripen. Are there not teachers to whom all the children in the district are entrusted for their education, and for all the momentous and enduring interests connected with that word, to whom scarcely a parent in the district would surrender the care and management of his own children for the same length of time? Yet how much less incapable would the teacher be of governing and controlling a family of 5 or 6 children than a school of 50 or 60? Every child ought to find at school the affection and the wisdom which he has left at home, Or, if he has left neither wisdom nor affection at home, there is so much more need that he should find them at school. A school should be governed with a steady hand, not only during the same season, but from year to year, substantially the same extent of indulgence being allowed, and the same restrictions imposed. It is injurious to the children to alternate between extremes of an easy and a sharp discipline. It is unjust also for one teacher to profit by letting down the discipline of a school, and thus throw upon his successor the labor of raising it up to its former level. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. Third Annual Report, 1839, Part 4. Fourth. In 2 words, the statute opens to all teachers an extensive field of duty, by ordaining that all the youth in the schools shall be taught good behavior. The framers of the law were aware how rapidly good or bad manners mature into good or bad morals. They saw that good manners have not only the negative virtue of restraining from vice, but the positive one of leading by imperceptible gradations towards the practice of almost all the social virtues. The effects of civility or discourtesy, of gentlemanly or ungentlemanly deportment, are not periodical or occasional merely, but of constant recurrence, and all the members of society have a direct interest in the manners of each of its individuals, because each one is a radiating point, the center of a circle which he fills with pleasure or annoyance, not only for those who voluntarily enter it, but for those who, in the promiscuous movements of society, are caught within its circumference. Good behavior includes the elements of that equity, benevolence, conscience, which in their great combinations the moralist treats of in his books of ethics, and the legislator enjoins in his codes of law. The schoolroom and its playground, next to the family table, are the places where the selfish propensities come into most direct collision with social duties. Here, then, a right direction should be given to the growing mind. The surrounding influences which are incorporated into its new thoughts and feelings, and make part of their substance, are too minute and subtle to be received in masses like nourishment. They are rather imbibed into the system unconsciously by every act of respiration, and are constantly insinuating themselves into it through all the avenues of the senses. If, then, the manners of the teacher are to be imitated by his pupils, if he is the glass at which they do dress themselves, how strong is the necessity that he should understand those nameless and innumerable practices in regard to deportment, dress, conversation, and all personal habits, that constitute the difference between a gentleman and a clown. We can bear some oddity or eccentricity in a friend whom we admire for his talents or revere for his virtues, but it becomes quite a different thing when the oddity or the eccentricity is to be a pattern or model from which 50 or 100 children are to form their manners. It was well remarked by the ablest British traveller who has ever visited this country, that amongst us every male above 21 years of age claims to be a sovereign. He is, therefore, bound to be a gentleman. Fifth, on the indispensable, all-controlling requisite of moral character, I have but a single suggestion to make, in addition to those admirable views on this subject which are scattered up and down through the committee's reports. This suggestion relates to the responsibility resting on those individuals who give letters of recommendation or certificates of character to candidates for schools. Probably 1/2, perhaps more, of all the teachers in the state are comparatively strangers in the respective place where they are employed. Hence the examining committee, in the absence of personal knowledge, must rely upon testimonials exhibited before them.
These consist of credentials brought from abroad, which are sometimes obtained through the partialities of relationship, interest, or sect, or even given lest a refusal should be deemed an unneighborly act, and the applicant should be offended or alienated by a repulse. But are interests of such vast moment as the moral influence of teachers upon the rising generation to be sacrificed to private considerations of relationship or predilection, or any other selfish or personal motive whatever? It may be very agreeable to a person to receive the salary of a teacher, but this fact has no tendency to prove his fitness for the station. If so, the poorhouse would be the first place to inquire for teachers. And what claim to conscience or benevolence can that man have who jeopards the permanent welfare of 50 or 100 children for the private accommodation of a friend? In regard to pecuniary transactions, it is provided by the laws of the land that whoever recommends another as responsible and solvent becomes himself liable for the debts which may be contracted under a faith in that recommendation, should it prove to have been falsely given. The recommendation is held to be a warranty, and it charges its author with all its losses incurred within the scope of a fair construction. It is supposed that without this responsibility, the expanded business of trade and commerce would be restricted to persons possessing a mutual knowledge of each other's trustworthiness or solvency. But why should the precious and enduring interests of morality be accounted of minor importance and protected by feebler securities than common traffic? Why should the man who has been defrauded by an accredited peddler have his remedy against the guarantor, while he who is instrumental in inflicting upon a district and upon all the children in the district the curse of a dissolute, vicious teacher escape the condign punishment of general execration? In the contemplation of the law, the school committee are sentinels stationed at the door of every schoolhouse in the state to see that no teacher ever crosses its threshold who is not clothed from the crown of his head to the sole of his foot in garments of virtue, and they are the enemies of the human race, not of contemporaries only, but of posterity, who, from any private or sinister motive, strive to put these sentinels to sleep, in order that one who is profane or intemperate, or addicted to low associations, or branded with the stigma of any vice, may elude the vigilance of the watchman and be installed over the pure minds of the young as their guide and exemplar. If none but teachers of pure tastes, of good manners, of exemplary morals, had ever gained admission into our schools, neither the schoolrooms nor their appurtenances would have been polluted, as some of them now are, with such ribald inscriptions and with the carvings of such obscene emblems as would make a heathen blush. Every person, therefore, who endorses another's character as one befitting a school-teacher stands before the public as his moral bondsman and sponsor, and should be held to a rigid accountability. It will ever remain an honor to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that among all the reports of its school committees for the last year, so many of which were voluminous and detailed, and a majority of which were probably prepared by clergymen belonging to all the various denominations in the state, there was not one which advocated the introduction of sectarian instruction or sectarian books into our public schools, while, with accordant views, as a single voice coming from a single heart, they urge, they insist, they demand, that the great axioms of a Christian morality shall be sedulously taught, and that the teachers shall themselves be patterns of the virtues they are required to inculcate. The limits proper for a report debar me from pursuing the topics under this head into further detail. It may, however, be briefly observed, on the one hand, that there are some delinquencies on the part of a teacher, such as the commencement of a school without having submitted to an examination by the committee as required by law, the unauthorized introduction of books into the school which are not contained in the list furnished by the committee, and the open disregard of directions given by the committee in respect to the classification or management of the school, all or either of which prove that the teacher is destitute of good principles, that he is capable of a willful violation or evasion of the laws of the state,
and which therefore demonstrate his unfitness to fill a place where a spirit of subordination and of obedience to legitimate authority is among the lessons to be taught by practice as well as by precept. On the other hand, I can only refer to those eminent advantages which would accrue from employing a teacher who, in addition to the qualifications enumerated in the statute book, should possess a mind filled with stores of knowledge collateral to the branches pursued in the school, so that the pupils from day to day might not only be enlivened and instructed by apposite anecdote and impressive illustration, but be led to emulate the attainments which it is their delight to witness in him. So, too, if from the extent of the teacher's acquirements and the worth and dignity of his character, his society should be sought by all the families in the neighborhood, and as he visited from house to house he should exhibit a living example of those powers of instructing and of pleasing which are derived from intellectual resources and benevolence of disposition, he would imbue the youth of the district with the love of knowledge and the desire of excellence, and thus lay the foundation of tastes, habits, and institutions which would shed their pure and ennobling influences over a long tract of future time. It is an authentic anecdote of the late Dr. Nathaniel Bowditch that when, at the age of 21 years, he sailed on an East Indian voyage, he took pains to instruct the crew of the ship in the art of navigation. Every sailor on board during that voyage became afterwards a captain of a ship. Such are the natural consequences of associating with a man whose mind is intent upon useful knowledge and whose actions are born of benevolence. Constancy and punctuality of attendance. After the territory of the state has been judiciously districted, good schoolhouses prepared, the scholars all provided both with the requisite number and proper kinds of books, and the town has made appropriations sufficiently liberal to command the services of well-qualified teachers, after all these preliminaries have been attended to, the power of money ceases. Up to this point, the possession of property and a spirit of liberality in bestowing it are indispensable, but here their agency terminates. The schools here pass, as it were, under a new jurisdiction, from material to moral influences, and if not cherished by the latter, they might as well never have been founded. So far it is external organization, the preparation of an outward form merely, but it is yet a cold, inert, dead mass, a body of clay. A vitality, a genial warmth, a living principle of energy, are now to be infused and spread through every fiber of this organized frame, or all the skill and cost which have been expended in its formation will be lost. Or, what is far worse, and perhaps far more probable, that body will corrupt, and in its corruption engender 1,000 pernicious forms of life. Moral power is now to be added to pecuniary, or the pecuniary had better never have been exerted. Under this head, the first thing in the order of time, if not the first in point of importance, is the constant and punctual attendance of the scholars. Without authentic information on the subject of irregularity in attendance, the extent to which it has prevailed would have been wholly incredible. According to the school census of last year, the whole number of children in the state between the ages of 4 and 16 was 179,268. The average attendance during the summer of the same year, 1839-40, was 92,698. During the winter, 111,844. Of the number attending who were under 4 years of age, there were 7,844. Over 16 years of age, 11,834. If the children under 4 years of age who attended school are deducted from the aggregate of attendance in summer, and those over 16 years from the aggregate of attendance in winter, the average attendance of those between 4 and 16 will stand thus: for summer, 84,854, for winter, 100,010. and allowing 12,000 as the number of the children who derive their whole education from academies and private schools, and therefore are not dependent upon the common schools at all, and deducting this number from the number of children in the state who are between the ages of 4 and 16 years, thus 179,268 minus 12,000 equals 167,268. And the proportion of those who attend the common schools in summer, compared with the whole number dependent upon those schools, is as 84,854 to 167,268, or a very small fraction more than 1/2. And the proportion of those who attend the same schools in winter, compared with the whole number dependent upon them, is as 100,010 to 167,268, or about 10/17 only. One striking aspect of this lamentable fact is the waste of money which it proves. The amount raised by taxes last year for teachers' wages and board and fuel for the schools was $477,221.24. Of the portion of this sum which was expended for the summer schools, about 1/2 was lost, and of the portion expended for the winter schools, about 7/17, through irregularity in the attendance of the scholars. That is, of the $477,221.24 raised for the support of our public schools, more than $200,000 was directly thrown away by this voluntary abandonment of privileges. Nor in this computation is anything included for interest on the cost of schoolhouses, for the loss of an equal proportion of the amount contributed for public schools, $37,269.74, for an equal proportion also of the income, about $20,000, of the state school fund, of the income also, $15,270.89, of local funds for public schools, and of such portions of the income of the surplus revenue as individual towns have appropriated for the support of their schools. Vast, enormous, as the main item of the pecuniary loss is, a proportional loss from these sources, which in the whole amount to more than $75,000, would materially enlarge it. If made out with the exactness of a business account, it would startle every businessman in the community. Is it a subject for less surprise and regret because it is an educational account? What manufacturing or other business establishment could prosper if its laborers should absent themselves for a corresponding proportion of time? What a direful calamity it would be justly deemed if some wide-spreading epidemic should visit the state from year to year and deprive its children of an equal amount of their school privileges. It is well remarked in one of the reports that the promulgation of a law which should deprive the children of so noble a boon would produce a Stamp Act ferment. Who beforehand could have deemed it possible that a people so renowned for the virtues of frugality and economy, for their skill in turning limited means to a great account, would have tolerated this extent of wastefulness? The fact can be explained only on the ground that we were unaware of its existence. A parent who surmounts no obstacles to get his children daily to school, or who keeps them at home to subserve the pettiest convenience, has no conception how rapidly the column of absences lengthens, nor of the amount of its footing at the end of the term. He does not see that for every day's absence of his child, so much mental nourishment is withheld, his growth is so much retarded, and that he is preparing to send out that child into the world an intellectual dwarf. But with the industrial habits of our community, this amount of money can be re-earned. Indeed, it bears no proportion to the annual products of our labor and skill. But an item of loss is involved which neither labor nor skill can ever repair. The time is irrevocable. The spring season of human life, once past, cannot be restored. The seed time lost, the harvest also is lost. This forfeiture is without redemption. The period during which, as a general rule, our children attend school, namely between the ages of 4 and 16 years, is 12 years. The proportion of 12 years corresponding with this amount of absences is more than 5 years. Therefore the children, on an average, for so much of the period of life that should be sacredly devoted to education, are deprived of its benefits. It must also be remembered that this deduction is not made from an entire year, but from the period of 7 months and 10 days, which was last year the average length of the schools, so that schools, originally far too short, are cut down to a little more than half their apparent length, and so much even of a scanty mental subsistence is taken away. When Dr. Franklin said time is money, he referred to adults. With children, time is more valuable than money. It is education. Our law, in establishing the legal age of majority, or period of emancipation from parental control, at 21 years, has followed the clear indications of nature. The period of minority and tutelage, which precedes this age, is necessary for the growth and preparation required for the labors and duties of manhood, and the indications of nature are equally clear in regard to the mind. The young mind needs the instruction and guidance of more mature minds. It needs instruments and aids which it is incapable of preparing for itself, nay, of the very existence of which it is itself ignorant until the full period, or nearly the full period, of legal minority has passed. Were it not so, the young of the human race would have come to their bodily and mental maturity, like the young of the inferior animals, at an earlier period, at the end of a month or a year, or at farthest at the end of a few years. It is this extensive and irrevocable portion of early life, proved by all observation and analogy to be so essential to a preparation for the duties of manhood, that is withdrawn. And yet, when these neglected children shall arrive at the state of manhood, the duties belonging to that state will be required of them, or society, in some or in all of its relations, must suffer the penalty. The main trunk of this evil of non-attendance sends off numerous branches, each of which is laden with its own peculiar kind of bitter fruit. One effect is the injustice done to the teacher. If the register of the school bears the names of 70 different scholars, while the school is reduced by absences to an average of 50, the common inference is that although 70 is a greater number than one teacher can properly instruct, yet that he must be at fault if he does not teach the 50 in a competent manner and advance them at a rapid rate. And yet a school averaging 50 scholars, reduced to that number from 70 by absences, is far more difficult both to instruct and to govern than a school of 100, all of whom attend regularly. A teacher, therefore, ought to be excused, not blamed, if he does not carry a small number of scholars rapidly forward, if the number is made small by their irregularity in attendance. Yet those who send their children most irregularly are among the first to complain that they make little progress. The law, under a certain condition, requires the employment of an assistant teacher in all the public schools when the average number of scholars is 50, but the principal teacher needs an assistant quite as much when a school of 50 is reduced to an average of 30 by absences, as when it rises to 70 by a regular attendance of all the scholars belonging to it. Again, if parents keep a child at home for 2 or 3 days, or for 3 or 4 half-days in a week, he must at least be stationary while the class to which he belongs is advancing. Hence, on his return to the school, he is not in a suitable condition to rejoin his class. But generally there is no other class in which he can be placed, and the formation of new classes to meet these cases would soon destroy classification altogether, because the classes would soon become as numerous as the scholars, and the school, which should march onward in regular divisions, would be reduced to a promiscuous throng of stragglers. Unless in extraordinary cases, therefore, the absent scholar must resume his place in the class. But as the correct understanding of each successive step in his studies depends upon his having mastered the preceding steps, he is almost necessarily incapacitated for intelligent study and good recitations. Out of this come not merely loss of knowledge, but habits of incorrectness. The pupil accustomed to failures and mistakes is hardened into indifference. He loses the greatest incitement to study, the pleasure of understanding his lessons, becomes careless, mischievous, disobedient, draws down upon himself the displeasure of the teacher, perhaps punishment, has all his associations established adverse to learning, looks for pleasure elsewhere, is disgusted with the school, and as soon as possible forfeits its privileges by abandonment, the victim of irregular attendance. The previous half-day, when a child expects to be absent, and the half-day after he has been so, are worth but little even with good scholars. A child must have an almost inconceivable love of the school to desire to be there when he knows that his ignorance of the lessons is to be put in direct and public contrast with the knowledge of his classmates. And he must have an almost incredible love of knowledge to derive any gratification from the broken fragments of it which he can obtain at these irregular intervals. The spirit of pride, which would prompt him to stay away from the final examination of the school, lest he should be questioned upon parts of a study which he had never seen, or upon parts dependent upon what he had never seen, would promise as much for the character of the future man as the spirit of indifference that could tamely bear the exposure. Irregularity of attendance in any one member of a class is an act of injustice to every other member of it. After an absence, whether longer or shorter, the pupil on his return must inevitably learn his lessons in a very imperfect manner. He occupies double his share of the time at a recitation. He requires double the amount of explanations from the teacher. And these explanations, having been previously given, are not necessary for the others. Hence, the absent scholars are a perpetual clog upon their class. The advanced body must wait while the laggards are coming up. And thus not only the absentees themselves, but the reputation of the teacher, the condition of the school, the character of the district, are all made to suffer the consequences of the guilt of unnecessary absence. The effects of a want of punctuality, though less in extent, are similar in kind. Coexisting, they are a mutual aggravation. But without entering into further detail respecting the losses, embarrassments, and injustice resulting from this common delinquency, it becomes a matter of primary importance to inquire what measures can be adopted to dry up a fountain of mischief which sends forth such copious streams. The first thing to be done is to render the schoolhouse, both by its external appearance and its internal conveniences, as a place of attraction, or at any rate to prevent it from being a place odious to the sight and painful to the bodies and limbs of the pupils. The excuses and contrivances of the children to stay away from a repulsive, unhealthful schoolhouse seem to be preventatives which nature in her wise economy has provided to escape the infliction of permanent evils. The teacher can do much in various ways to diminish the cases of absence and tardiness. When the question is debated at the evening fireside or at the breakfast table, whether a child shall stay at home or go to school, the child has a voice and a vote, and often the casting vote in its decision. If he loves the school, he will be an able advocate for the expediency of attending it. If errands or any little household services are to be done, the child will rise an hour earlier or sit up an hour later, or bestir himself with greater activity to accomplish them so that he may attend the school. For this object he will forego a family holiday, postpone the reception or the making of a visit, endure summer's heat or brave winter's cold. On the contrary, if the pupil looks towards the school with aversion, if his heart sinks within him when the name of the teacher is mentioned or his image is excited, then every pretense for absence will be magnified, and the invention will be active in fabricating excuses. In the former case, he would almost feign to be well when he was sick. Here he will feign to be sick when he is well. Hence it will very often happen that the pleas or excuses of the pupil himself will determine the question of going or staying, and it depends primarily upon the teacher which way this steady and powerful bias shall incline. During the first part of the school term, and while the habits of the pupils are forming, A skillful teacher may do much towards inspiring a laudable pride in the scholars in regard to constancy and promptness. He can cause a public opinion to be spread through the school that absence or tardiness, without the strongest reasons, is a stigma on the delinquent, a dishonorable abandonment of the post of duty. When errors are committed or difficulties felt in consequence of either of these causes, he can point out the relation between the cause and its effect, and warn against a repetition. To save the feelings of a child who comes late, or after a half-day's absence, and renders a valid excuse, he can acquit him before the school of the apparent neglect. He can refer to the state of the register in a brief remark at the close of the day, taking occasion, if the attendance is full, to commend the scholars for it, to express his regret and mortification if it is not, but always so measuring and attempering his blame and his praise that none shall be disheartened by the severity of the former, and the latter shall not become valueless by its superabundance. If regularity and punctuality could be secured during a 4-month school by expending an entire week in this way at its beginning, the loss would be repaid 7-fold before its close. If the teachers have not consideration enough to speak on these subjects to their pupils, how can they expect that the pupils, unprompted, will originate proper views concerning their importance? There is one act of justice which a teacher who demands punctuality should never fail of rendering. Let him observe the golden rule: when he demands punctuality of his pupils, be punctual himself. Punctual not only in the hour of commencing his school, but in the hour of closing it. Pupils have a sense of justice on this subject. If the regular intermission is an hour, and the afternoon session commences at 1 o'clock, they want to be dismissed at 12. In this respect, let the teacher bestow what he demands, and enforce his precept by his example, or, at least, when the morning or the evening hour arrives for dismissing the school, let him bring its exercises to a pause, and give his pupils an option to retire or to remain. Years of mere talk are often lost upon children, while a practical lesson is never without its effect. Some teachers have adopted the plan of sending to the parents and guardians of all the scholars weekly reports or cards containing an account of all cases of absence or tardiness. In some instances, these cards also contain a description of the quality of the recitations, of the general deportment of the children, or whatever else the teacher desires that the parent or guardian be acquainted with. To secure a prompt attendance at the opening of the school, each half-day, some teachers make it their practice, during the first 5 or 10 minutes of the school, to have an exercise in vocal music, or to relate some useful and instructive anecdote, or to read an interesting incident from a biography, or to give a description of a curious fact in natural history, or, where there is apparatus, to perform occasionally a striking experiment, and explain to what department of business or the arts it is related. To show the pupils, for instance, that in an exhausted receiver a feather falls as rapidly as a stone, that without air gunpowder will not burn, how a steam engine is made or a rainbow formed. Why should all the curiosity of children be pent up for months, to vent itself at last on the occasion of raree shows, circus riding, or militia musters? The teacher ought also to visit the parents of children who attend irregularly, and kindly and affectionately to expostulate with them on the irremediable injury they are inflicting on their offspring, both by the time they lose and the bad habits they form. In several of the larger towns in the state, the school committees have enacted positive regulations, excluding for the forenoon or afternoon session all who come late, and for the residue of the term all who are absent, unless from sickness or some other disabling cause, for a fixed number of days or half-days. There may be some objections to this course, such as the fact that truant-dispositioned boys may contrive to be absent for the requisite number of days or half-days, for the very purpose of being excluded afterwards. But almost any other evil is less than the combined influence of the innumerable throng that follow in the train of a general irregularity and tardiness. For most of the scholars, this last-mentioned method is very effectual. It is the practice of many of the lyceums in the state to close the doors of the lecture room at a given hour, and railroad cars and steamboats have a fixed time for starting, the consequence of which is that everybody is punctual, and were all the gains of this punctuality added together, it would be found that years of time are saved daily by the regulation. Some towns, in order to bring the force of a pecuniary motive to bear upon the subject, distribute the school money among the districts, not in the ratio of the children between 4 and 16 years of age, but in the ratio of their attendance upon the schools. Although teachers as a body can do more than any other class in the community to abate the evils of inconstant and tardy attendance, although school committees can do something through the instrumentality of school regulations, and even towns can make their appropriations of money subserve the same end, yet neither of these, nor all of them united, can complete the work. The final, authoritative decision in each case rests with the parents. They, therefore, should be appealed to, with the most earnest and importunate solicitations, not to be guilty of so great cruelty to their own children, of so great injustice towards the teacher and towards their neighbors, as to cause or suffer those children, except in cases of imperious necessity, to be absent from the school a single day of the term or a single hour of the day. From time immemorial, in all schools, truantship has been regarded as a high offense in a pupil, and forbidden under the sanction of severe corporal punishment. But it is difficult to see why an unnecessary absence from school at the pleasure of the child is worse than an unnecessary absence at the pleasure of the parent. The real cause of the difficulty must be that parents are not aware of its existence and of the manifold mischiefs it involves. Until recently, even the well-informed friends of education were not apprised of its magnitude, as before the use of the register, no authentic means of making it known existed. The diffusion of a knowledge both of the fact and of its consequences cannot fail to produce a remedy, and for this purpose, as I have elsewhere suggested, the reading of the abstracts at meetings of the inhabitants of the districts convened at the schoolhouse or other convenient place, the circulation of their contents by means of lectures and newspapers, the visitation of negligent parents by the teachers and by the committees, together with conversations held on all proper occasions by those who know more of the subject with those who know less, will be rapid and effectual means of conveying the information to the very individuals who need it, and must lead in the end to a much-needed reform. It is surprising and cheering to know what can be done by the combined and harmonious exertions of all to accomplish this object. There were many families of children last winter who did not miss a single day in their attendance, and in one school, although the roads were almost impassable from snow, there was scarcely the absence of a scholar during the whole school term. If the school is to continue 4 months, and parents or guardians cannot send their children more than 2 or 3, let them be sent continuously while they are sent at all, and taken wholly from school the residue of the time. 6 weeks of constant attendance is better than 3 months scattered promiscuously over a 4-month school. So, if 9 o'clock comes too early in the morning for punctual attendance, let the school begin at 10, or even at 10:30. Almost anything is better for children than to form the pernicious habit of tardiness, which in regard to the rights of others has all the practical effect of dishonesty, and varies but a shade from it in the motive. Notwithstanding the melancholy view of the subject presented by existing facts, yet when we consider the excessive severity of the last winter, the depth of the snow, which for a long period overspread all the inland counties, rendering the roads nearly impassable for weeks together, and also the fact that in many places children suffered to an extraordinary degree from epidemic sickness, the average attendance was better than in former years. It was not until last year that any return was ever made of the children under 4 and over 16 years of age attending the schools. That number was found to be about 20,000. Heretofore, in comparing the average number of children in school with the whole number of children in the state between 4 and 16 years of age, for the purpose of ascertaining what proportion of the whole number were in school, those who were below the age of 4 and above that of 16 have been reckoned as between 4 and 16, and thus have materially swelled the apparent proportion of attendance. Manifestation of parental interest. Sovereign, reigning over and above all other influences upon the school, is, or rather might be, that of the parents. The father, when presiding at his table or returning home at evening from the labors of the day, the mother, in that intercourse with her children which begins with the waking hour of the morning and lasts until the hour of sleep, enjoy a continuing opportunity by arranging the affairs of the household in such a way as to accommodate the hours of the school, by subordinating the little interests and conveniences of the family to the paramount subject of regular and punctual attendance, by manifesting such an interest in the studies of each child that he will feel a daily responsibility, as well as a daily encouragement in regard to his lessons, by foregoing an hour of useless amusement or a call of ceremony in order to make a visit to the school, by inviting the teacher to the house and treating him not as a hireling but as a wise friend, by a conscientious care in regard to their conversation about the school and their award of praise or blame. In fine, by all those countless modes which parental affection, when guided by reason, will make delightful to themselves, the parents can inspire their offspring with a love of knowledge, a habit of industry, a sense of decorum, a respect for manliness of conduct and dignity of character, prophetic of their future usefulness and happiness and honor. For one who has not traversed the state and made himself actually acquainted with the condition of the schools by personal inspection and inquiry, it is impossible fully to conceive the contrasts they now present. I have no hope, therefore, of making myself adequately understood when I say that in contiguous towns, and even in contiguous districts, activity and paralysis, it is hardly too much to say life and death, are to be found side by side. Wherever a town or district has been blessed with a few men, or even a single man, who had intellect to comprehend the bearings of this great subject, and a spirit to labor in the work, there a revolution in public sentiment has been effected, or is now going on. In some districts last winter, the prosperity of the school became a leading topic of conversation among the neighbors. The presence of visitors from day to day cheered the scholars. A public spirit grew up among them, animating to exertion and demanding courteous, honorable, just behavior, the consequence of which was that, by a law as certain as that light comes with the rising of the sun, a proficiency surpassing all former example was made, and when the schools drew to a close, a crowd of delighted spectators attended the final examination, which, from the interest and the pleasure of the scene, was prolonged into the night. In some places, the visitors who did not come early to this examination could not obtain admittance on account of the crowded state of the house, and in one, although a cold and driving snowstorm lasted through the day, yet 100 parents attended, whom the inclemency of the weather could not deter from being present to celebrate this harvest home of knowledge and virtue, while on the same occasion, in an adjoining town, perhaps in a bordering district, a solitary committee man dropped grudgingly in to witness a half-hour of mechanical movements, got up as a mock representation of knowledge, and to look at the half-empty benches of the schoolroom made vacant by deserters. These differences are not imaginary, they are real, and their proximate cause is the interest or want of interest manifested by the parents towards the schools. It is a celebrated saying of the French philosopher and educationist Cousin that as is the teacher, so is the school. In regard to France and Prussia, where the schools depend so much upon the authority of the government, and so little upon the social influences of the neighborhood where they exist, this brief saying is the embodiment of an important truth. But with our institutions there is far less reason for giving it the currency and force of a proverb. Here everything emanates from the people. They are the original, all else is copy. If, therefore, the transatlantic maxim, which identifies the character of the school with that of the teacher, should be introduced amongst us, it must be with the addition that, as are the parents, so are both the teacher and the school. A visit to the school by the parents produces a salutary effect upon themselves. Although it is feeling which originates and sends forth conduct, yet conduct reacts powerfully upon feeling. And therefore, if parents could be induced to commence the performance of this duty, they would soon find it not only delightful in itself, but demanded by the force of habit. Nor is it any excuse for their neglect that they are incapable, in point of literary attainments, of examining the school, or of deciding upon the accuracy of recitation. If they have no knowledge to bestow in instruction, they all have sympathy to give in encouragement. Indeed, the children must be animated to exertion before they will make any valuable or lasting attainment. This animation the parents can impart, and thus become the means of creating a good they do not themselves possess. It is surprising that the sagacity of parental love does not discover that a child whose parents interest the teacher in his welfare will be treated much better in school than he otherwise would be, and this, too, without the teacher's incurring the guilt of partiality. If the teacher is made acquainted with the peculiarities of a child's disposition, he will be able to manage him more judiciously, and therefore more successfully, than he otherwise could. He will be able to approach the child's mind through existing avenues, instead of roughly forcing a new passage to it, and thus, in many instances, to supersede punishment by mild measures. A wise physician always desires to know the constitution and habit of his patient before he prescribes for his malady, and a parent who should call a medical practitioner to administer to a sick child, but should refuse to give him this information, would be accounted insane. But are the maladies of the mind less latent and subtle and elusive than those of the body? And is a less degree of peril to be apprehended in the former case than in the latter from the prescriptions of ignorance? I have been credibly informed of a case where a child received a severe chastisement in school for not reading distinctly, when the inarticulateness was occasioned by a natural impediment in his organs of speech. The parent sent the child to school without communicating this fact to the teacher, and under the circumstances of the case, the teacher mistook the involuntary defect for natural obstinacy. This may seem an extreme case, and one not likely to happen, but doubtless hundreds of similar, though less discoverable ones, in regard to some mental or moral deficiency, are daily occurring. Again, if parents do not visit the school until at or near its close, they may then discover errors or evils whose consequences might have been foreseen on an earlier visit, and thus prevented. It is another fact, eminently worthy of parental consideration, that many young and timid children, unaccustomed to see persons not belonging to their family, are almost paralyzed when first brought into the presence of strangers. An excessive diffidence cripples their limbs and benumbs all their senses, and it is only by their being gradually familiarized to company that the fetters of embarrassment can be stripped off, and the shy, downcast countenance be uplifted. After a few years of neglect, this awkwardness and shamefacedness become irremediable. They harden the whole frame, as it were, into a petrifaction, and their victim always finds himself bereft of his faculties at the very moment when he has most need of freedom and vigor in their exercise. On the other hand, pert, forward, self-esteeming children, who are unaccustomed to the equitable reciprocities of social intercourse, commit the opposite error of becoming rude, aggressive, and disdainful whenever brought into contact with society. Now, one of the best remedies or preventives which children can enjoy, both for this disabling bashfulness and for this spirit of effrontery, is the meeting of visitors in school, where a previous knowledge of what the occasion demands helps them to behave in a natural manner, notwithstanding the consciousness that others are present, and where they are relieved from the double embarrassment of thinking both what they are to do and how it should be done. Especially is it necessary that mothers should accompany sensitive and timid children when they first go to school, to obviate a distrust of the teacher or a fear of the other children, which might otherwise infix in the mind a permanent repugnance to the place. Whatever confers upon the school a single attraction, or removes from it one feature of harshness, clears the avenue for a more ready transmission of knowledge into the pupils' minds. Retrospect. Number and combination of influences necessary to a good school. In discussing the various topics embodied in this report, and in pointing out under each successive head the imperfections belonging to it, imperfections which prevent our school system from conferring those abundant and precious benefits it is capable of bestowing, I have not been without fear that my remarks might seem to wear an aspect of accusation and to savor of harshness, and although it might be admitted that no just exception could be taken to the views presented on any particular topic, still that the tenor of the whole might seem too condemnatory and reprehensive. To be the bearer of unwelcome tidings is proverbially a thankless office, and the fidelity that tells a friend of his faults is too apt to forfeit the friendship which it should have strengthened. Yet to these general rules there are noble exceptions. A wise man wishes to know what is wrong in his affairs that he may rectify it, and every sincere lover of excellence rejoices to be made acquainted with his faults that he may correct them. In commenting, therefore, upon what I consider the imperfections of our system, in good faith and with a single eye to their removal, I have proceeded upon the conviction that our people do possess that wisdom and that love of excellence which desires to forget the things which are behind, and in the career of well-doing to press forward to those which are before, and rather to devote their energies to still higher achievements than ignobly to waste them in vain-glorying and self-eulogy. It would have been easy for me, and could duty have allowed, it would have been delightful, to have occupied much more time and to have filled much larger space in recounting those merits and excellences of our system of free schools, which, abroad as well as at home, it is acknowledged to possess, in pointing to the bright train of blessings which from age to age it has been the means of conferring upon the people of this state, which it is now conferring, and as it remains steadfast while the generations rise and pass away, it promises still to confer upon unborn millions. But at best the pleasure of self-adulation is fleeting, and it leaves no abiding improvement behind. It should be remembered, too, that in the administration of our system, a larger share of power is possessed by the people than in any other state or country in the world. If it were true here that as soon as any error or deficiency became known to the legislature or to any central and supervisory body, they could forthwith issue an edict for its correction, such a summary mode of proceeding would supersede the necessity of all explanation. But where all the measures of improvement and reform are to be carried out by the people at large, it becomes necessary that they should first be made acquainted with the evils which it is their interest and duty to remedy, and for this purpose I have endeavored faithfully to perform the unwelcome task of describing them. The explanation, and to some extent the excuses for the deficiencies here enumerated, are to be found in the number and complexity of the parts whose combined and harmonious action is essential to a good school. We have no other institution where such a confluence of favorable influences is necessary to the production of the desired result. Nor have we any whose usefulness is so liable to be impaired, or even destroyed by a single adverse tendency. A long train of measures is requisite to accomplish the end, and a failure in any one of the series is ruin. If the schoolhouse be bad in regard to its location or internal construction, then not only will the improvement in the children's minds be materially lessened, but the healthiness of their bodies will be exposed to continual danger. If the house be otherwise well built, but deficient in the single requisite of ventilation, 2/3 of all the intellectual power of the children will be destroyed at the very moment when they are called upon to exercise it. In the whole range of science, no fact is better established than that the breathing of impure air benumbs and stupefies every faculty, and therefore to call upon children to study or understand or remember while we give them impure air for breathing is as absurd as to put fetters upon their limbs when we wish them to run swiftly, or to interpose an opaque body between their eyes and any object which we wish them to see clearly. But if the schoolhouse be the best that art can build, yet if the town grants only penurious sums of money, the school will but just begin when the means of supporting it will end. This is the false economy of saving in the seed, though 30 or 60 or 100-fold be lost in the harvest. Even when the town makes liberal grants of money in proportion to its valuation and census, still, if it has unwisely divided its territory into minute districts, it defeats its own liberality, for by attempting to support so many schools with disproportionate means, it gives an efficient support to none. But with a good schoolhouse, and with such large and populous districts or union districts as to give the multiplying power of union and concert to individual action, still the employment of a bad teacher will vitiate the whole, and the place will have been prepared and the money appropriated only to gather the children into a receptacle where bad feelings and passions, bad language and manners will ferment into corruption. And without a good prudential and superintending committee, the chance of securing the services of a good teacher becomes so small as to elude even a fractional expression. And again, if the most perfect teacher is obtained, still the scholars must be brought within the circle of his influence in order to be benefited, and therefore absence, irregularity, and tardiness must be prevented, or the good teacher will have been employed in vain. Let all other influences be propitious, and the single circumstance of which so little heretofore has been thought, namely a diversity of class books for scholars of similar ages and attainments, will derange any operation of the school, because no perseverance, no fertility of resources on the part of the teacher can carry it forward if each pupil brings a different book. The obstacle defies human genius. All that reciprocal aid and stimulus is lost, which the different minds of a class afford each other when they have once been awakened and their attention turned upon the same point. To expect progress under this embarrassment is as unreasonable as it would be for a singing master to expect concord of sounds when all his pupils were singing simultaneously from different notes. Even if all the preceding arrangements and appointments are perfect, it will yet be true that not one half of the capabilities of the school will be developed unless the parents breathe life into the children before they leave their own door, and send them to school hungering and thirsting after knowledge. Now all these various agencies must work in concert, or they work in vain. When a system is so numerous in its parts and so complex in its structure, when the nice adjustment of each and the harmonious working of all are necessary to the perfection of the product, all who are engaged in its operation must not only have a great extent of knowledge, but they must be bound together by a unity of purpose. Experience has often proved how fatally powerful one ill-disposed person can be in destroying the value of a school, but experience is yet to prove what an amount of corporeal and material well-being, of social enjoyment, of intellectual dominion and majesty, of moral purity and fervor, what an amount, in fine, of both temporal and spiritual blessedness this institution, in the providence of God, may be the means of conferring upon the race. Experience is yet to develop the grandeur and the glory, which, through the exhaustless capabilities of this institution, may be wrought out for mankind, when, by the united labors of the wise and the good, its elastic nature shall be so expanded as to become capacious of the millions of immortal beings who, from the recesses of infinite power, are evoked into this life as a place of preparation for a higher state of existence, and whom, like a nursing mother, it shall receive and cherish, and shall instruct and train in the knowledge and the observance and the love of those divine laws and commandments upon which the Creator, both of the body and the soul, has made their highest happiness to depend. End of section 17. Section 18 of Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Annual Reports to the Massachusetts Board of Education by Horace Mann, 5th Annual Report, 1841, Part 1. Gentlemen, the declination of the sun towards the southern tropic is not more certainly followed by winter with all its blankness and sterility, nor does the ascension of that luminary towards our own part of the heavens more certainly bring on summer with all its beauty and abundance, than does the want or the enjoyment of education degrade or elevate the condition of a people. I will occupy the short space which propriety allows to me in concluding this report by showing the effect of education upon the worldly fortunes and estates of men, its influence upon property, upon human comfort and competence, upon the outward, visible, material interests or well-being of individuals and communities. This view, so far from being the highest which can be taken of the beneficent influences of education, may perhaps be justly regarded as the lowest, but it is a palpable view. It presents an aspect of the subject susceptible of being made intelligible to all, and therefore it will meet the case of thousands who are now indifferent about the education of their offspring, because they foresee no reimbursement in kind, no return in money or in money's worth for money expended. The cooperation of this numerous class is indispensable in order to carry out the system, and if they can be induced to educate their children even from inferior motives, the children, when educated, will feel its higher and nobler affinities. So too in regard to towns. If it can be proved that the aggregate wealth of a town will be increased just in proportion to the increase of its appropriations for schools, the opponents of such a measure will be silenced. The tax for this purpose, which they now look upon as a burden, they will then regard as a profitable investment. Let it be shown that the money which is now clung to by the parent in the hope of increasing his children's legacies some 6 or 10%, can be so invested as to double their patrimony, and the blind instinct of parental love, which now by voice and vote opposes such outlay, will become an advocate for the most generous endowments. When the money expended for education shall be viewed in its true character, as seed grain sown in a soil which is itself enriched by yielding, then the most parsimonious will not stint in the sowing, lest the harvest also should be stinted, and thereby 30, 60, or 100-fold should be lost to the garners. I am the more induced to take this view of the subject, because the advocates and eulogists of education have rarely, if ever, descended to so humble a duty as to demonstrate its pecuniary value both to individuals and to society. They have expended their strength in portraying its loftier attributes, its gladdening, refining, humanizing tendencies. They have not deigned to show how it can raise more abundant harvests and multiply the conveniences of domestic life, how it can build, transport, manufacture, mine, navigate, fortify, how, in fine, a single new idea is often worth more to an individual than 100 workmen, and to a nation than the addition of provinces to its territory. I have novel and striking evidence to prove that education is convertible into houses and lands, as well as into power and virtue. Although, therefore, this utilitarian view of education, as it may be called, which regards it as the dispenser of private competence and the promoter of national wealth, is by no means the first which would address itself to an enlightened and benevolent mind, yet it will be found to possess intrinsic merits and to be worthy of the special regard, not only of the political economist, but of the lawgiver and moralist. Nature fastens upon us original and inexorable necessities in regard to food, raiment, and shelter. Though these physical wants are among the lowest that belong to our being, yet there is a view of them which is not sordid or ignoble. They must be first served, because if denied, forthwith the race is extinct. They domineer over us, and until supplied, their importunate clamor will drown every appeal to higher capacities. No hungry or houseless people ever were or ever will be an intelligent or a moral one. It is found that the church, the lecture room, and the hall of science flourish best where regard is paid to the institution for savings. The divine charities of Christian love are often straitened because our means of benevolence fall short of our desires. I proceed then to show that education has a power of ministering to our personal and material wants beyond all other agencies, whether excellence of climate, spontaneity of production, mineral resources, or mines of silver and gold. Every wise parent and community, desiring the prosperity of their children even in the most worldly sense, will spare no pains in giving them a generous education. During the past year, I have opened a correspondence and availed myself of all opportunities to hold personal interviews with many of the most practical, sagacious, and intelligent businessmen amongst us, who for many years have had large numbers of persons in their employment. My object has been to ascertain the difference in the productive ability, where natural capacities have been equal, between the educated and the uneducated, between a man or woman whose mind has been awakened to thought and supplied with the rudiments of knowledge by a good common school education, and one whose faculties have never been developed or aided in emerging from their original darkness and torpor by such a privilege. For this purpose I have conferred and corresponded with manufacturers of all kinds, with machinists, engineers, railroad contractors, officers in the army, etc. These various classes of persons have means of determining the effects of education on individuals equal in their natural abilities, which other classes do not possess. A farmer hiring a laborer for one season who has received a good common school education, and the ensuing season hiring another who has not enjoyed this advantage, although he may be personally convinced of the relative value or profitableness of their services, will rarely have any exact data or tests to refer to by which he can measure the superiority of the former over the latter. They do not work side by side, so that he can institute a comparison between the amounts of labor they perform. They may cultivate different fields, where the ease of tillage or the fertility of the soils may be different. They may rear crops under the influence of different seasons, so that he cannot discriminate between what is referable to the bounty of nature and what to superiority of judgment or skill. Similar difficulties exist in estimating the amount and value of female labor in the household. And as to the mechanic also, the carpenter, the mason, the blacksmith, the tool maker of any kind, there are 1,000 circumstances which we call accidental that mingle their influences in giving quality and durability to their work, and prevent us from making a precise estimate of the relative value of any two men's handicraft. Individual differences, too, in regard to a single article or a single day's work, may be too minute to be noticed or appreciated, while the aggregate of all these differences at the end of a few years may make all the difference between a poor and a rich man. No observing man can have failed to notice the difference between two workmen, one of whom, to use a proverbial expression, always hits the nail on the head, while the other loses half his strength and destroys half his nails by the awkwardness of his blows. But perhaps few men have thought of the difference in the results of two such men's labor at the end of 20 years. But when hundreds of men or women work side by side, in the same factory, at the same machinery, in making the same fabrics, and by a fixed rule of the establishment, labor the same number of hours each day, and when also the products of each operative can be counted in number, weighed by the pound, or measured by the yard or cubic foot, then it is perfectly practicable to determine with arithmetical exactness the productions of one individual and one class as compared with those of another individual and another class. So, where there are different kinds of labor, some simple, others complicated, and of course requiring different degrees of intelligence and skill, it is easy to observe what class of persons rise from a lower to a higher grade of this employment. This, too, is not to be forgotten, that in a manufacturing or mechanical establishment, or among a set of hands engaged in filling up a valley or cutting down a hill, where scores of people are working together, the absurd and adventitious distinctions of society do not intrude. The capitalist and his agents are looking for the greatest amount of labor or the largest income in money from their investments, and they do not promote a dunce to a station where he will destroy raw material or slacken industry because of his name or his birth or his family connections. The obscurest and humblest person has an open and fair field for competition. That he proves himself capable of earning more money for his employer is a testimonial better than a diploma from all the colleges. Now, many of the most intelligent and valuable men in our community, in compliance with my request, for which I tender them my public and grateful acknowledgments, have examined their books for a series of years, and have ascertained both the quality and the amount of work performed by the persons in their employment. And the result of the investigation is a most astonishing superiority in productive power on the part of the educated over the uneducated laborer. The hand is found to be another hand when guided by an intelligent mind. Processes are performed not only more rapidly, but better, when faculties which have been exercised in early life furnish their assistance. Individuals who, without the aid of knowledge, would have been condemned to perpetual inferiority of condition and subjected to all the evils of want and poverty, rise to competence and independence by the uplifting power of education. In great establishments and among large bodies of laboring men, where all services are rated according to their pecuniary value, where there are no extrinsic circumstances to bind a man down to a fixed position after he has shown a capacity to rise above it, where indeed men pass by each other, ascending or descending in their grades of labor, just as easily and certainly as particles of water of different degrees of temperature glide by each other, there it is found as an almost invariable fact, other things being equal, that those who have been blessed with a good common school education rise to a higher and higher point in the kinds of labor performed, and also in the rate of wages paid, while the ignorant sink like dregs and are always found at the bottom. I now proceed to lay before the board some portions of the evidence I have obtained, first inserting my circular letter in answer to which the communications have been made. Circular Letter to blank. Dear Sir, my best and only apology for taking the liberty to address you will be found in the object I have in view, which therefore I proceed to state without further preface. In fulfilling the duties with which I have been entrusted by the Board of Education, I am led into frequent conversation and correspondence, not only with persons in every part of the state, but more or less with every class and description of persons in the whole community. I regret to say that among these I occasionally meet with individuals who, although very differently circumstanced in life, cordially agree in their indifference towards the cause of common education, and some of whom even profess to be alarmed at possible mischiefs that may come in its train, and therefore stand in its path and obstruct its advancement. The individuals who thus maintain an attitude of neutrality or assume one of active opposition are either persons who, in their worldly circumstances, are deemed the favorites of fortune, or they are persons who are alike strangers to mental cultivation and to all the outward and ordinary signs of temporal prosperity. In a word, they are found, in regard to their worldly condition, at the two extremes of the social scale. I would by no means be understood to say that any considerable proportion of the men of wealth amongst us look with an unfriendly eye on the general diffusion of the means of knowledge. On the contrary, some of the best friends of education are to be found amongst this class, who, uniting abundance of means with benevolence of disposition, are truly efficient in advancing the work. Nor on this subject are the lines of demarcation between parties broadly drawn, but they shade off by imperceptible degrees from friends to opponents. But this I do mean to say, that there are men of wealth and leisure, too numerous to be overlooked in a calculation of friendly and of adverse agencies,
who profess to fear that a more thorough and comprehensive education for the whole people will destroy contentment, loosen habits of industry, engender a false ambition, and prompt to an incursion into their own favored sphere, by which great loss will accrue to themselves, without any corresponding benefit to the invaders. The other class are those who, suffering from a neglected or a perverted education themselves, seem incapable of appreciating either the temporal and material well-being or the mental elevation and enjoyment which it is the prerogative of a good education to confer. These two parties, though alien from each other in all other respects, are allies here, and although, with the exception of a very few towns in the Commonwealth, they are not numerically strong, yet by adroitly implicating other questions with that of the public schools, they are able in many cases to baffle all efforts at reform and improvement. The views of these parties I believe to be radically wrong, anti-social, anti-republican, anti-Christian, and I believe that all action in pursuance of them will impair the best interests of society and originate a train of calamities in which not only their advocates but all portions of the community will be involved. Convinced that such is the inevitable and accelerating tendency of such views, it seems to me to be the duty of the friends of mankind to meet them with fairness and a conciliatory spirit indeed, but with earnestness and energy, and to confute them by the production of evidence and the exposition of principles. It is for this reason that I address you and solicit your reply, founded upon your personal knowledge, to the following questions. First, have you had large numbers of persons in your employment or under your superintendence? If so, will you please to state how many, within what period of time, in what department of business, whether at different places, whether natives or foreigners? Second, have you observed differences among the persons you have employed, growing out of differences in their education and independent of their natural abilities? That is, whether, as a class, those who from early life have been accustomed to exercise their minds by reading and studying have greater docility and quickness in applying themselves to work, and after the simplest details are mastered, have they greater aptitude, dexterity, or ingenuity in comprehending ordinary processes or in originating new ones? Do they more readily or frequently devise new modes by which the same amount of work can be better done, or by which more work can be done in the same time, or by which raw material or motive power can be economized? In short, do you obtain more work and better work with less waste from those who have received what in Massachusetts we call a good common school education, or from those who have grown up in neglect and ignorance? Is there any difference in the earnings of these two classes, and consequently in their wages? Third, what, within your knowledge, has been the effect of higher degrees of mental application and culture upon the domestic and social habits of the persons in your employment? Is this class more cleanly in their persons, their dress, and their households, and do they enjoy a greater immunity from those diseases which originate in a want of personal neatness and purity? Are they more exemplary in their deportment and conversation, devoting more time to intellectual pursuits or to the refining art of music, and spending their evenings and leisure hours more with their families and less at places of resort for idle and dissipated men? Is a smaller portion of them addicted to intemperance? Are their houses kept in a superior condition? Does a more economical and judicious mode of living purchase greater comforts at the same expense, or equal comforts with less means? Are their families better brought up, more respectably dressed, more regularly attendant upon the school and the church? And do their children, when arrived at years of maturity, enter upon the active scenes of life with better prospects of success? Fourth, in regard to standing and respectability among their co-laborers, neighbors, and fellow citizens generally, how do those who have enjoyed and improved the privilege of good common schools compare with the neglected and the illiterate? Do the former exercise greater influence among their associates?
Are they more often applied to for advice and counsel in cases of difficulty, or selected as umpires or arbitrators for the decision of minor controversies? Are higher and more intelligent circles of acquaintance open to them, from conversation and intercourse with which their own minds can be constantly improved? Are they more likely to rise from grade to grade in the scale of labor, until they enter departments where greater skill, judgment, and responsibility are required, and which therefore command a larger remuneration? Are they more likely to rise from the condition of employees and to establish themselves in business on their own account? Fifth, have you observed any difference in the classes above named? I speak of them as classes, for there will, of course, be individual exceptions, in regard to punctuality and fidelity in the performance of duties. Which class is most regardful of the rights of others, and most intelligent and successful in securing their own? You will, of course, perceive that this question involves a more general one, namely, from which of the above described classes have those who possess property, and who hope to transmit it to their children, the most to fear from secret aggression or from such public degeneracy as will loosen the bands of society, corrupt the testimony of witnesses, violate the sanctity of a juror's oath, and substitute, as a rule of right, the power of a numerical majority for the unvarying principles of justice? Sixth, finally, in regard to those who possess the largest shares in the stock of worldly goods, could there, in your opinion, be any police so vigilant and effective for the protection of all the rights of person, property, and character, as such a sound and comprehensive education and training as our system of common schools could be made to impart? And would not the payment of a sufficient tax to make such education and training universal be the cheapest means of self-protection and insurance? And in regard to that class which, from the accident of birth and parentage, are subjected to the privations and temptations of poverty, would not such an education open to them new resources in habits of industry and economy, in increased skill, and the awakening of inventive power, which would yield returns 1,000-fold greater than can ever be hoped for from the most successful clandestine depredations or open invasion of the property of others? I am aware, my dear sir, that to every intelligent and reflecting man these inquiries will seem superfluous and nugatory, and your first impulse may be to put some such interrogatory to me in reply, as whether the sun has any influence on vegetable growth, or whether it is expedient to have windows in our houses for the admission of light. I acknowledge the close analogy of the cases in point of self-evidence, but my reply is that while we have influential persons who dwell with us in the same common mansion of society, and who, having secured for themselves a few well-lighted apartments, now insist that total darkness is better for a portion of the occupants born and dwelling under the same roof, and while, unfortunately, a portion of these benighted occupants, from never having seen more than the feeblest glimmerings of the light of day, insist that it is better for them and their children to remain blind, while these opinions continue to exist, I hold that it is necessary to adduce facts and arguments, and to present motives which shall prove both to the blinded and to those who would keep them so, the value and the beauty of light. Horace Mann, Secretary of the Board of Education. Postscript. If the above shall give you a general outline of my object, I would thank you to fill it up, even though parts of it may not be distinctly indicated by the questions. Letter from J. K. Mills, Esquire. Boston, December 29th, 1841. My dear Sir, I have endeavored, since I received your letter, to collect such information as would enable me to answer your questions. The house with which I am connected in business has had for the last 10 years the principal direction of cotton mills, machine shops, and calico printing works, in which are constantly employed about 3,000 persons. The opinions I have formed of the effects of a common school education upon our manufacturing population are the result of personal observation and inquiries, and are confirmed by the testimony of the overseers and agents who are brought into immediate contact with the operatives. They are as follows. 1. That the rudiments of a common school education are essential to the attainment of skill and expertness as laborers, or to consideration and respect in the civil and social relations of life. 2. That very few who have not enjoyed the advantages of a common school education ever rise above the lowest level of operatives, and that the labor of this class, when it is employed in manufacturing operations which require even a very moderate degree of manual or mental dexterity, is unproductive. 3. That a large majority of the overseers, and others employed in situations which require a high degree of skill in particular branches, which oftentimes require a good general knowledge of business, and always an unexceptionable moral character, have made their way up from the condition of those common laborers, with no other advantage over a large proportion of those they have left behind than that derived from a better education. A statement made from the books of one of the manufacturing companies under our direction will show the relative number of the two classes and the earnings of each. This mill may be taken as a fair index of all the others. The average number of operatives annually employed for the last 3 years is 1,200. Of this number, there are 45 unable to write their names, or about 3/4%. The average of women's wages in the departments requiring the most skill is $2.50 per week, exclusive of board. The average of wages in the lowest departments is $1.25 per week. Of the 45 who are unable to write, 29, or about 2/3, are employed in the lowest department. The difference between the wages earned by the 45 and the average wages of an equal number of the better educated class is about 27% in favor of the latter. The difference between the wages earned by 29 of the lowest class and the same number in the higher is 66%. Of 17 persons filling the most responsible situations in the mills, 10 have grown up in the establishment from common laborers or apprentices. This statement does not include an importation of 63 persons from Manchester in England in 1839. Among these persons, there was scarcely one who could read or write, and although a part of them had been accustomed to work in cotton mills, yet, either from incapacity or idleness, they were unable to earn sufficient to pay for their subsistence, and at the expiration of a few weeks not more than half a dozen remained in our employment. In some of the print works, a large proportion of the operatives are foreigners. Those who are employed in the branches which require a considerable degree of skill are as well educated as our people in similar situations, but the common laborers, as a class, are without any education, and their average earnings are about 2/3 only of those of our lowest classes, although the prices paid to each are the same for the same amount of work. Among the men and boys employed in our machine shops, the want of education is quite rare. Indeed, I do not know an instance of a person who is unable to read and write, and many have had a good common school education. To this may be attributed the fact that a large proportion of the persons who fill the higher and more responsible situations came from this class of workmen. From these statements you will be able to form some estimate, in dollars and cents at least, of the advantages, even of a little education, to the operative, and there is not the least doubt that the employer is equally benefited. He has the security for his property that intelligence, good morals, and a just appreciation of the regulations of his establishment always afford. His machinery and his mills, which constitute a large part of his capital, are in the hands of persons who, by their skill, are enabled to use them to their utmost capacity, and to prevent any unnecessary depreciation. Each operative in a cotton mill may be supposed to represent from $1,000 to $1,200 of the capital invested in the mill and its machinery.
It is only from the most diligent and economical use of this capital that the proprietor can expect a profit. A fraction less than 1/2 of the cost of the manufacturing of common cotton goods, when a mill is in full operation, is made up of charges which are permanent. If the product is reduced in the ratio of the capacity of the two classes of operatives mentioned in this statement, it will be seen that the cost will be increased in a compound ratio. My belief is that the best cotton mill in New England, with such operatives only as the 45 mentioned above who are unable to write their names, would never yield the proprietor a profit, that the machinery would soon be worn out, and he would be left in a short time with a population no better than that which is represented, as I suppose very fairly, by the importation from England. I cannot imagine any situation in life where the want of a common school education would be more severely felt or be attended with worse consequences than in our manufacturing villages, nor, on the other hand, is there any place where such advantages can be improved with greater benefit to all parties. There is more excitement and activity in the minds of people living in masses, and if this expends itself in any of the 1,000 vicious indulgences with which they are sure to be tempted, the road to destruction is traveled over with a speed exactly corresponding to the power employed. Very truly yours, James K. Mills. Letter from H. Bartlett, Esquire. Lowell, December 1st, 1841. Honorable Horace Mann. Dear Sir, in replying to your interrogatories respecting the effect of education upon the laboring classes, I might be very brief, but the subject is one in which I feel so deep an interest that I propose to go a little into detail, and hope to do so without being tedious. I have been engaged for nearly 10 years in manufacturing, and have had the constant charge of from 400 to 900 persons during that time. The greater part of them have been Americans, but there have always been more or less foreigners. During this time I have had charge of 2 different establishments in different parts of the state. In answering your second interrogatory, I can say that I have come in contact with a very great variety of character and disposition, and have seen mind applied to production in the mechanic and manufacturing arts, possessing different degrees of intelligence, from gross ignorance to a high degree of cultivation, and I have no hesitation in affirming that I have found the best educated to be the most profitable help. Even those females who merely tend the machinery give a result somewhat in proportion to the advantages enjoyed in early life for education, those who have had a good common school education giving as a class invariably a better production than those brought up in ignorance. The former make the best wages. If anyone should doubt the fact, let him examine the payroll of any establishment in New England, and ascertain the character of the girls who get the most money, and he will be satisfied that I am correct. I am equally clear that, as a class, they do their work better. There are many reasons why it should be so. They have more order and system. They not only keep their persons neater, but their machinery in better condition. But there are other advantages, besides mere knowledge, growing out of a good common school education. Such an education is calculated to strengthen the whole system, intellectual, moral, and physical. It educates the whole man or woman, and gives him or her more energy and greater capacity for production in all departments of labor. Minds imbued by such an education are superior in the combination and arrangement of what is already known, and more frequently devise new methods of operation. Your third inquiry relates to the effects of education upon the domestic and social habits of the persons in my employ. I have never considered mere knowledge, valuable as it is in itself to the laborer, as the only advantage derived from a good common school education. I have uniformly found the better educated, as a class, possessing a higher and better state of morals, more orderly and respectful in their deportment, and more ready to comply with the wholesome and necessary regulations of an establishment. And in times of agitation, on account of some change in regulations or wages, I have always looked to the most intelligent, best educated, and the most moral for support, and have seldom been disappointed. For while they are the last to submit to any imposition, They reason, and if your requirements are reasonable, they will generally acquiesce and exert a salutary influence upon their associates. But the ignorant and uneducated I have generally found the most turbulent and troublesome, acting under the impulse of excited passion and jealousy. The former appear to have an interest in sustaining good order, while the latter seem more reckless of consequences. And to my mind all this is perfectly natural. The better educated have more and stronger attachments binding them to the place where they are. They are generally neater, as I have said before, in their persons, dress, and houses, surrounded with more comforts, with fewer of the ills which flesh is heir to. In short, I have found the educated, as a class, more cheerful and contented, devoting a portion of their leisure time to reading and intellectual pursuits, more with their families and less in scenes of dissipation. The good effect of all this is seen in the more orderly and comfortable appearance of their whole household, but nowhere more strikingly than in the children. A mother who has had a good common school education will rarely suffer her children to grow up in ignorance. As I have said, this class of persons is more quiet, more orderly, and I may add, more regular in their attendance upon public worship, and more punctual in the performance of all their duties. Your fourth inquiry refers to the relative stand taken in society by those who have received an early education, and my answers to your inquiries under that head might be inferred from what I have already said. My remarks before have referred quite as much to females as to males, but what I shall say under this will refer particularly to the latter. I have generally observed individuals exerting an influence among their co-laborers and citizens somewhat in proportion to their education, and in cases of difficulty and arbitration, the most ignorant have paid an involuntary respect to the value of education by the selection of those who have enjoyed its benefits for the settlement of their controversies. It would be very difficult, if not impossible, for a young man who had not an education equal to a good common school education to rise from grade to grade until he should obtain the berth of an overseer, and in making promotions, as a general thing, it would be unnecessary to make inquiry as to the education of the young men from whom you would select, for their mental cultivation would be sufficiently indicated by their general appearance and standing among their fellows, and if you had reference to merit and qualifications, very seldom indeed would an uneducated young man rise to a better place and better pay. Young men who expect to resort to manufacturing establishments for employment cannot prize too highly a good education. It will give them standing among their associates, and be the means of promotion from their employers. Your fifth interrogatory refers to difference of moral character in the two classes, and the dangers which society or men of property have to apprehend from the one or the other. I do not know that I can better answer your inquiries under this head than to give you my views of the value, in a pecuniary point of view, of education and morality to the stockholders of our manufacturing establishments. If they have no danger to apprehend from a general diffusion of knowledge among those in their employ, if it is a fact that that class of help which has enjoyed a good common school education are the most tractable, yielding most readily to reasonable requirements, exerting a salutary and conservative influence in times of excitement, while the most ignorant are the most refractory, then it appears to me that the public at large ought to be satisfied that they have more danger to apprehend from the ignorant than from the well-educated. I am aware that there is a feeling, to a certain, but I hope limited extent, that knowledge among the great masses is dangerous, that it creates discontent and leads to insubordination. But I believe this fear to be groundless, and that our danger will come from the opposite source. In my view, there is a connection between education and morals, and I believe that our common schools have been nurseries not only of learning but of sound morality, and I trust they will always be surrounded by such influences as will strengthen and confirm the moral principles of our youth, and I am confident that so long as that shall be the case, society is safe. From my observation and experience, I am perfectly satisfied that the owners of manufacturing property have a deep pecuniary interest in the education and morals of their help, and I believe the time is not distant when the truth of this will appear more and more clear. And as competition becomes more close, and small circumstances of more importance in turning the scale in favor of one establishment over another, I believe it will be seen that the establishment, other things being equal, which has the best educated and the most moral help, will give the greatest production at the least cost per pound. So confident am I that production is affected by the intellectual and moral character of help, that whenever a mill or a room should fail to give the proper amount of work, my first inquiry after that respecting the condition of the machinery would be as to the character of the help, and if the deficiency remained to any great length of time, I am sure I should find many who had made their marks upon the payroll being unable to write their names, and I should be greatly disappointed if I did not, upon inquiry, find a portion of them of irregular habits and suspicious character. My mind has been drawn to this subject for a long time. I have watched its operation and seen its result, and am satisfied that the pecuniary interest of the owners is promoted by the general diffusion of knowledge and morality among those in their employ. Lowell is a striking illustration of the truth of my remarks on this subject. Probably no other place has done as much for the education and morality of those engaged in manufacturing. She has 23 public schools, 15 churches, and numerous associations for intellectual improvement, and the result is seen not only in the orderly and temperate character of her people, but in the great productiveness of the mills. And where, I would ask, is manufacturing stock of more value? If anyone doubts the connection between these institutions and the price of stock, let the former be destroyed, let those lights be extinguished, let ignorance and vice take the place of intelligence and virtue, let the prevailing influence here be against schools and churches, and my opinion is that the moral character of the people would not decline faster than the price of the manufacturing stocks. The founders of this place were clear and far-sighted men, and they put in operation a train of moral influences which has formed and preserved a community distinguished for intelligence, virtue, and great energy of character. Should any owner or manager think otherwise, and surround himself with the ignorant and unprincipled, because for a time he might get them for less wages, I am confident that loss in production would more than keep pace with the reduction in pay, to say nothing of the insecurity of property in the hands of such persons. In short, in closing my answer to your 5th interrogatory, I consider that those who possess property and hope to transmit it to their children have nothing to fear from the general diffusion of knowledge, that if their rights are ever invaded or their property rendered insecure, it will be when ignorance has corrupted the public mind and prepared it for the controlling influence of some master spirit possessing intelligence without principle. Finally, in answering your 6th and last interrogatory, I remark that those who possess the greatest share in the stock of worldly goods are deeply interested in this subject as one of mere insurance, that the most effectual way of making insurance on their property would be to contribute from it enough to sustain an efficient system of common school education, thereby educating the whole mass of minds and constituting it a police more effective than peace officers or prisons. By so doing, they would bestow a benefaction upon that class who from the accident of birth or parentage are subjected to the privations and temptations of poverty, and would do much to remove the prejudice and to strengthen the bands of union between the different and extreme portions of society. The great majority always have been, and probably always will be, comparatively poor, while a few will possess the greatest share of this world's goods, and it is a wise provision of Providence which connects so intimately, and as I think so indissolubly, the greatest good of the many with the highest interest of the few. Yours very respectfully and truly, H. Bartlett. End of section 18.